Born into nobility, Su Jinli should have enjoyed a life of splendor and envy. However, due to a misguided love, she met a tragic fate, losing both her husband and child. Fortunately, fate smiled upon her, granting her a second chance before the tragedy unfolded. In this life, she vowed to join forces with her husband and expose the malicious intentions of the conniving concubine Su and the ninth prince. She intended to bring down the seemingly innocent Wei Ziyan, who masqueraded as a pure-hearted flower. With her cunning, strategic maneuvers, and dedication to her family, Su Jinli was determined to outshine all adversaries. Chapter 1. The Fire at Qianyang Palace. In the 22nd year of the Yongli reign, the emperor passed away, leading to a palace upheaval as the princes vied for the throne. The ninth prince, Gu Mingjin, maintained a solid position within the palace due to the military power held by his maternal family, the Duke of Ningguo, along with the support of several influential ministers. Meanwhile, the other princes fled to the palace's outskirts. As half a month elapsed since the emperor's demise, the court was in chaos, and the new emperor could not ascend. Gu Mingjin, anxious, paced back and forth in Qianyang Palace, having set a trap that would culminate tonight. If successful, the treacherous officials would be vanquished, and he would ascend the throne in 3 days. Thus, despite his usual composure, he was now in a state of agitation. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence, and Gu Mingjin's heart leaped with hope. Is it news of success? Turning around, he was met with a stunningly beautiful face, causing him to momentarily freeze before donning a gentle facade. "Lear, what brings you here?" The visitor was Su Jinli, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Ningguo, who now wielded military authority. She smiled alluringly, yet her words struck Gu Mingjin like a dagger. "I came to see how my ninth brother will meet his end." "Lear, what do you mean by this?" Gu Mingjin's expression darkened as he vaguely heard the sounds of battle outside the palace. "Take a good look at the tiger talisman I previously gave you," she said, noticing his panic. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Mingjin hastily produced the talisman from his sleeve and broke it open, realizing with horror that it was a forgery. The royal insignia Gu was missing. His hand faltered, and the fake talisman clattered to the ground. "Lear, why have you treated me this way?" Gu Mingjin's eyes closed in painful questioning. "We had an agreement. You would help me ascend, and I would promise you a position beside me." Her laughter rang out, unrestrained yet devoid of joy, her eyes filled with profound rage and sorrow. "Lear, what do you truly desire?" After a moment, as the sounds of conflict neared, Gu Mingjin realized he had no chance of redemption and voiced his greatest doubt. His mother was Su Jinli's own aunt, and they had grown up as childhood sweethearts, with her harboring deep affections for him. Despite her marriage to the seventh prince under familial pressure, she had always remained loyal to him. Why, then, this betrayal? He could not fathom that the seemingly innocent girl he once knew could orchestrate such treachery. "I want my husband and my unborn child back. Can you return them to me?" Su Jinli retorted mockingly. Gu Mingjin was taken aback. Was she seeking vengeance for the seventh prince? Before he could recover, Su Jinli's voice turned sharp. "You cannot." She suddenly produced a dagger from her sleeve, leaving Gu Mingjin horrified. "Are you going to kill me?" To his astonishment, she smirked disdainfully. "I fear it would tarnish my hands. If you still possess any pride, end it yourself." After a pause, she closed her eyes and murmured, "Consider it my final act of tenderness for a decade-long infatuation." As Gu Mingjin saw someone bursting into the room, he smiled sadly and plunged the dagger into his own chest. Upon hearing the sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh, Su Jinli opened her eyes, her expression turning complex as she gazed upon Gu Mingjin's lifeless form in a pool of blood. Confusion, love, hatred, regret, and an overwhelming sense of vengeance surged within her. In an instant, she pushed over the candelabrum, igniting Qianyang Palace in flames. "Husband, child, I have come to find you." Chapter 2. Rebirth. "Miss, please wake up." Qingyao called anxiously. The figure on the bed furrowed her brow, sweat beading on her forehead, clearly restless in her slumber. After several fruitless attempts to rouse her mistress, Qingyao grew frantic. Remembering her clever companion, she hurried to fetch her. Just as she turned, her mistress suddenly cried out, "No." Upon glancing back, she found Su Jinli sitting upright. "Miss, are you all right? Should I summon the physician?" Seeing her mistress's vacant gaze as she leaned back against the bed, scanning the room, Qingyao's heart sank again. Su Jinli, the only legitimate daughter of the Duke of Ningguo, was cherished by the old duke. If anything were to go amiss, she and the other first-class maids would undoubtedly face severe consequences. She bowed respectfully, awaiting Su Jinli's response, too afraid to move. After a long moment, Su Jinli finally emerged from her nightmare. She had dreamt of Gu Mingjin, who, after consuming the meat soup she had served, turned pale and bled from his lips. He gazed at her tenderly, reassuring her in a gentle voice, "Do not fear, Lier. This poison seals the throat. I have little time left. You must believe me, Gu Mingjin. He approached you for the Su family's military power." At that moment, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, his voice growing weaker. "I can no longer protect you, my foolish girl." As he spoke, a flicker of nostalgia and sorrow crossed his eyes. Then, she heard him imploring the guards who barged in, "Do not blame Lier. She merely had no choice but to reject me. Remember to protect her well." His words trailed off as he collapsed. In his final moments, he had gazed at her with such fondness. As he fell, her heart ached unbearably, as if 1,000 insects were gnawing at it. Wei Yi, filled with rage and despair, shot her a furious glance before tearfully carrying Gu Mingjin away. In that moment, she regained her senses and cried out, "Do not take my husband away." Wei Yi turned, casting her a scornful look before striding away. Overwhelmed by grief, she fainted, awakening to find Wei Yi coldly informing her of Gu Mingjin's burial. He had said, "If it were not for your pregnancy with the master's child, I would have killed you." The malice in his expression made her acutely aware of the hatred directed at her by those in the 7th prince's residence. Later, her dream shifted, showing her the moment she consumed the miscarriage medicine given by the palace, losing her last hope. In her utter despair, she resolved to cease eating, intending to join her husband and child. At this juncture, Wei Yi informed her that the child's demise was orchestrated by concubine Su. Furthermore, her husband's death was a result of the poison he had been deceived into ingesting by concubine Su and the 9th prince. If she were to perish, it must be in pursuit of vengeance. After a period of recuperation, she steeled herself and began plotting her revenge. Since her husband's death, she had been haunted nightly by visions of his tragic end, deprived of sleep. Yet she distinctly remembered witnessing Gu Mingjin's suicide, followed by the act of toppling the candelabrum that ignited Qianyang Palace. Why, then, was she now in her boudoir? "Qingyao, how did I end up here?" she inquired. Qingyao, taken aback, responded, "Miss, you are resting in your own chambers." Su Jinli paused, then asked excitedly, "What is the current year and date?" Curious about her mistress's sudden inquiry, Qingyao replied respectfully, "It is the 9th day of the 12th month in the 15th year of Yongli." "Ha! How splendid!" Su Jinli exclaimed with unrestrained joy, realizing she was in the bloom of youth, before her marriage. Chapter 3 Reunion with her husband. Heaven has indeed shown mercy, for it has granted her a second chance, returning her to the moment before her tragic demise. Now, she has the opportunity to rectify the calamities of her past life. Yet, as she reflects on the sorrows of her previous existence, Su Jinli's eyes blaze with hatred. Her fists clenched, her expression as frigid as ice. A fierce aura envelopes her, causing her attendant, Qingyao, to gasp in alarm, calling out, "Miss?" At the sound of Qinyao's anxious voice, Su Jinli snaps back to reality. "I am fine, do not fret," she replies with a gentle smile. Noticing the shock on Qinyao's face, she realizes her previous demeanor must have startled her. Su Jinli shakes her head inwardly. Still trapped in the nightmares of her former life, resentment swells within her heart. She cannot allow this to continue. Since she has been reborn, she shall not repeat the mistakes of her past. Her attempts to reassure Qingyao do little to alleviate the latter's concern. And with her head bowed and eyes cast down, she dutifully states, "This servant shall assist the miss in her morning rituals." With her grandfather on her mind, Su Jinli nods in agreement. After freshening up, she proceeds with Qingyao and the other maids to the Songyi courtyard to pay respects to the Duke of Ning. As they exit the tingly courtyard, she notices a peculiar expression on Qingji's face and gently asks, "Qingge, if something troubles you, please speak." Qingye, taken aback and somewhat incredulous, kneels and implores. This servant begs the miss to meet with the 7th prince. His Highness has been standing at the gate all night. Having spoken, she bows her head, unable to meet Su Jinli's gaze, for the miss has always despised the 7th prince. The other maids look towards Su Jinli, witnessing her previously cheerful expression darken. However, Su Jinli suddenly smiles brightly. "It is bitterly cold. Please rise." Realizing her oversight, she hastens toward the gate. How could she have forgotten that a fool was standing in the cold at the entrance? Were it not for Qing Ji's kindness, he might have endured another 3 days and nights in the frost, just as in her past life.
No.
It is more accurate to say that had she not been reborn, he would likely have suffered from cold-related ailments again. Upon stepping outside, Su Jinli is struck by the frigid air that penetrates to the bone. No wonder a man seasoned by years of battle would fall ill after standing outside for days. With her heart heavy with concern, Su Jinli quickens her pace, leaving Qing Ge and the others trailing behind. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, she arrives at the gate. Ignoring the formalities of the guards, she urgently commands, "Open the door." The guards promptly comply, and with a creak, Gu Mingjue, standing resolutely in the snow, comes into view. He is entirely covered in snow, with only his strong, handsome face visible. Despite his pale complexion and bluish lips from the cold, his gaze remains unwaveringly fixed on the Duke's gate. Upon seeing Su Jinli, his eyes light up with joy. He wishes to smile, but his frozen face only allows him to manage a strained grimace, a smile more sorrowful than tears. The moment Su Jinli catches sight of that familiar warmth in his eyes, her heart aches, and tears nearly spill forth. Her foolish husband, forever indulgent and doting upon her. In her past life, she must have been blind to the tenderness and sincerity reflected in his gaze. "Lear, at last you are willing to see me," he exclaims, overwhelmed with joy. Su Jinli quickly suppresses the urge to embrace him and weep, replying with a gentle reprimand. "You foolish boy. What shall we do if you fall ill from the cold?" Hearing Su Jinli's playful scolding, Gu Mingjue's smile broadens, causing her restrained emotions to surge once more. Her nose tinged with pink and her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Chapter 4. Meeting in the snow. The sudden shift in her demeanor raises suspicions among Gu Mingjue and the others. The eldest daughter of the Duke of Ning, Su Jinli, has never shown the 7th prince anything but disdain. Why, today, does she appear so flustered in his presence, her eyes betraying a lingering affection? Once she has composed herself, Su Jinli, as usual, coolly invites, "Prince, please step inside the residence," before turning away. Her unexpected behavior leaves everyone bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Qingyue, being more seasoned, quickly steps forward and bows, "Your Highness, please." She then gestures to 2 guards, instructing, "Assist the prince." Grateful, Gu Mingjue smiles appreciatively. Upon entering the reception hall, Su Jinli hastily orders the servants to bring in several braziers of charcoal and instructs the kitchen to prepare warming soup. Finally, she sends Qing Yao to summon her grandfather. Once everything is arranged, she lifts her gaze and is met by Gu Mingjue's deep, affectionate eyes. Her heart skips a beat, and a blush spreads across her fair cheeks. Seeing her flustered, Gu Mingjue's smile deepens. Annoyed, Su Jinli glares at him, biting her lip. Sensing her irritation, Gu Mingjue quickly averts his gaze. "May I inquire the reason for your visit today, Your Highness?" Su Jinli eventually asks, carefully considering her words. "Nothing in particular. I simply wish to see you." Gu Mingjue replies, then adds, "It has been half a year since we last met, and Miss Su has become even more enchanting." He had been dispatched to quell a rebellion and had only just returned to the capital. At his words, a blush creeps back onto Su Jinli's face, while Qingwei and the others stifle their laughter. Once the embarrassment fades, Su Jinli realizes that Gu Mingjue's comment was somewhat flirtatious, yet she understands he meant no offense. Just as she is about to express her annoyance, a voice, aged yet robust, interrupts Lear. "Do not be so presumptuous." Looking up, they see the Duke of Ning entering. "I pay my respects to the Duke." Granddaughter offers her greetings. Servants pay their respects to the Duke. Everyone bows in unison. The old Duke raises his hand to signal them to rise. After taking his seat, he turns to Qingyue and commands, "You may all withdraw." Upon hearing this, Qingyue and the others quickly bow and exit. The Duke then turns to Gu Mingjue and, with a formal bow, apologizes on behalf of Su Jinli. "I humbly beg Your Highness's forgiveness for her indiscretions." Gu Mingjue, not daring to accept such a gesture from the Duke, quickly rises and reassures him, "Your Grace, you need not worry. Miss Su is innocent and has done no wrong." Meanwhile, Su Jinli keeps her head lowered, unable to meet her grandfather's gaze. Fearing she would burst into tears at any moment, her grandfather, who had nurtured her with boundless affection despite her noble lineage, had shielded her from the harsh realities of life. In the midst of her reverie, the Duke laments, "It is my failure to have raised her properly, causing you distress." Then, turning sharply, he admonishes Lear, "Apologize to His Highness at once." Snapped back to reality, Su Jinli quickly rises and formally bows to Gu Mingjue, declaring, "I am utterly at fault. Please, punish me as you see fit." Surprise flashes across Gu Mingjue's face, quickly replaced by compassion. He rushes to support her, exclaiming, "This matter is not your fault. It is I who have been too stubborn." He then solemnly addresses the Duke, "Miss Su is blameless. I implore you not to reprimand her." Hearing this, warmth spreads through Su Jinli's heart, and her nose tingles with emotion. This foolish man continues to be so kind to her. Despite enduring a night in the cold, he takes all the blame upon himself. The Duke regards Gu Mingjue thoughtfully for a moment, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, before breaking into a hearty laugh, since His Highness has spoken thus. "I shall pardon her this once." Relieved, Gu Mingjue exhales softly. "Now, please, all of you, take your seats," the Duke continues with a gentle smile. Chapter 5: A grandfather-granddaughter conversation. After Gu Mingjue finishes his warming soup and engages in conversation with Su Jinli and the Duke, he prepares to take his leave. Following his departure, the Duke's expression darkens, and he sternly commands, "Kneel." Upon hearing this, Su Jinli does not hesitate and promptly kneels, her head bowed in submission. The old Duke initially intended to reprimand her sternly, but upon seeing her pitiful demeanor, he found himself unable to do so. With a deep sigh, he closed his eyes to rest. After a while, he languidly asked if she realized her mistake. The granddaughter acknowledged her fault. "Oh." The old Duke opened his eyes in slight confusion and scrutinized Su Jinli from head to toe. After several glances, he finally believed that those words genuinely came from his once spoiled granddaughter. It seemed she truly understood her error, and thus, he could not bear to make her kneel any longer. He hurriedly assisted her to sit down. Once seated, Su Jinli said, "Grandfather, I was thoughtless before, and I am deeply sorry. I will not act so again." Upon hearing this, the old Duke was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. What had caused his granddaughter to suddenly gain such insight? Seeing the old Duke's astonishment, Su Jinli inwardly lamented, attributing it all to her previous misdeeds. Nevertheless, she understood that the pressing concern was to reassure her grandfather, alleviating his worries. Thus, she earnestly reiterated her words with unwavering conviction. However, the old Duke, far from being reassured, became even more perplexed. Realizing this, Su Jinli decided to relent. She comprehended that at this moment, it was impossible for the old Duke to trust her. She had been too hasty. Time was on her side, and she had ample opportunity to prove herself. With this thought, she abandoned her graceful facade, rolled her eyes, and brushed aside the old Duke's hand, exclaiming with irritation, "It is rare for me to be sensible. Yet you still do not believe me. Humph. I shan't converse with you any longer. I am returning to the tingly courtyard." With that, she stormed off. The old Duke shook his head in resignation, repeatedly sighing in relief that he had not believed this pampered, willful girl. Yet, despite his words, his gaze lingered on Su Jinli's retreating figure, filled with affection and indulgence. In the tingly courtyard, Su Jinli leaned against the window, gazing at the winter plum blossoms, their vibrant red enhanced by the weight of the snow. Her eyes were distant and melancholic. Both Mingjue and her grandfather had expressed their doubts numerous times today. She had acted too impulsively. In this lifetime, she must reform and cannot be so foolish as to be unable to discern right from wrong, naively allowing herself to be exploited. Yet, how to proceed now eluded her, leaving her in a state of anxiety. Just as her mind was in turmoil, hurried footsteps approached. Turning her head, she saw Qingyu enter, beaming as she held a splendid glass lamp. "Miss, the 9th prince sent this glass lamp for you," Qingyu exclaimed joyfully. The lamp's brilliance was unmistakable, indicating it was no ordinary gift. However, Su Jinli's expression suddenly darkened, and she coldly commanded, "Take it away and dispose of it." Qingyu, taken aback, hesitated before responding, "Miss, please reconsider. Do you not understand my meaning?" Su Jinli shot a frosty glare at Qingyu. The intensity of her gaze caused Qingyu to tremble and kneel, stuttering, "I dare not." Seeing Qingyu's fright, Su Jinli's expression softened slightly. "I do not mean to suggest you are disobeying me, but this lamp was just gifted by the 9th prince. It is a royal treasure from the fiefdom. It would be a shame to discard it." After a pause, she added, Moreover, you hold the ninth prince in such high regard. If you throw it away, you will surely regret it. Su Jinli, however, interpreted the struggle evident in Qingyu's eyes and the turmoil on her face. In a fit of rage, she declared, I shall say this once more. Take it away and dispose of it. Do not speak another word to me. Qingyu was momentarily stunned, her confusion only deepening. In the past, whenever the ninth prince had sent gifts, she had received them with delight, cherishing them in her room. Today, however, her reaction was entirely different, as if she had encountered something repulsive, filled with resentment. Seeing Qingyu's hesitation, Su Jinli, now furious, laughed coldly. In the tingly courtyard today, it is either you or the glass lamp that remains. Choose. Startled, Qingyu quickly rose and rushed out with the lamp. Once she left, Su Jinli collapsed, tears streaming down her face. It was this exceptionally precious glass lamp that had led her to foolishly believe in Gu Mingruo's genuine affection for her in her past life. She recalled that on this very day in her previous life, she had joyfully accepted the glass lamp, cherishing it dearly, holding it for several days. It was then that she stumbled upon a hidden mechanism within the lamp. Upon unlocking it, she found inscribed the line of poetry, wishing for a heart that is true, never to part till old age. The moment she read those words, her heart fluttered with youthful infatuation, prompting her to write a passionate letter to Gu Mingruo, expressing her unwavering feelings for him. He, in turn, replied with a letter brimming with affection. Thus, she naively believed they had become engaged, with the glass lamp serving as their token of love. From that day forth, she eagerly awaited their marriage in the hopes of spending a lifetime together. Yet, her beautiful dreams were shattered by the imperial edict of marriage, and as she left in tears, she clutched the glass lamp tightly. After becoming the seventh princess consort, her heart remained heavy, and she sent countless letters pleading for Gu Mingruo's assistance in separating from Mingjue, but he never took action. Despairing, she would have perished had it not been for Mingjue's attentive care. Eventually, she learned from her aunt, the favored consort of the current emperor, that Gu Mingruo had been entirely unaware of the lamp's mechanism. He had simply presented it to her for its exquisite beauty, seeking to win her favor. In the Changli Palace, a beautiful and elegant woman sat with her eyes closed before a mirror, allowing her maid to style her hair. Nearby, another maid was reporting something. The woman suddenly opened her captivating eyes, filled with surprise and anger. Chunyan, repeat that. Chunyan trembled slightly, then slowly replied, Miss Su ordered the glass lamp that His Highness gifted her yesterday to be thrown away. With a crash, a gilded phoenix hairpin fell from the dressing table. In an instant, all the maids knelt in fear, pleading, Your Highness, forgive us. The beautiful woman seated before the mirror was Su Jinli's own aunt, the highly favored Consort Su. She cast a dismissive glance at the kneeling maids and coldly commanded, Rise. Continue styling my hair. Or I shall inform the ladies of the other palaces when I visit Kuanyin Palace, and they may scatter. Yes. The maids responded respectfully. Once her makeup was complete, Consort Su narrowed her eyes, her long lashes perfectly concealing the emotions within her radiant gaze. Chunyan, go inform Mingruo that I wish to have a word with him today. Chunyan stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and replied, As you command. After which she turned to leave. Consort Su watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. Her gaze was distant and enigmatic, concealing any trace of her true emotions from prying eyes. In the tingly courtyard, Qingyue and the others busily rushed in and out, while Su Jinli, looking wan and weary, quietly reclined on the beauty couch. The previous day's encounter with the glass lamp had forced her to relive her painful past. She felt both anger and hatred, resulting in a sleepless night. Each time she glimpsed items gifted by Gu Mingruo in her room, memories of that nightmarish experience from her previous life would resurface, causing her heart to ache as if pierced by needles. Thus, she ordered Qingyue and the others to replace everything in her room, ensuring not a single item related to Gu Mingruo remained. The following day, at the break of dawn, the distinguished ninth prince, Gu Mingruo, arrived at the Ningguo Gong residence bearing gifts. As soon as he stepped through the grand entrance, the housekeeper, Uncle Zhong, respectfully greeted him. The old servant pays his respects to your highness. Gu Mingruo paused, his eyes gleaming with humility as he replied, No need for such formalities. And personally helped Uncle Zhong to his feet. What brings you here, Uncle Zhong? He asked with a gentle smile. Uncle Zhong, of such status, would not typically appear at the entrance. His presence indicated he had been summoned. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhong immediately broke into a broad smile, saying, "The old servant was sent to the 9th prince's residence to summon his highness. It is indeed a stroke of luck that I encountered you just as I reached the front gate."
"Oh,
How fortuitous indeed. Gu Mingru's eyes flickered momentarily before he too smiled. However, did my grandfather summon me for something urgent? He inquired. Your highness is truly astute, Uncle Zhong praised. Before adopting a more somber expression, Miss has been restless and irritable since she was startled the other day, nearly causing a ruckus in the tingly courtyard. Pausing briefly, Uncle Zhong cast a discreet glance at Gu Mingru before continuing. Neither the household physician nor the doctors from outside have managed to discern the cause, which has left the master deeply concerned. Given that Miss has always been most obedient to your highness, he dispatched me to invite you over. Ah, I see. Gu Mingru narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of something fleeting across their glass-like brilliance. I shall go to the tingly courtyard to see Lyre at once, he declared, moving forward, but was promptly halted by Uncle Zhong. Your highness, the master wishes for you to visit the Songyi courtyard first.
what?
Gu Mingru asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Uncle Zhong shook his head, indicating he too was unsure. He then respectfully insisted, I beseech your highness to proceed to the Songyi courtyard first. Despite the growing uncertainty in Gu Mingru's heart, he understood that he could not directly go to the tingly courtyard at this moment. Thus, he smiled faintly and followed Uncle Zhong to the Songyi courtyard. Meanwhile, in the tingly courtyard, the freshly groomed Su Jinli had also received word from Duke Ning. Ji Chun, who served beside the Duke, informed her, the master requests that you come to the Songyi courtyard in a quarter of an hour. After speaking, Ji Chun raised her head and scrutinized Su Jinli, then added, Miss, your makeup is rather too heavy. Perhaps you should tone it down with more powder. Before Su Jinli, taken aback, could respond, Ji Chun promptly took a cloth from the table and began to wipe off the rouge from her face. With deft hands, she applied a makeup that made Su Jinli appear quite haggard. Miss, I have overstepped my bounds, Ji Chun said, bowing her head apologetically once the makeup was complete. Regaining her composure, Su Jinli, though puzzled by Ji Chun's actions, understood that there must be a reason behind her behavior. Thus, she smiled gently and said, It's quite all right, Ji Chun, please rise. Ji Chun, being the stewardess of Songyi courtyard and a trusted aide to the old duke, held a significant position within the household, akin to that of a half-master. Chapter 8. The 9th Prince's Visit, Part 2. Today, Su Jinli's sudden change in demeanor astonished everyone. However, Ji Chun, ever perceptive, quickly adjusted her attitude and responded with poise. Miss, the 9th Prince has come to visit. The master has sent me to escort you to the Songyi courtyard. Su Jinli was taken aback, her delicate brows knitting together. Why is he here? If memory serves, he should currently be preoccupied with winning over the legitimate daughters of the Ningguo Duke's family, Song Ling, and the Zhenguo Marquis' family, Wei Ziyan. Song Ling, whose heart belonged to another, remained untouched by his elaborate affections, while Wei Ziyan had become his lawful wife. Ji Chun, noticing her bewilderment, subtly explained, Perhaps the sudden disappearance of many of the Mrs. Old belongings has stirred some commotion in the palace. At these words, Su Jinli's heart sank, and her expression shifted instantly. It turned out that her aunt and Gu Mingru had grown suspicious. No wonder her grandfather had insisted Ji Chun apply a haggard makeup on her. He intended for Gu Mingru to mistakenly believe she was unwell and in a foul mood. Thus, throwing out the glass lantern, he sent along with some old possessions in her room. This was meant to allay the suspicions of the mother and son. Having grasped her grandfather's intentions, Su Jinli began to formulate her next steps. She recalled that in her previous life, her aunt and Gu Mingru had particularly abhorred her willful arrogance. Therefore, she resolved to act as foolishly and indulgently as she had in her past life. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she solemnly declared, I understand now. Let us proceed. As Su Jinli stepped into the Songyi courtyard, Gu Mingru rushed forward, filled with concern. Lyre, are you all right? His exquisite amber eyes brimmed with pain and care as he gazed intently at Su Jinli. Despite having lived 2 lives, the moment their eyes met, Su Jinli felt her heart flutter uncontrollably. Yet, almost immediately, a cold glint flashed in her gaze, and hatred surged within her heart. It was this very affection that had deceived her and ruined her splendid life. In this life, She vowed to expose his gentle facade and reveal his hypocritical malice to the world. After a moment of silence, Gu Mingru's eyes flickered with impatience, though his voice softened again. Liar, what troubles you? Suppressing her disgust and animosity, Su Jinli merely cast a fleeting glance at him before striding forward with pride. Seeing her disregard him so brazenly in front of everyone, Gu Mingru felt a pang of embarrassment, and a flicker of anger crossed his eyes. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of nonchalance as he followed her. Upon reaching the Duke, Su Jinli frowned impatiently, saying, "What did grandfather summon me for?" The old Duke's eyes sparkled with a barely perceptible smile, recognizing that Liar had grasped his intentions. He then frowned and reprimanded, "You insolent wild girl." Unperturbed, Su Jinli rolled her eyes dramatically, retorting, "If there is nothing important, I shall take my leave." At this, the old Duke felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, no matter how unruly Su Jinli was, she had always been relatively obedient to him. The old Duke, visibly irked, glared at her, his temper flaring as if her indifference had vexed him greatly. "Liar, your grandfather is concerned for you. You must not treat him so." After watching for a while, Gu Mingru finally interjected, his tone admonishing yet gentle. Given Su Jinli's habitual defiance, much of his earlier doubt dissipated, prompting him to step in to admonish her. Chapter 9. Incense offering. Su Jinli huffed in response, falling silent. The old Duke sighed. "What a tragedy this is." Very well, very well. Considering you were startled a few days ago, I shall refrain from scolding you." The old Duke subtly communicated his thoughts to Su Jinli before addressing Gu Mingru, who still harbored doubts. "Your Highness, since the snow has ceased today, and Lyra's spirit is unsteady, take her to Puguang Temple to offer incense." "Yes, I shall obey." "I shall not go." Both Gu Mingru and Su Jinli replied in unison. The old Duke shook his head and sternly declared, "You shall not act out. I have gone to great lengths to invite the 9th prince here, so be more compliant." Upon hearing this, both Gu Mingru and Su Jinli exchanged glances. Su Jinli lowered her head, lapsing into silence, while Gu Mingru signaled to Qingyue to lead her outside. 2 hours later, several luxurious carriages arrived at Puguang Temple, and a young monk at the gate hurried forward to greet them. "Noble guests, please disembark," he said respectfully. From within the carriage came a disdainful snort. "What if this young lady chooses not to?" The monk was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. According to temple rules, no nobleman or high-ranking official was permitted to enter the inner temple with their horses and carriages. "Liar, do not act foolishly," Gu Mingru admonished from the carriage behind. Reluctantly, Su Jinli descended, flanked by Qingyue and the others. As she walked past the monk, she huffed coldly, strutting by like a proud peacock. The monk rubbed his bald head in distress, while Gu Mingru offered an apologetic smile. Su Jinli maintained an aloof demeanor as she made her way to the Desheng Bao Dian, where the solemn and majestic Buddha statues softened her expression. In her previous life, she had been indifferent to the divine, never truly bowing her head in earnest prayer. However, in this life, her perspective had shifted dramatically, instilling in her a newfound reverence. She wished to sincerely kneel before the Buddha, expressing gratitude for being granted a second chance at life. She also hoped for blessings that her life would proceed smoothly, and for her grandfather and Mingjue to remain healthy. With these thoughts in mind, she quickened her pace. Having just completed her devout prayers to the Buddha, she had not yet risen when a melodious voice beckoned, "Luer, you may leave. I wish to burn incense alone."
Luer,
not wanting to witness the entanglements between Miss Ming and the 9th prince, promptly complied with a teasing remark. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli, who had intended to partake in a meal in the back courtyard, could not help but smile slyly, standing gracefully as she turned around, feigning surprise, and exclaimed, "I thought it was some shameless young lady who had yet to leave her family home. It turns out to be Miss Wei from the Duke of the State's residence." The pair in question were indeed Wei Ziyan and her devoted maid, Green Willow. Upon seeing Su Jinli, Wei Ziyan's complexion paled, her brows knitted tightly. What a luck to encounter this calamity, she thought, recognizing that Su Jinli's infatuation with the 9th prince was well known throughout the capital. She feared that her earlier conversation with Luer had irreparably offended Su Jinli, leading to an inevitable confrontation. Indeed, as Wei's household remained silent, Su Jinli mocked, "What's the matter?" Too ashamed to speak, Wei Ziyan bit her pale lip, lowering her gaze and remaining silent. However, Luer, protective of her mistress, could no longer contain her anger. Miss Su, do not go too far. My mistress hails from a noble family and does not deserve such degradation from you.
Ah,
A miss from the Marquis's residence. How terrifying.
su hini ritorti dismissibly.
Then, with a stern expression, she declared, but I am still a lady from the Duke's household. How dare you, a mere servant, question me? With that, she cast a casual glance at Qingyu, who immediately understood and coldly rebuked the audacity. You dare bully my mistress. I shall teach you a lesson, you insolent girl. With that, she rushed forward and struck Green Willow, not allowing her a moment to react. Green Willow. Wei Ziyan, contemplating how to respond, panicked at the sight of Su Jinli ordering an attack on her maid. Green Willow was not only loyal but also represented Wei Ziyan's dignity. She could not bear to witness her being humiliated. Despite her reluctance to provoke Su Jinli, Wei Ziyan felt compelled to intervene. Miss Su, I have never wronged you. Why must you make things difficult for me? She implored, her face pale as she caressed Green Willow's swollen cheek, adopting a pitiful demeanor. This expression, coupled with her naturally delicate appearance, evoked sympathy. Yet, Su Jinli regarded Wei Ziyan's act with no pity, only growing more incensed. After all, in her previous life, she had suffered greatly at the hands of the seemingly gentle Wei Ziyan, who always played the victim while orchestrating behind-the-scenes machinations. Indeed, I harbor no grievances against you, Su Jinli said with a faint smile, internally mocking the notion. No grievances? You have plotted against me time and again, leading to the disdain of several noble families against me and isolating me, forcing Emperor Yongli to compel Mingju to divorce me. If not for my grandfather's military power and Mingju's deep affection, I would have long been a discarded woman. Unaware of the deep-seated animosity between them, Wei Ziyan assumed Su Jinli was merely upset over her attraction to the ninth prince. Thus, she cautiously responded, if that is the case, I kindly ask Miss Su to spare Luer this time. With that, she lowered her status and bowed to Su Jinli. Seeing this, Su Jinli's eyes grew colder, her lips curling in a smirk as she retorted, on what grounds? I harbor no ill will towards you, yet this servant has genuinely offended me. Without waiting for Wei Ziyan's reply, she commanded Qingyu, strike her. Qingyu nodded and swiftly seized Green Willow, who, believing she could escape due to her mistress's presence,
Was now truly in a state of panic.
She looked to Wei Ziyan, desperately pleading, Miss, save me. At this, a flicker of resentment flashed in Wei Ziyan's eyes. Su Jinli was indeed being excessive. As the saying goes, one must respect the master when striking a dog. Yet, despite her anger, Wei Ziyan was unwilling to confront Su Jinli directly. Therefore, she endured the humiliation and implored, I beseech Miss Su, for the sake of Ziyan, to spare Luer this time. Unbeknownst to her, Su Jinli had no intention of showing her mercy, snorting coldly, Qingyu, do not delay. Wei Ziyan was taken aback. She had not anticipated Su Jinli's obstinate nature. Despite her repeated attempts to lower herself, Su Jinli remained unmoved. Even a clay figurine has its temper, and Wei Ziyan was certainly no soft target. Thus, she resolved to abandon her pretense of meekness, forcibly pushing Qingyu away and swiftly striking her.
Step back,
she commanded, casting a fierce glance at Su Jinli before assuming an air of icy nobility towards Qingyu. Qingyu, however, was not one to be trifled with. She knelt before Su Jinli, tears streaming down her face, and lamented, Mistress, I have failed your trust. I did not fulfill your orders, and now I have been struck, embarrassing the Duke's household. Please punish me. Yet, as she raised her head slightly, her gaze darted to the furious Wei Ziyan. She continued, but please, mistress, defend me. My punishment is trivial, but the dignity of the Duke's household being trampled is a grave matter. Su Jinli's eyes sparkled with amusement at Qingyu's sharp tongue, as she deftly turned a minor incident into a significant issue. However, her brow furrowed slightly. The red imprint of 5 fingers on Qingyu's fair face was rather conspicuous. This struck her as quite displeasing. Wei Ziyan had certainly used excessive force. Qingyu had borne the brunt of her frustrations. Qingyu, take her to the back courtyard to tend to her face, Su Jinli said with concern. Yet, her expression shifted suddenly. Icy resolve settling in her gaze as she interrogated Wei Ziyan. Miss Wei, for what reason did you strike my maid without provocation? Wei Ziyan's eyes flickered, awaiting Su Jinli's continuation without uttering a word. Su Jinli did not seek her reply. Instead, she elevated her voice, continuing, even Qingyu, a mere maid, understands that you, Miss Wei, have not only struck her, but also tarnished the reputation of both me, Su Jinli, and the Duke's household. Wei Ziyan trembled with rage, fully aware of Su Jinli's reputation for being unyielding and shameless. Yet, she had not anticipated Su Jinli would twist the narrative so artfully. It was she who had instigated the confrontation, yet now the blame was being laid solely at her feet, casting aspersions upon her respect for the Duke's household. In mere moments, Wei Ziyan regained her composure. Speaking calmly, Ziyan would never dare to trample upon the dignity of the Duke's household. However, Miss Su ordered her wicked servant to strike my personal attendant, leaving me no choice but to protect her.
Oh.
So, you're implying that it is my fault? Su Jinli replied with a mocking smile. Wei Ziyan's words were laced with hidden barbs, seemingly an explanation, yet each syllable accused Su Jinli of excessive bullying. Ziyan dares not, she vehemently denied, reluctant to utterly offend Su Jinli in public. Once again, I implore you, Miss Su, to show mercy. Wei Ziyan pressed, suppressing her rage as she humbly pleaded. What remarkable restraint! Su Jinli mused, her smile growing ever more radiant. Very well. I shall let you off this time. Relief washed over Wei Ziyan as she released a breath, abandoning her offerings of incense and hastily pulling Green Willow to leave. Yet, just as she lifted her foot, Su Jinli's indifferent voice halted her in her tracks. Miss Wei may leave, but that wretched maid behind you cannot. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Jinli's brilliant eyes. Chapter 12. Scolded by Gu Mingrun. At last, she had captured her former life's sworn enemy. How could she let her slip away so easily? Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyan's recently subdued fury erupted once more, her hands instinctively clenching into fists. Turning pale from the strain. Miss Su, did we not come to an agreement? She inquired. Has the young lady of the Wei family gone deaf at such a tender age? When did I ever say I would spare that wretched girl? Su Jinli replied, an expression of mockery curling her lips. At these words, Wei Ziyan's breathing grew ragged, her frail form trembling slightly. Yet, Su Jinli showed no mercy. Instead, she fanned the flames, turning to Qingyue and Qingge. Did you hear me say to spare that girl named Lu? The two shook their heads in unison.
See.
I indeed never said such a thing, she declared innocently, casting a glance at Wei Ziyan. Upon witnessing this, Wei Ziyan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Shameless, she thought, feeling that her years of patience were about to go to waste. Miss Su, one should show mercy when possible, she continued, trying to maintain her composure. Apologies, but I have never heard that saying. Then, her expression hardened as she commanded, Qingyue, Qingge, why aren't you bringing over that maid who insulted your lady? The two nodded quickly and obeyed, heading towards the Wei family servants. As Qingyue and her companion drew closer, the fury on Wei Ziyan's face intensified, her eyes clouding over with a shadow. Suddenly, she knelt down, pleading, Miss Su, it was not intentional between me and Green Willow. Please, I beg you to forgive us this once. Qingyue and Qingge stood frozen, while Su Jinli was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't they been ready to tear each other apart in anger? How had she suddenly transformed into a pitiful flower? Qingyue, Qingge, stand down. Do not follow Liar's reckless antics. A furious voice from outside answered their questions. A cold light flashed in Su Jinli's eyes, a sneer gracing her lips. So that was it. Just then, Gu Mingrun hurried to Wei Ziyan's side, helping her up and casting a cold glance at Su Jinli. Liar, you are being unreasonable. Yet, when he turned to Wei Ziyan, his eyes softened with tenderness. My Lady Wei, I apologize for the distress you have suffered. Wei Ziyan quickly concealed her hidden smirk, replying in a meek tone, Your Highness. Please do not scold Miss Su. She quickly shot a glance at Su Jinli and bit her lip. It was Ziyan's fault. I should not have barged in while Miss Su was sincerely praying, nor should I have slapped Green Willow out of anger. Seeing the once elegant and gentle Wei Ziyan now so submissive, Gu Mingrun, who had intended to merely separate them, felt a surge of anger. A trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. Liar had grown increasingly spoiled and willful. This was not conflict, it was clear that she had gone too far. Just look at how she bullied Miss Wei. Miss Wei, do not plead for her any further. I shall apologize on her behalf. I will report this to my grandfather and mother, ensuring they discipline Liar properly. Gu Mingrun promised, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at the icy-faced Su Jinli. Shufeng? see Miss Wei and her entourage to the back courtyard to rest," he commanded, still casting a glare at Su Jinli. Su Jinli quietly observed Guming Ruin's gentle coaxing of Wei Ziyan as they left. A sudden pang gripped her heart. Even though her feelings for Guming Run had faded, witnessing this scene still left her feeling cold. Chapter 13. Counterattack. Such a scene was not unfamiliar to her. It had played out countless times in her previous life.
Yet,
In her memories, there were more than just Guming Run guarding Wei Ziyan. There were the Yongli Emperor, the Empress, her favored aunt, and numerous members of the royal family. Wei Ziyan had always been the center of attention, while she had been the one scorned by all. Her intention to provoke Wei Ziyan today was not to humiliate her, but rather to test the waters. If in this life, Wei Ziyan no longer harbored deep-seated schemes against her, then today as humiliation would serve as retribution for her past grievances. In the future, she would not act against Wei Ziyan for the sake of her previous life's transgressions. After all, in her past life, Wei Ziyan's animosity stemmed from her pursuit of Guming Run, not from an inherent enmity. Yet, in this lifetime, nothing had changed. Wei Ziyan still excelled at feigning weakness and ensnaring others. And Guming Run, in both lives, chose to trust Wei Ziyan without hesitation over his childhood companion, her. All of this was seemingly fated. She and Wei Ziyan were born as enemies, and thus there was no need for mercy. With this thought, Su Jinli suddenly shouted, "Stop." Guming Run and the others halted instinctively, and she coldly added, "I reiterate, Miss Wei may leave, but that wretched girl cannot escape." Unruly, Guming Run frowned, his tone markedly more severe than before. At his words, Su Jinli's heart chilled further, while Wei Ziyan swelled with a sense of satisfaction. "Brother Jiao, having grown up together, do you truly find it so hard to believe me?" Su Jinli's voice softened, her tone choked with emotion, her face a mask of hurt. Seeing her thus, Guming Run hesitated. A flicker of something crossed his eyes before settling back into calm. "Had it not been for Miss Wei's maid colliding with me first, as the legitimate young lady of a duke's household, why would I trouble myself with a mere servant?"
Su Jinli murmured.
Upon hearing this, guilt washed over Guming Run. Reflecting on it, he realized he had been a bit excessive. After all, Liar was his cousin, raised alongside him. He had chastised her based solely on Wei Ziyan's one-sided account, which was indeed inappropriate. Guming Run opened his mouth, intending to apologize, but found himself at a loss for words. Seeing his frustrated expression, Su Jinli inwardly scoffed. She had known that mentioning their long-standing bond would soften Guming Ruin's heart. Yet, she felt nothing but disdain. "Enough, Brother Jiao, no need to say more. Liar understands." Su Jinli forced a smile, tears cascading down her porcelain-like face. "I shall take my leave. I do not wish to disturb you, and Miss Wei." With that, she did not wait for anyone's reaction, lifting her skirts and hurriedly exiting. As she passed by Guming Run and the others, her pace slowed momentarily, but upon meeting Guming Ruin's gaze, she quickened her steps. Chinga, following closely behind, shot a glare at Wei Ziyan before gritting her teeth. "Your Highness, Miss did not bully Miss Wei today." Then, she hastened her steps to catch up with Su Jinli. Once the group had completely departed, Guming Run withdrew his gaze. Uncertain of why, he felt a pang of discomfort upon seeing Su Jinli's deeply wounded, yet feigned strength. "Miss Wei, Liar has already departed. You may now focus on your prayers with your maids. This prince shall take his leave." Guming Run spoke courteously. However, the warmth in his eyes for Wei Ziyan had vanished, replaced with a hint of coldness. Chapter 14. Guming Run grows suspicious. Though Liar was spoiled, she never lied. Thus, there must be something amiss with the earlier incident. As he regarded the maid beside Green Willow, a flicker of coldness crossed Guming Ruin's eyes. That girl had begged him to save her lady. Surely, she must have had ulterior motives. Wei Ziyan, keenly aware of Guming Ruin's change in demeanor, swiftly masked her concern with a gentle smile, saying, "Your Highness, please go about your business." Guming Run, preoccupied with the deeply wronged Su Jinli, was unwilling to engage further with Wei Ziyan, and thus nodded and departed. Wei Ziyan watched Guming Ruin's retreating figure, and once he was completely out of sight, her smile faded. "Bai Lu, what did you say when you went to invite the ninth prince?" Beside the verdant willow, the gentle Bai Lu quickly interjected. "I have not spoken much. I merely conveyed that Miss Su and Miss had a dispute in the Great Buddha Hall. Miss Su was rather domineering and requested his assistance to alleviate the situation." Noticing Wei Ziyan's expression darkening, Bai Lu boldly added, "I truly did not say anything more." Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyan lifted her gaze. I understand. Bai Lu, biting her lip, dared not speak further, her eyes betraying a hint of regret and unease. Although her mistress appeared gentle, her methods were quite ruthless. Just as Bai Lu's anxiety peaked, the sullen Wei Ziyan suddenly remarked, Enough, cease with the mournful countenance. I shall not place blame upon you for this matter. After saying this, her eyes dimmed. It seemed that Su Jinli was not as foolish as rumored, as she understood the art of retreat as a means of advancement. After all these years of connection, with just a few words, she had instigated the ninth prince's suspicion towards her. The well-laid trap she designed was thus ruined. What a pity! Bai Lu, you have suffered today. In the future, I shall certainly seek recompense for you. After a moment of silence, Wei Ziyan comforted her. Miss, you flatter me. Assisting you in achieving great things is my fortune. It is just unfortunate that Miss Su managed to escape today. Bai Lu quickly bowed, her eyes filled with reluctance. They were so close, the ninth prince would have, as calculated by her mistress, grown to despise Miss Su even more, consequently favoring her. Upon arriving to pay their respects, they had just left the manor when they learned that the ninth prince and Su Jinli were also at Puguang Temple. Thus, her mistress decided to take advantage of this opportunity to approach Su Jinli, to gauge her depths and simultaneously drive her into the ninth prince's disdain. This was why Bai Lu had accompanied her mistress to the Great Buddha Hall initially. The other maids waited outside the hall, ready to summon the ninth prince once the quarrel commenced. When the ninth prince arrived, the waiting Zi Lu and Huang Lu quietly opened the jasmine oil they had prepared earlier and swiftly concealed it. Her mistress possessed an unparalleled sensitivity to scent. The moment she caught a whiff of floral fragrance, she would spring into action. Earlier, it was the enticing floral scent that prompted her to kneel and plead with Su Jinli. Fear not, there will be plenty of time ahead. Listening to Bai Lu defend her, Wei Ziyun's eyes flickered with a trace of regret before her lips curled into a faint smile. Although she smiled, her gaze was chillingly cold, rendering her expression somewhat eerie. Bai Lu and the others dared not speak, collectively lowering their heads, awaiting her command. Since we have come to pay homage, and the calamity has departed, let us light the incense, Wei Ziyan stated matter-of-factly. With this, she reined in her schemes and sincerely bowed in prayer, seeking the Buddha's blessing for her smooth ascent as the ninth prince's consort. Chapter 15. No more foolishness, liar. Allow me to explain. Gu Mingzai anxiously trailed behind Su Jinli. Hearing his voice, Su Jinli did not pause in her stride, but instead quickened her pace. Once she boarded the carriage, she lifted the curtain, feigning indifference. Ninth prince, go accompany Miss Wei. I shall return home first. Just as Gu Mingzai began to speak, she commanded the driver to ride off, leaving him in a cloud of swirling dust. Gu Mingzai helplessly watched the swiftly departing carriage, letting out a bitter smile. How could the illustrious ninth prince ever endure such a disgraceful treatment of being dusted? Yet he could not muster the anger, for he was indeed at fault, having offended Liar, that little ancestor. Oh well, my objective for today has been achieved. Now I shall borrow a carriage from the host to return to the palace. With that, the doubts that had lingered in Gu Mingzai's mind dissipated.
To him,
Su Jinli's feelings towards him remained unchanged. Her capricious and willful nature had not altered in the slightest. Miss, are you all right? Once the carriage had moved a distance away, Qingge cautiously inquired, observing the tears still glistening on Su Jinli's face. Qingyu also cast a worried glance at Su Jinli. Seeing their concern, Su Jinli suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, I am perfectly fine. However, upon witnessing her laughter, the furrows on their brows deepened, fearing she was merely putting on a brave front. With boldness, Qingge suggested, Miss, if you are feeling unwell, it is all right to cry. We shall turn away and not look. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli laughed even harder. Haha, I truly am fine. Look, do I appear to be in distress? Qingge and Qingyu carefully scrutinized Su Jinli from head to toe, noticing the laughter in her eyes before finally believing her words. Yet, both simultaneously fell into deep confusion. Just days ago, their mistress was in despair over the ninth prince. How could she now appear so unconcerned? Having keenly observed their expressions, Su Jinli seized the opportunity to clarify, do not worry, your mistress shall no longer do anything foolish that would bring ridicule upon herself for the ninth prince. The two maids were momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances. Su Jinli, unfazed by their reactions, continued with serene composure, A few days ago, I had a dreadful dream, where I relentlessly pursued the ninth prince, only to find myself condemned by all, with friends and kin absent. Upon waking, I understood that unrequited affection leads nowhere. Thus I have let go. She laughed, her eyes reflecting a mix of relief and a touch of bitterness. Witnessing this, Qin Yu and Qin Ge, who had grown up alongside her, were convinced. They could see that their mistress had genuinely come to terms with her feelings. Subsequently, Su Jinli added, as for earlier, I merely did not wish to be completely outwitted by Wei Ziyan, hence my counteraction. After all, I am the legitimate daughter of the Duke. And I possess my own dignity. How could I allow others to mock and manipulate me so? At this point, a proud and resolute light shone in Su Jinli's brilliant eyes, transforming her into a figure of noble grace. Unlike the ostentatiousness adorned by fine garments and jewels, this was an inner quality that commanded admiration. Qin Ge and Qin Yu simultaneously thought, this is how the legitimate daughter of the Duke should appear. Chapter 16. Return from the incense offering. As the carriage passed through the city gates, Su Jinli instructed the driver to halt.
King Yi, King Yi.
Please go to that little stall over there, and buy some candied hawthorns, she said cheerfully. The moment she entered the city, she caught a whiff of the uniquely sweet and sour scent of candied hawthorns, awakening her craving. Miss, if you wish to eat, we can have the chef prepare some upon returning home.
King Yi hesitated.
Such street vendor snacks were often unclean, and the young masters and misses of noble families seldom even glanced at them. Their mistress had always been accustomed to exquisite tastes. How could such humble fare befit her? Though Qin Yu did not voice her thoughts, Su Jinli understood. She sighed inwardly and smiled lightly. It is all right. What the common folk eat, I can certainly enjoy. Just as Qin Yu intended to protest further, Qin Ge had already followed Su Jinli's instructions and alighted from the carriage, prompting her to frown and descend as well. Moments later, the two returned with several vibrant red candied hawthorns. Upon seeing the long-missed treats, a smile of happiness lit up Su Jinli's face. Before Qin Yu, who hesitated, could voice her concerns, she eagerly grabbed one and took a bite. With a crisp crack, the soft and sweet flavor burst in her mouth. Under Qin Yu's anxious gaze, Su Jinli took several more bites. Yet, as she continued eating, the smile in her eyes gradually faded, becoming moist with tears. Soon, she was weeping uncontrollably. Miss, if it is not to your liking, you may discard it. Qin Yu furrowed her brows, distressed. She shot a fierce glare at Qin Ge. Having warned them that their mistress could not tolerate such food, yet she still insisted on buying it. I am merely reminiscing about some past events. Su Jinli concealed her sorrowful expression, smiling through her tears. This candied hawthorn is quite authentic. You both should try some. As soon as the candied hawthorn entered her mouth, she was reminded of the time in her previous life when she had just discovered her pregnancy. Perhaps it was due to her husband's excessive care that her child was particularly demanding. She suffered from relentless morning sickness and could scarcely eat anything. Before long, she became emaciated, her body mere skin and bones, causing her husband great distress. Despite the numerous imperial physicians and renowned folk healers he summoned, her condition remained unchanged. Ultimately, it was a few strands of candied hawthorn he inadvertently brought home that saved her. Concerned about the cleanliness of the vendor's treats, her husband learned to make them himself, preparing candied hawthorn for her daily. After indulging in the sweet treat, they lingered in the streets until Qin Yao, Qin Yu, and others caught up, at which point they returned to the Duke's residence. Upon returning, Su Jinli did not go to Tingli Courtyard but instead headed straight to Songyi Courtyard. After dismissing the servants, she recounted her visit to Puguang Temple to the old Duke. Upon hearing her story, the old Duke smiled and stroked his beard, expressing his satisfaction with the day's events. Noting that they bore the legacy of Ningguo and Feng'er, he felt that if they were aware from beyond, they would find peace in it. As he spoke the latter part of his sentence, he choked up with emotion. His legitimate son, Su Ningguo, was a man of wisdom and valor. Renowned at the borders for decades, hailed as a youthful hero. His daughter-in-law, Bai Feng, was the most talented woman in their nation. Their union was celebrated as a grand tale in Yan country. Alas, fate was unkind. Mere years after their marriage, Ningguo lost his life in battle, and the fiery Feng'er followed suit in her grief, leaving behind only a 3-year-old granddaughter, Su Jinli. Thus, he doted on her excessively, ultimately leading to her downfall. Chapter 17. The coming-of-age ceremony being overly frank and willful is a fatal flaw for children of noble families. Despite understanding this, he could not bear to be harsh with her, which only resulted in her becoming increasingly spoiled and headstrong. At long last, Jinli had opened her eyes. He finally felt he could provide an explanation to his son and daughter-in-law. Witnessing the old duke's tears, Su Jinli's eyes began to water as well. Yet she smiled brightly, assuring her grandfather not to be sorrowful, for her father and mother would never blame him for caring for her so well. Moreover, she was gradually maturing. Upon hearing this, the old duke's tears flowed more swiftly, but this time they were tears of joy, as he exclaimed, "Good,
Good. Good.
the Su family has a successor." Once he had composed himself, the old duke solemnly addressed Jinli. "Today is the 11th day of the 12th month. There are only 7 days until your birthday. What do you wish to do?" Su Jinli was taken aback, but promptly replied that she would follow her grandfather's arrangements. In her previous life, he had asked her the same question, and at that time, she had been foolish and demanded extravagant celebrations. Her loving grandfather obliged, but in doing so, he inadvertently offended a number of less favored princesses and noblewomen, complicating her life after marrying into the royal family. "Very well. I shall send someone to the Bai residence to invite your aunt to oversee the arrangements," the old duke kindly declared. He then added with a hint of regret, "This year marks your coming-of-age ceremony, which should be grand. However, as several princesses coming of age this year are keeping their ceremonies simple, we too cannot be overly ostentatious. So I must apologize for your modest celebration." Su Jinli felt warmth in her heart. Her grandfather considered everything for her. In her previous life, he had said the same, but at that time, she had failed to grasp his heartfelt intentions and had insisted on a grand affair. Now, reflecting on it, she felt increasingly guilty. "Grandfather, you worry too much. I am not at all aggrieved. Good child, you must be tired after the day's events. Go rest and await your beautiful coming-of-age ceremony in 7 days." The old duke said kindly, "Yes, I take my leave." Su Jinli earnestly bowed before departing. On the 18th day of the 12th month, Su Jinli's coming-of-age ceremony unfolded, with the entire duke's residence adorned in red and green, exuding an atmosphere of joy. Many esteemed officials and nobles from half of the capital lined up with gifts to enter the estate. After finishing her bath and donning her ceremonial attire, Su Jinli sat in the specially prepared East Room beside the ancestral hall, awaiting the start of the ceremony. When the music began, the old duke, standing in for her father, announced the commencement of the ceremony and called her forth, prompting her to gracefully step outside. At the same moment, Princess Yunyang, as the sponsor, emerged first to wash her hands and took her position on the west steps. Upon arriving at the venue, Su Jinli first bowed to the guests on the southern side before kneeling and sitting on the western side. Subsequently, Princess Yunyang styled her hair, and upon the conclusion of the ceremony, the comb was placed on the southern side of the seating area. At that moment, Lady Bai, as the main guest, rose and, accompanied by the old duke, approached the east steps to wash her hands. After exchanging bows with the old duke, she returned to her position. At this point, Su Jinli turned to kneel in the east, where officials presented her with a silk handkerchief and hairpin. After Lady Bai recited auspicious words while kneeling beside her, she styled Su Jinli's hair and adorned her with the hairpin before returning to her seat. Princess Yunyang ceremonially placed the hairpin on Su Jinli's head, then Su Jinli rose, and the guests bowed in congratulations. Afterward, she returned to the East Room, where Princess Yunyang took the ceremonial dress from the officials and assisted her in changing clothes. Clad in the ceremonial gown, Su Jinli stepped out to present herself to the guests and then knelt to express her gratitude to the old duke for his nurturing. Thus, the initial ceremony was complete. Chapter 18. The dress is ruined in a daze. Su Jinli completed the initial ceremony, and the subsequent rites were nearly finished. Lady Bai removed the hairpin she wore during her time at home and replaced it with a crown. Dressed in a long, flowing garment, she returned to the East Room with Princess Yunyang to change into a long-sleeved gown. The moment the ceremonial dress was unfurled, her heart sank.
To her dismay,
The gown brought in by Princess Yunyang bore a large stain.
"Lia!"
Princess Yunyang exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock and anger. Today was Lear's coming-of-age ceremony, a day of great significance for her. How could someone be so malicious as to ruin her final ceremonial gown? Princess Yunyang instinctively believed that it was a deliberate act. As all the jewelry and clothing used today had been meticulously prepared by the old Duke early in the morning, with individuals assigned to guard them until the ceremony began. Such a large stain should not have been possible. Su Jinli's expression darkened as she stared at the stain for a long moment without saying a word. Princess Yunyang, anxious and worried, asked her, "What do you plan to do? Will you cover the stain or change into another gown? This ceremonial gown is matched to my crown, so changing now is out of the question," Su Jinli replied, her face devoid of expression. Upon hearing this, Princess Yunyang frowned, clearly recognizing the truth in Su Jinli's words. At that moment, Su Jinli instructed, "Qingyue, bring me rouge and a brush." Amidst the puzzled gazes of Princess Yunyang and others, the stain transformed into a blooming peony.
Leah.
"You are truly clever," Princess Yunyang praised sincerely. Su Jinli's ceremonial gown was crafted from precious moonlight brocade, its entire body a pale moon white, shimmering in the sunlight with an air of opulence and splendor. Thus, once stained, the mark became all the more prominent. The peony she added not only perfectly concealed the tea-brown stain but also enhanced the gown's overall elegance. With a faint smile, Su Jinli accepted Princess Yunyang's compliment and swiftly donned the ceremonial gown before stepping outside. The moment she emerged from the East Room, she captured the attention of countless gazes. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, she completed the 3 bows and followed the subsequent rites. As the old Duke announced the conclusion of the coming-of-age ceremony, the guests showered her with blessings and gifts. After a gentle smile, she took Princess Yunyang's hand and walked straight out of the crowd. Once back in the side room, the smiles on Su Jinli and Princess Yunyang's faces faded instantly. It must have been Wei Ziyan's doing. Princess Yunyang gritted her teeth. Earlier, when Su Jinli had asked her to pay attention to Wei Ziyan's expressions, she had thought Su Jinli was merely being paranoid. After all, it was well known in the capital that the eldest daughter of the Zhenguo Marquis, Wei Ziyan, was graceful, gentle, and kind, making her easy to get along with. How could she be so malicious as to ruin another noble girl's coming-of-age ceremony? Yet, as Leah stepped out in her enhanced ceremonial gown, the other guests looked on with envy and jealousy, while only Wei Ziyan displayed disbelief and disappointment at her failed scheme. Although she concealed her gaze adeptly in an instant, she was still aware of her own revelation. It turned out that the highly esteemed Miss Wei was, in fact, a person of a kind disposition with a malicious heart. Is it not astonishing? Su Jinli chuckled softly. She understood Yunyang's feelings, for she had experienced a similar sensation when she was first clearly schemed against by Wei Ziyan in her previous life. Humph. This county princess shall certainly not let her off.
Yunyang snorted coldly, resolutely declaring,
"All right, I shall not be angered. I am not a soft persimmon for her to manipulate. This grievance must be avenged." Su Jinli spoke soothingly to the irate Yunyang, her eyes glinting with a frigid intensity at the mention of revenge. Chapter 19. There must be an internal traitor. What shall we do? It seems unwise to expose her, does it not?
Yunyang inquired calmly.
With guards so vigilant, if Wei Ziyan could manage to soil her gown without anyone noticing, she would surely possess the means to destroy the evidence as well. "I have my methods," Su Jinli replied with a mysterious smile, falling silent thereafter. She had not initially conceived a plan, for this was the heavily guarded Duke's residence, and no matter how formidable Wei Ziyan was, it was inconceivable that she could ruin her gown. The only plausible explanation was that there was indeed a traitor within the estate. Speaking of traitors, she suddenly recalled the incident from her previous life when her cousin, Su Jinxiu, had been unexpectedly punished by their grandfather and forced to kneel in the ancestral hall for several days just before her coming-of-age ceremony. Though the punishment was public, the reason remained a mystery to all. Su Jinxiu was the eldest daughter of her paternal uncle, possessing stunning beauty and a gentle temperament, which earned her grandfather's affection. Had it not been for pressing matters, their grandfather would never have punished her in front of guests. In her past life, she had never understood this. But now it seemed clear that the punishment must have been to sabotage her coming-of-age ceremony, provoking the anger of their usually kind and indulgent grandfather. Qingyue summoned the second miss. A sharp glint flashed in Su Jinli's eyes. "Yes." Qingyue, unhesitating, bowed respectfully and departed. After Qingyue left, Yunyang flopped onto the soft couch, exclaiming, "Lear, why do I feel as though you have transformed into an entirely different person in just half a month?" Su Jinli smiled lightly. In her past life, her temperament had been poor and foolish, rendering her infamous among the noble ladies of the capital, with only Yunyang willing to associate with her despite knowing her shortcomings. Yunyang was the eldest daughter of Princess Shuni, her mother's close friend during her lifetime, which naturally fostered a bond between them. Not only did Yunyang take great care of her, but Princess Shuni also treated her with utmost kindness. Regrettably, in her previous life, she had failed to cherish this relationship, gradually distancing herself from Yunyang and her mother due to the instigation of her second aunt and Su Jinxiu. Reflecting on this, Su Jinli's gaze dimmed slightly. Pray tell me how I have changed? In the face of Yunyang's eager and puzzled gaze, Su Jinli calmly countered. Upon hearing this, Yunyang furrowed her brows slightly and replied, I cannot articulate it precisely, but it is a feeling as if you have become composed and astute.
Oh.
For instance, today, your actions are worlds apart from those of the past. Without even mentioning your gown, you did not demand a lavish and grand coming-of-age ceremony, but opted for a low-key affair instead.
Yunyang analyzed coldly.
Having grown up together, she knew that Lier was usually domineering and eager to outshine others. The significance of such a coming-of-age ceremony rendered its understated nature surprising. Both she and her mother had anticipated that Lier would create a scene today. Only one who understands me could be Yunyang, Su Jinli chuckled. Then she self-deprecatingly remarked. Knowing that the gown incident was orchestrated by Wei Ziyan, I should have rushed in to slap her a few times. That would have been the appropriate reaction. Wouldn't it? Yunyang nodded in agreement. So, Lier, why has your temperament undergone such a transformation? She asked in bewilderment. Su Jinli recognized that Yunyang genuinely cared for her and ceased her jesting, replying half-seriously, I had a nightmare, which suddenly enlightened me, rendering me more clear-headed. Yunyang was taken aback, not having anticipated that a mere dream could catalyze such a change in Lier. However, she quickly realized that Su Jinli was concealing something from her, yet she chose not to press further. Regardless of the reason, Lier's newfound wisdom was, to her, a most welcome development. Thus, she merely smiled gently and moved on from the topic. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Jingwei returned, ushering in Su Jinxiu. The young lady bowed, addressing the princess respectfully. Long live the princess. Upon noticing Yunyang's presence, a flicker of panic crossed Su Jinxiu's eyes. But she quickly composed herself and performed a deep bow. Chapter 20. A lesson for Su Jinxiu. Yunyang understood that Su Jinli had summoned Su Jinxiu for an important matter, so she did not delay, gesturing for her to rise. Jinxiu, greet your elder sister.
Su Jinxiu offered a slight bow. Come, sit.
Su Jinli did not adopt her usual haughty demeanor. Instead, she gently beckoned for her to take a seat. Afterward, she tenderly guided the astonished Su Jinxiu to sit down and commanded Chinga to serve tea to the second miss. When the tea arrived, she personally presented it to Su Jinxiu. Unusual circumstances often herald underlying issues, and as Su Jinli attentively catered to her, Su Jinxiu's alarm bells rang, causing her to feel exceedingly uneasy. Though she held the teacup, she dared not take a sip. Observing this, a cold light flickered in Su Jinli's eyes, and she inquired with concern, Jinxiu, why are you not drinking? Is the tea unsatisfactory? She posed 3 questions in quick succession, denying Su Jinxiu the chance to respond. Immediately after, her expression grew stern, and she pointed at Chinga, reprimanding her, You impertinent girl. How dare you slight the second miss of our own household? Go and fetch another tea. I understand my mistake. Chinga quickly bowed her head in response, then hastened to Su Jinxiu's side. I beg your pardon, but might I inquire if the second miss dislikes by Luo Chun or finds the tea too strong? She asked with utmost respect. Su Jinxiu's embarrassment only deepened, and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, leaving her at a loss for words. The maids attending Su Jinli held a significant status within the Duke's residence. Aside from being slightly courteous to the servants of the Songyi courtyard, even the other masters would yield to them. Today, her once aloof cousin, Su Jinli, had suddenly adopted a gentle and accommodating demeanor, while Chinga treated her with utmost respect. How could this not incite suspicion and anxiety within her? Seeing that Su Jinxiu remained silent for a long while, Chinga suddenly knelt down. I am foolish, and fear I have offended the second miss. I humbly request her guidance. In light of this, Su Jinxiu, already feeling anxious, could no longer remain seated and quickly stood up. This is too embarrassing for me. Dear sister Chinga, please rise. Su Jinxiu urged, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, Chinga paid her no heed, glancing at Su Jinli before bowing her head again, remaining silent. At this point, Su Jinxiu understood that her cousin was indeed orchestrating the situation. Thus, she quickly turned to Su Jinli, pleading softly, sisterly, if Jinxiu has erred in any way, please scold me directly. Do not trouble Sister Chinga. Oh, what do you mean by that, sister? You believe that the girl is unable to distinguish between affection and disdain, and therefore I cannot punish her? Furthermore, why do you think you are at fault? Su Jinli inquired, her brow furrowing in displeasure. Su Jinxiu's complexion paled as she hurriedly explained, I did not mean that. It is just that your attitude today has changed so drastically that I am quite alarmed. After speaking, she timidly cast a glance at Su Jinli. She then added, the tea that Sister Chinga prepared is quite good. I simply did not wish to drink it earlier. Thus, she bit her lip, imploring, so Sister Chinga has done no wrong, and I ask you to allow her to rise. Su Jinli snorted coldly and then remarked nonchalantly, since the second miss has interceded on your behalf, I shall spare you this time. You may rise. Upon hearing this, Chinga thanked her and stood up. Remember this, all of you. Should anyone dare to conspire against or bully those of our own, I shall ensure they regret their actions. Su Jinli spoke with a stern tone. Hearing this, Qing Yue and the others quickly nodded in agreement, while Su Jinxiu's expression grew increasingly grim, her large eyes filled with trepidation. Sister, do you not agree that what I said is correct? Su Jinli suddenly shifted the topic, smiling gently at the anxious Su Jinxiu. Chapter 21. Su Jinxiu's regrets. Su Jinxiu stiffened, then forced herself to regain her composure, responding, what sister says is true. Although she tried hard to conceal her unease, her reply lacked conviction and appeared strained. As long as my sister acknowledges my viewpoint, that is sufficient, Su Jinli said, narrowing her eyes. The piercing gaze sent Su Jinxiu's heart racing uncontrollably. Do you have anything to say to your sister?
Su Jinli scrutinized Su Jinxiu.
Su Jinxi felt a sudden tightness in her chest, her mind momentarily blank. Could it be that she was discovered? Yet, she had been so discreet in her actions, leaving no trace behind. Thus, despite the overwhelming fear within her, she defiantly replied in the negative. No sooner had the words left her lips than fury ignited in Su Jinli's eyes as she slammed her hand on the table, commanding kneel. A tremor ran through Su Jinxi. Perhaps it was Su Jinli's imposing presence that compelled her to comply, and she found herself kneeling before her sister. A wave of despair washed over her as she realized her actions. It was over. At that moment, the word over echoed relentlessly in her mind. I shall grant you one final chance. Su Jinli spoke with an icy calmness, her voice deceptively gentle yet laden with terror. Though her heart raced, Su Jinxi clenched her teeth, refusing to confess. Su Jinli gazed coldly at her, awaiting her words. After a moment of silence, Su Jinxi remained mute, her silence deepening the frown on Su Jinli's brow as she began to rhythmically tap the table. In the suffocating silence of the room, only the sound of their breaths and the incessant thudding of Su Jinli's fingers filled the air. This only heightened Su Jinxi's fear, and soon her back was drenched with sweat. She yearned to confess everything but was deterred by the thought of Su Jinli's vengeful nature. She believed that as long as she held her tongue, Su Jinli would have no evidence against her. Alas, her naive calculations had been thoroughly seen through by Su Jinli. Sensing the time was ripe, Su Jinli withdrew her hand and sighed, Sister, how foolish of you to consider yourself clever while committing such a blunder. It is truly lamentable. Do you comprehend how significant my coming-of-age ceremony is to me and to the Duke's residence? Grandfather has been preparing my attire and jewelry for a long time, even inviting my aunt to oversee the arrangements. Pausing for effect, she intensified her tone. Do you truly believe it is merely because grandfather favors me?
No.
It is because the quality of my ceremony reflects the dignity of the Duke's residence. And you, colluding with Wei Ziyan to ruin my ceremonial dress, are aiding outsiders in tarnishing both my reputation and that of our family. At her words, Su Jinxi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could she possibly know? Colluding with outsiders to harm her sister was one sin, and refusing to admit it was a second. I have already given you a chance. Since you refuse to speak the truth, I shall take Emo Hui and report this to grandfather. Su Jinli declared, her eyes closing wearily. Upon hearing Emo Hui's name, Su Jinxi trembled, her last glimmer of hope extinguished. The extent of grandfather's affection for Su Jinli was well known to her. If he learned of her actions, she would face dire consequences. Noticing Su Jinli's pale countenance and vacant gaze, Yunyang understood her genuine fear and panic. Internally lamenting Su Jinli's cunning, he feigned benevolence, advising her, "Miss Su, you ought to explain everything to your sister at once. Otherwise, if the Duke learns of this, you may find yourself in grave danger." Startled by his words, Su Jinli sprang to action. Bowing her head, "I will tell you everything. Please, sister, do not inform grandfather." Receiving this satisfactory response, Su Jinli's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as she opened her eyes. With a look of disappointment, she lamented, "Sister, how am I to commend you? Very well. As we are sisters, I do not wish to see you punished. I shall grant you one last opportunity," she said resignedly. Grateful, Su Jinli bowed repeatedly, expressing her thanks. "Enough of these formalities. You must recount the events surrounding the ruin of the ceremonial dress in full detail. Should you utter even a single falsehood, do not blame me for being harsh," Su Jinli warned, her eyes gleaming with icy determination. Su Jinli quickly complied, detailing the entire saga. It turned out she and Wei Ziyan were already acquainted. A few days prior, they had gone out to admire the plum blossoms, during which she inadvertently revealed the incident where Su Jinli had humiliated her at Puguang Temple. Enraged, Wei Ziyan had vowed to avenge her. The defenses at Jinli Courtyard were stringent, and all of Su Jinli's resources were managed by Qin Yue and her companions, leaving others without the chance to approach. Consequently, Su Jinli found no opportunity to act. When Wei Ziyan invited her for tea again, a servant had recounted a story to amuse her about a proud, noble girl who oppressed her sisters and other young ladies, only to face humiliation at her own coming-of-age ceremony when her dress inexplicably fell apart in front of everyone, much to their delight, as it was deemed divine retribution. With Su Jinli's ceremony impending, this story sparked an idea in Su Jinli's mind, prompting her to dismiss the servants and speak with Wei Ziyan. Initially resistant, Wei Ziyan eventually devised a plan. She suggested that allowing the dress to fall apart would ruin Su Jinli, but they merely intended to deliver a minor punishment by soiling the dress. The bribery of the guards was Wei Ziyan's idea, as was spilling tea on the ceremonial gown. "Oh, how foolish, Miss Su. They are merely using you as a tool." After recounting the events, Su Jinli's expression darkened, and Yunyang was the first to speak. Upon hearing his words, Su Jinli's face fell, and a flicker of anger crossed her features. She clearly realized that she had been manipulated by Wei Ziyan. Su Jinli exchanged a glance with Yunyang, who kindly assisted Su Jinli to her feet. He then spoke earnestly, "Miss Su, human hearts are inscrutable. It would serve you well to be more cautious in the future. Do not allow yourself to be used against your own sisters." "I understand," Su Jinli replied, her eyes glistening with gratitude. "Foolish girl," Yunyang chided gently, then pointed at the expressionless Su Jinli, whispering to Su Jinli, "Shouldn't you apologize to your sister?" After this incident, Su Jinli felt a newfound respect and awe for Su Jinli. Following Yunyang's advice, she respectfully bowed deeply to Su Jinli, saying, "Sister, I was foolish and allowed myself to be used against you. I ask for your forgiveness. That is all well and good. Rise,"
Su Jinli replied,
her brows knitting slightly as she sighed. "Let this matter rest. I shall not pursue it further, but I hope you will be more mindful in the future. As daughters of the Duke's residence, we have enjoyed great privilege since childhood, yet we are constantly under scrutiny. One misstep could lead to our family's disgrace." A hint of helplessness graced Su Jinli's face, for her words were both a warning and a truth. It was precisely for this reason that she chose to let Su Jinli off this time. She did not wish to invite ridicule upon the Duke's residence due to sisterly discord. Moreover, her sister was no ordinary person. In a previous life, she had ultimately bested the favored concubine, Gu Mingrua. Had she not perished in flames, Su Jinli might have ascended to become the favored Consort Su of the harem. Such a person was best to befriend. If not, it would be unwise to antagonize her. Su Jinli remained oblivious to the intricacies of Su Jinli's thoughts. At this moment, she felt warmth from her sister's guidance, filled with both shame and gratitude, vowing silently to repay her sister's kindness in the future. At that moment, Yunyang brought the hands of the two sisters together, her charming smile illuminating the air as she said, "As long as everything is clarified, it is well. You two sisters must forge ahead hand in hand, and never allow those with ulterior motives to find an opportunity." The Su sisters froze for a moment, then exchanged a smile, their hearts warming with a newfound affection. Su Jinli playfully clasped Yunyang's hand, forming a trio with their hands intertwined, mischievously winking. What is this? You promise sisterhood, and yet you wish to escape? You little rascal, Yunyang teased. The three of them burst into laughter as they gazed at their hands entwined. Just then, Ji Chun suddenly entered, saying, Your Highness, Miss, and Second Miss, please proceed to the grand banquet. The feast is about to commence. The smiles on their faces faded, and their gazes sharpened. Ji Chun, confused, repeated her statement. Only then did Su Jinli nod. I understand, lead the way. The group followed Ji Chun to the grand banquet. Upon entering, Su Jinxia separated from Su Jinli and Yunyang, gleefully moving to sit beside Wei Ziyan. Su Jinli and Yunyang took their seats next to the old duke. As soon as they sat down, guests began to congratulate Su Jinli. Regardless of who approached, she responded with a radiant smile, showing none of her usual willfulness, which left everyone puzzled. However, with the old duke, whose eyes crinkled with joy, seated beside her, no one dared to voice their doubts. Once the congratulations had concluded and everyone returned to their seats, two unexpected guests of noble status arrived. After a brief pause, everyone bowed in unison. Your Highness, the 7th Prince, the 9th Prince, may you live long and prosper. Since they were there to present gifts, both princes waved their hands to signal for everyone to rise. They paid no attention to anyone else and walked directly to Su Jinli's side.
Leah, happy birthday.
This is for you. The 9th Prince spoke first, elegantly retrieving an exquisite sandalwood box from a sleeve. As he opened it in front of the curious crowd, an audible gasp filled the air. Inside lay 15 South Sea pearls, said to ward off evil and protect the body. Knowing your fondness for rare treasures since childhood, I present these to you. The 9th Prince gazed at Su Jinli with a gentle expression, his affection palpable. This tender demeanor, coupled with the extraordinary gift, elicited envy from the noble ladies present, some feeling a twinge of jealousy. Despite the envy swirling around her, Su Jinli remained remarkably composed. She lowered her eyes slightly, her long lashes perfectly concealing the disdain she felt. Gu Mingzuan, as predictable as ever, believed that by presenting some peculiar treasures along with his feigned gentleness, he could ensnare a woman's heart completely. Though she found it despicable, she had to admit that this tactic proved effective. Otherwise, how else would she have ended up in such a dire situation in her past life, with a deceased husband and a life full of disdain?
Leah.
The 9th Prince has truly put thought into this. 15 South Sea pearls are not easily obtained, Yunyang whispered, her eyes filled with envy. Although she generally disdained Gu Mingzuan, the sight of the pearls was undeniably striking. The gift was indeed precious and heartfelt. Hearing Yunyang, who was accustomed to gold and jewels, say such a thing made Su Jinli bitterly smile. Look at how Gu Mingzuan was adept at acting. Even if it was merely a performance, he was willing to invest so much, which only served to deceive others. Then she quietly remarked to Yunyang, if you like them, I shall have someone send them to the princess's residence later. Really? Yunyang's eyes lit up with delight. Could it be false?
Su Jinli replied, somewhat exasperated.
As the two exchanged whispers, completely ignoring him, Gu Mingzuan's smile began to falter. Remembering that the 7th Prince was also there to present a gift, he quickly changed the subject to alleviate his awkwardness. I wonder what splendid gift my 7th royal brother has prepared for Leah? At his words, everyone perked up, their eyes turning in unison to Gu Mingjue, who stood behind Gu Mingzuan. Even Su Jinli, who had been playfully bantering with Yunyang, lifted her head in anticipation. In her past life, she had despised Mingjue intensely and had not allowed him into the estate during her coming-of-age ceremony. Later, after the grand banquet, the estate guard had presented her with a quaint wooden box, claiming it was a birthday gift from the 7th Prince, which she had ordered to be discarded without a glance. Thus, she had never known what gift Mingjue had given her. Now, with Gu Mingzuan's mention, her curiosity was piqued. Noticing Su Jinli's expectant gaze, Gu Mingjue nervously rubbed his hands together. As his eyes fell upon the shimmering pearls in Gu Mingzuan's hands, a shadow of uncertainty crossed his face. This change did not escape Su Jinli's notice, intensifying her interest in his gift. Seeing him hesitate, she said, Your Highness, please present your gift for us to see. Her request, though somewhat presumptuous, was not deemed inappropriate due to her usual disregard for formalities. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Gu Mingjue retrieved a simple wooden box from his sleeve. Upon seeing it, the audience's eagerness dwindled. knowing it could not be anything extraordinary. However, the moment Su Jinli laid eyes on the box, her excitement surged. Indeed, it was the very gift she had longed for in her previous life. As this thought crossed her mind, a smile graced her lips. But when the box opened, her smile vanished instantly, while others erupted into laughter. Gu Mingzuan's eyes gleamed with a hint of satisfaction. Inside the box was a beautifully carved wooden rabbit which, to the esteemed attendees, seemed rather trivial. Coupled with the grandeur of the pearls in Gu Mingzuan's possession, the gift was met with scorn. Lear?
Yeah?
Noticing Gu Mingjue standing there, red-faced and subject to ridicule, Yunyang felt a pang of sympathy and quickly called out to the dazed Su Jinli. Upon hearing her, Su Jinli snapped back to reality, forcing a smile towards Yunyang to calm her down. She then suppressed the emotions stirred by memories and approached Gu Mingjue with a gentle smile. As she did so, the crowd, who had been mocking Gu Mingjue, felt a flicker of sympathy. It was evident that the seventh prince was about to face a harsh reprimand from the young lady. Although they felt pity, excitement danced in their eyes as they awaited the unfolding drama. When Su Jinli reached Gu Mingjue, who was staring at his toes, she delicately took the wooden box from his hands and began to play with the rabbit. This rabbit is exquisitely crafted. I adore it. Thank you, Your Highness, she said with a charming smile. Ignoring the astonishment of those around her, she added sweetly, Your Highness, please don't stand there. Come sit beside grandfather and enjoy some food and wine. At her words, the eyes of the crowd widened further. Was this truly Su Jinli? Wasn't she enamored with the ninth prince and disdainful of the seventh prince? Why was she so gleefully accepting the humble gift from the seventh prince while leaving the ninth prince aside? Yet, despite their myriad questions, no one dared to voice them. Moreover, Gu Mingzuan had turned dark when Su Jinli happily accepted the rabbit, fearing he might attract trouble by confronting her. Thus, a thick silence fell over the crowd as they silently returned to their meals. Gu Mingjue, amidst this strange quiet, took a seat beside the old duke.
Su Jinli,
Stopping by Gu Mingzuan, shot a pointed glance towards Wei Ziyan before snorting disdainfully, taking the pearls from his hand before departing. Seeing this, Gu Mingzuan's expression softened slightly, and with a resigned touch to his nose, he followed her. He shamelessly sat beside the stern-faced Su Jinli, just about to speak, when a single remark from her rendered him speechless. Casually, she remarked, I have always despised insincerity. Today's gifts are likely from few who have genuinely put thought into them. The only heartfelt one is that wooden rabbit. Upon hearing this, not only Gu Mingru, but many guests displayed an uncomfortable demeanor. Despite the harshness of Su Jinli's words, they were undeniably the truth. This was not an isolated incident. Numerous gatherings had been similar. Everyone was fully aware, yet no one had ever dared to reveal the underlying hypocrisy. With her statement today, she had entirely exposed the false camaraderie beneath the guest's facade. Some were embarrassed, while others were seething with anger. Indeed, General Zhuo leapt to his feet, exclaiming, Miss Su, surely your words are inappropriate? How can my carefully selected string of purple Bodhi beads be compared to a mere trinket from a street vendor? No sooner had he finished speaking than someone echoed, exactly. Su Jinli's eyes glimmered momentarily, then, remaining unhurried, she countered, pray tell, General Zhuo, was that string intended for me? Of course, he replied, somewhat impatiently, not grasping the implication. Upon hearing his assertion, Su Jinli's lips curled into a slight smile. If that is the case, then it belongs to me. Its worth, whether humble or precious, is for me to decide, and is not subject to the opinions of those who wish to interfere.
You.
General's was face flushed with fury. Su Jinli was essentially chastising him for meddling. Yet, constrained by the presence of the old duke, he could do nothing but huff in silence. Observing General Zhuo's humiliation, a friendly minister of revenue promptly defended him, saying, in our court, women are esteemed for their gentility and grace. Miss Su, speaking to an elder in such a manner. He cast a disdainful glance at Su Jinli before falling silent. The crowd understood his insinuation. He was mocking Su Jinli's lack of virtue. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Jinli's eyes as she contemplated a retort, when a soft voice interjected, Lord Lin, a true gentleman possesses extraordinary composure, humility, and courtesy. From which tome did you learn to publicly criticize a frail woman? Lord Lin's face paled, and just as he prepared to retaliate, he realized the speaker was Song Ling from the Duke of N's household. Before he could formulate a response, Song Ling continued lightly. I shall inquire at home whether my uncle taught Lord Lin to treat Miss Su with such disrespect at her coming-of-age ceremony. Upon hearing this, Lord Lin's spirit nearly fled, and he hurriedly smiled. This was my fault. I beg you, Miss Song, to show mercy. Song Ling's uncle was the Minister of Revenue, Lord Lin's direct superior. Known for his strictness and aloofness, he abhorred socializing, hence his absence today. If he were to learn of this incident, Lord Lin would surely be in dire straits. As Lord Lin conceded, Song Ling feigned ignorance, simply smiling at Su Jinli. I wholeheartedly agree with Miss Su's assertion. The value of a gift lies in the giver's intent rather than its intrinsic worth. This statement pained many in the audience, yet due to Song Ling's status, they could only force smiles in agreement. Su Jinli gratefully smiled at Song Ling, then resumed her cool demeanor.
Lia,
Why would the ice beauty Song Ling speak up for you?
yun yang asked quietly.
Song Ling, born into nobility and possessing exquisite beauty, had a proud disposition, remaining aloof from all the noble ladies in the capital, earning her the title of the Ice Beauty. Perhaps she also values the wooden rabbit, Su Jinli replied nonchalantly. Yunyang saw through her indifference and, with a cold snort, began to eat on her own. Observing this, Su Jinli couldn't help but smile bitterly. In truth, she understood the reason but could not articulate it. Song Ling was not defending her. She merely detested the scorn directed at Ming Ju. Only after Ming Ju's death in her previous life did she realize Song Ling had harbored a deep affection for him for many years. Her success in vengeance was also due to Song Ling's unwavering support. Song Ling had even chosen to marry a man she did not love to eliminate Gu Mingru. Chapter 23. Studying Gu Mingru after the banquet. Su Jinli followed through with her promise and gifted the pearl to Yunyang before returning to Tingli Courtyard with Qingyue and others. Just as she lifted her foot to leave, Gu Mingru blocked her path. Leah, that day I was in the wrong. Please do not be angry with me. He coaxed softly. Su Jinli responded coldly, angry? How could a humble girl like me dare to be angry with His Highness? You should rather go comfort Miss Wei. I noticed her expression soured after seeing the pearl. With that, she turned on her heel and hurried away, leaving Gu Mingru awkwardly standing there. Uncertain why, he felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing Su Jinli, who once clung to him tightly, now address him so formally, referring to herself as a humble girl. He had always found Su Jinli to be arrogant and rude, disregarding propriety, yet when she treated him with such decorum, he did not feel the anticipated joy. As he pondered this, the old duke hurriedly stepped forward to apologize for Su Jinli's rudeness. Gu Mingru quickly concealed his thoughts, smiling brightly. It's nothing to worry about. Before finding an excuse to leave. In Tingli Courtyard, after bathing and changing, Su Jinli sent away Qingyue and sat alone on the beauty couch, holding the wooden rabbit and lost in thought. A deep sorrow lingered between her brows. She had seen this wooden rabbit in her past life. However, in that life, it had passed from Gu Mingru to her. As a person born in the year of the rabbit, and with Gu Mingru claiming it was hand-carved by him, she had cherished it like a precious gem. Thus, when Ming Ju opened the wooden box to reveal the rabbit today, her reaction was so profound. The fresh wounds on Ming Ju's hands pierced her heart. It was clearly carved by him. Yet in her past life, he never confronted Gu Mingru's lies. And when she joyfully told him it was a gift from her ninth brother, his expression had turned utterly grim. How foolish he must have been, suppressing the truth to keep her spirits high. Today, she should have feigned joy at receiving the pearl, but she could not tolerate the derision directed at Ming Ju. Thus, she instinctively stepped in to defend him. After alleviating Ming Ju's embarrassment, she noticed Gu Mingru's face darkened. In a moment of desperation, she quickly summoned Wei Ziyan, making Gu Mingru believe she was merely sulking. Judging by his later demeanor, he seemed to have accepted it. However, she still felt a twinge of unease, realizing she had acted impulsively. After the coming-of-age ceremony, the Duke of Ningguo's household began preparations for the new year. Seeing Su Jinli's understanding nature, the old duke specifically took her along for the arrangements. Consequently, Su Jinli had been exceedingly busy, hardly having time to attend to the small gifts Gu Mingru sent daily. One day, feeling uncertain, Gu Mingru visited the duke's residence again. He navigated smoothly to the storeroom where Su Jinli was, and upon seeing him, Qingyue intended to announce his arrival, but he smiled and stopped her. He gazed tenderly at Su Jinli, who was serious and diligently instructing the servants, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. How delightful it was to see the once willful girl so earnestly engaged in her duties. Her furrowed brows and sudden smiles, her steady demeanor while managing household affairs, made her seem like a dutiful little wife. Gu Mingru found himself entranced, and as he lingered by her side, Qingyue's expression grew increasingly anxious. Yet, despite her repeated reminders, the serious Su Jinli remained oblivious. Thus, Gu Mingru stood there for a good half-hour until Su Jinli finally finished her tasks and looked up to find him admiring her at the door. Her eyes widened in surprise, and as she fumbled, the account book slipped from her hands. Qingyue hurriedly picked it up and handed it to her, bringing her back to reality. "Ninth brother, what brings you here?" she exclaimed, forcing a smile as she pinched her palm. "I came to check if the little jealous girl has calmed down," Gu Mingru said affectionately. As she spoke, she stepped forward towards him. "Humph, you should leave quickly. I'm still miffed." Su Jinli stamped her foot in playful reproach. Gu Mingzhu was instantly amused by her girlish demeanor. All right, it was my fault. Don't be angry anymore, Li Er, he coaxed patiently. Su Jinli, sensing the moment was right, sweetly smiled and hurried to instruct her maid to prepare the snacks that Gu Mingzhu loved. Seeing her remember his preferences so clearly, a warm current surged through Gu Mingzhu's heart. In that instant, he banished all doubts that had arisen from her earlier indifference. After all, if she were not fond of him, how could she recall such minutiae with such clarity? Why has Li Er suddenly taken charge? Gu Mingzhu asked curiously.
Su Jinli,
As the legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence, was supposed to assume household responsibilities at the age of 12. However, she had been disinclined to engage in such matters, leaving the old Duke to manage affairs. "Grandfather says I have come of age and should learn to manage household affairs," Su Jinli replied with a slight frown. "It's exhausting for ninth brother." She pouted slightly in complaint. "Silly girl, your grandfather is doing this for your own good." Gu Mingzhu chuckled in reassurance, secretly shaking his head at her. Just as he was about to commend her for being sensible, her true nature was revealed. It was not that she was mature, rather, it was simply her grandfather's coercion and persuasion. After a brief conversation, the maids brought in the food. Just as they finished their meal, the stewardesses came to report, and Su Jinli promptly began attending to the affairs. Gu Mingzhu observed for a while and, noticing her flustered state, discreetly took his leave. As soon as he exited, Su Jinli perked up and efficiently dispatched the group of stewardesses. "Miss, you've worked so hard," Qingyao said sympathetically, hastily handing Su Jinli a cup of hot tea. "It's nothing. I would much rather be busy than engage in idle chatter with him," Su Jinli replied coolly, her gaze deep and her expression fluctuating. The maids, unsure how to respond, quietly stood with their heads bowed. After a long moment, having consumed 2 cups of hot tea, Su Jinli coldly instructed, "Qingyu, you return to Tingli Courtyard and clean up those bothersome items." Qingyu knew exactly what the bothersome items referred to and nodded without hesitation. "Qingwei, go inquire if any of the other courtyards are in need of supplies," Su Jinli added wearily. The Duke's residence, though it appeared small in number, comprised only her grandfather, her second uncle's family, and herself, yet managing it was exceedingly troublesome. The eve of the new year was upon them, and she had to ensure everything was properly arranged today. "Yes, I will relay this back promptly," Qingwei replied cheerfully. On New Year's Eve, the hall of the Duke's residence, usually devoid of use, was filled with dishes laid out on the dining table as the old Duke, Su Jinli, and her second uncle's family joyfully gathered together. "Grandfather, let my second uncle's family stay in the capital this year," Su Jinli proposed after the meal. The old Duke was momentarily taken aback, while her second uncle Su Ningyun and second aunt displayed elation. Su Ningyun, a child of a concubine, had long been relegated to the fiefdom of Suzhou under the old Duke's rigid notions of legitimacy. Since the death of the heir Su Ningen, he had desired to return to the capital, yet the old Duke had persistently denied him, allowing only brief returns during the new year.
now,
With the legitimate daughter Su Jinli actively advocating for their return, they were overwhelmed with joy. However, as the old Duke remained silent, the smiles on Su Ningyun and his wife gradually faded. The hall fell into a chilling silence, until the bewildered 6-year-old Su Jinjun looked up at his grandfather and asked, "Do you not like Junior and his parents?" Upon hearing this, the old Duke's gaze faltered, causing Su Jinxiu to quickly pull her naive brother back and admonish him not to speak nonsense. She then cautiously apologized to the old Duke, "Grandfather, please do not mind Juna. He is still young and does not understand." The old duke remained silent, and Su Jinxiu grew increasingly anxious, instinctively glancing at Su Jinli. Quickly, Su Jinli rose, smiling gently, pulling Su Jinjun to sit beside her, patting his head, and softly reassuring him, "Do not fear, grandfather loves you." Seeing the doubt in Su Jinjun's eyes, she hopefully turned to the old duke, saying, "Grandfather, how could you not like such a lovely child?" After speaking, she discreetly signaled to the old duke. Only then did he reveal a hint of a smile, tenderly presenting a red envelope he had prepared earlier to Su Jinjun. "Jun is clever and sensible. Grandfather is very pleased." With this, Su Jinjun joyfully accepted the red envelope and bowed to the old duke.
Su Jinli, Su Ningyun.
And Su Jinxiu hurriedly followed suit, all smiling as they wished the old duke a happy new year. The old duke responded to each, distributing red envelopes. And the atmosphere in the room brightened. Following this, the family engaged in lively conversation, ushering in the new year as if the earlier discomfort had never occurred. Since the old duke would be heading early the next morning to pay his respects to Emperor Yongli, they only remained until midnight to celebrate. When the time came, they all stepped outside to watch the fireworks. Once the display concluded, the old duke and Su Jinli distributed red envelopes to the servants before dispersing. As they departed, the old duke suddenly called out to Su Ningyun. "Since Li has already spoken, you may stay," he stated calmly, before striding back to Songyi Courtyard. Left behind, Su Ningyun and his wife, along with Su Jinxiu, stood in astonishment, processing their joy. "Li has already congratulated my second uncle and aunt," Su Jinli exclaimed with a bright smile. She was genuinely delighted to hear this news. The Ningguo Duke's residents had always been sparse in numbers. With her father gone, the only remaining kin were her second uncle's family. In her previous life, lacking understanding and under the influence of ill-minded individuals, she had pressured her grandfather just as he had begun to understand the necessity of bringing her second uncle back, disrupting the harmony of the Duke's residence. This had led to animosity between her and her second uncle's family, resulting in the Ningguo Duke's residence becoming defunct after her grandfather's passing, except for the military insignia.
Now,
she deeply understood that as a daughter, regardless of her grandfather's affection, she could not inherit the title. Therefore, it was better to go with the flow. Facilitating her grandfather's welcome of her second uncle's family back, nurturing Jinjun to preserve the legacy and honor of the Ningguo Duke's residence. Unaware of Su Jinli's transformation, Su Ningyun's expression of joy vanished immediately upon hearing her congratulations. Chapter 24. The Banquet of Officials. "Thank you, young lady," Su Ningyun said. Feeling somewhat awkward after pondering for a while. "Second uncle, there is no need for such formality. We are blood relatives, call me by my name,"
Su Jinli replied,
slightly furrowing her brows and stating with righteous conviction. Upon hearing this, Su Ningyun was even more astonished, looking at Su Jinli with skepticism, his face filled with disbelief. Was this truly the high and mighty young lady from his family speaking?
Su Jinli sighed internally,
reflecting on how her past misdeeds had caused her to be viewed with suspicion even when she was merely attempting to be kinder. Though feeling somewhat stifled, she maintained a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Second uncle need not worry. It was Li who lacked decorum in the past, but I will change. If you do not believe me, just watch." After a pause, Su Jinli added. She then led Qin Wei and the others back to Tingli Courtyard. Once Su Jinli's figure had completely vanished, Su Li's family finally let out a sigh of relief. "My goodness! Was that truly the young lady we just heard speaking?" she exclaimed. Su Ningyun shot her a glance, then pinched his arm and grinned. "It really hurt. It must be real. Ha ha ha." Su Jinxiu could not help but laugh at her parents' reactions. When her parents both glared at her in unison, Su Jinxiu quickly stifled her laughter, stating earnestly, "Sister Li has truly changed. You need not worry. She won't bully us anymore."
"Sister Li?
When did you become so familiar with the young lady?" Su Li's mother questioned, puzzled. After all, Jinxiu had previously disliked Su Jinli. She is really different from before, especially since her coming-of-age ceremony. Su Jinxiu replied with a gentle smile. "Let us hope so." The couple exchanged glances and spoke in unison. The following day, before dawn broke, the old duke entered the palace. Not long after he departed, Su Jinli rose early to begin her elaborate preparations. Today, the Yongli Emperor would host a grand banquet in the palace to celebrate the new year with the officials and their families. While the feast was set to commence at noon, the families were required to arrive early to wait in the Empress Dowager's Cixi Palace. Hence, she was up at such an early hour. As Qingwei and others presented a multitude of gowns and jewelry, Su Jinli suddenly furrowed her brow. "Miss, are you not satisfied?" Qingwei inquired. "No, they are all exquisite," she replied gently. "I just suddenly remembered that I forgot to prepare a fine headpiece for Sire."
She sighed,
recalling how she had intended to do so, but the numerous tasks before the new year had caused her to forget. With the grand event approaching, where every noble lady would be dressed to impress, she feared being ridiculed for inadequate attire. In previous years, her grandfather would have arranged several new outfits for Su Jinxiu before the new year, but this year she had overlooked it. Seeing her increasingly furrowed brow and guilty expression, Qingyu quickly chimed in, "I have an idea, miss."
"Oh?
Pray tell." Su Jinli's interest was piqued. Qingyu, known for her cleverness, might indeed provide a solution. "Do you not think that you and the second miss share a similar figure?" She responded with a question. Su Jinli was taken aback, and her expression brightened.
"You sly one,"
she chided Qingyu playfully. Qingyu stuck out her tongue mischievously, and Su Jinli added, "In that case, why not invite the second miss over?" "Yes, I shall go at once," Qingyu said as she hurried out. Meanwhile, Su Jinli sat quietly beside the mirror, allowing Qingyao to style her hair. When Su Jinxiu entered, Qingyao had already completed the hairdo, and Su Jinli quickly stood to pull her aside. "Choose which gown you wish to wear and which headpiece to match," she said with a smile, pointing to the array of garments laid out. Gazing at the opulent attire, Su Jinxiu felt momentarily dazed, then hastily declined. "These are all elder sister's new clothes. I cannot possibly take them. I have a gown already." Hearing this, Su Jinli became irate. "If you continue this way, I shall cut them all up." Su Jinxiu froze, looking towards Qingyue for help. Qingyue quickly urged, "Second miss, you know how my lady can be. It would be wise to choose something quickly."
Su Jinxiu felt torn.
She understood that Su Jinli genuinely wished to gift her. Yet each piece of clothing here was extraordinarily valuable, and she truly hesitated to accept. Seeing her continue to waver, Su Jinli decided to take matters into her own hands. After observing Su Jinxiu for a while, she pulled out a gown made of the rare Tianguang silk in a delicate lavender hue and handed it to her. "Sister, I know you care for me, but this Tianguang silk is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself."
Su Jinxiu exclaimed in alarm.
The Tianguang silk, woven from exquisite silkworm threads and dyed with rare flowers, held immeasurable value. Thus, she could not dare to accept it. Su Jinli shot her a frustrated glare and coldly commanded, "Qingge, bring me the scissors. If Sister Zaire is unwilling, I shall cut it."
"No."
Both Qingge and Su Jinxiu exclaimed in unison. "I will wear it," Su Jinxiu said with a pained expression, ultimately yielding. Satisfied, Su Jinli quickly selected an elegant headpiece for Su Jinxiu. She then instructed Qingyue to accompany Su Jinxiu to the inner chamber to change. After resolving Su Jinxiu's attire dilemma, she picked out a water-red gown and matching jewelry for herself. Once Su Jinli donned her attire and headpiece with Qingyao as assistants, Su Jinxiu emerged in her new outfit. "Sister, you look truly beautiful."
Su Jinxiu praised sincerely.
Su Jinli, already possessing a stunningly beautiful face, looked even more breathtaking in her red gown adorned with a lavish headpiece set with rubies. Even a woman could not help but feel her heart skip a beat upon the first glance. "Sister, you flatter me. Come here and see how my taste measures up." Su Jinli smiled graciously at her compliment, beckoning her to the mirror. Having already donned her outfit, Su Jinxiu no longer hesitated and promptly joined her sister. Though she knew her own beauty was not lacking, seeing the refined elegance of the woman in the mirror momentarily left her spellbound. "See, you too are a great beauty."
Su Jinli teased.
Su Jinxiu nodded with a smile, replying, "It is only because of your good eye, sister. Therefore, do not be so polite with me in the future."
Su Jinli, feigning annoyance, retorted playfully.
Once they were ready, the two sisters from the Su family made their way to the entrance. Upon their arrival, they saw Su Ningyun and her husband, along with Su Jinjun, already in their carriage. They wasted no time and quickly boarded. After an hour's journey, they finally arrived at the Cixi Palace. After greeting the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the various ladies of the court, they were divided by gender and directed to separate areas to await the banquet's commencement. Shortly thereafter, a high-pitched eunuch summoned them to the Renla Hall for the feast. The sisters, along with Su Lisher, took their place according to rank among the other ladies and maidens under the eunuch's guidance as they proceeded to the hall. Upon entering the royal hall, all officials knelt to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Meanwhile, the families following the Empress Dowager knelt before the Yongle Emperor, who sat at the head of the hall, to pay their respects. The grand hall echoed with the resounding sounds of congratulations as the Yongle Emperor surveyed the proceedings from his elevated position. Once the Empress Dowager and others were seated, the Yongle Emperor waved his hand and declared, "All rise. We, your loyal subjects, humbly thank your majesty." The crowd responded in unison, bowing deeply before standing up together. When all were seated, the Yongle Emperor officially announced the banquet's commencement. Halfway through the festivities, the Empress Dowager suddenly remarked, "This singing and dancing seems quite tedious. Perhaps the Emperor could allow these young children to showcase their talents." Naturally, the Yongle Emperor, who ruled with filial piety, nodded in agreement with the Empress Dowager's suggestion. Soon, the Emperor's most favored 10th princess stepped forward to perform a dance, earning a round of applause from the audience. Following her, various noble ladies showcased their talents in succession. However, after Yunyang County's performance concluded, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent, with no one stepping onto the stage for a long while. Noticing the awkwardness, the Empress hastily remarked in a jovial tone, "It is merely a New Year celebration. There is no need for anyone to feel restrained. If you possess talents, do not hide them. Come forth and show us." Her light-hearted words eased the Empress Dowager's previously furrowed brow. Su Jinli lifted her head and surveyed the room, noticing many young ladies with eager expressions, ready to take the stage, which amused her greatly. Women are indeed like this by nature, relishing in the competition for beauty, she mused. Before she could finish her thoughts, a sudden chill ran down her spine, and an ominous premonition struck her. Sure enough, the next moment, an unknown concubine softly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, look at that girl in the red dress. She truly is striking." The Empress chuckled. "That is the noble consort's niece, Su Jinli. She has been beautiful since childhood." "Oh? I have heard that the noble consort is both talented and beautiful. Her niece must be no less. Why not have her take the lead and perform something for the other noble ladies?" the concubine suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli choked on her tea, preparing to refuse when she heard the Empress call out, "Li girl, since Consort Su has recommended you, do perform something for us." What a predicament! Su Jinli nearly exclaimed in exasperation. She had no talent for performances, having completely forgotten about such matters while indulging in the festivities. Who would have thought that in just a moment of distraction, she would find herself in this bind? Though filled with indignation, she maintained a smile as she accepted the order. Truly, she wore a smile on her face while her heart seethed with frustration. Upon hearing her name called, Su Jinli was met with a myriad of gleeful gazes from the crowd, all reveling in her predicament. Only Gu Mingjue and the members of the Ningguo Duke's household wore expressions of concern. With a smile adorning her face, Su Jinli stepped forward, advancing toward the stage under the weight of everyone's scrutiny. Once on stage, unwilling to witness her embarrassment, the imperial concubine suddenly proclaimed, "My dear Li, why not let me play a tune while you dance? Your Highness's kindness is deeply appreciated."
Sugini responded gracefully, executing a courteous bow.
The imperial concubine's eyes flickered momentarily before she commanded, "Chunyan, prepare the zither." Chunyan slightly inclined her head before turning to fetch the instrument. Soon, she returned with the zither, and the imperial concubine swiftly ascended the stage. After a slight nod, she plucked the strings, testing a few notes before officially commencing the performance. Aware of Su Jinli's lack of talent in music and dance, she chose a relatively simple piece titled Reflections of Snow on Plum Blossoms. As the melodious notes filled the air, Su Jinli inhaled deeply and began to unfurl her body. Initially, her movements were gentle and joyous, but as the tempo intensified, she spun swiftly, her expression darkening with concern. Soon, she began to falter, resembling a plum blossom struggling to lift its head against the harsh winds and snow. Yet, her gaze soon hardened, her posture straightening as she resolved to resist the tempest. Gradually, her movement steadied, and a glimmer of joy radiated from her eyes. Her steps became light, her red dress swirling gracefully, a soft smile illuminating her face. As the final note lingered, the audience remained entranced, their eyes fixed on Su Jinli, who stood before them in full bloom. "I humbly present my performance." She curtsied to the emperor and empress seated above. Applause erupted like thunder. Once the noise subsided, the Empress Dowager exclaimed, "Truly, the daughter of Baifeng. This dance is indeed captivating. Reward her." The Empress chimed in with a playful remark, "Mother, you speak the truth. Who would have thought this girl had hidden her talents?" The imperial concubine, with a flash of coldness in her eyes, replied sweetly, "Mother and sister Empress, you flatter her. This dance pales in comparison to that of concubine Jing." At this, a lady in palace attire seated beside concubine Shu chuckled softly, saying, "Sister concubine, you are too modest." The imperial concubine cast a fleeting glance at Su Jinli before returning to her usual charming smile. Understanding her aunt's desire to avoid conflict, Su Jinli quickly followed her off the stage. "Your Majesty, how shall we reward this Su family girl?" inquired the Empress Dowager. Su Jinli's status was esteemed. Mere gold and jewels would not suffice. However, given her impulsive nature, an excessive reward could incite envy among other noble ladies. After a brief contemplation, Emperor Yongli jovially declared, "Since the Su family girl excels in dance, let us bestow upon her the Lingbo Yenmiao." Gasps of astonishment filled the hall. The Lingbo Yenmiao was the most exquisite dance attire in the history of Yen, crafted by the renowned embroideress Xiao Yuanyang, and had been treasured within the royal family for a century. Despite receiving such an extraordinary reward, Su Jinli felt no joy, as she could sense the daggers of disdain aimed her way from all directions. Thus, she promptly knelt, expressing, "I humbly thank your Majesty for your generosity. However, it is truly too precious for me to accept." Emperor Yongli's gaze softened as he replied, "Having awarded you, it now belongs to you." With a wave of his hand, a palace maid approached Su Jinli, holding a tray. Furrowing her brow, she said, "Then, I shall dare to accept it. Thank you, your Majesty, and thank you, Empress Dowager, and Empress for your kindness. Rise, Su family girl. This is yours to claim." The Empress Dowager said affectionately. With a smile, Su Jinli stood and accepted the Lingbo Yenmiao from the maid. Holding the vibrant yet regal attire, she felt as if it were burning in her hands. Just as she entrusted the costume to Qingyue for safekeeping, she felt a piercing gaze fix upon her. Looking up, she found the 8th princess glaring at her with a scowl. Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are the pursuits befitting a young lady of noble birth. Dancing, however, is merely a trade for those shameless women in the brothels. The 8th princess sneered. At her words, many in the grand hall displayed subtle shifts in their expressions. The previously mentioned concubine Jing appeared particularly displeased, while concubine Shu wore a face of delight. After a moment of silence, Su Jinli, feigning confusion, inquired, "Might I ask, Your Highness, what are the brothels and pleasure houses? I have never heard of such places." She blinked innocently, as if genuinely curious. Internally smirking, Su Jinli was eager to witness how a princess, born of the Empress, would publicly discuss such disreputable establishments. Her question deepened the complexity of the gazes directed at the 8th princess, who suddenly realized her slip of tongue, her face flushing with embarrassment. At that moment, the imperial concubine let out a cold huff, reproaching softly, "Nonsense. Such places are not to be spoken of by a noble lady like you." Although it seemed directed at Su Jinli, it was, in truth, a veiled rebuke of the 8th princess. Thus, Su Jinli played along, quickly apologizing, her lips pouting in feigned grievance, her head bowed in silence. Noticing this, Emperor Yongli discreetly glanced at the Empress, who felt a jolt of apprehension. Just as she was about to speak, the Empress Dowager interrupted, "Rugia, from today onward, accompany me to Qian Palace to pay respects." Her tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. The 8th princess dared not dispute, and could only respond with a pained expression. With that, the atmosphere in the grand hall grew tense once more. The Empress Dowager frowned in displeasure, prompting the Empress to hastily interject, "Since no one is stepping forward, I shall call upon someone." With that, she quickly surveyed the room, her gaze settling on the aloof Song Ling, who sat across from Su Jinli. "It is said that the Song family excels in painting. I wonder if I might have the pleasure of witnessing your talent today?" The Empress inquired kindly. Song Ling's eyes briefly flashed with weariness before she rose and replied coolly, "Your Highness flatters me. I hope you will not be offended by my lack of skill." With that, she gracefully ascended the stage, as palace maids swiftly provided her with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. With a deft stroke of her brush, magnificent landscapes swiftly emerged on the paper. Once completed, She paused to inscribe the 4 characters mountains and rivers in the clouds. Her work was distinctive and bold, capturing Emperor Yongli's admiration. With a wave of his hand, he rewarded her with a purple inkstone. After descending the stage, several noble ladies eagerly volunteered to showcase their talents, quickly restoring the lively atmosphere that had characterized the banquet's onset. Finding the display of talents from the noble ladies rather tedious, Jinli eventually dozed off. When the applause roused her from her slumber, she noticed Wei Ziyan, shy and timid, standing on stage, bowing to Emperor Yongli. The Emperor, Empress Dowager, and her concubine and all regarded Wei Ziyan with expressions of appreciation. Sensing Jinli's confusion, Jingo whispered that Wei Ziyan had composed a poem, rich in meaning and exquisite in language, which had captivated the audience. What a talented girl. If you were a man, last year's top scholar would have to step aside. The Empress Dowager exclaimed, her eyes crinkling with delight. Your Majesty flatters me. I am merely dabbling in trivial skills, unworthy of such praise. Wei Ziyan humbly bowed. Seeing her graceful and gentle demeanor, the Empress Dowager felt even more fond of her. She quietly remarked to Emperor Yongli, "Which prince do you think this girl would be suitable for?" At this, both the Empress and Imperial concubine perked up their ears. Being the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Zhen, Wei Ziyan would be a formidable ally, no matter whom she married, in the pursuit of the crown prince's position. "Mother, this matter is not for me to decide. That girl harbors affections for someone." Emperor Yongli chuckled.
"Oh? Who might that be?"
inquired the Empress Dowager. "Minrong," Emperor Yongli replied, a hint of tenderness illuminating his usually stern eyes. Among his many children, he held a special fondness for Gu Minrong, the son of the imperial concubine. The Empress Dowager discreetly observed the dashing Gu Minrong beside her and then scrutinized Wei Ziyan, who had just stepped down from the stage. Nodding in satisfaction, she mused, "They are indeed a match. Both are exceptionally talented and beautiful." Emperor Yongli smiled slightly, but chose to remain silent. The queen and the favored Consort Su eavesdropped on the conversation between the mother and son, with Su's eyes sparkling with mirth, while the queen struggled to suppress her resentment, wearing a forced smile. Once the talent show concluded, and they had partaken of a meal, the grand banquet was declared over. Given that it was the new year, Emperor Yongli celebrated with the officials, and thus the guests lingered after the feast. The ministers and young gentlemen accompanied Emperor Yongli to the surrounding grounds, while the ladies followed the Empress Dowager to the plum garden. Upon their arrival at the plum garden, the women gathered in a warm pavilion to admire the plum blossoms and engage in light conversation. However, Jinli felt fatigued from their spirited debate and, valuing her independence, informed the Empress Dowager before taking a few maidservants and leaving the warm pavilion. "Ah, the fragrance of the plum blossoms is delightful,"
exclaimed King Yeolfulu,
inhaling the sweet scent. With no one around, Jinli allowed her to indulge, smiling as Chingu stood beneath the tree, savoring the aroma. The group cheerfully ventured deeper into the garden until they reached an exquisite pavilion, where they paused. Not long after, distant voices drifted towards them, prompting Jinli to instruct Qingyu to investigate. Shortly after, Qingyu returned with a grave expression. Upon seeing the fury in her eyes, Jinli's demeanor shifted to one of attentiveness. "Qingyu, what did you overhear?" "Miss, I just heard the 8th princess conspiring with Miss Wei and the 2nd miss," Qingyu replied, furrowing her brow.
"Oh."
Jinli's gaze lowered slightly. "A conspiracy, you say? Very well, I shall discern whether Jin Xiu's recent friendliness is genuine or feigned." On that day, she had employed trickery to force Jin Xiu to acknowledge collusion with Wei Ziyan, after which Jin Xiu had urged her not to expose Wei Ziyan. The girl even volunteered to act as a spy for her. Since Jinli felt the timing was inopportune to reveal Wei Ziyan's duplicity before others, she went along with it. "I dared not approach too closely, but I overheard the mention of your name, the Tay pool, and falling into the water," Qingyu said, her voice imbued with anger. The 8th princess's strange demeanor and Miss Wei's ruthless gaze are sufficient proof that they are plotting something nefarious. Before Jinli could respond, the forthright Qinggu expressed her indignation, exclaiming that Miss Wei was far too excessive. The matter of the soiled gown has yet to be settled. Qingyu and Qingyao shared in the outrage. Feeling warmth in her heart at their fierce loyalty, Jinli smiled gently and reassured them. "Do not let your tempers flare. Your lady will not allow them to trample upon her." As she spoke the latter part, a frostiness clouded her eyes. Chapter 26. Turning the tables, those who do not offend me, I shall not offend, but if they do, I shall repay them 100-fold. Su Jinli was resolute that she would not allow those who bullied her without cause to find peace. We have been out for some time. Let us return to the warm pavilion, Su Jinli said, her lips curving slightly. Since they wished to scheme against her, why not deliver herself to them directly? This would spare them the effort of searching.
Miss?
Qinggo was perplexed. Your lady has her own plans. We shall follow her lead. Qing Yao, ever perceptive, had already sensed the chill in Su Jinli's gaze and quickly restrained the inquisitive Qinggo. Seeing this, Su Jinli smiled brightly and was the first to rise. Upon their return to the warm pavilion, Yunyang approached with an anxious expression. Lear, be cautious today. I've just heard that the 8th princess has sent her people to seek you. I am aware, Yunyang, Su Jinli replied, gently patting her hand. The two then entered together, and just as they settled down, Su Jinxiu arrived with her maidservants. Princess, sister. She greeted with a smile and a respectful bow.
Seat.
Dear sister, Su Jinli said, pulling her to sit beside her. Sister, I heard that the green acacia plum blossoms by the Tay Pool are in full bloom. Shall we go take a look? As soon as she sat down, Su Jinxiu playfully tugged at Su Jinli's sleeve. Of course. Yunyang should join us.
Su Jinli replied.
Her eyes dimming slightly. I had intended to see the green acacia. How fortuitous that Jinxiu wishes to go as well. Yunyang smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. Thus, the three of them, along with their maidservants, made their way to the Tay Pool. Halfway there, Su Jinxiu began to glance around cautiously. Once she confirmed that no one was following, she whispered, Sister, Wei Ziyan has deliberately incited the 8th princess against you. They are plotting to harm you.
Oh?
Su Jinli feigned ignorance, her brow furrowing in curiosity. The 8th princess commanded her people to pour oil near the Tay Pool. And then Wei Ziyan will provoke you into a dispute. When the commotion arises, she will secretly trip you into the water. Su Jinxiu lowered her voice.
Su Jinli nodded.
Her cold demeanor softening into a warm gaze. She felt delighted that Su Jinxiu had not concealed the truth from her. Seeing Su Jinli remain calm, Su Jinxiu grew anxious again, urging, Sister, be extremely careful. Do not let Wei Ziyan provoke you. Rest assured, Jinxiu, Su Jinli replied with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Su Jinxiu relaxed, and the group hastened to the Tay Pool. Before long, they arrived at the pool, where the first sight that greeted them was the vibrant bloom of the green acacia. The flowers were small yet abundant, creating a delicate and graceful scene. The green acacia is truly elegant, Yunyang remarked with a gentle smile. Su Jinxiu eagerly nodded in agreement, while Su Jinli merely smiled in silence. Just as Yunyang was about to continue, a soft, alluring voice called out, Is that the esteemed Princess Yunyang over there? Furrowing her brow, she turned to see Consort Su approaching with several noble ladies. Although displeased, she quickly composed herself and greeted, Yunyang, your servant, pays respects to Consort Su. Given Yunyang's noble birth and her favor with Emperor Yongli and the Empress Dowager, Consort Su dared not make things difficult and smiled. No need for formalities. Please, rise. Upon hearing this, the ladies stood up. Both Yunyang and Su Jinli harbored no fondness for the charming consort, exchanging glances and deciding to move elsewhere to await Wei Ziyan. However, just as they were about to step away, Consort Su said, Princess Yunyang, please wait. Would you accompany me to admire the blossoms? Yunyang's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her composure, responding as usual, since the consort has invited me. How could I refuse? Consort Su smiled warmly and took Yunyang's arm, leading her forward. The noble ladies trailing behind Consort Su gradually dispersed, wandering off in small groups. The Su sisters likewise drifted away. As they walked, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing pale green petals to flutter down, alighting upon Su Jinli. With a gentle smile, she brushed them off one by one. Meanwhile, Su Jinxiu closed her eyes, savoring the fragrant breeze, allowing the petals to fall upon her. Once the wind subsided, she beamed. The green acacia is delightful. Su Jinli chuckled softly, brushing the petals from her sister, and instructing Qing Yao. Gather some green acacia petals to make plum blossom cakes for the second miss. Yes, I shall remember. Qing Yao responded promptly. Su Jinxiu smiled sweetly. Thank you, sister. There's no need for such formality among us.
Su Jinli replied kindly.
Just as she was about to say more, she spotted the 8th princess and Wei Ziyan approaching with a throng of palace maids. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes as she changed her tone. Raising her chin defiantly, "Begone with your maidservants. If it weren't for my grandfather's orders, I wouldn't spend a moment in your presence." Taken aback, Su Jinxiu quickly realized someone had arrived, and she stopped smiling, her tone turning meek. "Sister, how can you treat me this way? Why shouldn't I?" Su Jinli retorted without a second thought, her gaze filled with disdain and pride. Seeing this, Su Jinxiu's face paled, and she bit her lip, saying, "Xiu'er understands. I shall take my leave." With that, she turned away, feigning a sense of grievance as she walked off, only to collide directly with the 8th princess and her party. "Su Jinli, you are indeed bullying others once more." The 8th princess seethed, her teeth clenched. "Your cousin is at least a member of your family. How can you humiliate her so? What is it to you?" Su Jinli replied, her haughty demeanor unwavering. "You." The 8th princess, in a fit of anger, extended her delicate fingers to point at Su Jinli, yet words failed her. Su Jinxiu promptly bowed, addressing, "This humble servant greets your highness." Upon hearing this, the 8th princess's ire somewhat subsided, and she coldly interrogated Su Jinli, "Why did you not pay your respects upon seeing me?" Regardless of her esteemed lineage, Su Jinli was merely a minister's daughter, while the 8th princess was the legitimate daughter of the empress, a true scion of nobility. Thus, despite her unwillingness, Su Jinli performed a respectful bow, stating, "This humble servant pays her respects to the 8th princess." The 8th princess's eyes blazed with fury. She would not allow Su Jinli to rise so easily. With a disdainful snort, she affectionately took Su Jinxiu's arm and led her away, intentionally forcing Su Jinli to maintain her bow. Yet, Su Jinli was not one to acquiesce, and as soon as the 8th princess turned, she stood upright. "Alas, I am not skilled in dance. It is truly a pity that His Majesty bestowed the Lingbo Yenmiao upon me."
Suhini Said.
At this, the 8th princess halted, her previously subdued anger surging back to life. "How audacious! You dare to feign innocence!" she seethed. She had coveted the Lingbo Yenmiao for quite some time, having been rebuffed by her father on multiple occasions. Yet today, Su Jinli obtained it effortlessly, which was infuriating. Thus, it led to a dispute and her subsequent reprimand in the Grand Hall. Su Jinli retorted, "Better to have it and not desire it than to yearn for what one cannot attain." The 8th princess, angered to the point of sweetness in her throat, clenched her fists. Su Jinli's gaze sharpened. Was she truly so easily perturbed? Indeed, a favored daughter of heaven, unable to endure even the slightest grievance. However, since the 8th princess had covertly schemed against her, Su Jinli would not grant her any satisfaction. Thus, she nonchalantly remarked, "I have heard that Lady Jingfei possesses unparalleled dancing skills. I shall bestow her upon your highness." This statement struck at the heart of the proud 8th princess, who looked down upon those of humble origins. Her complexion shifted from red to white, then to green, and after a long pause, she gasped, "Su Jinli, this is not over." With a slight smirk, Su Jinli replied, "I shall await your highness's grand arrival." Upon hearing this, the 8th princess's eyes flickered, and just as she was poised to retaliate, she was restrained by Wei Ziyan. Wei Ziyan patted the 8th princess's hand, subtly gesturing towards a nearby stone. The 8th princess's anger dissipated, replaced by a gleam of satisfaction as a cold smile graced her lips. "I shall take my leave, and I hope Miss Su enjoys the flowers," she said meaningfully, leaving no time for Su Jinli to respond before she departed. Once the 8th princess was gone, Wei Ziyan smiled and invited Su Jinli. "Those blossoms over there are particularly exquisite. Would you do me the honor of visiting them together?" "Since Miss Wei has extended such a gracious invitation, I shall oblige," Su Jinli replied, raising an eyebrow with an air of superiority. Wei Ziyan's gaze sharpened momentarily before she approached Su Jinli with a gentle smile. Their conversation flowed effortlessly as they made their way to the location Wei Ziyan had mentioned. "Green Willow, you may all withdraw," Wei Ziyan said calmly. Obediently, Green Willow and the others retreated. Su Jinli's heart held a cold laugh. Was a confrontation imminent? The 8th princess had plotted against her, and she would certainly play her part. With this thought, her eyes grew colder. And without waiting for Wei Ziyan to devise a plan, she took the initiative and said, "Qingyue, you may all withdraw as well." "Yes." Qingyue and the others complied without hesitation. Once they had retreated to a distance of 3 zhang, Wei Ziyan performed a graceful bow. I owe you an apology for the events at Puguang Temple. It was my lack of clarity that led to the ninth prince misunderstanding you.
Su Jin smiled lightly.
It seems I have wronged you. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she sternly declared, You are clearly devious and deliberately inciting discord. Do you truly think me a fool? Wei Ziyan, taken aback by Su Jinli's bluntness, momentarily lost her composure. Su Jinli continued, You dared to kneel to frame me but lack the courage to admit it. You are nothing but a petty person. Wei Ziyan clenched her fists, her face burning with embarrassment from Su Jinli's words, and she was no longer inclined to play pretend. Indeed, that day was indeed my design. Yet, the ninth prince believes me rather than you, his childhood companion. She retorted, a mocking expression on her face. Su Jinli's gaze flickered, and she replied indifferently, Miss Wei, you are indeed a master of manipulation. Yet, even if the ninth brother disapproves of my capriciousness, he still goes to great lengths to find the Jiao pearl for me. Upon hearing this, a wave of intense jealousy surged within Wei Ziyan, mingled with a hint of sorrow. Indeed, no matter how unsatisfactory Su Jinli was, the ninth prince treated her exceptionally well. The moment of sadness passed quickly, and Wei Ziyan swiftly composed herself, rolling up her sleeves to reveal a fair wrist. But His Highness gifted me the geofoam coral bracelet, she declared triumphantly. The geofoam coral bracelet, crafted from the finest red coral of the East Sea, was exquisitely carved and radiantly vibrant. More importantly, it was the engagement token of the Yen Kingdom's prince. The vivid red upon Wei Ziyan's wrist was none other than the brilliance emitted by the geofoam coral bracelet. Although Su Jinli had anticipated this, she still felt her eyes sting from the sight of that vibrant red. He actually gave it to you? Su Jinli's eyes widened in disbelief. Her astonishment was genuine. She was truly taken aback that the usually cautious Gu Mingrun would bestow the geofoam coral bracelet upon Wei Ziyan before their betrothal. Seeing her reaction, Wei Ziyan was filled with delight, deliberately flaunting her wrist and blushing. Yes, the ninth prince gave it to me long ago. Miss Su, your dreams of becoming the ninth prince's consort will surely remain unfulfilled. Wei Ziyan taunted. In response, Su Jinli's eyes flashed with disdain, and she feigned anger as she glared at Wei Ziyan. Perhaps it was the fire of indignation and concealed sorrow reflected in Su Jinli's gaze that momentarily flustered the typically composed Wei Ziyan.
Ha ha ha, Misu.
The ninth prince is merely toying with you. His true affections lie with me. Wei Ziyan laughed with reckless abandon, her demeanor radiating arrogance. Su Jinli harbored a cold laugh within, maintaining an outward appearance of shock and fury. Wei Ziyan, she gritted her teeth and said, quickly seizing the gleeful Wei Ziyan. If I cannot have it, do you think you can? She laughed, her eyes glinting with cold light. With that, she began to tug at the geofoam coral bracelet on Wei Ziyan's wrist. Known for her spoiled nature, Su Jinli was among the stronger young ladies. And in this moment of fury, the delicate Wei Ziyan stood no chance against her. As soon as they began to tussle, Wei Ziyan cried out, Don't be reckless. But Su Jinli, blinded by rage, paid no heed to her protests, her grip growing ever stronger. The commotion drew the attention of Qing Yue and the others, who had been instructed to remain distant. Thus, they feigned ignorance. Consequently, when the overwhelmed Wei Ziyan was forced towards the slick stone, no one came to her aid. Miss Wei, the spring chill is biting. Falling into the Tay pool must have its own charm. A cold smile appeared on Su Jinli's lips. Wei Ziyan was suddenly alarmed, realizing she had lost sight of her original intention. The eighth princess had orchestrated this scheme, with Su Jinxiu luring Su Jinli into the trap, and then Wei Ziyan provoking her into a fit of rage. The plan was to cleverly lead an enraged Su Jinli to slip and fall into the water. Given her notoriously bad temper, onlookers would only perceive her as deserving of such a fate, never suspecting Wei Ziyan's involvement. But how had it come to this? In her moment of distraction, Su Jinli gave a gentle push, and the unsuspecting Wei Ziyan slipped, tumbling straight into the lake.
Ah!
She screamed, but before she could regain her composure, Su Jinli, with a strange smile, seized her sleeve and jumped in after her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Su Jinli thundered, Wei Ziyan, you vile creature, why did you drag me into the water? You speak nonsense. Wei Ziyan's retort was drowned out by the icy pool water invading her mouth and nose. Help! Miss has fallen into the water. Qing Yue and Green Willow shouted in alarm. Upon hearing this, The guards near the Tay pool swiftly dove in to rescue them. After a chaotic flurry of activity, both Su Jinli and Wei Ziyan were finally pulled back to shore. Su Jinli was all right, though she was completely drenched, her hair entwined in disarray. While Wei Ziyan had fainted outright. Quickly, summon the royal physician. Green Willow urged, her eyes reddening with urgency. She then knelt hastily, cradling Wei Ziyan in her arms. Several maidservants from Bai Lu rushed over as well. Qingyue and others closely guarded Su Jinli, calling out to the guards to fetch the physician. The captain of the guards by the Tay pool, seeing the commotion, dared not hesitate and quickly led several guards towards the imperial hospital. When the physician arrived, Xu Fei, Yunyang, and other noble ladies also gathered around. What has happened? Xu Fei inquired, her brow furrowed. As the highest-ranking person present, it was her duty to clarify the situation. After all, the two who had fallen into the water were no ordinary daughters of officials. One was a legitimate daughter of the Duke's household, and the other a legitimate daughter of the Marquis of the State. Should any mishap occur, she and those present would be implicated. Miss Wei fell into the water and dragged my young lady down with her. Qingyu sobbed while glaring at Wei Ziyan, who was surrounded by the physician and maidservants. Xu Fei was taken aback, her brows knitting together. How could this be? Miss Wei was renowned for her gentle and virtuous nature. How could she have pulled the notoriously infamous Su Jinli into the lake? Just as she was lost in thought, Su Jinli, now wrapped in a fox fur cloak provided by the palace, maids to restore her warmth, rushed over to Wei Ziyan and slapped her across the face. The resounding slap startled everyone, who covered their mouths and turned to look at Wei Ziyan, who was just regaining consciousness under the physician's care. Before they could comprehend Su Jinli's public act of slapping Wei Ziyan, her furious words widened their eyes in shock. You wretch! How dare you drag me into the water? I didn't. Wei Ziyan, just coming to her senses, stammered after being slapped. Su Jinli seized the opportunity, pointing an accusing finger at her. I have never wronged you. Why provoke me and pull me into the Tay pool? As she spoke, her eyes reddened, her face a mask of indignation. Wei Ziyan took a deep breath, incredulously retorting. You speak nonsense. How could I have dragged you? She was genuinely infuriated. It was she who had pushed herself into the Tay pool and then jumped in. Yet now the truth was being twisted, falsely claiming that she had dragged Su Jinli in. Wei Ziyan, I truly overestimated you. How dare you act without bearing the consequences? Su Jinli shook her head in disappointment. Then, her tone shifted as she coldly commanded, Qingyue, go to Meiyuan and fetch my aunt. Yes, I shall go at once. Qingyue replied, casting a fierce glare at Wei Ziyan before making her way to Meiyuan. Seeing Su Jinli genuinely intent on summoning the esteemed Su Guifei, Xu Fei panicked. No longer able to remain an onlooker, she hurriedly questioned, Miss Wei, what exactly transpired? I implore you, Your Highness, to grant my daughter justice and clear her name. Wei Ziyan did not answer directly but instead knelt, pleading with Xu Fei. Xu Fei hesitated, unsure how to respond. She initially did not believe Su Jinli's accusation after all. That girl was known for her arrogance and troublemaking. Meanwhile, Wei Ziyan was a paragon of noble ladies in the capital, beautiful and talented, gentle and refined. However, when Su Jinli calmly requested that her aunt be summoned, a flicker of belief began to dawn upon her. Su Jinli would not dare summon her cunning and calculating aunt without reason. But now, seeing Wei Ziyan kneeling and pleading for justice, Xu Fei was left perplexed. Each side spoke with conviction, and she was unsure whom to trust. Just as Xu Fei was embroiled in her indecision, Wei Ziyan spoke again. Your Highness, you must know that I am gentle and frail. How could I commit such an act? It was clearly Miss Su who pushed me. Upon hearing this, Xu Fei's composure was restored. Indeed, Wei Ziyan was delicate and incapable of harm, while Su Jinli hailed from a family of martial generals. Having learned some martial arts from the late Duke, it was evident that they must have quarreled, and in a fit of anger, Su Jinli had pushed Wei Ziyan into the Tay pool. As for Wei Ziyan falling in, it must have been due to slipping. Thus, Xu Fei straightened her demeanor and solemnly asked, Miss Su, why did you push Miss Wei into the pool? Su Jinli let out a cold laugh, meeting Xu Fei's scrutinizing gaze, and replied slowly, Your Highness, did you see me push her? If not, kindly keep your mouth shut. Xu Fei was taken aback by Su Jinli's unreserved retort and scolded, You are audacious. Su Jinli's smile deepened, a glimmer of frost in her eyes as she defiantly stated, I am indeed audacious.
What can you do about it?
You. Xu Fei's face flushed with anger, her breath caught in her throat, unsure how to proceed. Su Jinli seemed to find further pleasure in her discomfort, adding, "What of it? Forgive my candor, but if something has occurred in the palace, it is not a matter for just one concubine to address." Enraged, Xu Fei pointed to a large maidservant, commanding, "I can still manage you. Qiulan, slap her." However, Qiulan did not move, instead carefully advising, "Your Highness, it would be best to wait for the Guifei to arrive before administering punishment." Implicitly, she suggested that Su Jinli was not only a daughter of the Duke, but also the niece of Su Guifei, implying that the Empress should think twice before acting against her. Upon hearing this, Xu Fei's complexion shifted from red to green, and then to pale. She understood Qiulan's point, yet she could not swallow her indignation. But to offend the favored Su Guifei, she dared not. Thus, she could only stifle her fury. Seeing Xu Fei lose her composure, due to Su Jinli's pointed remarks, Wei Ziyan realized she could not rely on her. She had to quickly devise a plan. Once she calmed down, she recognized that she had been outmaneuvered by Su Jinli. She had underestimated her. Su Jinli had indeed been feigning ignorance all along. Today's display was truly ruthless. Wei Ziyan feared that Su Jinli had long anticipated her scheme and had subtly turned it against her. Had she simply pushed her into the water, there might have been a slim chance to accuse her of malice. However, with her leap, that possibility was utterly extinguished. She had inadvertently tarnished her own reputation. What a clever two birds with one stone strategy. Before Wei Ziyan could fully grasp the situation, Su Guifei arrived with a flourish. "What is happening here?" Su Guifei swiftly surveyed the crowd and inquired coolly. As her words fell, Qingyue cried out, "Your Highness, Miss Wei invited my lady to admire the flowers." And then somehow a dispute ensued. When Miss Wei accidentally slipped, she dragged my lady into the water.
Oh.
Su Guifei eyed the still fuming Su Jinli with suspicion.
"Leah,
Is what Qingyue said true? Yes. I implore my aunt to punish that wretch and uphold my innocence."
Surini girittet hertit.
After speaking, she met Su Guifei's intimidating gaze with poise, allowing her to scrutinize her. After a long moment, Su Guifei shifted her gaze to Wei Ziyan, asking Miss Wei, "Is Lear telling the truth?" Chapter 28. Su Guifei's fury, her gaze was light and indifferent, yet the authority and shrewdness within it struck fear into Wei Ziyan's heart. "Your Highness, indeed I had a disagreement with Miss Su while admiring the flowers, but I did not drag her into the water," she asserted, forcing herself to remain calm. "And you, Lear, what do you say?" Su Guifei continued her questioning. "Nonsense. Clearly, you intended to push me into the lake, but accidentally slipped and dragged me down with you," Su Jinli exclaimed in a fit of rage. After venting her anger, Su Jinli slapped her forehead and pointed at the oiled stone, saying, "That's right, Aunt. Miss Wei deliberately led me near that stone. You must send someone to investigate." Su Guifei's eyes flickered, and then she waved her hand, prompting Chun Yen to investigate swiftly. Everyone craned their necks to watch Chun Yen crouch down, examining the stone closely. After a while, she rose with a serious expression. "Your Highness, there is oil on the stone," Chun Yen reported, frowning. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in commotion. Even Xu Fei, who had just reprimanded Su Jinli, changed her demeanor. "This is terrible." It was indeed Wei Ziyan who plotted against Su Jinli. With her vindictive nature, I shall surely face Su Guifei's wrath. Indeed, Su Jinli pushed aside the supportive Qing Yao and knelt down, beseeching her aunt to intercede on her behalf. "Just moments ago, Empress Xu accused me of speaking nonsense and threatened to slap me." The complexion of Empress Xu turned pale, and in the next instant, concubine Su cast a chilling glance her way.
Oh.
I was unaware that the Ningguo Duke's residents had become so easily bullied that any random individual could humiliate my dear girl. Empress Xu hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, you overstate my intentions." "How could I dare?" "Humph, your heart knows your courage." Concubine Su was determined not to let her off easily, and after a cold snort, she intensified her tone. Hearing this, Empress Xu stiffened. She had thoroughly offended Concubine Su. The future would surely be challenging for her. In a world where right and wrong were indistinguishable, she had failed as one of the four consorts. "I will report to the Empress shortly, allowing my sister to learn her lesson in Changchun Palace." With just a few indifferent words, Concubine Su sealed Empress Xu's fate of being confined for several months. Once she had dealt with Empress Shu, her gaze turned towards the now trembling Wei Ziyan. To deliberately conspire against my dear girl in the palace, Miss Wei, you possess quite the audacity, she remarked with a smile. Wei Ziyan shivered. She understood that concubine Su was genuinely enraged. I dare not. I see how daring you can be. Considering your recent misfortune, I shall be lenient this time. Return home and copy the virtues of women 100 times. Ultimately, as the favored prospective daughter-in-law, concubine Su's punishment was not severe. Thank you for your mercy, Your Highness. Wei Ziyan quickly expressed her gratitude. However, Su Jinli felt a profound chill in her heart. Indeed, favoritism had no bounds. In her past life, she had been framed by Wei Ziyan, resulting in 3 months of kneeling in the ancestral hall. Yet now, Wei Ziyan's malicious intentions had resulted in merely a writing assignment.
Aunt.
Is copying a book all that Miss Wei deserves for pushing me into the water? Had it not been for the timely rescue by the guards, I fear I would never see you or grandfather again. Su Jinli lamented, her face etched with grievance. Upon hearing this, concubine Su's eyes flickered. Had this foolish girl truly grasped how to elicit sympathy from others and leverage her grandfather's name for pressure? The thought of the elderly duke, who cherished Su Jinli as his hardest desire, inexplicably left concubine Su feeling vexed and distressed. To avoid disappointing her father, she knew she had to impose a harsher punishment. Do not be upset, my dear. Your aunt has her plans, she said, softening her tone to console Su Jinli. Very well, I shall await your decision. Su Jinli's tears transformed into a bright smile as she looked expectantly at concubine Su. Miss Wei, I hereby sentence you to 3 months of prayer at Puguang Temple. Do you have any objections? Concubine Su gazed calmly at the drenched and bowed Wei Ziyan. Aware that concubine Su had made her decision, Wei Ziyan found further words futile and could only swallow her resentment, prostrating herself and declaring, I shall obey your command. Your Highness. Seeing her compliance, concubine Su refrained from further rebuke and merely cast a subdued glance at the varied expressions of the onlookers. Today is a festive occasion. To prevent causing distress to His Majesty and the Empress Dowager, I urge everyone to exercise caution in your words, she stated. Su Jinli was taken aback. Her aunt indeed favored Wei Ziyan. This was a clear attempt at a cover-up. A bitter expression crossed her face. Previously, when she had pushed Wei Ziyan into the water, her aunt had nearly broadcast her wickedness to the world. Now, with Wei Ziyan's calculated malice against her, her aunt was the first to stifle the news. Fearing for the latter's reputation, Aunt, are you protecting Wei Ziyan? Su Jinli questioned, her teeth clenched and disbelief etched across her features. Her bright eyes brimmed with hurt and grievance, which momentarily unsettled concubine Su. Su Jinli was strikingly beautiful, her large eyes sparkling like stars. She had been pampered and carefree. Her eyes, usually vibrant, yet now they were filled with sorrow. Regardless of her feelings towards Su Jinli, she was still family, and seeing her in such distress tugged at concubine Su's heart. However, Wei Ziyan was soon to be betrothed to Gu Mingrun, and it was imperative that no unfavorable rumor surfaced, lest they tarnish Mingruan's reputation. After a brief internal struggle, concubine Su steeled herself and averted her gaze from Su Jinli, maintaining her authoritative demeanor. Today, both my dear and Wei Ziyan accidentally slipped into the Tay pool while enjoying the flowers. So, should anyone inquire, you all know how to respond, correct? The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that concubine Su was determined to protect Wei Ziyan at all costs. To prioritize an outsider over her own niece suggested that Miss Wei was indeed a favored candidate for the 9th prince's consort. Despite their internal conflicts, the crowd collectively replied, We shall heed your highness's instructions. Satisfied, concubine Su nodded and then furrowed her brow. Jinli Ziyan, please accompany me back to Changla Palace to change into dry garments. Yes. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. Both Su Jinli and Wei Ziyan responded in unison. In Changla Palace, concubine Su sat regally at the head of the room, her eyes narrowing slightly as she regarded the now dry Su Jinli and Wei Ziyan seated beside her. Jinli, what was the cause of your quarrel? She inquired. Su Jinli was momentarily startled. Why was her aunt asking her first? Wasn't she biased towards Wei Ziyan? Wasn't she scornful of Su Jinli for being willful and causing trouble? Though a multitude of questions lingered, Su Jinli wisely chose to conceal them deep within her heart. With a slight lift of her chin, she spoke in her usual haughty tone, "Aunt, why must you ask me?" Concubine Su was taken aback by Su Jinli's attitude and paused for a moment, only to see her suddenly rise and tear open Wei Ziyuan's sleeve. Just as she was about to reprimand her niece, she was taken aback by the sight of the 9-phoenix coral bracelet adorning Wei Ziyuan's wrist. Miss Wei invited me to enjoy the flowers, yet upon reaching her designated spot, she suddenly revealed the 9-phoenix coral bracelet and insulted me.
Su Jinli exclaimed.
Her face set in anger. As she spoke, a flash of hurt crossed her eyes, and her expression was filled with grievance. After a moment, she choked out, "She said that 9th brother loves her and intends to marry her. I am merely a plaything." With that, tears streamed down Su Jinli's face. But she stubbornly bit her lip, refusing to cry out loud. After a long pause, Concubine Su processed Su Jinli's words, her fury igniting. "Nonsense!" she shouted, her voice echoing with anger. Wei Ziyuan trembled, her legs buckling as she knelt down. Yet, Concubine Su did not spare her a glance, her breath coming heavily as her chest rose and fell. After a long moment, she commanded, "Chunyan, fetch Mingrun for me." Understanding that Concubine Su was in a furious state, Chunyan did not dare to delay and hurried out. The Duke of Ningguo's residence truly exhibits fine upbringing. Such frivolous malice from a noble daughter is indeed astonishing. Concubine Su sneered as she cast a disdainful glance at Wei Ziyuan. Wei Ziyuan clenched her hands, her face pale as she pleaded, "I know my sins." "Humph." Concubine Su ignored her, turning her gaze back to Su Jinli with a gentler expression. "Jinli, you have been wrong today. Your aunt will certainly seek justice for you." Su Jinli internally scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes, yet she maintained a facade of gratitude. "Thank you, aunt, for standing up for me." How hypocritical. Had it not been for Wei Ziyuan's reckless actions that endangered Gu Mingrun, would she have cared enough to punish her? Now she pretended to be deeply concerned for Su Jinli, completely disregarding the harm her previous favoritism had caused her. Truly, Concubine Su, favored above all in the palace. Had it not been for her prior experience with her heartlessness, Su Jinli might have believed the concern reflected in her eyes. Unaware of Su Jinli's true feelings, Concubine Su felt a deeper sense of guilt as she gazed at her. What a foolish child. Just a little kindness and you are filled with gratitude. Unlike some ungrateful wretches. Reflecting on this, Concubine Su's gaze towards Wei Ziyuan turned even colder. "Jinli, come to your aunt." She beckoned with a smile. Despite her inner disdain, Su Jinli approached with feigned delight and sat beside Concubine Su. "Good child." Concubine Su lovingly brushed aside the loose strands of hair from Su Jinli's forehead. "In the blink of an eye, you've grown up." The graceful figure stands tall, and one can only imagine that if her elder brother were to know, he would feel a sense of comfort from beyond. Without waiting for Su Jinli to respond, she sighed again, remarking on how she has grown, while her own beauty has faded with the passage of time. Gazing at Su Jinli's stunningly beautiful face, a flicker of melancholy crossed the eyes of the noble Consort Su. Having never closely observed her niece before, she now realized that Su Jinli bore a striking resemblance to her younger self. Looking at her evoked memories of her own days before entering the palace, when she awaited her fate in the boudoir. "Dear aunt, you speak too heavily. You are regal and exquisite, possessing a beauty akin to that of blossoming youth. You are not old in the slightest." Su Jinli playfully tugged at Consort Su's hand. Upon hearing this, the previously melancholic consort Su couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "Have you eaten honey today? Your words are exceedingly sweet."
Su Jinli shook her head, insisting earnestly.
"Not at all. What I speak are heartfelt truths." At this, Consort Su laughed even more heartily. What woman does not relish being praised for her youthful beauty? Chapter 29. The selection of the primary consort requires deliberation. When Gu Mingjin entered, he found his aloof mother in high spirits, laughing heartily, while the ever-disliked Su Jinli leaned affectionately beside her. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he respectfully bowed. "Your son pays his respects to you, mother." Upon seeing him, the previously joyful Consort Su's expression soured instantly. Coldly, she retorted, "No need for the formalities. With a fool like you around, I cannot find peace." Gu Mingjin was taken aback. His mother had always treated him with kindness, so when had she shown such fierce displeasure? As he pondered this, Su Jinli kindly reminded, "Ninth brother, do take a look at Miss Wei's wrist." Gu Mingjin paused, puzzled. "Wei Ziyuan? What concern is she to me?" Why does Lear mention her? Only then did he notice Wei Ziyan kneeling in the corner. Following Su Jinli's cue, he quickly understood the source of his mother's ire. It turned out that the 9 phoenix coral bracelet he had given to Wei Ziyan to placate the Duke of the State had caused the trouble. Regretful, he hurriedly pleaded, "Please forgive me, mother. Do not let your health be compromised by anger." Consort Su merely snorted, ignoring him, and coolly instructed, "Wei, tell the 9th prince what you have done today." At those words, Wei Ziyan, whose legs had long since gone numb from kneeling, felt a chill shoot through her, reaching the crown of her head. Consort Su had always affectionately called her Ziyan, but now she addressed her so formally, indicating her extreme displeasure. It seemed she was doomed. Though her heart was in turmoil, she understood Consort Su's methods all too well and dared not hesitate. Steeling her resolve to recount how she had intentionally exposed the 9 phoenix coral bracelet to provoke Su Jinli. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingzhen's eyes ignited with a blazing fury. His disappointment in Wei Ziyan palpable. He had thought her intelligent, yet she had proven to be so reckless. Despite his urge to berate Wei Ziyan, he first turned to Su Jinli, desperately trying to explain, "Lear, do not listen to her nonsense. My feelings for you are genuine." Su Jinli turned her gaze towards Consort Su, clearly unwilling to acknowledge him. Gu Mingzhen's heart sank. Was Lear truly upset? Before he could sort out his thoughts, Consort Su's frosty voice rang out again. "Wei, why did you not tell the full story?" Her tone was light, yet the authority behind her words drained the color from Wei Ziyan's face. "Very well, I shall speak on your behalf," she continued. Wei set a trap to lure Lear to the Tay pool, instructing someone to grease the stones, hoping to provoke Lear into falling into the water. However, she ended up falling in herself and, instead of reflecting on her actions, dragged Lear down with her. With just a few phrases, Consort Su laid out the entire situation. Gu Mingzhen's expression shifted to one of utter disbelief, and after a prolonged silence, he regained his composure. "What a vile woman!" He glared at Wei Ziyan, scolding her. He then turned anxiously to Su Jinli, asking with concern, "Lear, are you unharmed?" Su Jinli leaned closer to Consort Su, remaining silent with her head bowed.
Consort Su,
Raising an eyebrow, coldly remarked, "In this frigid weather, how could she emerge unscathed after falling into the water?" Gu Mingzhen opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Consort Su then shot him a piercing look and inquired, "Who permitted you to give the 9 phoenix coral bracelet to Wei before the royal decree of engagement was issued?" Gu Mingzhen stiffened, quickly admitting his fault. "I was wrong. I acted without sufficient thought." Within a brief moment, he had mentally berated Wei Ziyan countless times, yet due to the valuable alliance with the Duke of the State, he had to swallow his frustration. Though he felt utterly stifled, Gu Mingzhen nonetheless found himself pleading for Wei Ziyan. "Mother, Miss Wei is still young and impressionable. She was led astray and acted foolishly. I hope you will grant her this one chance." While this plea expressed his concern, it also revealed his underlying doubts, urging Consort Su to investigate the matter thoroughly. After all, no matter how cunning Wei Ziyan might be, it was improbable that she could have secretly oiled the stones by the Tay pool within the heavily guarded palace. As soon as Gu Mingzhen finished speaking, Wei Ziyan cast him a grateful glance, while Consort Su's brow twitched, clearly having grasped the underlying implications of his words. Meanwhile, Su Jinli, her head lowered, felt a chill run through her, and a barely perceptible cold smile graced her lips. It seemed her cousin was indeed quite sentimental. Just moments ago, he had shown her great concern, but now he was quick to plead for Wei Ziyan. However, since he was intent on dragging the 8th princess into this, she decided not to intervene further, and awaited the unfolding drama of their infighting. "Wei, I will ask you only once. Who instigated you?" Consort Su queried with displeasure. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Ziyan resolved to cast the blame onto the 8th princess. With a facade of anguish, she struggled for a while before reluctantly confessing, "It was Her Highness the 8th princess." With a sweeping motion of her sleeve, Consort Su sent the teacups and ornaments on the table crashing to the ground. "Jiao Jia. Well done." She smiled seductively, yet her eyes were icy. "That one in Cunning Palace seems to find the harem too peaceful. Time and again, she has plotted against Lear. This is nothing short of a slap in my face. Miss Wei, this matter is hereby concluded. You are to return to the Pu Guang Temple for a time of reflection." Consort Su's attitude shifted abruptly, her tone softening. Wei Ziyan was left bewildered. What was happening? Though confused, she was astute enough to recognize what was best for herself. Thus, suppressing her doubts, she respectfully replied, "This daughter obeys. I will certainly amend my ways." Following this, she exited Changle Palace at Consort Su's behest. Once she had departed, Consort Su spat in frustration, gritting her teeth, "That wretched Wei Ziyan. How dare she plot against me time and again? Mother, be cautious with your words." Gu Mingjin's face paled in fear. "Aunt, please do not be angry."
Su Jinli chimed in simultaneously.
At their words, Consort Su took a few deep breaths to regain her composure, forcing a smile as she stroked Su Jinli's hair. Expressing her remorse, Lear, "Today I have brought you trouble. At the grand banquet, you were coerced into performing, and then you fell into the water. I truly feel disheartened." As she spoke, a hint of bitterness and sorrow appeared on Consort Su's face. Su Jinli understood that Consort Su had also attributed the 8th princess's machinations to the empress. But she chose not to clarify. Instead, she lowered her gaze and comforted, "This is not Aunt's fault. It is merely that Lear was too foolish and fell into their trap." Seeing her still offering comfort, Consort Su felt a genuine sense of guilt, her eyes softening with sincerity. "Chunyan, bring that set of purple gold hairpin and gemstone adornments for Lear." This exquisite set of jewelry had just arrived from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Its innovative design and quality materials were intended as a gesture of compensation. "Lear cannot accept such generosity. Aunt, please retract your goodwill." Su Jinli, fully aware of Consort Su's intentions, feigned refusal. Jewelry holds no allure for her. What she truly desires is the guilt and affection of Consort Su, for only then can she ensnare her. Otherwise, should she realize that she has become astute and no longer infatuated with Gu Mingru, the prospect of her union with Mingjue may very well be jeopardized. To her surprise, upon hearing her words, Consort Su did not retract her gifts. Instead, she remarked that 2 pieces of shoe brocade would also be bestowed upon Lyre. She then gently grasped Su Jinli's hand, preventing her from further declining, and with a warm smile said, "Do not refuse. You are in the bloom of youth and must adorn yourself beautifully." Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, Su Jinli ceased to resist. After all, they were all splendid gifts. If they are offered, why not accept them? Once Qingyue and the others had gathered the rewards for Su Jinli, Consort Su expressed her concern, saying, "Lyre, you must return to the residence quickly. You fell into the water today and caught a chill. You must not linger in the cold." Su Jinli understood that her aunt had matters to discuss privately with Gu Mingru and did not wish to overstay her welcome, so she obediently nodded. "Thank you, aunt, for your concern. I shall return home to recuperate. Hurry back."
Consort Su smiled gently.
After Su Jinli and her attendants paid their respects, she gestured to Chunyan, instructing her to escort Lyre to the palace gates. Chunyan complied, bowing in acknowledgement, and then accompanied Su Jinli and her attendants as they made their way outside. Once their figures had completely vanished from sight, Consort Su's demeanor shifted. She glared coldly at Gu Mingru. Gu Mingru immediately sensed the tension and quickly lowered himself in submission, pleading, "Mother, please do not be angry. This is indeed my fault."
"Oh,
"What fault do you speak of?" Consort Su inquired with a cold smile. "I should not have prematurely gifted the 9 Phoenix coral bracelet to Wei Ziyan, and I utterly neglected to caution her to be cautious in her words and actions." Observing his sincere admission of guilt, Consort Su's ire subsided somewhat, yet she admonished, "Fortunately, today Lyre sent someone to invite me. Had it been the Empress Dowager or the Queen, you would surely have garnered a scandalous reputation for mingling with women before marriage." Gu Mingru's complexion turned pale. Evidently, Consort Su spoke the truth. He enjoyed the favor of the emperor and was valued by his father, yet many harbored envy towards him. Such individuals were ever watchful, ready to pounce upon any misstep he made, turning him into a living target for their scorn. The laws of Yen were stringent, and should today's incident be seized upon by an opportunist, his reputation would be tarnished, placing him further from the throne. Moreover, everything he and his mother had cultivated over the years would be rendered futile. Well, as long as you comprehend the gravity of the situation. Sensing his fluctuating expression and genuine fear, Consort Su chose not to chastise him further. "It appears I misjudged Wei Ziyan," Consort Su said, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. "I initially thought her to be clever and astute, yet she proved to be rather impulsive. I shall need to instruct her properly." Upon mentioning Wei Ziyan, Gu Mingru furrowed his brow. Consort Su noncommittally nodded and then declared, "Your choice of a legitimate wife shall require further consideration from me." "Yes, I shall defer to your selection, mother." Gu Mingru obediently replied. Chapter 30. Is His Highness the Seventh a worthy man? Just as Su Jinli and her entourage arrived at the palace gates, they spotted Gu Mingjue anxiously pacing back and forth. "Miss Chanyan, you may return to the palace." Qingyao quickly interjected. It was evident that the seventh prince was waiting for Miss Su. Thus, Chanyan was not to overhear their conversation. "Then I shall return to report. Miss Su, travel safely." Chanyan cast a fleeting glance at Gu Mingjue before swiftly averting her gaze, smiling as she bowed.
Surinli personalli assistet her.
And once she had departed, she approached Gu Mingjue's side. "Your Highness, Miss Su has arrived." Xiaoning whispered. Gu Mingjue turned, and indeed, found himself gazing upon the one he longed for, her smile illuminating the air. "Liar, I heard you fell into the water. Are you unhurt?" A fleeting joy danced in his eyes, quickly overshadowed by genuine concern. Su Jinli felt her heart warm, unlike the hollow sentiments expressed by the mother and son. His concern was authentic. While expressions can be feigned, the depth of emotion in one's gaze cannot be concealed. She smiled and replied, "Your Highness, I am unharmed." Upon hearing this, Gu Mingjue released a sigh of relief, the tension in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a glimmer of joy. "That is wonderful," he declared, his eyebrows and eyes alight with mirth. With her heart full of unspoken thoughts, Su Jinli felt herself drawn into his warmth. She couldn't help but smile, her taut nerves relaxing. She mused that this must be the magic of mutual affection. One person can effortlessly influence another's joy and sorrow. In her past life, she failed to cherish his deep affection, instead fixating on the insincerity of Gu Mingru, which led to a life of suppression and melancholy. In this lifetime, she was intent on pursuing him, aspiring to share a harmonious life together until old age. Contemplating this, she felt an infinite horizon of possibilities before her, and her smile blossomed even wider. Noticing that she seemed inclined to share her heart with Gu Mingjue, Qingyue discreetly reminded her, "Miss, you caught a chill from falling into the water. It would be wise to return home soon. While His Highness is admirable, you have no formal ties to him, and lingering here at the palace gates is rather inappropriate. Moreover, the mother and son from Changla Palace are watching. If they perceive that you have developed feelings for the seventh prince, it could lead to complications." At Qingyue's words, Su Jinli's expression shifted. Finally having the chance for a genuine encounter with Mingjue, she felt reluctant to depart after exchanging so few words. However, with Consort Su's many eyes and ears in the palace and their engagement yet unconfirmed, it was indeed prudent to exercise caution. Thus, she gracefully curtsied and said, "I take my leave." Stealing a lingering glance at Gu Mingjue, she turned to leave with Qingyue and the others. Gu Mingjue made no attempt to stop her, watching her retreating figure with a smile until she was no longer in sight. Once the palace gates closed and he could no longer catch a glimpse of her graceful silhouette, he felt a sense of contentment as he departed with his attendants. For Su Jinli, this brief meeting was merely a taste, yet for him, it was a rare moment of happiness. Having endured much of her indifference in the past, even a smile from her was a precious gift. Now, the gentle words she offered were beyond his wildest dreams. To receive such kindness from her, he desired nothing more. "Originally, I thought you acted with discernment. How did you end up tumbling into the Tay pool?" In Tingley Courtyard, the old duke sat beside Su Jinli, his beard trembling with indignation as he glared at her. Su Jinli, feeling somewhat guilty, averted her gaze and replied, "Grandfather, I am perfectly fine. Please do not be angry." Seeing her attempt to placate him, the old duke did not soften as he usually would. Instead, he raised his voice and sternly commanded, "Do not divert the topic. Tell me, how did you fall into the water?" Although it was the new year, the weather remained as frigid as midwinter. Even a gust of wind could send chills down one's spine, let alone the notoriously cold waters of the Tay pool. The mere thought of his precious granddaughter plunging into that icy water sent a wave of chilling dread through him, as if his heart were being squeezed by a vice. The old duke rarely spoke to Su Jinli in such a stern manner, so she dared not cling to her usual approach of coaxing him. She faced his piercing gaze and recounted the events of the day. After she finished, the coldness on the old duke's face lessened somewhat, yet he still bore an icy demeanor. "Nonsense. You could have easily avoided this. Why did you insist on falling into their trap? He furrowed his brow. Grandfather. It was in the palace. The 8th princess was determined to scheme against me. How could I possibly escape? Su Jinli replied with a bitter smile. The 8th princess was of noble birth, favored by the emperor, and thrived in the palace, surrounded by spies and informants. Moreover, she was known for her stubbornness, refusing to relent until her goals were achieved. Upon hearing this, the old duke's frown deepened, yet his expression softened as a glimmer of helplessness flickered in his eyes. The royal family was indeed a royal family. How could they, as subjects, dare to contend with them? All right, what did the physician say? The old duke inquired with concern. It is of no consequence. I merely caught a chill, but a few doses of warming soup will remedy it.
Su Jinli smiled sweetly.
Upon hearing this, a trace of amusement flickered across the old duke's face, and he gazed deeply at Su Jinli. After considerable deliberation, he tentatively inquired whether Lear considered the 7th prince to be a worthy gentleman. Today, at the hunting grounds, the Yongli emperor had subtly hinted at bestowing marriages upon Lear and several other noble young ladies who had reached maturity. It appeared that he intended for them all to marry into the royal family. Lear had harbored a deep infatuation for Mingrong since childhood, yet beneath his gentle facade lay treachery. Should she truly become his bride, their household, known for its steadfast loyalty to the emperor and the people, would be tarnished. Moreover, the Yongli emperor had intentions of aligning Mingrong with Wei Ziyan of the Jinli Marquisate. Thus, both emotionally and logically, he was reluctant for his granddaughter to have any connection with Mingrong. Conversely, the straightforward, loyal, and affectionate 7th prince greatly pleased him. However, this girl had always been stubborn and single-minded. Once she set her heart on something, it was not easily swayed. Therefore, he could only cautiously probe her thoughts. When Su Jinli heard the old duke's abrupt question, she was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed true. Her previous engagement to Mingjue had not been coincidental. Her grandfather had long had his sights set on him. No wonder he had been so joyous at her betrothal to Mingjue and so irate upon learning of her entanglement with Gu Mingrong. Her grandfather's discerning eye had clearly identified who was worthy and who was not. It was only her past foolishness that had caused her to misinterpret his intentions, ultimately leading to her own lifelong regret. After a moment, she collected herself, forcing back the tears that welled in her eyes. Blushing, she lowered her head shyly and remarked that he was quite handsome and his temperament was commendable. The old duke, initially startled, soon brightened, stroking his beard in satisfaction. It is best that you think so. The 7th prince may seem infatuated when he is with you, but he is astute and valiant, both cultured and martial. A truly worthy man to entrust one's life to. Although Su Jinli was already aware of the old duke's fondness for Gu Mingjue, she was still astonished by his unabashed praise. Her grandfather had exceedingly high standards, and among all of Yan country, few could earn his admiration. Yet he spoke of Mingjue with such fervor, as if he were a paragon without flaw. The old duke, undeterred by her astonishment, continued, I cannot discern whether your claims of no longer being infatuated with Mingrong are sincere, but once the marriage is settled, do not even think of him. Do not commit foolish acts that would disgrace our household and wound the 7th prince's sincere heart. The old duke earnestly cautioned her, then admonished sternly, do you remember? If you do not adhere to the virtues of a wife, you will no longer be a member of the Ningguo Marquisate. Su Jinli's heart churned with conflicting thoughts. Yet she dutifully lowered her gaze and solemnly promised, your granddaughter will heed grandfather's teachings and will never disgrace the family or act immorally. Satisfied with her assurance, the old duke shifted the conversation, reverting to his usual affectionate tone. Rest easy in the courtyard for a few days. Grandfather must take his leave. Understanding that her grandfather had many matters to attend to, Su Jinli refrained from any further entreaties, obediently nodding as she escorted him out of the courtyard. After seeing the old duke off, she had just returned to her inner chamber after bathing when she saw Qingyu enter, her expression a mix of joy and concern. What is the matter? Su Jinli asked casually while allowing Qingyu to assist her in dressing. Qingyu glanced at the medicine pouch in her right hand, a flicker of worry passing through her eyes. She truly wished to avoid provoking the young lady on such a joyous occasion. However, since the young lady had already spoken, she had to relay the truth. The 9th prince sent an attendant with warming medicine and several ginseng roots. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli's gaze halted, and a cold smile crept onto her lips as she replied, throw it far away. From now on, anything he sends should be discarded. Yes. I understand. Qingyu hurriedly acknowledged. Yet, she did not leave immediately. Su Jinli, interpreting her hesitation as reluctance to part with the items, shot her a frosty glare. Qingyu, startled, quickly added, "The seventh prince also sent medicine. And a wooden doll." As soon as the words left her lips, Su Jinli's icy demeanor melted away, replaced by unmistakable delight. "Chinga, put the items away," she exclaimed joyfully. Seeing her uncontainable happiness, Chinga eagerly accepted the gifts from Qingyu. As Su Jinli sat on the couch, delicately playing with the doll that Mingjue had sent, Su Jinxiu rushed in, her urgency palpable. "Sister, are you alright?" she inquired anxiously the moment she entered. Since being taken away by the 8th princess by the Tay Pond, she had returned to Meiyuan to gossip with the other young ladies. It was only when Xu Fei rushed back to report to the Empress that she learned Su Jinli had fallen into the water. In a panic, she had wished to find her, but the 8th princess had clung to her, making escape impossible. Chapter 31. Intentions of support. Only after the palace personnel had dispersed was she able to free herself from Meiyuan. As soon as she did, she hurried back to the Duke's residence. "I am fine. Do not worry, Xiaoer."
Su Jinli smiled gently.
She could see the genuine concern in Su Jinxiu's eyes.
"Really?" Su Jinxiu asked skeptically, scrutinizing Su Jinli closely.
Su Jinli, aware of her sister's worries, did not shy away, allowing her to observe her openly. After a long moment, Su Jinxiu confirmed that her sister was indeed unharmed and let out a sigh of relief. "That is good," she said, before changing the subject with a hint of seriousness. "Sister, you must not put yourself in danger again. God knows how frightened I was to hear of your fall." Su Jinli's heart stirred, a glimmer of helplessness flickering in her eyes. If there had been any other way, she would not have willingly leaped into that icy water. Yet, she nodded in agreement, promising, "I will remember." Satisfied with the answer she sought, Su Jinxiu's previously tense expression softened, and she smiled gently. "Sister, on the 10th day of the first month, old Lady Zhang will celebrate her 70th birthday. Will you attend?" Earlier, the 3rd and 4th young ladies of the Zhang family had invited her. She wanted to go, as their grandfather had allowed them to stay in the capital, and it was high time for her to integrate into the circle of noble young ladies. However, without someone of noble standing to guide her, the daughters of the various noble families would not engage with her. The young ladies who had approached her earlier were all from lesser branches, likely due to the 8th princess's influence. Noticing the anticipation in her sister's eyes, tinged with a hint of melancholy, Su Jinli felt her heart soften. She understood that Jinxiu was distressed by her own status and wished to fit in among the nobility. In truth, she had already intended to bring her second uncle's family to the capital when she had made the decision. In her previous life, Jinxiu had struggled to find a good match due to her background, ultimately becoming a concubine in the 3rd prince's household, which was not favored by the emperor. Although she later rose to the status of a side consort, the path had been fraught with difficulties. Even if Jinxiu distanced herself from her now, Su Jinli would still support her for the sake of the Marquisite's legacy, especially since they were still connected by blood. Thus, she cheerfully declared, "Of course. I will take you and your brother along. Furthermore, I will ensure you accompany me to any gatherings in the capital from now on." Upon hearing this, Su Jinxiu's eyes instantly glistened with tears, and she felt a rush of guilt. She had initially feared that her domineering sister would be unwilling to take her among the noble ladies, worried that she would overshadow her, which was why she had broached the subject so tentatively. Who would have thought her sister would see right through her thoughts and agree so readily? How could this not move her? Amidst her gratitude, she felt intensely ashamed, realizing she had underestimated her sister's character. The reason behind the ever-changing expression of the splendid Su Jinxiu was evident to Su Jinli, who had lived a second life. However, she chose not to expose it. After a long while, once her tumultuous emotions settled, Su Jinxiu expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sister, for your willingness to support me. I will surely repay this kindness in the future." Upon hearing this, Su Jinli's expression darkened, and she replied with displeasure, "If you are so courteous, let us pretend I never spoke those words." Confused, Su Jinxiu asked, "What do you mean, sister? Why are you unhappy with my gratitude?" Just as her brows began to furrow in perplexity, Su Jinli spoke. "On the day of your coming of age, I declared you my dear sister. We should support one another." Hearing this, warmth filled Su Jinxiu's heart, deepening her respect for Su Jinli. She eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "I will remember your teachings, sister." and will no longer be so distant and formal. Upon hearing her promise, Su Jinli's face broke into a radiant smile. That is more like it. The sisters continued to share light-hearted conversation until the sky darkened, at which point Su Jinxiu took her leave. On the 10th day of the first month, early in the morning, Su Jinli summoned Qingyue and others to assist her with her grooming. She had not anticipated that the day she fell into the water would lead to her otherwise robust health being compromised by a cold. And, despite taking several doses of medicine, there was no improvement. This caused her grandfather and Jinxiu great worry. Her grandfather swiftly imposed house arrest on her, instructing her to recuperate in the tingly courtyard, with Jinxiu tasked to keep a watchful eye on her. For someone as active as her, this felt akin to torture. Had it not been for the occasion of celebrating old Madame Zhang's birthday, she wondered when she would be able to step outside again. With this thought in mind, she urged Qingyao to quickly style her hair into a simple bun. She feared that a complicated hairstyle would prolong her time indoors. At this moment, she had only one desire: to go out. Understanding her thoughts, Qingyao and the others exchanged knowing smiles, and though they chuckled, Qingyao hastened her movements. Before long, Su Jinli was dressed and ready. Not wishing to linger inside, she led Qingyue and the others towards Su Jinxiu's quarters. Upon their arrival, they found Su Jinxiu being attended to by her maid as she prepared for the day. "Sister, what brings you here?" Su Jinxiu exclaimed in surprise, turning to face Su Jinli as she caught sight of her in the mirror. "The second young miss is unaware. Our young lady simply cannot stay cooped up." Qingyu chimed in with a giggle. Su Jinxiu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Jinli, noticing her sister's slightly evasive gaze, realizing Qingyu's words were indeed true. It appeared that her sister, who had been so serious in her recent guidance, also possessed such a childlike side. With this realization, a smile involuntarily graced Su Jinxiu's face as she teased, "So that's it, sister. You are even less composed than Junior. Junior can go half a month without stepping outside the school. Miss, look at you. Even the young master, who is not yet 7, has more composure." Qingyu further teased, eliciting a hint of a blush on Su Jinli's cheeks. "How dare you jest about me?" she retorted playfully, pretending to lunge at Qingyu. "Ah! Second miss, save me. The young lady is angry," Qingyu cried, nimbly hiding behind Su Jinxiu. "Humph! Do you think hiding will save you?" Su Jinli scoffed. In a flash, she dashed forward, tickling Qingyu. Laughter erupted as Qingyu squirmed, tears of mirth streaming down her face, for she was most ticklish. Su Jinxiu and the other maids watched the playful exchange, their laughter echoing in the room. Before long, Qingyu surrendered, pleading, "Please spare me, miss." Su Jinli, merely playing, relented upon hearing her plea. With a haughty lift of her chin, she declared, "Let us see if you dare to do so again." Qingyu could only smile silently, hurriedly fixing her disheveled attire. After their playful antics, Su Jinli noticed that Su Jinxiu's maid had styled her hair poorly and commanded Qingyao and the others to redo it. Subsequently, she personally selected clothing and accessories for Su Jinxiu. Once adorned, Su Jinxiu gazed into the mirror, momentarily lost in reverie. Her enchanting eyes sparkled, her brows arched like distant mountains, and her cherry-red lips complemented her rosy attire and lustrous white jade jewelry, rendering her exceptionally graceful and ethereal. Indeed, she could rival even the renowned beauty, Li Xiuqin, famed for her elegance in the Yan Kingdom. It was evident that beauty was 3 parts appearance and 7 parts adornment. Moreover, she had to concede to Su Jinli's discerning eye, which seemed to understand her own suitability for makeup and attire better than she did. "All right. We all know Su Second Miss is beautiful. Stop dawdling, and let us be on our way." Su Jinli jested. Upon hearing this, Su Jinxiu's cheeks flushed, and she nodded in agreement as she walked alongside Su Jinli toward the gate. An hour later, the old Duke, Su Ningyun, and his wife, along with Su Jinxiu and Su Jinli, arrived at the Zhang residence. As they disembarked from the carriage, Su Jinxiu's gaze was immediately drawn to a tall, slender figure. Entranced as Su Jinli led her forward, "Old Minister, I present my respects to the third prince." The old Duke bowed first. Su Jinli and the others promptly followed suit. "Old Duke, please rise." A young, gentle voice resonated in the ears of the gathered crowd. Su Jinxiu instinctively raised her head, realizing it was the very man she had been watching, and quickly lowered her gaze again. Her heart sank as she recognized him as the third prince. This sudden change did not go unnoticed by Su Jinli, who had been attentively observing her, while the others remained oblivious. Thus, after the third prince helped the old duke to his feet, the group proceeded into the residence. Upon entering the main hall, a matron respectfully invited Su Li and the sisters to the warm pavilion, while the old duke and others were escorted elsewhere. As the Su sisters entered the warm pavilion, the second daughter of the Zhang family, Zhang Ruming, warmly welcomed Su Jinli and pulled her to a prominent seat. Meanwhile, Su Jinxiu was left standing awkwardly, the other noble ladies casting glances in her direction, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. However, it was not long before Su Jinli addressed the beaming Zhang Ruming, questioning, "Is this how you treat your guests? Leaving Jinxiu standing there, is that a sign of disrespect towards my Ningguo Duke's residence?"
Zhang Ruming's smile froze.
For Su Jinxiu was merely a secondary daughter of the Duke's family. Allowing her into the warm pavilion was already a privilege, let alone seating her at the prominent position. Although displeased, the astute Zhang Ruming forced a smile, saying, "Oh, don't be angry, Sister Su. My sister simply forgot." She then gestured to an empty seat among the other young ladies, instructing, Miaoling, "Please escort Miss Su over." As soon as she finished speaking, her maid bowed and went to fetch Su Jinxiu. As Miaoling stepped forward, Su Jinli coldly commanded, "Qingyue, bring Jinxiu to sit beside me."
Sister Su.
"What do you mean by this?" Zhang Ruming asked, her smile now laced with irritation. The seat beside Su Jinli was reserved for a legitimate daughter of the Wang family. What right did a secondary daughter like Su Jinxiu have to sit there? That is precisely the meaning I intend.
Su Jinli replied nonchalantly, inciting Zhang Ruming's ire.
Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she patiently responded, "It is indeed inappropriate for Miss Su to sit here."
"Oh.
In what way is it inappropriate?"
Su Jinli's tone sharpened.
Zhang Ruming cast a disdainful glance at the blushing Su Jinxiu and remarked, "Sister Su, there are distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate children."
"And what of it?"
"I say she can sit, so she shall," Su Jinli declared haughtily, without a second thought. "Do not push your luck." Even the most patient Zhang Ruming could feel her temper rising at Su Jinli's domineering attitude. Just as tensions escalated, a melodious female voice chimed in. What has stirred the usually gentle Miss Zhang to such a temper? Everyone turned to see Yunyang, exquisitely dressed, entering with a radiant smile. Yunyang, with her noble status, paid no heed to engage in verbal sparring with Zhang Ruming, quickly donning a smile to approach her. "Please do not jest at my daughter, Your Highness. Do take a seat." Noticing Zhang Ruming's reluctance to speak further, Yunyang ceased her inquiries, allowing herself to be led inward. Upon reaching Su Jinxiu, Yunyang expressed her surprise. "Sister Jinxiu, why do you stand idly instead of taking a seat?" Under the watchful gaze of a concerned Zhang Ruming, Su Jinxiu merely smiled wryly, signaling that she was fine. As Zhang Ruming's anxious heart began to settle, she sighed, appreciating Su Jinxiu's understanding, only to hear Yunyang sternly ask, "Li girl, have you been bullying Jinxiu again?" Instantly, Zhang Ruming's heart raced anew as she turned to Su Jinli, hoping this domineering figure would refrain from making accusations. However, to her dismay, Su Jinli disregarded her plea, a faint smirk forming as she exclaimed, "Yunyang, you have wronged me." It was Zhang yet. Her words were swiftly interrupted by Su Jinxiu, who hastily interjected, "Your Highness, please do not hold others accountable. It was merely that I arrived late and had not yet taken my seat." Upon hearing this, Su Jinli shot her a frustrated glare, while Yunyang, believing her explanation, relaxed her anger and smiled as she and Su Jinxiu took their seats beside Su Jinli. Zhang Ruming, observing this, felt a sense of helplessness, but managed to muster a refined smile as she returned to her seat. The other noblewomen began to cast curious glances at Su Jinxiu, who sat comfortably beneath Su Jinli, wondering what merits she possessed to garner such attention from both Su Jinli and Yunyang. While the legitimate daughters remained indifferent, the illegitimate ones gazed at Su Jinxiu with envy and resentment for her effortless integration into the company of esteemed noblewomen. Yet, Su Jinxiu herself remained oblivious, quietly listening to the conversations between Su Jinli, Yunyang, and the other ladies, only responding with a few words when addressed. As half an hour passed, the gazes of the noblewomen towards Su Jinxiu transformed from disdain to a calm acceptance. Clearly, they had begun to embrace her presence. Initially, they had perceived Su Jinxiu as a sycophantic climber, yet after their interactions, she revealed herself to be gracious and well-mannered, neither interrupting nor succumbing to their deliberate coldness. Her poised demeanor and subtle display of literary talent endeared her to them, dispelling any lingering annoyance. Such a woman was undoubtedly extraordinary. Consequently, they collectively set aside their previous disdain and initiated conversations with Su Jinxiu. Regardless of their inquiries, she responded aptly, further satisfying their curiosity. Observing Su Jinxiu's ease in navigating the elite circles of Yen, Su Jinli and Yunyang exchanged smiles, filled with a sense of accomplishment. What had transpired was the result of their prior correspondence and planning. Su Jinli understood well the significance of social hierarchies in Yen and the pride of these top noblewomen. Had she hastily introduced Jinxiu, the latter would have faced rejection, completely ignored by the others. After several days of contemplation, she decided to enlist Yunyang's assistance to create intrigue around Jinxiu, allowing her true talents and knowledge to shine subtly. With her remarkable abilities and demeanor, Jinxiu would soon win the favor of these noblewomen. To keep the plan under wraps, she had refrained from informing Jinxiu, fortunate that Jinxiu proved to be quite astute. By the end of the day, Jinxiu would officially step into the realm of noblewomen in the capital. A quarter of an hour later, a matron entered to announce, "Second miss, the banquet is about to commence. Please lead the esteemed guests to the front hall." At this, Zhang Rumring beamed, interrupting the lively chatter among the noblewomen. "The banquet is about to begin, sisters. Please follow me." Without waiting for a response, she rose and made her way outside, followed by Yunyang, with Su Jinli and the others trailing closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the venue, where, due to the informal setting outside the palace, everyone took their seats according to their rank. Once seated, they observed an elderly matriarch, supported by the third prince and the young master of the Zhang family, approach. As everyone prepared to bow in greeting, the third prince warmly remarked, "Ladies, please do not stand on ceremony. I am merely here as a grandson to celebrate my grandmother's birthday." Upon hearing this, the guests settled down, patiently waiting for the elderly matriarch to take her place before collectively wishing her longevity and prosperity. "Thank you all for your kind wishes." The matriarch responded with a smile, her eyes crinkling with joy. The atmosphere grew lively as the guests engaged in polite exchanges, and the banquet commenced under the matriarch's guidance. After some time, Zhang Ruming rose and declared, "Grandmother, I, your unworthy granddaughter, have painted a piece titled Longevity of Pines and Cranes to celebrate your birthday." "Oh, let us see." The matriarch's eyes sparkled with interest. Zhang Ruming nodded with a smile, and a maid brought forth the painting. After taking it, she humbly stated, "Today, I present my humble work," and unfurled the scroll. As the painting was revealed, gasps of admiration filled the air, and all eyes fixated on the artwork. It was simply stunning. The cranes appeared so lifelike, and the clouds were rendered like a dream. The pines, standing resilient against the rocks, created a vivid scene of vitality and elegance. The harmonious combination of elements elevated the painting's grace, proving it to be an exceptional piece. Even Su Jinli, who typically found Zhang Ruming's smoothness off-putting, acknowledged the painting's exquisite craftsmanship. Noticing the captivated expressions of the guests, Zhang Ruming felt a swell of pride, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. "What do you think of Miss Ruming's painting, Your Highness?" the matriarch inquired warmly. The third prince hesitated momentarily before responding. "Miss Ruming's artistic skill is remarkable. I must commend her." Hearing this, Zhang Ruming's heart sank slightly, her expression flickering with disappointment as she sensed the formality in his tone. Despite being cousins, he chose to maintain such distance, showing no interest in her. Meanwhile, a hint of disappointment crossed the matriarch's face as she modestly replied, "His Highness is too kind. I too find Miss Ruming's painting quite commendable." Her overly humble response prompted a flurry of compliments toward Zhang Ruming, leading to a round of polite exchanges. The banquet became a lively affair, filled with clinking glasses, soft music, and delightful cuisine, as guests laughed and conversed. Su Jinli was accustomed to such gatherings. She remained calm and composed, enjoying her meal without any intention of joining their lively discussion. After Zhang Ruming's presentation, the Zhang family members continued to toast the matriarch, while Su Jinli remained detached, content to savor her preferred dishes. Just then, Yunyang nudged her arm, prompting her to look up in confusion, only to find Yunyang gesturing towards Su Jinxiu beside her. Turning to see Su Jinxiu resting her chin on her hand, gazing longingly at the third prince beside the matriarch, Su Jinli nearly choked on her food in surprise. "Jinxiu?" she whispered softly. After waiting in vain for a response,
Su Jinli sighed and gently petted Su Jinli's shoulder.
startled, Su Jinxiu nearly cried out, "Sister, what is it?" Su Jinli frowned slightly. "I should be asking you that. Why are you so lost in thought?" Flushing crimson, Su Jinxiu bit her lip, ultimately unable to confess that she had been staring at the third prince. Observing her embarrassment, Su Jinli softened her tone. "It is all right. I harbor no resentment. However, being so obvious in public is rather impolite. Do take care." It appears that the concept of fate is indeed predetermined. In a previous life, Jin Xiu was wed to the third prince, and in this life, she found herself enamored with his highness at first glance. The third prince, too, had his gaze linger on Jin Xiu at the entrance of the manor, clearly harboring a fondness for her. Unbeknownst to Su Jinli, who was entangled in her own complicated feelings, Su Jinxiu felt an overwhelming sense of shame for staring at a gentleman so intently. Her sister did not chastise her, but rather offered her comfort, leaving Jin Xiu feeling utterly embarrassed. Following this encounter, Su Jinxiu refrained from raising her head, choosing instead to sit quietly until the banquet concluded, at which point she and Su Jinli bid farewell to the other noble ladies. Upon exiting the manor and boarding the carriage of the Duke of Ningguo,
Su Jinxiu sotto apologized Su Jinli. "Sister, I am truly sorry.
"I acted recklessly just now." Su Jinli, upon hearing this, chuckled and reassured her. "Silly girl. You have reached the age of coming of age. It is entirely natural to feel a flutter of affection upon encountering a handsome gentleman. How could that be wrong?" Touched by her sister's graciousness, Su Jinxiu vowed, "Thank you for your understanding, dear sister. I promise to conduct myself with greater decorum in the future." Su Jinli continued with a gentle smile. "Although the third prince is of marriageable age and remains unmarried, take your time to calm your heart. Should you still feel drawn to him later, I shall assist you in your endeavors." The following day, Su Jinli rose early once more. After dressing and adorning herself, she and Su Jinxiu set off in a carriage to the outskirts of the capital, responding to the invitation of Princess Yunyang for a spring outing. However, the early spring, having just crossed the new year, bore no semblance of radiant springtime. Rather, it is marked by a lingering chill. The so-called spring outing was merely a pretext for the noble ladies of the capital to gather. In past years, Su Jinli had dismissed the idea of spring outings, finding the cold too unbearable, but this year, she was willing to go for Su Jinxiu's sake. Princess Yunyang had chosen Ziyang Mountain, located 20 miles from the capital, as their destination. After spending a considerable time in the carriage, they arrived at the gathering spot halfway up the mountain. As they descended from the carriage, they found that quite a few people were already seated in the pavilion. Yunyang was the first to greet them warmly, exclaiming, "Li girl, Xiu'er, come in and sit with me." She then turned to her attendants, commanding, "Su Nian, quickly bring each of them a warming pot." "Thank you,
Sister Yunyang."
the Su sisters replied in unison, bowing respectfully. Noticing their courtesy, Yunyang playfully chided, "If you continue to be this polite, I shall be vexed." The two sisters quickly straightened up, smiling, and entered the pavilion. Once seated, the other noble ladies began to engage in small talk. As usual, Su Jinli ignored everyone, only offering a faint nod in response. In contrast, Su Jinxiu patiently answered each inquiry, which greatly increased her favor among the ladies. Before long, all the noble daughters from families of high-ranking officials had gathered, and Yunyang decided to end the pleasantries. She instructed her attendants to bring forth writing materials, musical instruments, and 6 exquisite gold hairpins adorned with rubies and emeralds, declaring with a bright laugh, "I have heard that all you sisters are exceptionally talented. Today, I shall indulge in a bit of elegance myself." Pointing to the hairpins, she added, "These were gifted by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's uncle a few days ago. They are quite unique and elegant, so let them serve as rewards." Upon hearing this, the previously polite smiles of the noble ladies transformed into eager expressions, all keen to showcase their talents. The ladies present were descendants of distinguished families, accustomed to luxury and exquisite jewelry. What drew them in was the rarity of the hairpins, a craft exclusive to the royal family. Su Jinli, fully aware of their motivations, offered only a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. In her past life, she had been similarly intrigued, but now, she cared little for such material possessions. Her only wish was to unite with Mingju in matrimony and confront the enemies of her former life. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard a rich voice exclaim, "Oh, is that not Linger and Miss Su?" Looking up, she saw her long-cherished Gu Mingju approaching with several young gentlemen. He walked at the front alongside a young man in azure robes, engaged in an animated, low conversation. The young man was Song Yi, the son of the Duke of Ningguo and the brother of the beautiful Song Ling. He possessed striking features and exuded a gentle, refined demeanor, yet on the battlefield, he was a strategist whose very name instilled fear in the enemy. As Gu Mingju and his companions reached the pavilion, they instinctively halted, inquiring through the semi-transparent curtain. "Pardon our intrusion. May we inquire what you are all engaged in? Would you allow us to join?" The noble lady's expressions ignited with enthusiasm. After all, these young men were prospective suitors, and they were determined to make a good impression. Though they were eager to respond, they collectively glanced toward Yunyang, awaiting her cue. Understanding their sentiments perfectly, Yunyang smiled and said, "Seventh Prince, you flatter us. We were just about to engage in some literary games." Pausing for effect, she continued, "Your arrival is quite timely. We are in need of judges for our competition. Then we shall enter." "My apologies for the intrusion," Gu Mingju replied with a gentle smile, and he and his companions found seats in the pavilion. Once they were settled, Yunyang explained the competition rules. "I have 6 hairpins, and we shall hold 6 contests, with the 7th prince and the gentleman voting to determine the winner of each round. For the first round, you shall compose a poem inspired by the plum blossom, with 1 incense stick as the time limit." As her words fell, the eager expressions of the noble ladies faded, all of them deep in thought, except for Su Jinli, who appeared somewhat disinterested, resting her chin in her hand as she gazed into the distance. The young gentlemen noticed their every gesture. One among them muttered disapprovingly, "Miss Su truly lacks literary talent, only knowing how to provoke trouble." His words stirred a ripple of murmurs among the other young men, all echoing his sentiments, except for Song Yi, who observed Gu Mingju with interest. Leaning closer, he whispered to Gu Mingju, whose demeanor had turned dark. "It seems everyone has quite the opinion about your dear heart. Perhaps you should consider a change of preference?"
Linge excelse nevea artikel.
At this point, Song Yi, feeling the sharp glare from Gu Mingju, fell silent, awkwardly forcing a smile. Despite his efforts, the coldness in Gu Mingju's deep-set eyes did not wane, leaving Song Yi feeling unsettled. He inwardly cursed Gu Mingju for forgetting his friends due to infatuation. Yet, knowing the weight Su Jinli held in Gu Mingju's heart and the sinister intentions hidden behind his noble facade, he chose to relent, quickly shifting the conversation to flatter Su Jinxiu, proclaiming, "Miss Su is undeniably a vision of beauty, radiant and extraordinary." At his words, Gu Mingju's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of pride flickering in his gaze as he stared adoringly at Su Jinli. Witnessing this, Song Yi couldn't help but grimace. Truly, Gu Mingju was a lovesick fool. If the soldiers at the frontier were to see their iron-blooded general gazing longingly at a maiden, they would surely drop their jaws in astonishment. Soon, the incense burned low, and the noble ladies had all penned their poems, save for Su Jinli, whose paper remained blank. "Sister Su, do you not wish to compete for the hairpins?" Zhang Rumeng inquired curiously as Su Nian collected the poems. This question inadvertently thrust Su Jinli into the spotlight, as it veiled a subtle mockery of her perceived lack of skill, insinuating she could not even compose a decent poem. The ladies present, all of refined intellect, swiftly grasped the underlying intent of her words and turned their gazes expectantly towards Su Jinli, awaiting her response. "Did Yunyang not specify that poems must be written on paper?" Su Jinli asked, her expression darkening as she retorted. Zhang Rumeng was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a response, and was about to speak when Yunyang interjected, "I made no stipulation that poems must be inscribed on paper." With an air of nonchalance, she cast a seemingly casual glance at Zhang Rumeng. As Zhang Rumeng met the imposing gaze of Yunyang, her expression faltered, and a sense of embarrassment washed over her. The princess's words were tantamount to a slap in her face, favoring Su Jinli. Had Miss Su already composed a poem? Baili Shirhan, who had been friendly with Zhang Rumeng, mocked her, clearly insinuating that Su Jinli was grasping at straws to save face. At this, the coldness in Su Jinli's eyes intensified, and with a haughty glance at Baili Shirhan, she declared, "As my sister Baili has mentioned, I have indeed composed a poem." Her sharp gaze sent a chill through Baili Shirhan. Could it be that this seemingly inept girl had truly written a poem? After observing for a moment and convinced that Su Jinli could not produce a poem, Lin Wanqi stifled a laugh, suggesting, since you have composed it, Miss Su, why not recite it for us? Su Jinli's eyes flickered, and a cold smile graced her lips. Indeed, the daughter of the Lin minister was as odious as he. This was a trap designed to corner her. If she failed to recite a poem now, her already tarnished reputation would suffer even further. Yet she was determined to disappoint these ill-intentioned individuals. At the edge of the broken bridge outside the inn, the lonely blossoms bloomed without a master. It was already dusk, and solitude weighed heavily, further accompanied by wind and rain. Unwilling to compete for spring, she allowed the myriad flowers to be jealous. Falling to the ground, turning to mud and dust, only the fragrance remains as before. With an elegant smile, Su Jinli recited each line deliberately. With each verse, she spoke. The astonishment on the faces of the crowd deepened, while Zhang Ruming and her companions grew increasingly pale. Upon finishing, someone applauded. What a delightful fragrance remains. The crowd turned to see Song Ling, dressed in green, standing up with a face full of surprise and admiration. I too find that the last line penned by Lyre is truly ethereal. Yunyang immediately echoed. The crowd soon followed suit. And it wasn't long before Su Jinli was showered with praises. In such a splendid atmosphere, she unreservedly claimed the top spot. Zhang Ruming and her companions watched in dismay as the hairpin fell into Su Jinli's hands, their frustration palpable, yet they dared not voice any dissent. Only joining in the flattery. Zhang Ruming, seasoned and composed, managed to maintain her facade, while Baili Shirhan and Lin Wanqi wore forced smiles, drawing curious glances from other noble ladies. Having secured the hairpin, Su Jinli relished the discomfort of Zhang Ruming and the others, and she had no desire to linger. She excused herself from Yunyang, accompanied by Qing Yue and others, to another location. After a brief walk, she discovered a picturesque resting place amidst the mountains and streams. Under a newly sprouted tree, she and Qing Yue gazed at the sea of clouds atop the mountain, their reverie interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Furrowing her brow slightly, she turned to find Gu Mingjue and Song Yi. Surprised for a moment, she curtsied. This humble servant greets His Highness the Seventh Prince and young Master Song. Qing Yue and the others followed suit. Gu Mingjue quickly responded, Lyre, no need for such formalities. Please rise. Su Jinli smiled and complied. 3 days apart. And yet you appear transformed. Truly, the ancients do not deceive. Song Yi remarked, suppressing his curiosity with a gentle smile. After a brief pause, he jested, Miss Su, your transformation is indeed remarkable. You leave Song Yi speechless. Oh, young Master Song, you truly are easily astonished. Should you encounter my future transformations, do not let your jaw drop. Su Jinli replied playfully, her bright eyes twinkling. Song Yi could not help but laugh heartily. Miss Su, you are indeed a delightful person. Su Jinli accepted the compliment with a smile, remaining silent. Lyre, may I have a word with you? Gu Mingjue asked, his gaze filled with hope. He had something significant to discuss with her and earnestly wished for her agreement. Chapter 34. Will you marry me? Under the intensity of his gaze, Su Jinli felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks, lowering her head to hide her shyness. Your Highness, please. She gestured toward a nearby spot. Gu Mingjue nodded, and they walked towards it, one after the other. Qing Yue instinctively stepped forward, only to be halted by Song Yi. If Mingjue has called Miss Su over, it must be for a private conversation. There is no need for you to follow. Qing Yue paused, recalling Su Jinli's differing attitudes towards Gu Mingjue and his brother, Gu Mingru. During this time, and silently halted. She, along with Song Yi and Qing Yao, quietly observed the two departing figures. Is there something you wish to say, Your Highness? Su Jinli initiated the conversation. In her previous life, she had received the imperial marriage decree during the Lantern Festival of the 16th year of Yongli, and it was now merely 4 days away. His private summons could only pertain to matters of marriage. As expected, Gu Mingjue's typically composed demeanor revealed hints of shyness and nervousness as he slowly began. My father intends to grant me a marriage in a few days, and I wish to ask for your hand. In that moment, he cast aside any remaining shyness, gazing tenderly at Su Jinli, and directly asked, Will you marry me? Though she had anticipated this, the sudden proposal still caused Su Jinli's face to burn crimson, her heart racing. An indescribable joy and happiness flooded her, a feeling so intense that it was the first time she had experienced it in both her lives. Seeing her silence, Gu Mingjue's eyes flickered with panic. He quickly reassured her, I have admired you for several years, and if you would consent to be my wife, I promise to cherish you. In the future, in the prince's manner, my heart shall belong solely to you. Among the myriad of beauties, I only wish to grow old with you. Gu Mingjue gazed at Su Jinli with deep affection, voicing a lifelong promise to his beloved. Tears brimmed in Su Jinli's eyes, unable to be contained. With the memories of her previous life, she knew all too well that Gu Mingjue's words were sincere, not mere flattery. In her past life, despite her indifference towards him and her clandestine interactions with Gu Mingru, he had never taken a concubine. It was easy to find a priceless treasure, but to find a true love was rare. How fortunate she was to have such a devoted husband as Mingjue. Seeing her tearful expression, Gu Mingjue grew anxious, mistakenly believing she did not wish to marry him. Liar, please do not cry. If you do not wish to marry, it is perfectly all right. Though he spoke lightly, his heart was heavy with bitterness. He was acutely aware that Liar had long harbored feelings for Gu Mingru. So why should he be excited over her slight change in attitude, foolishly hoping to marry her? Upon hearing his words, Su Jinli realized he had misunderstood. She quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, murmuring, Marry? Why would I not marry? At her reply, Gu Mingjue's earlier disappointment evaporated, replaced by overwhelming joy that sent his heart racing, followed by a silly grin. After a while, he cautiously sought confirmation. Liar, what you just said is true. Su Jinli's cheeks flushed even more, her gaze flickering as she could not bear to meet Gu Mingjue's eyes. Yet, to clarify for this fool and dispel any misconceptions, she bit her lip and affirmed, Yes, I am willing to be wed to you. Without waiting for the delighted prince's response, she swiftly dashed away. She ran to where Qingwei and the others were, tossing back, I'll take a stroll by the creek. Before departing, Qingwei and the others exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss, while Song Yi chuckled at her retreating figure. It seems the seventh prince has gotten his wish. Your young lady is simply shy. You should go after her,
he kindly suggested.
Being astute, Qingwei and the others quickly understood what had transpired, especially with the ecstatic seventh prince joining them. And they laughed as they followed Su Jinli. Song Yi clasped his hands and smiled. Congratulations, Mingjue. You have successfully won the heart of the beauty. Gu Mingjue, in high spirits, paid no mind to the teasing glint in Song Yi's eyes, believing his words to be sincere praise, and accepted it with a smile. Let us go, he said leisurely. Where to? Song Yi feigned ignorance. To find Liar. If we delay, we may lose her. Gu Mingjue beamed, his gaze filled with tenderness as he looked into the distance at his beloved. How sour. Song Yi shivered, grumbling. You just started pursuing her, and you're already so infatuated. How will you manage in the future? As Song Yi gazed at someone's vibrant back, he envisioned the dismal scenes of his future, often plagued by their ostentatious displays of affection. The gently flowing stream, crystal clear, served as the backdrop for Su Jinli and Gu Mingjue, who sat upon a stone, engaged in lively conversation punctuated by peals of laughter. Song Yi and Qingyue, along with others, stood by, self-aware and waiting. Suddenly, Gu Mingjue beckoned them over, inquiring if they felt a pang of hunger as noon approached. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were rather famished. I see there are fish in the stream. Why not catch some to roast? He suggested with a smile. Su Jinli's eyes sparkled at the suggestion, her head bobbing in enthusiastic agreement. She recalled the delectable roasted fish Gu Mingjue had prepared in her past life, which had been succulent and utterly delightful. Seeing her enthusiasm, Qingwei and the others concurred, and Song Yi also voiced his agreement. I will catch fish with Song Yi, while Li and the maidens gather some dry branches, he said kindly.
All right,
Song Yi replied cheerfully, rolling up his sleeves, eager to begin. Meanwhile, Su Jinli and Qingwei set off to collect firewood. Since it was early spring, the ground was littered with branches left over from winter, and soon they returned with an ample bundle of firewood. The fish is prepared, Song Yi exclaimed childishly, joyfully brandishing the fish he had cleaned and speared onto a branch. If we don't start the fire now, when shall we?
Su Jinli eagerly chimed in.
In response, Gu Mingjue tossed all the fish in his hands to Song Yi, then skillfully arranged the firewood and ignited it. Thus began their roasting of the fish. As time passed, the fishy odor dissipated, replaced by the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. Su Jinli and her companions instinctively swallowed, their eyes fixed hungrily on the fish rotating over the flames. Finally, just as their patience began to wane, Gu Mingjue retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe and sprinkled the fragrant powder evenly over the golden fish. Instantly, the air was filled with an irresistible scent, accompanied by a sizzling sound that heightened their appetites. Su Jinli, unable to contain her cravings, was about to ask Gu Mingjue for a piece when Song Yi, quick as lightning, snatched the fish from Gu Mingjue's hand and took a hearty bite before anyone could react. "Ah, it's hot and delicious," Song Yi exclaimed, his face alight with satisfaction. Gu Mingjue shot him an exasperated glance but smiled as he handed the fish from Song Yi's other hand to Su Jinli, gently advising her to be cautious and eat slowly. Nodding, Su Jinli began to indulge heartily. Gu Mingjue had only roasted 2 fish, leaving Qingyue and the others to watch enviously. Midway through her meal, as if sensing their longing glances, Su Jinli, feeling a pang of conscience, declared, "You should all cook your own fish. There's plenty to go around." Upon hearing this, Qingyue and the others looked even more sorrowful. "Miss, we cannot roast fish," they lamented. Yet, they understood that it was inappropriate to ask Gu Mingjue for further help given his noble status. So they resigned to processing the fish and imitating Gu Mingjue's technique. Although inexperienced, they were skilled in the kitchen, and under Gu Mingjue's patient guidance, they quickly grasped the art of roasting fish. Before long, they had devoured 8 fish, yet their appetites remained unsated. Fortunately, there was still firewood, and they decided to continue fishing. Gu Mingjue initially hesitated to let Su Jinli join him, but the eager anticipation in her eyes was too poignant to ignore. So he relented and led her to the stream. He chose a large stone in a slow-moving section of the water and instructed, "Li stand on that stone." Without hesitation, she eagerly grasped a branch, ready to spear a fish. The area was teeming with fish, and she focused intently on the water, bending down to thrust the branch repeatedly, but each time, she missed her mark. After a dozen attempts, her frustration grew, and she completely disregarded Gu Mingjue's cautions. Spotting a plump fish swimming by, she lunged recklessly, losing her footing and slipping into the stream. "Ah!" she shrieked. "Miss!" Qingyue and the others turned pale with alarm. Gu Mingjue, who had been keeping a watchful eye on her, immediately sprang into action, using his lightness skills to rush to her side. Just as Su Jinli was about to plunge into the water, he caught her, spinning her into his embrace. Su Jinli, still reeling from shock, was oblivious to her embarrassment, clutching his shoulders tightly as her heart raced uncontrollably. Seeing her safe, Qingyue and the others breathed a sigh of relief, only to be startled by a dark voice. "Seventh brother, what are you doing with Li?" They turned to see Gu Mingyuan, usually composed and smiling, now glaring at the two of them with a stormy expression. Su Jinli's heart raced. What should she do? Being seen by Gu Mingyuan so close to Gu Mingjue could spell trouble. If he realized that her affections lay with Gu Mingjue, their engagement would be jeopardized. Gu Mingjue, mistaking Su Jinli's proximity to him as a sign that she still harbored feelings for Gu Mingyuan, tightened his grip before gently releasing her. Miss Su almost fell. "I merely assisted her," he said, lowering his gaze, his long lashes concealing his sorrow. "Oh, assisted her into your arms?" Gu Mingyuan retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Gu Mingjue responded calmly, "Believe it or not, that is the truth." Seeing Su Jinli still flustered, his heart ached once more. Not wishing for her to suffer any repercussions from Gu Mingyuan, he bowed slightly and said, "Miss Su, please explain the situation to ninth brother. I shall take my leave." He then turned to Song Yi, his voice icy as he commanded, "Let us go." Nodding, Song Yi followed him away. "Your cousin really has a refined taste." Gu Mingyuan sneered after Gu Mingjue departed. Is this outing truly for spring, or is it merely to revel with the seventh prince? Chapter 35. Changes in the engagement. Hearing that she had just recovered from a cold, he hurried to the Duke's residence to find her, wishing to take her to Tianxiang Pavilion for their signature dishes. To his dismay, he found nothing but disappointment upon learning from Uncle Zhong that she had gone to Ziyang Mountain for a spring outing with Yunyang. He rushed over, only to find her timidly nestled in the arms of the seventh prince. How could he not be furious? After a considerable time, as Gu Mingyuan's anger peaked, Su Jinli, regaining her composure, calmly stated, "That was merely an accident. His Highness was saving me." Pausing, she looked intently into Gu Mingyuan's eyes and sincerely added, "I never lie, you know that, ninth brother." Gu Mingyuan met her gaze for a long moment, and seeing her sincerity, coupled with her inherently truthful nature, his anger began to dissipate. However, traces of displeasure remained. The fact that she had not resisted being in Gu Mingjua's embrace was undeniable. Understanding his temperament well, Su Jinli quickly explained, I was startled, and my reflexes were slow, which is why I allowed His Highness to assist me. At her words, the frost in Gu Mingyuan's eyes finally thawed, yet doubts about her feelings for Gu Mingjue lingered. However, confident in their childhood bond, he chose not to press further and swiftly redirected the conversation. Afterward, Su Jinli patiently endured the discomfort of accompanying Gu Mingyuan along the stream before returning to the pavilion with Su Jinxiu to head home. On the evening of the 15th day of the first month, dressed in splendid attire, Su Jinli joined the others from the Ningguo mansion to attend the Lantern Festival banquet at the palace. Since she boarded the carriage, she had been smiling, drawing curious glances from Su Jinxiu, who remained unaware of the joyful news. When Su Jinxiu could no longer contain her curiosity after the 16th smile, she finally asked, Sister, why are you so happy? Is there good news? Su Jinxiu had spent the entire day in the pavilion, oblivious to Su Jinli's engagement with Gu Mingjue. What did you say? Su Jinli replied, momentarily lost in thought, still basking in the joy of her impending engagement. Seeing her in such a state, Su Jinxiu's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness as she repeated, I asked my sister why she appears so joyous. Is there some happy occasion? Upon hearing this, Su Jinli's smile widened, her radiant eyes brimming with delight as she shyly replied, at tonight's banquet, His Majesty will bestow marriages upon the adult princes, noble clan offspring, and esteemed young ladies. Su Jinxiu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, teasingly saying, Then I must congratulate my sister on finding a worthy suitor. If it were merely the emperor personally arranging a marriage, her sister would not be this elated. Her joy undoubtedly stemmed from the fact that the betrothed was her beloved. One must acknowledge Su Jinxiu's keen intellect, as she quickly pieced the truth together. Though she had lived 2 lifetimes, the jest regarding marriage still left Su Jinli feeling somewhat embarrassed, and she chided, Jinxiu, do not mock me. Ha ha ha. Sister is shy, so I shall refrain. Yet, despite her words, Su Jinxiu clutched her stomach, laughing heartily. Su Jinli cast her a resigned glance, then lowered her head in silence, secretly envisioning the beautiful scene of marrying Mingjue once more. In her elated mood, the once lengthy journey felt surprisingly brief, as Su Jinli thought upon the carriage's halt. Upon disembarking, she composed herself, adopting the demeanor befitting a legitimate daughter of the Duke's household, and walked gracefully towards the Rinla Hall, where the banquet was to be held. When they arrived, most of the royal relatives had yet to appear, thus they were led by the palace attendants directly to their designated seats. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Emperor Yongli entered with the Empress Dowager and all royal family members, surrounded by palace maids and eunuchs. The family members of the officials knelt down to pay their respects, reciting in unison, We, the humble subjects, wives, children, daughters, pay our respects to your majesty. The Empress Dowager, the Empress. May the Emperor live long, long, long. The harmonious yet powerful utterances resounded throughout the grand hall. Emperor Yongli, with his imposing gaze, focused straight ahead as he solemnly approached the central dragon throne and took his seat. The rest quickly arranged themselves according to their ranks, and only then did Emperor Yongli slightly lower his head, surveying the kneeling crowd. All rise. His voice, both serene and commanding, echoed through the hall. The crowd bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, your majesty, for your grace. After which, they swiftly stood and took their seats. Today marked the Lantern Festival, thus. Matters of state were set aside, and social hierarchies were disregarded. I raise a toast to all of you. May our great Yan prosper, and our people find peace. Emperor Yongli proclaimed, lifting his 9-dragon goblet. At his words, the assembly promptly stood, raising their cups in agreement. May heaven bless our great Yan with stability and prosperity.
Cheers.
Emperor Yongli held the goblet high, clinking it with the others before consuming its contents in one gulp. The others followed suit. Afterward, Emperor Yongli instructed the attendants to refill his goblet. This cup is for all of you. May you remain as loyal to the nation and dedicated to the people's well-being as ever. He declared, We shall heed your majesty's words, and will devote ourselves to the nation. Everyone responded. Subsequently, the emperor and his subjects shared a second cup. Soon, the attendants replenished Emperor Yongli's goblet for a third time. This time, the emperor, abandoning his previous solemnity, smiled and said, "The first 2 cups were dedicated to the state and its people. This 3rd cup is a toast to your health and the well-being of your families. We thank your majesty for your blessings." The ministers hurriedly expressed their gratitude. They then raised their cups together for a 3rd toast. "Let the banquet commence," Emperor Yongli announced with a smile. And he was the first to pick up his jade chopsticks, prompting the others to follow suit. "Do not feel constrained. Treat this as a family gathering," the Empress Dowager suggested, sensing the atmosphere was slightly cool. The crowd responded affirmatively. Following this, the prearranged musicians began to play, and the graceful dancers commenced their enchanting movements. Although the imperial banquet was replete with exquisite delicacies and fine wine, few actually indulged, as most were engaged in lively conversation with the emperor to curry favor.
Su Jinli,
Feeling rather bored, absent-mindedly pushed around the shark fin soup before her, leisurely listening to her grandfather mingle with the officials. As the banquet progressed, with several musical pieces and waves of dancers performing, the atmosphere grew languorous, and many began to feel drowsy, lulled by the elegant sounds of silk and bamboo instruments and the delicate dance. Emperor Yongli, keenly observing the guests' demeanor, suddenly chuckled. Every year during the Lantern Festival, countless couples outside the palace are united. Today, I shall also take the opportunity to arrange some matches. At this, the guests' fatigue vanished, and they sat up straight, eager not to miss any detail, especially those from distinguished families with daughters of marriageable age, or those suitable for the princes held their breath in anticipation, their tension palpable. After all, Emperor Yongli would not casually arrange marriages. Those favored with his decree would be none other than his own sons and favored royal relatives. The young ladies also anxiously clutched their handkerchiefs, waiting for the next announcement, and even Su Jinli, who had experienced all this before and was privy to the details, felt an unwarranted surge of anxiety. Under the watchful eyes of all, Emperor Yongli cleared his throat and cheerfully declared, "I have 8 eligible sons yet to marry. As their father, I shall indulge and choose brides for them first. I hope you do not take offense. Your Majesty speaks too humbly. It is only right." Though some may have held reservations in their hearts, they all echoed the same response outwardly. "Following the order of seniority, I shall begin with my 3rd son," Emperor Yongli continued, sparking even greater anticipation among the crowd. "The eldest daughter of Minister Lin, Wanqi, is graceful and charming. I bestow her as a concubine to the 3rd prince, Mingyan." The announcement elicited surprise, and after a brief pause, Emperor Yongli remained silent, causing murmurs of confusion among the attendees. Why had the emperor only chosen a concubine from a scholarly family for the 3rd prince? As they pondered, Gu Mingyan and Lin Wanqi simultaneously rose to bow, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." Though it was merely a concubine position, Lin Wanqi wore a radiant smile, while Gu Mingyan appeared rather indifferent. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Yongli instructed them to rise, and he subsequently designated wives for the 4th, 5th, and 6th princes, all selections mirroring those from the past. Thus Su Jinli paid little heed, eagerly awaiting the emperor to announce her marriage to Mingjue. However, after a prolonged silence, she found herself still waiting for Emperor Yongli to speak. Stealthily, she lifted her gaze only to meet the emperor's penetrating stare. Not far away, Gu Mingruan gazed at her with deep affection. A chill ran down her spine, and all her joyous anticipation evaporated, replaced by a foreboding sense of dread. Just then, after a prolonged silence, Emperor Yongli suddenly called out, "Where is the legitimate daughter of the Ningguo Duke's household? Su Jinli?" Su Jinli's brow twitched, and she quickly rose, bowing her head and averting her gaze as she responded, "This subject, Su Jinli, is here." "Step forward," Emperor Yongli commanded, his voice unnaturally calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet this ambiguity caused Su Jinli and all in the Ningguo Duke's household to feel their hearts leap to their throats. Emperor Yongli had summoned her. A stark contrast to how he had jovially arranged marriages for others. This could not be an arbitrary summons. With a heavy heart, Su Jinli took faltering steps, kneeling 3 meters away from Emperor Yongli. The emperor continued, "Lift your head." At his command, Su Jinli's palms grew clammy with sweat, yet she complied and raised her head. Emperor Yongli narrowed his dragon-like eyes, scrutinizing her intently. After a lengthy pause, he withdrew his gaze, stating without joy or anger, "You possess a striking beauty. Indeed a woman of extraordinary grace." Though it was a compliment, Su Jinli's heart raced. She sensed that her fate today would not be a favorable one. while she was unsure of the specifics. The blatant affection Gu Mingruan had displayed towards her earlier made her realize that Emperor Yongli's current demeanor was undoubtedly linked to the concubine Su and her son. "Why is it that I compliment your beauty, yet your countenance pales in an instant?" Emperor Yongli remarked, his brows slightly furrowing in displeasure. As Su Jinli was lost in thought, she was suddenly confronted by the Yongli Emperor's unexpected challenge, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Unsure of how to respond. Chapter 36. A Cup of Poison Wine. After a long pause, she managed to suppress the fear that had arisen within her due to the Yongli Emperor's deliberate pressure, lowering her head and humbly stating, "Your Majesty's praise for this humble servant is indeed a blessing." But what follows? The Yongli Emperor raised an imperceptible eyebrow. "But this servant, with her fragile disposition, is unworthy of your Majesty's commendation. This servant is terrified." As she spoke, her head bowed even lower, affirming the truth of her words. A glimmer of insight flickered in the Yongli Emperor's narrowed eyes. He thought to himself that the Su family's reputation was not as dismal as rumored. Setting aside other considerations, her adept handling of his provocation was not only clever, but also quite appropriate. However, recalling that both the 7th and 9th princes had expressed interest in her during last night's discussions regarding marriage, his gaze grew a shade colder. Quite sharp-tongued, he remarked coldly. Su Jinli tightened her grip, remaining silent in the face of the Yongli Emperor's veiled anger. "Your Majesty, please speak kindly and do not frighten this girl from the Su family." The Empress Dowager intervened, noting the elderly Duke of Ningguo's anxious gaze on Su Jinli. "Even if this girl has made numerous mistakes, the Duke of Ningguo's household is loyal and steadfast. We cannot let the Duke's heart grow cold." Hearing this, the Yongli Emperor noticed the rare look of alarm and concern on the Duke's face, and his gaze flickered momentarily. The Duke of Ning had fought on the borders for the Yen Kingdom alongside the Su family's sons for decades, enduring injuries and witnessing countless Su family generals buried in battle. Even his only, remarkably talented legitimate son, Su Ning'en, had perished for the nation. The imperial family indeed owed him much, thus he softened his demeanor and refrained from exerting imperial pressure on Su Jinli. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "In a household with a daughter, many families seek to marry. With such beauty as yours, the suitors must be lining up at the Duke's door." The Duke of Ning breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that the Yongli Emperor was sparing his granddaughter out of respect for Su Ning and sacrifice. "Your Majesty jests. The girl has been spoiled due to her unfortunate upbringing. I have indulged her, and aside from her charming face, she possesses nothing that would attract suitors," he replied, though his eyes brimmed with affection and pride, revealing his true sentiments. Listening to the Duke's self-deprecating remarks, the Yongli Emperor chuckled, his hidden anger dissipating somewhat. Truly, after years of service, the old minister's words, though seemingly humble, subtly reminded him that Su Jinli was the last descendant of Su Ning'en. The Yongli Emperor, fully aware of this, decided not to take drastic measures against Su Jinli and dismissed the Duke's implications. He continued, "You flatter her too much. This Su girl is lively and cheerful. How could she lack suitors?" After a brief pause, he added, "There is no need for you to beat around the bush. Simply tell me which young man you have chosen as your granddaughter as husband." Upon hearing this, the Duke of Ning felt a chill. The Yongli Emperor was subtly indicating that if he wished for Su Jinli's safety, he must quickly select a husband from among the gentry. However, with only Su Jinli as his direct heir, who would inherit the command of the Su family's 50,000 troops, her husband must be someone capable of supporting her, protecting her, and genuinely cherishing her, without ulterior motives concerning military power. Otherwise, should he pass away, not only would her life be in jeopardy, but the entire lineage of the Duke of Ning would be uprooted. Thus, he had chosen Gu Mingjue, who was infatuated with Su Jinli and renowned for his martial prowess. Yet now, the Yongli Emperor had clearly indicated that her husband should not come from the royal family. What was to be done? The Duke of Ning was in a state of turmoil, and Su Jinli, kneeling before the throne, felt a shiver of apprehension. She understood the Yongli Emperor's intentions, but was unwilling to settle for a mere arrangement. Her rebirth had stemmed from her guilt and regret towards Mingjue, and her heart was wholly devoted to him. What meaning would life hold if she could not marry him and reclaim the stolen moments? Just as silence enveloped the hall, and the Duke and Su Jinli wore frowns of worry, Gu Mingjue, who had been anxious since Su Jinli had been called upon, suddenly stood and walked towards the Yongli Emperor. Upon reaching Su Jinli's side, He lifted his robe and knelt, proclaiming loudly, "Your servant has long admired Miss Su. A few days ago, I privately expressed my desire to the Duke of Ning to seek her hand in marriage. I hope your majesty will grant this request." Before the Yongli emperor could unleash the anger that had been accumulating in his eyes, Gu Mingjue knocked his head 3 times on the ground. This act was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of commotion. The silence in the hall was shattered as everyone began to murmur. Some remarked on the 7th prince's unwavering devotion, while others criticized him for clashing with the emperor over a woman lacking in talent and virtue. And some speculated about the 7th prince's ambitions regarding the Duke of Ning's 50,000 troops. Amidst the clamor, only those familiar with Gu Mingjue, like Su Jinli, were deeply moved. He was merely afraid that his beloved would continue to be chastised, and thus, knowing he would anger the emperor, he still cast aside his princely dignity to publicly seek her hand. After a long moment without a response from the Yongli emperor, Gu Mingjue repeated, "I hope your majesty will grant this request." Seeing his audacity, the Yongli emperor's ire was ignited. Slamming his hand on the table, he thundered, "You fool!" The emperor's rage sent tremors through the hall, and everyone held their breath for Gu Mingjue. With his head bowed even lower, Gu Mingjue humbly replied, "Your majesty, please quell your anger. Humph. Do not feign innocence. You must be delighted to see me in such a fury." The Yongli emperor, already harboring a dislike for the son, found his irritation towards him deepening due to his recent actions. After all, he was still his son, no matter how vexed he was. He could not shame him in public. Once he vented his anger, he coolly instructed, "You may rise." Although he did not receive the answer he desired, Gu Mingjue, recognizing the situation, respectfully said, "Thank you for your grace, father," and rose, not wishing to dwell on the matter. The Yongli emperor then turned his attention to the silent Duke of Ning, urging him softly, "Minister Su, please answer my previous question." The duke's gaze sharpened, and he clasped his hands, stating, "This old minister dares to suggest that I have taken a liking to a royal son." Oh! Upon hearing this, the Yongli emperor's sharp gaze swept across the expressionless Su Guifei, the smiling Gu Mingran, and the still-standing Gu Mingjue beside Su Jinli. A royal son? Was the duke feigning ignorance of his hint? Aware that the Yongli emperor would not take kindly to his next words, yet for the sake of his granddaughter, the duke mustered his courage and continued, "This old minister believes that the 7th prince is both scholarly and martial, making him an excellent match for Miss Su." Upon hearing this, the Yongli emperor's face darkened, a storm brewing in his imposing eyes. At that moment Gu Mingran, who had realized that the royal son mentioned was the 7th prince and not himself, further fanned the flames, declaring, "I ask your majesty to grant me the hand of Sister Lyre as my secondary consort." Hearing this, the Su Guifei's expression shifted, and she cursed him internally, quickly reprimanding, "Silence. I see you have had too much to drink, daring to speak nonsense before your father." She then hastily signaled to Gu Mingran, hoping he could grasp the situation and apologize. However, to her astonishment, Gu Mingran, who typically obeyed her, completely disregarded her warning. Instead, he imitated Gu Mingjue's earlier gesture. Kneeling and pleading, "I have been childhood friends with Lyre for many years. I beseech father to grant this." The Su Guifei, feeling a rush of frustration, nearly fainted, casting a complex glance at Gu Mingran. Had he lost his senses? Why provoke the emperor at such a critical moment? Indeed. The Yongli emperor's face turned a shade of iron as he waved his hand, hurling the jade chopsticks in his grasp at Gu Mingran while roaring, "Fool! Nonsense!" He continued to breathe heavily, his chest rising and falling. Unlike his earlier outburst directed at Gu Mingjue, this time, his eyes also revealed a hint of disappointment. Gu Mingran was his most favored son. He had personally guided him in his studies since childhood, yet today, he had cast aside his dignity for a woman in front of everyone. His frustration and disappointment were truly palpable. The fury of the emperor compelled those present to hastily quell their curiosity, urging him in unison to temper his wrath. However, Gu Minglu, entranced, defiantly locked gazes with Emperor Yongli. After a lengthy pause, the emperor, having regained some composure, shifted his attention to the now diminished presence of Su Jinli. "So, both of my sons have sought your hand in marriage. What is your stance?" Upon posing the question, he absently tapped his fingers on the table, the irregular sounds echoing ominously in the otherwise silent hall, tightening the already anxious heart of Su Jinli. She was acutely aware of the peril she faced, Yet she had no choice but to respond to the emperor's inquiry, a reflection of the inherent subjugation of those beneath the throne. After careful consideration, she expressed her sentiments diplomatically, stating that matters of marriage are dictated by parental authority and matchmakers. She could not presume to speak freely, but would abide by her grandfather's arrangements. The old duke had just indicated a desire for her to be betrothed to the seventh prince, thus she had chosen Gu Mingjue. The emperor's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. How could she abandon Gu Minglu, with whom she shared a long-standing affection? For the one who had harbored unrequited love for her? Was there a secret collusion between the Ningguo duke's residence and the seventh prince? A seed of doubt took root in Yongli's heart, and he felt an unprecedented surge of murderous intent. Su Jinli could not be spared. Initially, he had disapproved of the discord caused by the seventh and ninth princes over her. But he had not intended to take her life, merely to force her into a monastic life. In a flash, Yongle resolved to confront Su directly, accusing her of inciting discord between his two sons. Su Jinli scoffed inwardly. This was hardly her doing. It was merely his son's unwillingness to bear a reprimand that led to their ire being directed at her. I am unaware, she stated firmly. Unaware. The emperor furrowed his brow, and with a wave of his hand declared, Su, you have failed in your moral conduct, enchanting my princes. You shall be served a cup of poison. What? The assembly gasped in horror, the old duke fainting from shock, while Su Jinli managed a sorrowful smile, tears cascading down her smooth cheeks. I thank your majesty for your grace, she replied through gritted teeth, a bitter smile creeping upon her lips. Facing inevitable death, why should she continue to grovel? Without waiting for the emperor's further command, she rose, straightening her back, proudly awaiting the servant to bring forth the wine. As she lifted the goblet, she turned to her family, saying, Uncle, Aunt, Jinxiu, Junior, should I not return, please take good care of grandfather. Her relatives nodded through their tears, while Yunyang, seated diagonally across from them, was equally distraught. The brothers Gu Mingjue and Gu Minglu stood frozen in disbelief. Su Jinli cast one last longing glance at those she cherished, her heart aching as she looked at Gu Mingjue. She had once hoped to rekindle their bond in this lifetime, to offer him a perfect and happy life. Yet unforeseen calamity had intervened. Farewell, Mingjue, do not grieve for me, she silently prayed, forcing herself to look away, forcing a bitter smile, and raising her cup high. Lear. Stop. Princess Xuani suddenly stood, her voice resonating through the tense atmosphere. Su Jinli instinctively paused, and as the crowd stared in astonishment, Princess Xuani produced a gleaming golden token from her sleeve. Brother Emperor, do you recognize this? She inquired. Yongli's gaze sharpened. This is a death exemption token. There are only 9 in existence, granted by our late sovereign to Xuani and his other brothers as a means of protection. Was Xuani intending to use it to save Su Jinli? As Yongli pondered, Princess Xuani continued. Indeed, brother, you remember. I now bestow this token upon Lear. Stepping away from her seat, she disregarded the pale-faced emperor and approached Su Jinli. She seized the poison wine from Su Jinli's grasp and spilled it upon the ground, where it fizzed ominously. Ignoring the terrifying sight, Princess Xuani coldly pressed the death exemption token into Su Jinli's hands, saying, My dear girl, you have done nothing wrong. I cannot bear to see such a vibrant life wither before my eyes. Hence, I gift you this token. Thank you for your kindness, your highness. Su Jinli responded, her nose tinged with acidity. Foolish child. The princess chided gently, then turned to the Empress Dowager. Mother, you have always been fair. How can you allow Lear to perish unjustly? This would surely chill the hearts of both the Su and Bai families. The Empress Dowager had never fully endorsed Yongli's decision to blame Su Jinli and condemn her to death, and now, confronted by Xuani's reprimand, she felt a pang of guilt. Observing the Empress Dowager's shifting demeanor, Princess Xuani pressed on, Mother, look at the Duke of Ning. He has devoted his life to loyalty and patriotism, only to be struck down in this hall, causing anguish not only to the Su family but beyond. The Empress Dowager's expression grew more remorseful, and Princess Xuani's concluding words struck a chord within her. She cast a pointed look at the discontented Yongli. His misplaced wrath was excessive. While it may have been tolerable in private, to display it publicly was another matter entirely. If the loyal Duke of Ning suffered such a fate, how could any official serve him wholeheartedly thereafter? Realizing this, the Empress Dowager hastily commanded, quickly summon a physician for the Duke of Ning. Then, with a smile, she remarked, I see that the Su girl possesses a proud spirit, much like Mingjue. They indeed make a fine pair. Come, Su girl, approach so that I may examine you closely. She beckoned eagerly to Su Jinli. While Su Jinli internally dismissed the Empress Dowager's after-the-fact compensation, she obediently approached, recognizing this opportunity had been won for her by Princess Shuani. In the realm, under Yongli's opposition, only the Empress Dowager could grant her union with Mingjue. Your servant greets the Empress Dowager, she said gracefully, bowing. The Empress Dowager reproached. Why must you be so formal? And personally assisted her to her feet. After a moment of appraisal, she remarked with satisfaction, truly, you are the daughter of the esteemed Ningguo heir, and by feng, your demeanor surpasses that of my own granddaughters. Understanding this was merely an introductory statement before the marriage decree, Su Jinli, though dismissive, humbly responded, I am flattered, your majesty. Such an exceptional woman naturally attracted numerous suitors. Mingjue certainly has good taste. The Empress Dowager added. Indeed. Gu Mingjue affirmed, without hesitation when it came to Su Jinli. The Empress Dowager smiled slightly, playfully scolding. Look at you, lost in admiration. Clearing her throat, she declared, today, I shall take charge. Su Jinli, hailing from a noble lineage, graceful and poised. I hereby bestow her upon the seventh prince Gu Mingjue as his principal consort. Both Su Jinli and Gu Mingjue echoed, your servant acknowledges the decree. Their voices harmonized with joy. They had achieved their desires, while Gu Minglu's handsome face twisted in rage. His fists clenched tightly as he glared at Su Jinli and Gu Mingjue. Concerned that Gu Minglu might act recklessly in his fury, the favored concubine Su interjected, Chunyan. Minglu is intoxicated. Quickly take him outside for some fresh air. Yes. Chunyan promptly complied, forcibly leading the inebriated Gu Minglu away. Both the Empress Dowager and Yongli recognized concubine Su's intentions, yet their favoritism towards Gu Minglu rendered them oblivious, allowing her to manage the ensuing chaos. Thus, a dramatic farce came to a close, while Su Jinli hurried back to her seat to care for the unconscious Duke of Ning. Yongli continued the marriage proceedings. And in her preoccupation with the Duke, Su Jinli failed to notice that Yongli had conferred Wei Ziyan as Gu Minglu's side consort without establishing a principal consort. When the physician arrived to treat the Duke, and he gradually regained consciousness under acupuncture, Su Jinli led the family of the Duke of Ning out, departing first. The Yongli Emperor, perhaps feeling a sense of guilt, specially bestowed a soft sedan chair upon the old Duke, allowing them to swiftly arrive at the palace gates. Just as Su Jinli and Su Jinxiu helped the old Duke descend from the chair, they noticed Gu Mingju standing ominously ahead. Xiaoer, you assist grandfather to the carriage. I will handle him. Su Jinli furrowed her brows and instructed. Without needing to say more, she understood that Gu Mingju had arrived bearing immense fury. His seemingly calm demeanor, merely the quiet before a tempest. After the events in the Grand Hall, Su Jinxiu harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Gu Mingju. Had it not been for him, would the Yongli Emperor have developed murderous intent towards her sister? Realizing the malice of their visitor, she felt uneasy about Su Jinli facing him alone. As Gu Mingju approached with a disingenuous smile, Su Jinli urged, Xiaoer, be obedient. Grandfather's health is paramount. Reluctantly, Su Jinxiu complied, but her concern lingered, turning back repeatedly. Su Jinli shook her head in exasperation, thinking, foolish girl, if Gu Mingju truly wished to torment me, even 10 of you would be of no help. Congratulations, sister liar, for achieving your heart's desire. Gu Mingju hissed through clenched teeth, his words devoid of any joy and instead shrouded in a sinister undertone. Su Jinli, unperturbed, retorted, thank you, your highness. It seems you are quite pleased to have welcomed Wei Ziyan into your life. At that moment, the smile on Gu Mingju's face vanished, frozen in place.
Su Jinli,
I ask you this once. When did you begin your association with the seventh prince? His eyes glinted with danger. The incident at the coming-of-age banquet, where she had defended the seventh prince, must have sparked not mere jealousy, but genuine affection within him. How absurd that he had sought rare treasures to win her favor out of jealousy. Didn't he, your highness, already surmise the answer? Why then, must you inquire?
Su Jinli countered.
At her words, a flicker of hope shattered deep within Gu Mingju, causing an inexplicable pang in his heart. Well, very well. Surely, you were deliberately out with the seventh prince recently, only to have me interrupt? He laughed bitterly. Seeing the madness flickering in his eyes, Su Jinli wisely chose silence. To Gu Mingju, her silence felt like acquiescence. igniting the flames of his fury into an inferno.
Su Jinli.
Only you would dare trample upon this prince's affections, he lamented, before seizing her throat. Miss, Xinghua exclaimed, having just arrived at the palace gates with Su Ningyun and others. Her cry did not distract Gu Mingzhu. Instead, it seemed to amplify his grip. Su Jinli struggled weakly, her face turning an alarming shade of purple. In that moment, Gu Mingzhu hesitated, realizing she might truly perish. Then a darker thought crossed his mind. If she were to vanish, she would belong to him forever, never to become another's wife. As this notion deepened his malevolence, a twisted joy crept onto his face. Just as Su Jinli felt the world slipping away, a flash of crimson fabric darted before her eyes. Was it Mingjue? Or merely an illusion before death? Regardless, she felt content to glimpse him once more, surrendering to the sensation with a faint smile.
Seeing Su Jinli smile unexpectedly,
Gu Mingzhu's grin widened. Look, liar truly loves me. How delightful it is for her to die in my grasp. One could not deny that Gu Mingzhu had succumbed to madness, his psyche distorted. Just as Su Jinli was about to succumb to darkness, she was suddenly wrenched from Gu Mingzhu's grasp. Without a moment to glimpse her rescuer, she greedily inhaled, the sensation of suffocation having been unbearably terrifying. Qingwei, take good care of your mistress, Gu Mingzhu commanded, his face cold. Qingwei nodded urgently, accepting the nearly lifeless Su Jinli from him. With a swift motion, Gu Mingzhu struck Gu Mingzhu across the face. Ninth Prince, you nearly killed her. Gu Mingzhu's eyes were filled with dread. It had been a mere heartbeat. Had he not rushed in, Liar would surely have met her end today. Chapter 38. A toast of wedding wine. Gu Mingzhu finally snapped back to reality. Rubbing the imprint of fingers on his face, a wicked smile spreading across his lips. The others, bewildered by his behavior, exchanged glances until he suddenly fell silent. Why don't you just die? He shrieked at the now-breathing Su Jinli. Then, as if a switch had flipped, he fell into a trance, gazing at her and murmuring, how wonderful it would be if you died like this. What a pity. Without waiting for Gu Mingzhu to retaliate, he staggered away. The others stood dumbfounded. Had the ninth prince lost his mind? Liar, are you alright? Gu Mingzhu, despite his mixed feelings about Gu Mingzhu's transformation, immediately turned his concern to Su Jinli. I'm fine, just a sore throat. Su Jinli's voice was a bit hoarse. Gu Mingzhu replied tenderly, yes, you've suffered today. Let us return home to rest. I will come to marry you. Su Jinli shyly nodded, and with Qingyue and the others supporting her, they exited the palace gates. Gu Mingzhu stood steadfast, watching her retreating figure until the gates closed before he turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed, leading to the auspicious day chosen by the Astronomical Bureau for the princes to select their brides. April 15th, a day marked by celebration, enveloped the capital in a festive atmosphere. The residences of the Duke of Ningguo, the Marquis of Zhongguo, the Prime Minister, and other prominent families of Yan were adorned with lanterns and banners. Awoken at dawn by the matchmaker, Su Jinli, still drowsy, was draped in a splendid wedding gown. Her hair styled elegantly and her lips painted with rouge. When she finally came to, she saw her reflection, clad in rich finery, adorned with a phoenix crown, and shimmering with gold phoenix ornaments. She appeared regal and stunning. Sister, you truly outshine all today, captivating hearts. Su Jinxiu exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After today, her kind sister would transform into the esteemed and dignified princess consort of the 7th prince. Noticing the mist in Su Jinxiu's eyes filled with nostalgia, Su Jinli felt a pang of sorrow. As the sisters prepared to shed tears, Yunong interjected, silly girl, marriage is a joyous occasion. Do not make Liar cry and ruin her makeup. Immediately, Su Jinxiu smiled and agreed, Sister Yunong is right. It is my fault. After exchanging a few more words, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside, and a voice called out, the prince has come to collect the bride. The matchmaker quickly covered Su Jinli's radiant visage with a red veil. She then placed a bright red apple in Su Jinli's hand, cheerfully proclaiming, may you have peace and health. Bending closer, she whispered, Miss, remember not to speak before entering the bridal chamber. It could bring misfortune.
Su Jinli obediently nodded.
Just then, a commotion arose outside. Gu Mingzhu, Song Yi, and several noble young men found themselves blocked at the door by Su Jinjun and a few young lords from the Su clan. After much back and forth, Answering numerous questions and delivering many red envelopes, Gu Mingjue finally gained entry. Upon entering, he gazed at Su Jinli in her wedding attire, his voice brimming with emotion. Liar. I have come to take you away. Hearing such affectionate words, Su Jinxiu and Yunyang could not help but stifle their laughter. And even Su Jinli beneath the veil couldn't resist a smile. Following the matchmaker's auspicious remarks, Su Jinli was carried by a cousin, accompanied by Gu Mingjue and others, to the entrance of the residence. Before long, they arrived and the old duke, beaming with satisfaction at the sight of his granddaughter and grandson-in-law clad in wedding attire, couldn't hide his joy, his face crinkling with smiles. He solemnly declared, Mingjue, I entrust Liar to you today. You must not mistreat her. Gu Mingjue promptly reined in his smile, solemnly assuring his grandfather that as long as he was present, he would never allow Liar to suffer even the slightest grievance. Receiving this assurance, the old duke nodded and then cautioned Su Jinli, My dear girl, once today passes, you shall be a married woman. You must not indulge in the same frivolities as before. Devote yourself to managing the household and nurturing your children. Su Jinli could not speak, but she nodded vigorously. Seeing this, the old duke waved his hand, saying, Off you go. Do not miss the auspicious hour. At his words, Gu Mingjue performed a gesture of respect befitting a junior and then indicated to Su Jinli's cousin to help her into the grand sedan chair, while he himself leaped onto his horse. After the bridal procession set off from the duke's residence, the old duke's tears flowed freely, and he appeared significantly aged in that instant. His precious Lear was getting married. He should be joyful. Yet how could he not feel heartache at the thought of someone he had pampered for so many years leaving so suddenly? Su Jinxiu and the others understood the old duke's sorrow and refrained from asking questions, quietly waiting for him to regain his composure before accompanying him back to host the guests. Leaving the duke's residence, the procession, stretching for miles, made its way toward the imperial palace. In Yan country, there were ancestral laws. Princes would leave the palace to establish their households upon their marriage.
Gu Mingjue,
now over 20, would typically wed in his own residence, but due to the simultaneous marriages of 7 princes, the emperor and empress were unable to attend them all at once, and thus commanded that all weddings take place within the palace. Upon reaching the palace gates, Gu Mingjue instructed that those carrying the dowry return to the residence of the 7th prince, while the rest would enter the palace with him.
Yes.
The guards responded in unison. He then rode his steed, leading the procession toward the royal hall for the ceremony. Soon, the matchmaker called out in a loud voice, Please. The bride may disembark. Gu Mingjue dismounted and gracefully approached the sedan chair, softly saying, My dear wife, I beg your pardon. Following the customs, he knocked 3 times on the sedan door before taking the red silk prepared by the matchmaker, handing one end to Su Jinli, while holding the other. At that moment, the elegantly dressed maidservant assisted Su Jinli out of the sedan. Under the guidance of Gu Mingjue and the maid, Su Jinli calmly stepped over the fire basin and entered the grand hall. As they entered, the other couples had already gathered. The 8th princess snidely remarked, The 7th princess has quite the demeanor, making us all wait for you. Su Jinli instinctively frowned, ready to retort, but then remembered she could not speak. So she could only glare at the 8th princess through her translucent veil. Noticing that Su Jinli, who usually clashed with her, had not responded, the 8th princess felt a surge of satisfaction. Just as she was about to say something more, a commanding voice interrupted, You must behave, Yongjia. Today is your royal brother's joyous day. Do not cause mischief. Upon raising her head, she saw her royal grandmother's eyes filled with warning, and she quickly lowered her head in silence. As the bells chimed outside, the Yongli emperor gestured, and the officiant boomed, The auspicious hour has arrived. The newlyweds bow to the heavens and earth. Su Jinli and the others complied, turning southward to kneel and pay their respects to heaven and earth. Next, they turned to bow to the esteemed Yongli emperor, empress, and queen mother. It was only during the couple's bow that a genuine smile graced Su Jinli's lips, filled with joy as she bowed to Gu Mingjue. Once all the couples had completed their bows, the officiant declared, The ceremony is complete. Proceed to the bridal chamber. Afterward, Su Jinli and the others were led by palace attendants to different chambers to await their husband's return, while Gu Mingjue and his brothers remained in the grand hall to entertain the guests. As soon as the banquet concluded, Gu Mingjue eagerly hurried to the Jingqing palace. Upon entering the chamber, before the matchmaker could speak, He took the initiative to lift the veil. As the red silk fell away, he was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The shy yet enchanting maiden's face was suffused with a rosy blush, and her starry eyes sparkled with an otherworldly spirit. Her brows like distant mountains. Your Highness, though the imperial consort is indeed beautiful, you must allow her to partake of the dumplings and drink the marriage wine first to ensure a harmonious union. The matchmaker chided playfully. At these words, a hint of crimson appeared behind Gu Mingjue's ears, and he hurriedly took a dumpling from the table, personally feeding it to Su Jinli. Is it cooked? The matchmaker asked cheerfully. Su Jinli quickly spat out the half-cooked dumpling into the spittoon held by Qingyue, muttering, "It is." The matchmaker replied, "Speak louder, Your Highness. I can't hear." At this, Su Jinli shot a quick glare at the matchmaker, suppressing her embarrassment, and declared, "It is."
Good.
"May you bear a healthy, plump son." The matchmaker chuckled, covering her mouth as she took her leave, happily accepting her reward.
Noticing Wu Mingyue suvaverin katse on sunnuntai Jinli.
Qingyue and the others discreetly followed the matchmaker out, gently closing the door behind them. "What are you staring at?" Su Jinli teased, feeling a bit self-conscious under his adoring gaze. "I am admiring my wife," Gu Mingjue replied, his face lighting up with laughter. Flushed, she found herself at a loss for words. Seeing her flustered state, Gu Mingjue beamed and offered her a cup of marriage wine that had been prepared earlier. As their arms intertwined, he gently urged, "Just take a sip, my dear." Su Jinli was momentarily taken aback, recalling how he had said the same in their past life. At that time, she had been unwilling to marry him, and he had suggested not having to drink the entire marriage wine, which had pleased her. Now, however, the situation was different. She sincerely wished to marry him and wanted to drink the marriage wine in full. Thus, she boldly asked, "Why?" At her question, a flicker of unease crossed Gu Mingjue's eyes. How could he explain that the wine had been infused with an aphrodisiac to enhance their marital intimacy? He remained silent, and Su Jinli continued to gaze at him. After a long pause, he sighed. "My dear, when your heart truly belongs to me, I shall pour you another cup of marriage wine." Su Jinli, not a naive girl, quickly understood the implication of the infused wine. She felt touched by Gu Mingjue's thoughtfulness, yet also chided him for not recognizing her true feelings. In a playful huff, she declared, "In that case, I must drink it." Without waiting for Gu Mingjue's objection, she downed the wine in one gulp. Gu Mingjue chuckled helplessly and finished his cup as well. "Gu Mingjue, having promised to marry you, I am truly devoted to you. I sincerely wish to spend my life with you. You must never doubt me again." Chapter 39. Bound as husband and wife. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingjue felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of joy, his face brightening and his deep-set eyes gleaming with ecstatic disbelief. He stared at Su Jinli, speechless for a long while. "Ah, truly a fool." Su Jinli sighed softly, though without a trace of reproach. While she found it somewhat exasperating that he was dazed at such a crucial moment, her heart was filled with sweetness, as if she had consumed honey. His bewilderment stemmed from the depth of his love for her. It was a love so profound that it overshadowed his own feelings. Regaining her composure, Su Jinli resolved to demonstrate her unwavering commitment to Gu Mingjue through action. Summoning her courage, she rose on her toes and directly kissed his lovely lips. As their lips met, both experienced a jolt, as if struck by lightning. An indescribable sensation surged from their lips, radiating through their entire beings. Locking eyes, Su Jinli's heart raced, and she instinctively closed her eyes. Observing her bashful demeanor, Gu Mingjue's gaze softened with tenderness before he restrained his desires and released her. Although they had been intimate in their past life, she still shyly closed her eyes, awaiting his next move. Seeing her nervous and bashful expression, Gu Mingjue smiled gently, his voice low and rich. He chuckled softly as he swiftly removed the hairpin from her hair before hoarsely saying, "Lear, if you regret this now, it is still not too late." At his words, Su Jinli, unable to contain her shyness, opened her eyes and shot him a glance, disregarding her hesitation as she leaned in for another kiss. Subsequently, the crimson curtains gently drew closed, concealing all things. The next day, as Su Jinli awoke in a daze, she felt her body languid and weak, vaguely sensing another person beside her. Lifting her gaze, she beheld Gu Mingjue, who was looking at her with a beaming smile. "My lady, good morning," he greeted, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. His warm breath brushed against Su Jinli's pale ear, causing her to shiver involuntarily, her cheeks flushing. She shot him a playful glare, but he only laughed more heartily. "Lear, you are finally mine." He sighed contentedly, playfully toying with their entwined hair on the pillow. Embarrassed and seeking refuge, she buried herself under the covers and murmured a soft just as Gu Mingjue was about to coax the bashful lady out from her cocoon. A servant named Xiao Ning entered respectfully, announcing, "Your Highness, it is time to pay respects to His Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and the Queen." He furrowed his brow slightly and called out, "This prince understands. Quickly prepare water for the princess consort."
Yes.
Xiao Ning bowed respectfully and departed. Once he was alone with Su Jinli, he sat up, drawing her into his embrace. "As we are bound as husband and wife, let our love be unwavering. I shall never fail you." Su Jinli, shy and hesitant, nodded in response. Gu Mingjue then quickly donned his inner garments and personally assisted Su Jinli in dressing. When the servants brought in the bathing tub behind the screen, he dismissed Xiao Ning and the others, carrying Su Jinli to cleanse themselves. After half an hour, the couple, now properly attired, made their way outside, surrounded by Qing Yue and the others. Just before they departed, a matron withdrew a blood-stained white handkerchief from the disheveled bed and took it away on a tray. Upon seeing this, Su Jinli's face, which had just cooled, flushed once more. However, she understood that this was inevitable. Such was the custom of the palace. After the wedding night, a white handkerchief must be presented to prove the bride's purity. In her past life, she and Mingjue had only consummated their marriage years later, and that handkerchief bore the blood from his injured toe. Reflecting on this, Su Jinli's heart softened further, and her gaze at her handsome husband deepened with affection. Qing Yue and the others shook their heads. The couple's sweetness was indeed overwhelming, leaving them with goosebumps. Shortly after, they arrived at the main hall of Qianyan Palace, where Emperor Yongli and others sat solemnly at the head. "We, your son, daughter-in-law, pay our respects to Father Emperor, Grandmother Empress Dowager, and Mother Empress." They both bowed in unison. "Be at ease."
Si.
Emperor Yongli responded warmly. Hearing this, they eagerly expressed their gratitude and took their seats according to the hierarchy of the princes. Just as they settled in, Gu Mingzhao entered with Wei Ziyan. After exchanging the customary greetings, he took a seat beside them. The seventh prince wore a cheerful expression, evidently having enjoyed a delightful night. As soon as he sat down, Gu Mingzhao lowered his voice in a mocking tone. "It seems you have achieved your desires." Gu Mingjue, in a good mood and unwilling to engage in contention, merely smiled in return. Having a beauty in one's embrace is indeed a small joy. Though this was the truth, it irked Gu Mingzhao, who huffed and turned away. Gu Mingjue shrugged helplessly before tenderly offering a pastry to Su Jinli. Unbeknownst to him, this gesture further aggravated Gu Mingzhao, who cast a sidelong glance at Su Jinli as she charmingly savored the treat. His expression darkened, and a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashed in his eyes.
Gu Mingjue.
"Su Jinli, your delight as a couple shall not last long." After a while, the newlyweds and other royal family members gathered together. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Yongli summoned several palace maids who carried tea to the center of the hall. Seeing this, Lin Wanqi and Su Jinli hurriedly rose to receive the tea, offering it respectfully to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. The group was careful to sip only a small amount of tea from each cup before receiving generous gifts of greeting. After the tea ceremony, they followed the palace maids to pay respects to the other royal family members. When Su Jinli greeted the eighth princess, despite her displeasure and fierce glare, she refrained from causing a scene, and Su Jinli chose not to engage with her. Following the lengthy recognition ceremony, the emperor and empress led the new brides to the ancestral temple for the sacrificial rites. Under Emperor Yongli's watchful eye, the entire process proceeded without a hitch, until the moment of conferring titles when an incident occurred. Suddenly, Wei Ziyan, who had been kneeling before the ancestral tablets, toppled backward, startling the palace maids into exclamations. The incident transpired so swiftly that the maids could not catch her in time, and the bejeweled Wei Ziyan fell unceremoniously. When she was finally helped up, her golden hairpins scattered across the floor, leaving her in a most disheveled state. Emperor Yongli's countenance darkened instantly. "Wei, what is the meaning of this?" he questioned in displeasure. The ancestral temple, dedicated to the royal lineage of the Yan kingdom, was a place of utmost reverence. How could she, a mere concubine, disgrace herself here? Furthermore, The ceremony of conferred titles must not be interrupted. At his words, Wei Ziyan turned pale. She had merely intended to discreetly trip Su Jinli. Why had she herself fallen instead? However, the current situation left her no room to pursue the matter. She hurriedly pleaded, "Your daughter-in-law was caught by a chill and felt faint, and in a moment of carelessness, committed a grave error. I beseech Father Emperor to punish me." Hearing this, the coldness in Emperor Yongli's gaze softened slightly. Not wishing to delay the auspicious timing, he coldly huffed and signaled for the ceremony to continue. After another lengthy session, the elaborate conferral rites finally concluded, and Su Jinli and the others breathed a sigh of relief, clutching their golden seals. They returned to the palace for a meal, following the emperor and empress in their proper order. Just as they exited the ancestral temple, Emperor Yongli halted, prompting the others to do the same. "Empress, select an experienced ceremonial matron for Wei, so she may learn the palace etiquette properly." "Yes, I shall arrange it right away," the empress replied cheerfully. Emperor Yongli's decree was tantamount to slapping Gu Mingzhao and concubine Su in the face. The empress relished in any opportunity to humiliate them. While the empress was delighted, Wei Ziyuan's complexion turned ashen. Not only would this punishment disgrace her in the Duke of Zhen's residence, but it would also make her husband and concubine Su the subjects of ridicule. What if concubine Su sought revenge for her loss of face? Overwhelmed with dread, Wei Ziyuan realized she had no chance to negotiate before Emperor Yongli departed, leaving her with no room for alteration. Once they arrived at Rinla Palace, Su Jinli paused and smiled, allowing the 9th princess consort behind her to proceed first. As Wei Ziyuan approached, Su Jinli affectionately linked arms with her, softly whispering, "Wei Ziyuan, harbor no intentions of harm. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so lenient." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hatred flashed in Wei Ziyuan's eyes. It was indeed Su Jinli who had orchestrated this. Seething internally, she maintained a composed facade, replying with a disingenuous smile. "Ziyuan is foolish and does not understand what 7th princess sister is saying." With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Su Jinli continued, "Oh, then perhaps I have spoken too much. 9th sister-in-law, no, concubine Wei, do take heed. Do not overestimate your abilities by provoking others." She deliberately emphasized concubine Wei, stifling a laugh. Indeed, a mix of colors crossed Wei Ziyuan's face. She loathed that title above all else. She had been promised to marry the 9th prince. Yet now she was relegated to the status of a mere concubine. How could she not be angry? Yet, Gu Mingzhao's icy demeanor from the previous night and concubine Su's messages had stifled her anger. Despite her resentment, she forced herself to appear joyful. But Su Jinli's taunt made her feel as though she might spit blood. "Thank you for the reminder, 7th sister-in-law," Wei Ziyuan replied with a hollow smile, then turned away, ignoring Su Jinli as she returned to her seat. Witnessing Wei Ziyuan's humiliation and retreat, a flicker of delight danced in Su Jinli's eyes as she briskly made her way to Gu Mingzhuo's side. Today was her joyous day. She had no desire to stir trouble, yet Wei Ziyuan had sought to cunningly plot against her during the ancestral rites, leaving her with no choice but to retaliate. Upon entering the grand ancestral temple, she quickly noticed Wei Ziyuan's hands tightly clenched, as if concealing something, prompting her to pay closer attention. When she knelt to listen to the instructions, she observed Wei Ziyuan discreetly flick something towards her knee from behind. In a hurried reflex, she caught the stone and promptly thrust the silver needle she carried into Wei Ziyuan's acupoint, leading to her subsequent collapse. Chapter 40. Beating the dog when it's down. The banquet proceeded in an orderly manner, with several pairs of newlyweds exchanging laughter and joy, while the Empress Dowager seated at the head of the table appeared immensely pleased. "Seeing your affections flourish, it seems my wish to cradle a great-grandson will soon be fulfilled." The Empress Dowager gazed affectionately at Su Jinli and the others. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yongli and the Empress quickly chimed in, causing Su Jinli and the other brides to blush profusely. "Grandmother, please do not jest with your grandson." The 6th prince's consort, Bailey Sherhan, immediately retorted, her cheeks flushed. Being the direct niece of Empress Bailey and the great-granddaughter of the Empress Dowager, she felt a certain familiarity that allowed her to speak so boldly. "Sherhan is shy." The Empress laughed, covering her mouth as she spoke to the Empress Dowager. "Even if shy, I must still speak." The Empress Dowager chuckled, feigning authority. The onlookers couldn't help but smile at the exchange. After the laughter subsided, the Empress Dowager grew slightly serious. declaring that the continuation of the lineage was of utmost importance. And she eagerly awaited the news of her great-grandson. All of you must strive diligently. Whoever brings me good news first shall be richly rewarded. Yes. The new brides responded in unison. After indulging in a performance of song and dance, the Empress Dowager sent them back to their respective princes' residences. Just as Su Jinli and the others stepped out of the hall, they were intercepted by Chen Yan. 7th Princess Consort. Our Lady requests your presence at the Changla Palace, Chen Yan said respectfully.
A vrouw krost Su Jinli's brow.
Ever since her grandfather insisted on marrying her to Mingjue in the main hall, her noble consort aunt had never sent anyone to visit her or her grandfather. Why this sudden request today? Surely, it could not be anything good. She sighed helplessly. Then, I must trouble you, Miss Chen Yan, to lead the way. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jinli resolutely decided to go to Changla Palace. However, just as she began to move, she was halted by Gu Mingjue, whose disapproval was evident in his eyes as he glanced at her, and then at Chen Yan. I, too, have not seen the noble consort in quite some time. I shall accompany Lyre to pay my respects, he said coldly. Chen Yan was taken aback, for the lady had only requested Su Jinli's presence, not the 7th prince. Seeing the difficulty on Chen Yan's face, Gu Mingjue's tone grew icier as he inquired, What? Am I not permitted to go? Chen Yan's expression became even more conflicted. After being pinched by someone in the palm, Su Jinli quickly interjected, My husband cannot go, then I certainly cannot either. Husband, let us return home.
With that,
she feigned a move towards the palace gates, causing Chen Yan to panic and call out, 7th Prince, 7th Princess Consort, please wait. The couple exchanged bemused glances, their lips curving into smiles as they slowed their pace. Recognizing the situation, Chen Yan hastily apologized. This servant has offended the prince. Please do not hold it against me. She then added, I invite the 7th Prince and the 7th Princess Consort to join us at Changla Palace. The smiles in Su Jinli and Gu Mingjue's eyes deepened. Given that you are the most capable maid by my aunt's side, I shall not hold this against you today. Should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient. After turning away, Su Jinli feigned a stern demeanor as she admonished. Chen Yan understood this was merely a ploy by the couple to compel her to invite the 7th Prince to Changla Palace. So she refrained from arguing and quickly replied with a smile, This servant is grateful for the Prince and Princess Consort's kindness. Indeed.
Su Jinli nodded,
and they proceeded towards Changla Palace. Upon entering the hall, they found Gu Mingrue seated beside Consort Su, his face darkened, while Wei Ziyan sat nearby, looking pale and dejected. Consort Su's expression was not favorable. A flicker of anger danced in her eyes, and without needing further explanation, Su Jinli and her husband understood the situation. It was evident that her proud and competitive consort aunt had learned of Wei Ziyuan's offense to Emperor Yongli, resulting in her being granted the etiquette matron as punishment. Chen Yan bowed and reported, Your Ladyship, the 7th Prince and Princess Consort have arrived. Upon seeing Gu Mingjue, Consort Su's eyes slightly brightened and she warmly welcomed, Mingjue and Lyre are here. Come, take a seat. She then turned to the palace maid, instructing, Serve tea to Mingjue and Lyre. The maid nodded and went to the tea room. However, Su Jinli and Gu Mingjue did not follow the command to sit. Instead, they both bowed in unison, saying, We pay our respects to the noble consort. Consort Su's expression tightened. Were they deliberately showing her their aloofness? Or did they truly not comprehend her attempts to be friendly? Although displeased, she quickly adjusted her demeanor, pouting playfully, Why have you both grown distant with me? I can understand Mingjue, but Lyre, why are you treating your aunt so coldly? Internally, Su Jinli felt a chill. When had she ever regarded herself as a niece? Wasn't her own tragic fate in her past life a result of her actions? Regardless of the past or present, she, like others, looked down upon this person devoid of talent and virtue, which allowed Wei Ziyan and others to bully her. Though she held disdain for Consort Su's insincerity, she maintained a smile on her face, saying, How could Lyre be distant with her aunt? However, as she spoke, her brow furrowed slightly as she cast a troubled glance at Wei Ziyan. What is it?
Consort Su pressed.
It is merely a question of etiquette.
Today,
Father Emperor just expressed his anger due to the incident with concubine Wei in the Grand Ancestral Temple. Lyre truly cannot afford to be disrespectful at this juncture. Her words were sincere, yet Wei Ziyan felt a chill run through her. Instinctively lifting her gaze, She indeed found Consort Su's smile faltering and a flicker of something dark crossing her eyes. Liar is indeed considerate, unlike some thoughtless individuals, she said coolly, casting a disdainful glance at Wei Ziyan. With that, Consort Su added, a noble lady from a marquis's household should be so ill-mannered. I truly feel embarrassed for the lady of the Zhanguo Marquis.
Enough.
Chunyan, go select an etiquette matron from the Shu Xiu Palace to send to the Zhanguo Marquis household to properly instruct the young ladies who have yet to be betrothed. At these words, Wei Ziyan trembled, for Consort Su's actions were akin to trampling the reputation of the Zhanguo Marquis household into the ground. It was a crushing blow to her pride, far more humiliating than a mere slap to the face. Tears welled in Wei Ziyan's eyes, yet she dared not speak. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the palace bestowing a matron to the Marquis household was a privilege she could only endure. As Wei Ziyan's eyes grew red with anger, Su Jinli felt her irritation was not yet satiated. Concubine Wei, should you not thank your aunt? The etiquette matrons from the Shu Xiu Palace are the finest in the palace. Any noble girl fortunate enough to receive their guidance is truly blessed. Feigning envy, Su Jinli's words caused Wei Ziyan to feel a bitter taste in her throat. A blessing? Had it not been for today's disgrace, that might have been true. But now it was clearly an intentional humiliation to her and the entire Zhanguo Marquis household. She could not scold them. It was already a struggle to remain silent. And now she was to express gratitude? At this moment, Wei Ziyan was convinced that Su Jinli was indeed the flesh-and-blood niece of Consort Su, as her words and actions reeked of malice. How adept you are at striking at the hearts of others. Su Jinli pretended to be aggrieved, asking cautiously, Aunt, did I say something wrong? Why is concubine Wei glaring at me so fiercely? Consort Su, eager to win over Su Jinli, although inwardly disdainful of her underhanded tactics, still supported her, asserting, liar is in the right. She then cast a sharp glance at Wei Ziyan. Wei Ziyan's sharp nails dug into her palm as she took a deep breath and replied, daughter-in-law thanks the noble matron for her generosity. With that, she quickly lowered her head to avoid revealing her resentment and bitterness. Su Jinli, I shall repay you for this humiliation 100-fold, she thought, her eyes darkening with malice. Meanwhile, Consort Su continued to chat pleasantly with Su Jinli before finally addressing the main topic. Liar, I'm afraid I have failed you. I am sorry. I could do nothing when His Majesty intended to bestow your death on the 15th of the first month. If not for Shuani's righteous words, you might have. As she spoke, Consort Su began to sob. In Su Jinli's eyes flickered a trace of disdain, yet she quickly composed herself and comforted her aunt, urging her not to blame herself. Who would dare to oppose the emperor's wrath? I do not hold you accountable, aunt. Upon hearing this, the guilt in the eyes of the noble consort deepened as she continued to choke on her words, lamenting how much she had burdened such an understanding child. I should have visited you and your father, but the emperor was furious, and I simply dared not leave the palace. This explanation only served to deepen Su Jinli's coldness within. Setting aside her own feelings, how could she ignore her grandfather, who was, after all, her own father? He had fainted in the grand hall from anger, and she had not even inquired about his well-being. That was indeed too heartless. Su Jinli understood her aunt's predicament, and she reassured her, grandfather will understand. Do not dwell on it, aunt. Her accommodating demeanor aroused a flicker of doubt in the noble consort's heart. But having gone this far, she could not abandon the act. Thus, she pointed an accusing finger at Gu Mingru, exclaiming, you scoundrel. Apologize to my dear Jinli at once. Then, turning to Su Jinli, she added, Mingru is truly audacious, daring to chase you to the palace gates and nearly strangle you. Thank goodness you are unharmed. The noble consort's face was tense, as if she still bore the lingering fright from the incident. This hypocritical display made Su Jinli feel a twinge of nausea. So she quickly interjected, Aunt, you exaggerate. Everyone has moments of confusion. The 9th prince was simply caught off guard, and I do not hold it against him. The noble consort nodded with satisfaction, praising her for her kind heart, while Su Jinli merely smiled in silence. She knew well that kind-hearted had little to do with her. She was indeed vengeful and harbored deep-seated animosity toward wrongdoing. Seeing Gu Mingru remain silent for a while, the noble consort grew impatient, saying, Mingru, apologize to Jinli. At her words, Gu Mingru forcibly suppressed his anger, bowing slightly as he said, that day, I acted impulsively and nearly made a grave mistake. I hope Sister Jinli will not hold it against me. You are too harsh, ninth prince. Su Jinli rose and returned the bow lightly, her demeanor unruffled. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Su Jinli seized the opportunity to excuse herself, taking Gu Mingjue with her. Once they were outside, the noble consort finally ceased her smile, her face turning serious. If you two cause any more trouble for me, do not come back to Changle Palace in the future. Understood, mother. Both Gu Mingru and Wei Ziyan replied in unison. Humph. I hope you truly remember this. The noble consort huffed again. Chapter 41. The Crown Prince's Ceremony. Jinli. Rise quickly. Gu Mingjue helplessly stood by the bedside, shaking the still slumbering figure. Su Jinli, with sleepy eyes, mumbled, "What is it?" Gu Mingjue gently propped the drowsy beauty up in her blanket and affectionately brushed her delicate nose, saying, "Today is the day of your return home."
Oh.
At this, Su Jinli finally regained her senses. Noticing the room was already bright, she scolded, "Why didn't you wake me earlier? Grandfather must be waiting for me at the gate." In her previous life, that had indeed been the case. However, at that time, she had harbored resentment toward her grandfather for arranging her marriage to Gu Mingjue, so she had not returned home. He had stood at the gate from dawn till Gu Mingjue had to persuade her to go back alone, leaving him disappointed. Reflecting on it now, she realized how foolish she had been. Gu Mingjue, far from displeased by her childishness, explained with gentle patience, "You were exhausted last night. And seeing you sleep so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you." His words quelled any irritation she might have had, and she silently chastised herself for indulging in sleep lately. All right, enough of this. I need to get dressed and groomed. At your command." Gu Mingjue feigned a bow, which made Su Jinli chuckle heartily. He then retrieved the exquisite garments he had prepared for her and helped her dress piece by piece. Afterward, he carried her to the vanity, where he washed her face and mouth before calling in Qingyue and the others to assist. Once Qingyao had styled her hair into an elaborate high bun, Gu Mingjue dismissed the attendants again. He earnestly selected a hairpin and necklace from the numerous exquisite accessories for Su Jinli, adorning her with care. After observing her closely, he inquired, "My dear, how about adding a plum blossom adornment?" "That would be delightful," Su Jinli replied with a gentle smile. Dressed in a red brocade palace gown and adorned with a finely crafted gold and red agate plum blossom hairpin, she appeared particularly elegant and graceful. However, her makeup felt somewhat plain, as if something was missing. Just as she contemplated adding a floral embellishment, Gu Mingjue preemptively suggested it. Seeing Su Jinli's eyes sparkle with delight, Gu Mingjue's smile deepened as he hurried to find an adornment for her. The couple then set off with precious gifts and a retinue of servants to the Duke of Ning's residence. The seventh prince's residence was not far from the Duke of Ning's, and they arrived shortly. The seventh prince and princess have arrived. As the carriage came to a stop, little Ningzi waved his feather duster and announced the arrival. The old duke led over 100 members of the Ning family in a grand gesture of respect. Bowing low as they proclaimed, "We, the old officials, greet His Highness. Long live His Highness. We welcome Your Highness back to the residence." Having just alighted from the carriage, Su Jinli felt a rush of emotion as she saw her grandfather bowing to her. It stirred a sense of nostalgia. Just days before, she had been in the boudoir, greeting her grandfather, and now she was the guest, with her esteemed grandfather bowing respectfully before her. As she prepared to rush over to assist him up, she saw Gu Mingjue swiftly step in and help her grandfather rise. "Grandfather, do not stand on ceremony with your grandson-in-law. I accompany my wife home today as a member of the Su family," he declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of gratitude and comfort crossed the old duke's aged face. Having lived a long life and met countless people, he could easily discern the sincerity in Gu Mingjue's words. The noble prince treated him with exceptional respect out of love for Su Jinli, a sentiment that surely fulfilled his hopes from the day he angered the Yongli emperor to secure her hand in marriage. Not only did the old duke feel moved, but Su Jinli was also touched by Gu Mingjue's humble and respectful attitude towards her grandfather. After assisting the old duke, Gu Mingjue turned to the rest of the duke's household, saying, "Everyone rise. From now on, there is no seventh prince in the Duke of Ning's residence. Only your esteemed brother-in-law." "Yes," the crowd responded joyfully. "His Highness truly cherishes the eldest lady," whispered Su Lisher, her eyes filled with envy. "Indeed, brother would be pleased if he knew."
Suningyum kaim din.
Yes.
Su lisi nadi din enthusiastically. Meanwhile,
The couple continued their quiet conversation as Gu Mingjue and Su Jinli supported the old duke into the house. Once inside, Su Jinsi and Su Jinjun approached the couple. Sister, how is your husband treating you? Su Jinjun blinked his large eyes, scrutinizing Gu Mingjue as he innocently asked Su Jinli. Haha, Mingjue treats me exceptionally well. You need not worry, Janu.
Come, sit down and eat. Suhin chekel.
What does a 7-year-old child know? Yet, she couldn't help but feel delighted by Jinjuan's concern. I will take good care of your sister, Gu Mingjue added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jinjuan's face flushed, and he fell silent, embarrassed. He hadn't realized His Highness had overheard his words. He wondered whether the prince would be angry. As he pondered, he discreetly glanced at Gu Mingjue, relieved to see no sign of reproach. This little exchange did not escape the notice of those around them, prompting laughter from Su Jinli and the others. After the laughter subsided, the old duke affectionately declared, "The dishes are ready. Let us eat." He then picked up his chopsticks and served a honey-roasted pigeon to Su Jinli. Grandfather. Su Jinli's eyes grew warm, touched by his enduring affection and attention to her preferences. Every dish on the table was one she loved. How foolish she had been in her past life to act in such a way as to cause him distress without realizing it. The old duke, unaware of the turmoil in her heart, mistook the redness of her eyes for tears of joy and affectionately remarked, "You should not shed tears on such a momentous occasion as your return."
Duichi.
Su Jinli suppressed her emotions, took a breath, and smiled in response, yes.
Subsequently,
everyone began to eat. In the duke's residence, there was no rule against speaking while dining. Thus, under the occasional guidance of Xiao Jinjun, the meal was filled with laughter and joy. Observing the lively scene before her, Su Jinli felt an unwavering resolve towards her earlier decision. After the meal, they rinsed their mouths and washed their hands before the old duke led everyone to the garden. The duke's residence was magnificent, and the garden was vast, filled with exotic flowers and plants. At this moment, in late spring, the garden was vibrant and beautiful. They settled in a corridor adorned with wisteria, where a gentle breeze wafted fragrant scents. Not long after sitting down, Su Jinli solemnly addressed her grandfather. Grandfather, I have a matter to discuss with you and second uncle. What is it? Speak freely, the old duke replied in his usual indulgent tone. Please, second uncle, let me say. Su Ningyun intended to address her as Miss, but was met with a reproachful glance from Su Jinli, prompting him to change his address. I wish for grandfather to grant an edict to designate Jinjun as the heir, to inherit the title of the duke's residence in the future. She gazed steadily at the old duke. Her tone was calm, yet it astonished everyone present. The title of the duke could not simply be relinquished. It was important to note that the Ning duke's residence commanded an army of 500,000. It was incomparable to those noble titles held by merely a decree. After a long pause, Su Ningyun suppressed the joy and excitement in his heart, stating directly, Thank you for your kind intentions, Jinli, but second uncle cannot agree to this. Su Jinli was perplexed, and even the contemplative old duke and Gu Mingjue cast doubtful glances at him. Su Ningyun, typically reticent, spoke with conviction. The rules of the Su family dictate that the legitimate eldest son inherits the title. Although my elder brother passed away young without leaving a male heir, Jinli, the legitimate bloodline cannot be severed. We, the second branch, must not lay claim to the title. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli felt a surge of emotion but remained resolute, saying, I admire second uncle's stance, yet as a woman, I am ultimately unable to inherit the title. It should rightfully belong to Jinjun. Su Ningyun countered without hesitation. You cannot inherit, but your offspring will still be of the Su family's legitimate bloodline. When you and the prince have a child, your father can petition for the title to be granted. Su Jinli was pleased by their willingness to remain in the duke's residence, not only because of the impending title but also because it allowed him to fulfill his filial duty to his aging father. During their time together, he noticed his only niece had transformed remarkably, becoming intelligent and perceptive, her actions now measured and no longer foolish. His desire for the title diminished further. When she proposed that June inherit the title, he felt a fleeting temptation, but then he recalled the love and care his elder brother had shown him in life. Hence, he resolutely declined. As Su Ningyun's words fell, the old duke's eyes glimmered, evidently stirred by the suggestion. Su Jinli quickly interjected, I am deeply grateful for second uncle's words. But Mingjue's position is unique. He cannot be endowed with an additional 50,000 troops. Otherwise, there will be no safe haven for us in Yen country. Her statement was aimed at dissuading the old duke, yet it was the truth. Gu Mingjue, being a prince with military command, could not simply usurp the military power of the Ning Duke's residence without consequence. Not only would other princes resent him, but even Emperor Yongli would not tolerate it. Seeing the old duke visibly wavering yet still conflicted, Su Jinli bit her lip and presented another compelling argument. The Ning Duke's residence has always been loyal to the emperor and never involved itself in the struggles among princes. If my child with Mingjue inherits the title, how can the duke's residence escape from the royal conflicts? Holding such substantial military power, even if we remain loyal to the emperor, he would not spare us. Her words struck like a thunderbolt, resonating deeply within the hearts of everyone present. After a lengthy contemplation, the old duke finally reached a decision. You make a valid point. Let it be as you suggest. However, to legitimize Jun's claim, I must adopt him as my son. Su Jinli furrowed her brow. She understood her grandfather's intent. But how could second uncle part with his only son? Surprisingly, Su Ningyun did not voice any objections. Instead, he suppressed his displeasure and remarked to Su Li, "Father's considerations are thorough. It would be a blessing for Jun to be adopted by my elder brother."
Seeing Su Jinli's astonishment, Su Ningguo smiled.
My elder brother is a hero in my heart and has shown me kindness. I feel a great sense of guilt for taking the title from my elder brother's line. If Jun can inherit it, I will not be at a loss for words when I meet him in the afterlife. Chapter 42. Confession of Rebirth. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli felt both touched and increasingly aware of her past self's narrow-mindedness and inability to discern right from wrong. Under the instigation of the noble consort and her son, she had exiled her uncle's family, who had no intention of claiming the title of the Ning Duke. "Yun, do you wish to be adopted into the main branch?" Su Jinli inquired, needing clarity. If he was unwilling, she would not force him. The position of heir would still be his. After listening for a while, Su Jinjun was still somewhat confused and bluntly asked, "Sister, what does it mean to be adopted into the main branch?" "It means your name will be moved to my father's name on the family tree, and you will then be my legitimate younger brother," Su Jinli explained with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, a serious expression crossed Su Jinjun's youthful face. Though he was young, he was wise, and after Su Jinli's explanation, he began to comprehend. After a moment of thought, he looked up with his clear, bright eyes and asked, "Does that mean my uncle becomes my father?" Su Jinli nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Jinjun's face fell, and he appeared quite disheartened. Observing his reaction, Su Ningyun feared he might utter something rebellious and immediately scolded, "Jun, to become your uncle's son is a privilege. He is a great hero who died in battle to protect the subjects of Great Yen. He is a fine son of the Su family."
Su Jinyun nodded vigorously.
"I understand." In the fief, nearly everyone spoke of him as the nephew of the great general Su Ningen, praising Su Ningen's valor in battle, lamenting only that heaven had cursed such talent. "So, do you wish to become a hero like your uncle?" Gu Mingjue, who had remained silent, asked with a gentle smile. His words were intended to ease the tense atmosphere and also serve as a test for Jin Jun. If he were to become the heir, once Jin Jun matured and had offspring, he would be stationed at the border. Without hesitation, Su Jinjun nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with determination. "I want to fight and become a great general," he declared firmly. Hearing this, Su Jinli and the others exchanged smiles of approval. This was the spirit expected from a descendant of a military family. Cautiously, Su Jinjun looked at the old duke. "Grandfather, if I am adopted into the main branch, will I still be able to live with father, mother, and sister?" The old duke, having developed a fondness for him due to his earlier words, affectionately patted his head. "Of course, you can live with them. The only change will be in how you address them. Like my sister calling you father and second uncle?" he asked curiously. "Yes. Are you willing?" The old duke nodded and continued to inquire. With that, Su Jinjun's anxiety dissipated. As long as he could stay with his parents, it was fine. "Then, I want to be adopted into the main branch," he proclaimed, thumping his chest. "Good." The old duke's eyes sparkled with delight. With the issue of title inheritance resolved, Su Jinli felt elated, but upon reflecting on the pair in the palace, she quickly reminded, then grandfather should make arrangements soon. Once everything is settled and military power is secured, those who covet it will have to reconsider their ambitions. It occurred to her that in her previous life, Her aunt had schemed to use her to drive away her uncle's family, likely driven by the desire to have Gu Mingyue inherit military power. Unfortunately, the plans of man are often thwarted by fate. Even if her uncle's family lost all opportunities, her grandfather still dared to place the military power in her hands. It was precisely because of this that her aunt continued to plot against her husband and child. As she pondered, her gaze hardened, and a dark cloud enveloped her demeanor. "Lear?" Gu Mingyue called out with concern. Upon hearing this, Jinli suddenly regained her composure and forced a smile, exclaiming, "I'm perfectly fine." Observing her demeanor, Gu Mingjue's eyes filled with a deeper perplexity, yet he refrained from probing further and merely chuckled before moving on. The old duke, deep in contemplation of Jinli's words, remained oblivious to the subtle tension between the two. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "Leah makes a valid point. I shall summon the clan members tomorrow." "Indeed." Jinli nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she and Gu Mingyue spent the better part of the day exploring the duke's residence, returning home only after dusk. Having enjoyed a delightful dinner in the Zili residence, Gu Mingyue reclined against the couch, addressing the lady in his arms. "Leah, what caused that peculiar expression today?" Jinli's countenance stiffened. It was evident that Mingyue harbored suspicions about her. He was astute and perceptive, making it impossible for her to deceive him. Nor did she wish to do so. However, the absurdity of her rebirth was daunting. Would he truly believe her? Even if he held unwavering faith in her, he would inevitably inquire about the events of her past life. How could she dare divulge the actions she had taken towards him? Noticing her troubled expression, Gu Mingyue felt a pang of compassion. Yet, upon remembering the ruthless and sinister demeanor she must have adopted due to her unfortunate experiences, he quickly cast aside his sympathy. He adored her and wished for her to bear no discontent. Marrying her while knowing she harbored scars in her heart was contrary to his original intentions. He was determined to shield her from all storms, ensuring her a life devoid of worries. Thus, he must unravel the knots in her heart and set her free from burdens. For a while, Jinli deliberately averted her gaze and remained silent. Gu Mingyue had no choice but to gently cradle her face, compelling her to meet his eyes. With a serious tone, he declared, "Lear, look at me. I am your husband. There should be no secrets between us. I am your support. Whatever it is, you must share it with me, allowing me to bear the weight on your behalf, rather than wallowing in sorrow alone." He gazed intently into Jinli's eyes, his own brimming with steadfast sincerity. Jinli's heart quivered. She nearly revealed the truth of her rebirth, but quickly suppressed the impulse. She dared not gamble. Unless she was entirely certain, she could not disclose the reality. She feared Mingyue might not accept it and would leave her. Having endured the sufferings of her previous life, she was no longer afraid of pain or death. Her only fear was losing those she cared for, especially Mingyue. After a lengthy pause, she tentatively inquired, "Husband, do you believe in ghosts and reincarnation?" Gu Mingyue was taken aback. Why would she pose such a question? Nevertheless, he replied honestly, "I believe in the existence of spirits and the cycle of cause and effect." Besides the 4 books and 5 classics, he was also well-versed in Buddhist scriptures. While the world regarded him as a cold-blooded general, few knew of his profound friendship with Master Wei Ziyan of Puguang Temple. Upon hearing this, Jinli's anxious heart finally eased a little, a hint of joy gracing her features. She then feigned nonchalance, saying, "What I meant was, I received an opportunity to travel back from the 22nd year of Yongli to last year's 12th month. Do you believe that?" She fixed her gaze intently on Gu Mingyue, eagerly awaiting his reaction. At her words, Gu Mingjue's calm demeanor finally shifted, his eyes wide with astonishment, momentarily leaving him speechless. After a while, he still had not uttered a word. Jinli's hope began to dim, and she instinctively clenched her fists, her knuckles turning pale. She forced a smile, attempting to downplay the situation. "I was merely joking. Why did you take it so seriously?" Despite her efforts to mask her disappointment, her tone was laced with sorrow. Hearing this, Gu Mingyue finally snapped back to reality and gently unfolded her hands, stating earnestly, "Lear, I believe you." He added, "Whatever you say, no matter how incredible it may seem, I will believe you." Tears welled in Jinli's eyes, cascading down her cheeks, yet her face radiated delight. In her mind, his words echoed, "Lear, I believe you." With such a devoted husband, what more could she desire? All right, no more tears if you continue to cry. My heart will bleed." Gu Mingjue said half-jokingly, reaching for a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Hearing this, Su Jinli let out a soft laugh, allowing him to dry her eyes. Once her emotion stabilized, Gu Mingjue once again embraced her, softly saying, "You returned on the 9th day of the 12th month.
Did you not?"
Reflecting on this, he realized that her unusual behavior on that day stemmed from this very event. After all, she had previously been infatuated with Gu Mingrua, and due to his disdain for her, she had loathed herself. Su Jinli nodded, affirming, "Yes." "Have you endured much suffering?" Gu Mingjue asked tenderly, stroking her long hair. Given her previous naive and indulgent demeanor, her transformation into a composed, intelligent, and decisive woman was no small feat. Without needing to inquire, he was certain that this foolish girl had endured many tragedies. As he contemplated, the compassion in Gu Mingjue's eyes deepened. What a foolish question. My wife must have suffered greatly. Why are you so good to me? Su Jinli murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as tears began to flow again. She had expected him to question her about the events of her past life, but was surprised when he instead inquired about her suffering. Foolish girl. You are the one I wish to protect for the rest of my life. Gu Mingjue declared affectionately. Su Jinli smiled sweetly, exclaiming, You are truly wonderful. Though her face still bore traces of tears, joy illuminated her expression. Perhaps this was what it meant to cry tears of joy. Gu Mingjue gently caressed her chin, affirming, Yes. It is good that you understand. In the future, you must always inform me of any matters. Should the heavens fall, I will shield you. Yes, yes.
Suhimni nadid bigeresli.
I won't ask what has transpired. I only wish to know who caused you harm. As he spoke the latter part, Gu Mingjue's gentle gaze turned steely, filled with cold resolve. Whoever dared to harm Lier would face retribution 100-fold. There are many people involved. However, the instigators are my own aunt and Gu Mingrua, Su Jinli replied with a faint smile, though her mirth did not reach her eyes. Despite not wanting to pry too deeply for fear of provoking painful memories, Gu Mingjue instinctively asked, So, is that why you loathe the 9th prince and chose to marry me? He had always harbored doubts about why Su Jinli willingly chose to marry him while rejecting Gu Mingrua. Yes and no, Su Jinli replied coolly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes.
What do you mean by that?
I detest Gu Mingrua due to the grievances of my past life. But marrying you is unrelated. I chose to marry you because I genuinely admire you, Su Jinli explained. Fearing Gu Mingjue would doubt her sincerity, she added. In my previous life, it was also you whom I married. After our marriage, I gradually fell in love with you. Upon realizing I had been reborn, my sole desire was to marry you. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingjue was enchanted, his face breaking into a radiant smile. Chapter 43. The beginning of stewardship the following day. Upon waking, Su Jinli found herself alone, as the warmth beside her had long since faded, indicating that Mingjue had departed some time ago. Qingyue, she called out as she sat up. No sooner had the words left her lips than Qingyue entered, accompanied by several maidservants carrying her toiletries. Your Highness, the prince has gone to court. Before leaving, he instructed us to wait outside until you awoke, to convey a message. Qingyue said with a respectful bow. What message? Su Jinli inquired. The prince said that since you have taken residence in the 7th prince's mansion, you should allow the servants to acknowledge you as their mistress, Qingyue replied, imitating Gu Mingjue's tone with a hint of playfulness. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli couldn't help but smile, feeling a mixture of exasperation and affection. He truly thinks of everything. He just can't stand to see me idle. Logically, she should have summoned the household staff to pay their respects and take charge of the estate days ago. However, since she had not mentioned it, Mingjue, believing her temperament was too unstable, had chosen not to press the issue. After their heartfelt exchange last night, he had evidently changed his mind, deciding to let her manage the household affairs. At Qingyue's words, Su Jinli understood that her maid was genuinely looking out for her. So she refrained from complaining, cheerfully responding, All right.
You are absolutely right.
She then added, Please assist me in getting dressed and ready. Yes. Qingyue and the others responded in unison, bowing deeply. Half an hour later, having completed her morning routine and enjoyed breakfast, Su Jinli made her way to the front hall, surrounded by Qingyue and the other maidservants. When she arrived, the guards, steward, old matron, young servants, and maidens in the manor all stood with their heads bowed in the hall. The princess consort has arrived.
Jinli announced loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone knelt down in unison to pay their respects, proclaiming, "We, your humble servants, pay our respects to the princess consort. May you live 1,000 years." Jinli appeared indifferent, leading Qingyue and others to take their seats at the head of the hall without casting a glance at the prostrate figures below. Her expression was frosty as she swept her gaze over the bowed individuals and calmly instructed, "You may rise." "Thank you for your grace, your highness," they responded, standing up. Jinli took a sip of tea that Qingyao had handed her, casually stirring the steam with the lid of the cup. "The prince has granted me control over all affairs in the manor from today onward. Do you have any objections?" At her words, the stewards in the first 3 rows shifted slightly, but none dared to voice dissent. The expressions of the others remained unchanged, as they believed that with the prince married, it was only natural for the princess consort to manage the household. After a moment, Jinli set down her cup and looked at them. "Since no one has spoken, I shall take it as your tacit approval. Where is the captain of the guards, Wei Yi?" Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority that instilled a sense of trepidation. By naming Wei Yi, who was deeply trusted by Gu Mingjue, she instantly commanded the respect of those who had previously held contempt for her. The man in black, standing at the front left, stepped forward with utmost respect, saying, "I am here, your highness. How may I serve you?" He possessed sharp features and striking eyes, a rare beauty, yet an air of frostiness surrounded him, causing those who gazed upon him to feel intimidated. He was Wei Yi, the captain of the guards at the 7th prince's residence, and in truth, Gu Mingjue's most formidable ally. Though he was proud and dismissive of others, he treated Jinli with deference. This unexpected display elicited astonishment from the onlookers. However, Jinli remained unfazed, recognizing this was merely a tactic employed by Mingjue to establish her authority. She understood Wei Yi's significance to Mingjue and accepted his goodwill without leveraging it for her own gain. "Since you oversee the guards, please present the current arrangements," she instructed. Wei Yi's gaze flickered. It seemed the princess consort did not intend to follow the path laid out for her by the prince. Although surprised, he maintained his respectful demeanor as he swiftly detailed the organization and duty schedules of the guards. Once he finished, Jinli waved him back to his position. She then asked, "Who is the chief steward in the manor?" At this, the middle-aged man beside Wei Yi steadied himself and stepped forward to bow, saying, "This old servant, Fang Yong, greets the princess consort. Indeed, the chief steward must be quite busy. I have been in the prince's residence for 3 days and have yet to meet you." Jinli remarked with a slight smirk, her tone laced with mockery. Fang Yong trembled. According to protocol, he should have come to greet her upon her arrival, regardless of whether she was in charge or not. However, having heard the rumors of her being a spoiled fool, he had thought it unnecessary to pay her a visit. Little did he know that she would confront him so boldly, immediately highlighting his oversight. He had been ensnared by the very rumors that had led him astray. After a prolonged silence, he mustered the courage to stammer, "Your Highness, you are mistaken. This old servant thought you must be tired from the formalities of your recent wedding and did not wish to disturb you." Jinli's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing within. "What a silver-tongued old fool you are," she retorted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "How thoughtful of Steward Fang to consider my well-being. Unfortunately, I am not swayed by such flattery. Wei Yi, take this smooth-talking old fool away and give him 30 lashes," she commanded decisively. At this, Fang Yong panicked, hastily pleading for mercy, "Your Highness, spare me." Meanwhile, Wei Yi, who had been instructed by Gu Mingjue to follow the princess consort's orders, clasped his hands and replied, "I shall attend to it immediately." He stepped forward, gripping the neck of the now begging Fang Yong, and dragged him outside.
Moments later.
The sound of the lashes echoed back into the hall, sending a shiver through the gathered crowd. How could this newlywed lady be so ruthless? Regardless of their thoughts, Jinli maintained her regal composure, exuding an air of cold elegance. Eventually, Wei Yi strode back in to report, "The punishment has been carried out, Your Highness. Fang Yong has fainted." Jinli responded with an airy, "Very well, send 2 guards to carry him back to the southern courtyard." Upon hearing this, Wei Yi immediately signaled for 2 guards to assist. "Where is the deputy steward?" Jinli inquired without lifting her gaze. A thin, middle-aged man quickly stepped forward, saying, "This servant, Wang Dong, is present." "Well then, you shall become the chief steward of the manor from now on."
Su Jinli declared coolly.
Wang Dong, though not eloquent, was a loyal servant. After her husband's passing in a previous life, Fang Yong had fled with the treasury, leaving the manor in disarray. Wang Dong had stepped up to restore order and protect the remaining assets of the prince's residence during that chaotic time. Thus, she had chosen to deal with Fang Yong and elevate Wang Dong to a position of trust. He stood stunned for a moment before responding with humility. "Thank you for your grace, your highness. Now, you will provide me with a detailed account of all personnel and their respective duties in the manor." "Yes," Wang Dong replied, outlining that the prince's residence was divided into 4 main courtyards. The east courtyard was the primary one, housing the prince's blue sword pavilion, your purple glaze residence, and the I Jing pavilion. The west courtyard served as the secondary courtyard. After a lengthy report, Wang Dong had conveyed all pertinent information, and Su Jinli was thoroughly satisfied. "Thank you for your efforts." She smiled. "Your highness is too kind," Wang Dong replied humbly. To the account manager and the stewards of the 15 courtyards, listen closely. In my eyes, there is no room for incompetence. I do not wish to investigate your past actions, but anyone who dares to mismanage, embezzle funds, or harm the interests of the prince's residence in the future will face severe consequences. Su Jinli stated with a fierce gaze. Those whom she had addressed trembled slightly. With Fang Yong's fate as a cautionary tale, they dared not provoke this formidable lady. I demand high standards and will not tolerate the presence of useless individuals. Therefore, if anyone feels incapable of fulfilling their duties and wishes to leave, you may do so now. She coldly surveyed the room, taking note of their expressions. After a moment, someone stepped forward, saying, "This servant's grandson has just been born, and I wish to return home to care for him." Su Jinli regarded her for a moment before responding. "Granted, you shall receive a reward of 100 taels." As she spoke, Qingyu approached with a tray, lifting the cloth covering to reveal a dazzling array of gold ingots. The matron joyfully accepted the reward, expressing her gratitude, while others looked on with envy. Once she exited, 6 others promptly stepped forward to bow, declaring, "We wish to leave, your highness." Su Jinli nodded in acknowledgement, granting each a reward of 100 taels as well. After they expressed their thanks and departed, she turned to the remaining stewards and said, "Since you choose to stay, you shall be well compensated for your efforts." "Yes, we will obey," they replied, bowing in unison. The remaining maidservants and young servants followed suit. Those wishing to depart would receive 50 taels, while those who stayed must adhere to the rules and exhibit self-discipline. Otherwise, her expression darkened, her intent clear. As her words echoed, several individuals stepped forward to resign, and Su Jinli honored them with their rewards. Eventually, the assembly, once over 200 strong, had dwindled to less than half.
Su Jinli demandan fast.
Many who left had abandoned the 7th prince's residence following Mingjue's demise in her previous life. Why retain unfaithful servants? The remaining individuals, aside from a few planted by the palace, were mostly loyal and steadfast. She reiterated, "Those of you who choose to remain loyal to the prince and myself must uphold discipline and perform your duties diligently. There shall be no room for betrayal." Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their loyalty in unison, declaring their undying allegiance. Listening to their harmonious voices reverberating in the grand hall, Su Jinli's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. After administering the necessary reprimands, it was time to bestow kindness. With a gentle smile, she announced that henceforth, everyone's monthly stipend would be doubled, and should anyone fall ill, they could report to the chief steward or the head maidservants of Zili Courtyard, after which she would arrange for a doctor and cover the medical expenses. The crowd, who had recently harbored grievances due to the mistress's stern demeanor, instantly rejoiced, gratefully acknowledging the grace of the prince's consort. After delivering her address, Su Jinli proceeded to the treasury to review the accounts. By the time she finished examining the expenses from the past 6 months, it was already noon. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she rubbed her temples. Qingyue, noticing her weariness, compassionately offered her a cup of hot tea and then began to massage her shoulders. After a short while, Su Jinli felt her weariness dissipate somewhat and was about to suggest returning to Zili Courtyard for a meal when a young servant rushed in, breathless. "I have seen the prince's consort. Someone from the duke's residence requests your return," the young servant exclaimed in a hurry. Knowing the formidable nature of the prince's consort, he dared not delay. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli frowned slightly and inquired about the messenger's location.
Reporting to the prince's consort, he is waiting just outside. The young servant quickly replied. Let him in, she commanded. Moments later, another young servant accompanied the first as he entered. I, Su San, have seen the prince's consort. The newcomer bowed respectfully. Su Jinli gestured for him to rise, and then inquired languidly, What is the reason for my grandfather summoning me back? Young Master Jin Jun will hold a ceremony for adoption at the ancestral temple this afternoon. The Duke has sent me to invite you back, Su San replied promptly. Understanding immediately, Su Jinli felt a flicker of realization. Indeed, it was for this occasion. Jin Jun was being adopted by her parents, and she should technically return to witness the ceremony, yet she could not go back. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager Su would have yet another excuse to make things difficult for her. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jinli made her decision. Return and inform my grandfather that a married daughter is like water poured out. It is inappropriate for me to interfere in matters concerning my natal family. Moreover, it seems somewhat biased for my grandfather to invite me, a married daughter of the Su family. Su San's expression turned troubled upon hearing this. When you return, speak the truth. My grandfather will not blame you, Su Jinli assured him. Her grandfather was wise, and today's invitation was merely a result of his excessive favoritism. Once he heard her words, he would surely understand her concerns and would not reprimand Su San for failing to fulfill his request. Seeing Su Jinli's resolute stance, Su San ceased to hesitate and respectfully replied, Understood. I take my leave. Qingyu, see Su San out.
Su Jinli instructed calmly.
Yes. Qingyu bowed slightly and escorted Su San out. What is your name? Su Jinli asked the first young servant who had entered. The young servant, upon being addressed, immediately composed himself and respectfully replied, My humble name is Wang Kai. When did you come to the residence? She inquired further. I was brought into the residence a few days ago by Steward Wang, who purchased me from a broker, Wang Kai replied honestly. His family was impoverished and unable to support 5 siblings, so his parents had sold him to the broker, who was fortunate enough to encounter him and, moved by his tragic circumstances, decided to purchase him. He is quite articulate and quick-witted, Su Jinli remarked lightly. Wang Kai quickly denied, Your Highness, you flatter me. And which courtyard do you serve in now? She asked, taking a sip of tea. I have not served in any courtyard due to my lowly status. I am merely a small servant guarding the outer door, Wang Kai answered, somewhat shyly lowering his head. Su Jinli raised her gaze and fixed her eyes on him, asking, Would you like to serve as a cleaning servant in Zili courtyard? Upon hearing this, Wang Kai's head shot up, his eyes brimming with joy and disbelief. He pinched himself discreetly, wincing in pain, confirming that he was indeed valued by the prince's consort, transitioning from a mere outer servant to one in the main courtyard. Wang Kai wisely expressed his gratitude. I thank you for your grace, my lord. After a moment's consideration, Su Jinli said, Since you have come to Zili courtyard, your name is rather common. Let it begin with the character Qing like my other maidservants. Henceforth, you shall be called Qingqi. Wang Kai, now Qingqi, beamed even more and quickly bowed. Thank you for bestowing me a name, my lord. Su Jinli nodded in satisfaction and waved him away. In the evening, as Su Jinli was reviewing her dowry list under the lamp, Gu Mingjue silently approached from behind and covered her eyes. Husband, stop it. She laughed softly. Hearing this, Gu Mingjue chuckled and released his grip, noticing the redness in her eyes, and began to massage her shoulders with concern. My dear, you have worked hard, he sighed, feeling a twinge of regret for having entrusted her with the household management so soon. Su Jinli, aware of his concern, felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Though she replied, What hardship? Among the ladies of Yen Nation, who does not bear such burdens? While he contended with scheming wolves in the court, she would manage the inner residence, ensuring he had no worries. Gu Mingjue understood her thoughts well, hence he merely smiled and affectionately said, My dear, you are truly virtuous. With her husband's company uplifting her spirits, she could not help but jest. Shouldn't my husband reward me? Gu Mingjue's gaze flickered mischievously. Indeed, this clever little lady would not let herself be at a loss. Such flattery would surely lead to a reward. It is indeed time for reward. He laughed. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli immediately looked up at him earnestly, only to catch a glint of mischief in his eyes as he leaned closer and whispered, I shall grant you the title of a small princess. At this, Su Jinli's cheeks flushed instantly, taken aback by his levity. Just as she prepared to chastise him for his frivolity, he scooped her up and headed toward the couch.
Put me down.
I have yet to bathe, she protested, struggling with all her limbs. However, he gently reassured her. It matters not. He then buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply. Ah, my dear. You smell delightful. You. Su Jinli managed to exclaim before being deposited onto the couch, silenced by his kiss. She nestled against Gu Mingjue, feeling a mix of softness and irritation, and after a moment of inaction, she bit him playfully. Gu Mingjue, aware of her pent-up frustration, did not resist but smiled, allowing her to express herself. Once she had had her fill, he asked, "Are you no longer angry?" Su Jinli, slightly embarrassed, lowered her gaze, but then noticed the purple bruises on his chest from her bites and felt a pang of sympathy. Gently, she caressed the marks and chided him. "You foolish man. Why did you not stop me?" Gu Mingjue tightened his embrace, responding softly, "Why stop you? Your happiness is what matters most." At his words, Su Jinli's heart ached, nearly bringing her to tears. He was truly foolish. In both past and present, he had gone to great lengths to please her, even at the cost of his own well-being. After a long silence, she spoke with a quivering voice. "Fool. From now on, do not do this. It pains me." Upon hearing this, Gu Mingjue's smile blossomed, filling his heart with warmth and sweetness. Su Li was the first to utter such words to him. His birth mother, a lowly palace maid, had died shortly after giving birth to him in the treacherous palace intrigues. Later, he was adopted by the kind-hearted and gentle Empress Dowager, who cared for him well, but her good fortune was short-lived as she fell victim to the Empress's schemes. Subsequently, rumors of his mother's demise circulated, leading others to avoid him like a plague. His royal siblings despised him, often bullying him in solitude, while the children of ministers shunned him as well, save for a fierce-looking little girl with delicate features who was willing to converse with him and defend him against his tormentors. However, after he left for the battlefield at the tender age of 15, determined to marry that noble girl, he began a life filled with peril, devoid of any warmth thereafter. "What troubles you?" Su Jinli asked, her voice laced with concern. Since he heard his own words, he was first engulfed in ecstasy, only to be followed by a complex expression, his brows furrowed and his gaze vacant. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingjue suddenly came to his senses and smiled gently, saying, "It's nothing. I was just too moved." It reminded me of some previous events. Not wanting to pry further, Su Jinli understood that he must have recalled some unpleasant memories. Given his background, it was only natural. One could imagine that he lived in the palace, where favoritism reigned, in a manner less dignified than even the common servants. After all, how could a prince of his stature voluntarily request to serve in the frontier, living a life fraught with uncertainty? "Mingjue, do not be disheartened. I will repay all that is owed to you, piece by piece. We shall have a pair of clever and adorable children," she said. Just as she spoke, he abruptly silenced her with a kiss, his fiery gaze ignoring her protests. Before long, the bed began to creak again. When the passion subsided, Su Jinli was too exhausted to keep her eyes open, allowing Gu Mingjue to carry her into the bath. After soaking for half an hour, she finally felt her body regain some strength and rolled her eyes at Gu Mingjue, who was drying her hair. "Silly wife, I am working hard for our future children. Why are you upset?" Gu Mingjue said cheerfully, having had his fill. Su Jinli rolled her eyes again. "You are quite right. I am left speechless." After a moment, she glared at him and scolded, "Rogue, shameless." Little did she know, her flushed face made her look even more radiant, and Gu Mingjue, with a mischievous heart, wished for her to glare at him a bit longer. Thus he teased, "What is a face? Is it delicious?" Su Jinli was left without words, turning her head away in a huff. Noticing this, Gu Mingjue's amusement deepened, and he quickly dried her long black hair to half-dry before carrying her back to the bed. "Do not be upset, my dear. How about I reward you with the entire treasury of the prince's residence and all the deeds to my shops?" He whispered tenderly in her ear. At his words, Su Jinli's anger dissipated. Her husband's wealth was far beyond what was visible, though her heart was filled with joy. She feigned annoyance, saying, "That's more like it." Gu Mingjue, well aware of her thoughts, simply smiled and continued to sweet-talk her until the couple fell into a blissful slumber. Chapter 45. The Imperial Edict has been issued. A firm conclusion on the first day of May in the 16th year of the Yongli era, the venerable Duke of Ning, who had surpassed his 60th year, proposed in the Golden Hall the establishment of an heir, causing an uproar among the attendees. The emperor was equally astonished and, upon inquiry, learned that the duke intended to adopt his eldest son into the family of the deceased heir, Su Ningen. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor waved his hand in approval. The old duke left, satisfied, but this shocking news quickly spread throughout the palace and the previous court. In Changla Palace, as the Empress Su was dining, she trembled and accidentally shattered a crystal green jade bowl into countless pieces. "Your Highness, forgive us." The palace maids quickly knelt in apology. Seemingly unfazed, the Empress remained in a daze for a long while before picking up a handkerchief and nonchalantly wiping her hands. "Chunyan, go to the 7th prince's residence and summon the 7th princess consort here." Chunyan promptly bowed and complied, glancing sideways to discover that the seemingly calm Empress's beautiful eyes were now filled with resentment and fury. Sensing this, Chunyan shivered. Her mistress seemed poised for action. In Zilijan, Gu Mingjue, who rarely returned early from court, was telling Su Jinli about the Duke of Ning's successful request for an imperial edict. Gu Mingjue smiled and asked now, "My dear, are you at ease?" With the edict issued, Su Jinjuan's position as the heir was now firmly established, allowing his wife, who had been anxious, to finally relax. However, Su Jinli shook her head, saying no, the real danger is just beginning. The individual in the palace who had long coveted the military power of the duke's residence would not easily relinquish this opportunity. Hearing this, Gu Mingjue's expression of joy slowly faded, his eyes clouded with concern. He took Su Jinli's hand and reassured her, "When soldiers come, we shall block them. When water rises, we shall dam it. Do not worry, I will handle everything." Su Jinli met his gaze, filled with trust, and nodded in agreement. A short while later, as the couple dined, Chinga entered to report, "Your Highness, Princess Consort, someone from the Duke's residence is here." The couple, already aware of the matter, quickly ordered for the person to enter. After Chinga bowed and exited, she led in the servant Su San, who had previously delivered messages to the Princess Consort. Su San quickly bowed, "I have seen the 7th prince and the 7th princess consort." Gu Mingjue smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Please rise. Chinga, offer him a seat." Su San understood that the 7th prince was treating him with such courtesy due to his affection for the young lady, and obediently took his seat. With a bright smile, Su San announced, "The old duke has sent me to convey good news. The imperial edict conferring the title of heir to Jinjun has arrived at the duke's residence." The news that the duke's family will have a successor was a monumental joy for them, and though he was merely a humble servant, he too felt elated. Although already aware of this news, Gu Mingjue nodded with a smile, saying, "Indeed, it is a joyous occasion. Xiao Ningzi, reward him." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ningzi, who was serving Gu Mingjue, quickly retrieved a gold ingot from his sleeve and cheerfully presented it to Su San. "Thank you for your grace, Your Highness." Su San's smile grew even wider. Having rewarded Su San, Gu Mingjue gazed tenderly at Su Jinli, saying, "Lear, since Jin Jun has been conferred the title today, shouldn't we, as a sister and brother-in-law, send some gifts?" A glint of mischief flickered in Su Jinli's eyes as she replied, "It is indeed appropriate to send a gift. I shall leave the decision to my husband." As for the gift, she wished to avoid using the treasury or her dowry. Since it was Gu Mingjue's suggestion, he should take the lead in choosing. Gu Mingjue chuckled, shaking his head at her frugality. "I have a precious purple gold clouding stone in my study. Let us gift that to Jin Jun." After speaking, he looked at Su Jinli, silently inquiring whether she was satisfied. She quickly nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Gu Mingjue instructed, "Xiao Ningzi, go fetch it. Be careful not to damage it." The purple gold clouding stone was a royal tribute, made from exquisite materials, and only a few were produced each year. He had received this gift when he earned military merit, and his father the emperor was particularly pleased. Xiao Ningzi, being Gu Mingjue's trusted attendant, understood the inkstone's value and nodded seriously before departing. Suddenly, Su Jinli, who had been quiet, spoke up, "Su San, please convey a message to my grandfather on behalf of the princess consort." Su San, noticing her serious expression, understood the importance of the matter and respectfully replied, "Please, princess consort, speak." Su Jinli, with a hint of intensity in her gaze, said, "While Jin Jun's conferment is indeed a reason for celebration, our Su family must remain vigilant to avoid giving any ill-intentioned individuals an opportunity, especially regarding the heir's daily needs. They must be managed by dedicated personnel to avoid any errors." It was certain that the individual in the palace would be infuriated by this development, Yet since the heir was already conferred, there was no way to reverse it. Given her character, it was likely she would act in the shadows. In her previous life, she had harmed her husband and caused the loss of her child for military power. It was unwise to assume she would not seek to endanger Jin Jun's life in this life as well. Su San, being astute, noted the change in her expression and quickly lost his cheerful demeanor, solemnly assuring her, "What the princess consort says is most reasonable. I will certainly relay your words to the old duke without omission." Gu Mingjue then asked, "Leer, how about I have Wei Yi select a few clever children in a few days to serve as Jin Jun's attendants?" He had several young but skilled martial artists in his shadow guard, who could be sent to protect the only male heir of the Su family. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli paused. He was not merely suggesting a few attendants, was he? From what she knew in her previous life, he had secretly raised many orphans, training them as shadow guards. The Duke's residence also had several capable shadow guards, so Jin Jun would not lack protection. However, shadow guards could not always accompany him. For example, after being conferred as heir, he could not continue to be taught by tutors at the Duke's residence, but would need to attend the Imperial Academy to study alongside all the noble heirs of the capital. The guards of the Imperial Academy were strict, and the Duke's shadow guards could not enter. The young servant sent by Mingjue can accompany Jin Jun and protect him at all times. However, this action may draw the attention of those in the palace towards Mingjue. What if his hidden powers are inadvertently exposed, provoking the jealousy of Emperor Yongli? Her changing expressions did not escape the keen gaze of Gu Mingjue, who remained silent, merely smiling gently as he awaited her response. After much contemplation, she rose and respectfully declared, "Very well, let my husband relinquish his affection." Upon hearing this, Gu Mingjue raised his hand to lightly tap her, his irritation evident. Such politeness was truly vexing. Observing this, Su Jinli merely smiled lightly before resuming her seat. Just then, Xiao Ningzi hurriedly entered, breathless as he carried the inkstone, when he noticed Qingyao approaching in a slight panic. Before Su Jinli and her husband could inquire, she bowed deeply and announced, "Your Highness, the Prince Consort, Miss Chunyan has arrived." At this, both Su Jinli and Gu Mingjue's expressions turned serious, quickly exchanging glances before Gu Mingjue commanded, "Let her in." Qingyao nodded and stepped out, while Su Jinli instructed Xiao Ningzi, "Take the back door and escort Su San out." "Yes, yes. I take my leave." They both replied in unison. Su Jinli waved them off. No sooner had they departed than Qingyao and Chunyan arrived. Chunyan bowed respectfully, greeting, "This servant pays her respects to His Highness the 7th Prince and the 7th Prince Consort." A flicker of disdain crossed Su Jinli's eyes before she smiled and said, "Chunyan, please rise. Chinga, bring the tea." Hearing this, Chunyan hurriedly smiled and stopped Chinga from preparing tea, saying, "Your Highness, you are too kind. I merely came to deliver a message and would not dare trouble Miss Chinga." Fortunately, Su Jinli had no intention of truly serving her tea. Her courteous demeanor sufficed. After elegantly sipping some bird's nest soup, Su Jinli inquired, "Might I ask what brings Chunyan here?" Chunyan's expression immediately shifted to one of worry as she lamented, "The noble consort has been feeling unwell of late and wishes for the prince consort to visit her for a chat." Su Jinli inwardly scoffed, recognizing that it was not merely a recent malaise, but rather a grievance that had arisen today. Understanding the underlying motives, she feigned concern and inquired, "Has the noble consort consulted a physician for her distress?" Chunyan's eyes flickered. Su Jinli was no longer as easily manipulated as before. She continued, frowning, "The physician has been summoned and prescribed calming medicine, yet it has proven ineffective. He stated that the consort is merely troubled and needs to take more walks. But she is confined within the palace walls and thus requires your company to lift her spirits. After all, you are her only trusted niece, with whom she can speak freely." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of admiration crossed Su Jinli's eyes. Chunyan truly was her aunt's right hand. Without needing to elaborate, her words were skillfully crafted, conveying multiple layers of meaning in just a few sentences. The last remark was particularly clever, suggesting that should Su Jinli refuse to accompany her, it would reflect poorly on her filial piety. With her mind racing, Su Jinli outwardly assumed a sorrowful demeanor and sighed. "I understand my aunt's predicament. Very well, I shall accompany you into the palace." Chunyan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "There is no rush. Let the prince consort finish her meal first." Su Jinli and the noble consort shared little genuine affection, but since Chen Yan had made the request, she did not decline, savoring her meal at a leisurely pace. Once satisfied, she rinsed her mouth and washed her hands under Qingyu's service before entering the palace with Chen Yan. Upon arriving at the Changla Palace, she found her once proud and regal aunt, the noble consort, now despondently nestled on the beauty couch, her face marred by sorrow, evoking a sense of fragile vulnerability. However, Su Jinli felt no pity. She was certain that her aunt's current state was merely a reaction to the recent elevation of Jinjun as heir apparent. It was clear that Su Jinli understood her aunt well, as soon after Chen Yan left, the noble consort could no longer contain her anger and began throwing items from her chamber, eventually spitting blood in her fury, leading to her current state. Su Jinli swiftly approached, taking her aunt's hand with feigned concern. "Aunt, what troubles you?" The noble consort was reluctant to divulge her distress to Su Jinli, forcing a smile as she replied, "I am quite well." Su Jinli's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice charged with emotion. "Aunt, you are deceiving yourself. You look utterly worn down. Surely these lowly maids have not served you properly. I shall report to the emperor and have them punished." Hearing this, the noble consort furrowed her brow slightly. Yet before she could respond, Su Jinli strode towards the exit with genuine intent. Chen Yan quickly signaled to the other maids, who fell to their knees in unison, pleading, "We beseech the 7th Prince Consort for mercy." At that moment, the noble consort cleared her throat and weakly interjected, "Really, do not make a scene. I am quite fine. It is merely a matter of my heart being unsettled." Chen Yan quickly added, "Indeed, the physician has already visited. It is simply the noble consort's troubled thoughts that have led to her current state. The maids have not been neglectful. It is merely a matter of the noble consort as heartache." With this, Su Jinli turned back. Although she recognized it was merely an excuse, she played along, waving her hand dramatically. "Since Aunt and Chen Yan have spoken on your behalf, I shall grant you all a reprieve this time." Despite their disdain for Su Jinli, the maids bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Prince Consort, for your grace." The noble consort, reclining on the beauty couch, observed with narrowed eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. If not for Su Jinli's potential, how could she tolerate others dictating terms within her Changla palace? This was akin to a public slap to her face. Chen Yan, having served the noble consort since childhood, was acutely aware of her slightest change in mood. To prevent Su Jinli from further provoking her, the noble consort, unable to suppress her emotions, quickly ordered the maids to leave. "The noble consort wishes to speak privately with the 7th Prince Consort. You may exit with me." "Yes." The maids, relieved, quickly bowed and departed. Seeing Chunyan's actions, the noble consort smiled warmly. "Come here, really. I have something to discuss with you." Su Jinli's eyes shimmered with intrigue, and she nodded, stepping closer to her aunt while dismissing Qingyue and the others. Soon, only the two of them remained within the chamber. To express her concern, Su Jinli spoke first. "Aunt, what troubles you so?" At this, the noble consort's smile faltered, and with a hint of melancholy, she replied, "It is nothing. It is just that the emperor has not set foot in Changla Palace for half a month." Su Jinli's heart stirred. She had heard of this situation and was surprised to learn that her once favored aunt could also experience a fall from grace after decades of favor. While she had her suspicions regarding the reasons, she feigned astonishment. "How can this be? Did not the emperor dote upon you the most?" The noble consort's eyes darkened with resentment. "It is all due to that troublesome son of mine and the Wei family." Aware of Su Jinli's presence, she feigned a sorrowful expression and sighed. "The affections of an emperor are ever so fleeting and unpredictable. When he favored me, I could indulge in my whims, even bullying Wei Ziyan, who was humiliated for 7 days in Changla Palace. Yet now, I am ignored for half a month, and even the food I sent to the imperial study was returned, turning me into a laughingstock." Su Jinli gently consoled her. "Do not be disheartened, dear aunt. The emperor still holds you in his heart. Moreover, you have your beloved 9th brother by your side." Upon hearing her mention Gu Mingrong, the noble consort, who had been somewhat restrained, suddenly ignited with fury. "If not for him marrying that Wei family, how would I have fallen so low?"
"Oh, aunt, what do you mean by that? Su Jinli guayerd, feignin surprise."
"That Wei family lacks decorum. Their behavior has brought shame upon both the noble consort and Mingrong. I had to send a ceremonial matron to the Jinghua marquis residence, which angered the emperor for publicly embarrassing the Wei family." The noble consort seethed.
Upon hearing this, a hint of amusement flickered in Su Jinli's eyes. She had anticipated that her aunt's actions would provoke Emperor Yongli, and indeed, it had come to pass. It seems that on that day, her aunt lost her composure under her influence, failing to consider that the Duke of the town's household, being a prestigious family with a history spanning several centuries, would not permit a mere concubine to treat them with such disdain. Furthermore, just moments before, the Yongli Emperor had commanded the Empress to reward a wet nurse to Wei Ziyan, and her aunt's subsequent actions were nothing short of a blatant affront to the Emperor's dignity. Though Su Jinli was acutely aware of the absurdity of the situation, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely expressing her indignation at the Emperor's apparent lack of compassion. How could he disregard the years of companionship and the fact that her aunt bore him a son? Noticing a flicker of agreement in Su Guifei's eyes, she began to direct her ire at Wei Ziyan, asserting that the blame ultimately lay with her. Upon hearing this, Su Guifei's exquisite eyes clouded over with frost, clearly revealing her deep disdain for Wei Ziyan. Su Jinli, understanding the perils of excess, knew she needed to maintain a facade of camaraderie with Su Guifei for a while longer, so she earnestly proposed a solution to their predicament. Aunt, since His Majesty is displeased with your granting of the wet nurse to the Duke's household, why not send someone to return her to the palace? This would surely placate His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Su Guifei's gaze shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, she responded, "You make a valid point, but I fear this would only invite further ridicule upon myself. The wet nurse was a gift from me, and to reclaim her in less than half a month might be quite humiliating."
Aunt,
Is not the Emperor's favor the most vital thing in this palace? If you can win back his heart, others will only dare to laugh in secret. Who would truly dare to belittle you?
Su Jinli,
Concerned that Su Guifei might feel too embarrassed to act, quickly analyzed the pros and cons for her. As she spoke, Su Guifei's eyes brightened, evidently taking her words to heart. Then, with a hint of chill in her voice, she sighed. Indeed, I was foolish to engage in a quarrel with His Majesty. With that, the matter was settled, and after some more conversation, Su Guifei finally shifted the topic to her purpose for the day. Has Lyre received word that father has requested the decree to confer the title of heir to Su Jinjun? Su Jinli smiled and replied. Mingjue informed me after the morning court session. Given the uproar caused by today's events, it would be disingenuous to feign ignorance. Upon hearing this, Su Guifei let out a long sigh and lamented, "If only my brother were still alive. How could the illegitimate line dare to encroach upon the hereditary title of the Su family?" This statement served a dual purpose. It aimed to provoke Su Jinli's discontent while also expressing Su Guifei's heartfelt sentiments. Although she harbored no fondness for Su Jinli, she was closely tied to her brother, Su Ningguo. She grieved for a time upon receiving the devastating news of her brother's demise. Su Jinli's lips curled slightly, and a flicker of coldness crossed her eyes. Was her aunt beginning to sow discord? To prevent Su Guifei from growing wary of her, Su Jinli quickly altered her demeanor, sorrowfully stating, "Father's untimely death must surely be a testament to the heavens' jealousy of exceptional talent." In response, Su Guifei's expression dimmed, and after a moment of silence, she inquired, "I have heard that Su Jinjun was adopted by your brother and granted the title of heir?"
Su Jinli nodded affirmatively.
Observing this, Su Guifei's face grew slightly cold, and a trace of hurt flickered in her eyes. "Do you know when he was adopted by your brother? Did he invite you back to witness the ceremony?" Su Jinli shook her head. "No one extended an invitation to me." Hearing this, Su Guifei scrutinized Su Jinli for a long while, and upon noticing her calm demeanor, she believed her sincerity. Then, she slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Such an important matter, and you are not informed. You are, after all, the esteemed legitimate daughter of the Duke." At this, Su Jinli's eyes reddened, and she replied, somewhat aggrieved, "As the saying goes, a married daughter is like spilled water. I can understand why grandfather would not allow me to return." Though she claimed to understand, her expression betrayed her sense of grievance. Seeing this, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Su Guifei's eyes. Although Su Jinli's remark about a married daughter stung her, she felt joy at witnessing Su Jinli's discontent. As long as Su Jinli harbored resentment, her own Lyre would still have a chance at the 50,000 troops.
As long as you understand, Lyre.
Alas, it seems we both share this burden, such a critical matter, and father has yet to inform me.
Su Guifei sighed, sadly drawing closer to Su Jinli. Alas, Su Jinli,
already aware of Su Guifei's intentions, feigned a sigh in agreement. Eventually, both aunt and niece fell silent,
seemingly lost in self-pity. After a long pause, Su Guifei expressed concern. Liar, the last time Gu Mingjue was present, I neglected to ask you, how does he treat you? At this, Su Jinli's gaze faltered, as if struck by a painful memory. With a bitter smile, she replied, Aunt, please do not inquire. Liar as well. Alas. Poor liar. Su Guifei quickly averted her gaze, concealing her delight behind her long lashes. Feigning sympathy. You and Mingru have grown up together, and when he heard about the selection of consorts, he asked me to convey to His Majesty his desire to marry you as his rightful wife. Who would have known? She paused, then continued, who would have known that the seventh prince would intervene, upsetting your father and nearly jeopardizing your life? Su Guifei's face was filled with indignation, as if Gu Mingjue had deliberately shattered Su Jinli's happiness. A chill coursed through Su Jinli's heart. Her aunt was quite the performer. Had it not been for her painful past life, she might have been swayed by her aunt's words. The way she twisted the truth with such eloquence was unlike anything Su Jinli had ever witnessed. The truth was already known to her. The day after she was poisoned, Princess Xuani and Yunyang visited her. They informed her that the Yongli Emperor had summoned several princes in order of their rank to discuss marriage proposals. When the eighth prince emerged, the emperor was still all smiles. However, after the ninth prince entered, he inexplicably flew into a rage. Subsequently, he summoned Su Guifei, and after questioning her, his temper eased somewhat, yet he remarked to the eunuch, how can a girl who, despite having a childhood companion, still seeks the affections of other men be deemed worthy of entering the royal family? In summary, it was evident that Mingjue had successfully requested the decree, and that Gu Mingru's interference had provoked the Yongli Emperor's ire, leading Su Guifei to tarnish her reputation for her son's sake. Filled with a desire to eliminate Su Guifei, Su Jinli feigned despondence, saying, Liar is simply out of luck. To avoid implicating ninth brother, I must deliberately distance myself from him. I hope Aunt can persuade him not to lose his composure on my account. It is not worth it. Chapter 47. Consumed by jealousy upon hearing this. A glimmer of pride flickered in Su Guifei's eyes, and she sighed. It seems fate plays tricks on us. I have already spoken to Mingru about this. Yet he still cannot let go of you. Su Jinli's gaze dimmed, and with a pallid smile, she replied, Aunt, there are matters to attend to in the estate. I must take my leave. Please take care. Seeing her in such a state only reinforced Su Guifei's belief that she had not forgotten her feelings, interpreting her melancholy as stemming from thoughts of Gu Mingru. Thus, she waved her hand dismissively, allowing her to depart. As Su Jinli exited Changle Palace, she remained silent upon encountering Qingyue and the others, her demeanor lost in sorrow as she walked ahead alone. Although Qingyue and the others were puzzled, they dutifully followed closely behind. Standing at the door, Chunyan quietly watched as the four of them walked away. Once Su Jinli turned the corner and was out of sight, Chunyan finally withdrew her gaze, satisfied, and returned to report. As the weary Su Jinli rounded the corner, her expression transformed. Her eyes, once radiant, now burned with hatred, and a cold smile played upon her lips. Seeing this, Qingyao anxiously inquired, Your Highness, what did Su Guifei summon you for? Since her mistress had been living in comfort and joy since marrying the seventh prince, always wearing a smile, what could have transpired in Changle Palace to leave her in such a state? Feeling the concern from Qingyao and the others, Su Jinli suppressed her hatred and replied with a gentle smile, It was nothing. She was merely testing me and trying to sow discord between me and Jinjun. Upon hearing this, Qingyue and the others displayed expressions of disbelief. After all, Su Guifei was their mistress's own aunt. How could she act in such a manner? The arrival of the heir was undoubtedly a boon for everyone in the Ningguo mansion. Why, then, would she seek to sow discord? Su Jinli shook her head inwardly. Despite their keen intellect, Qingyue and the others were merely 15 or 16 years old and had seldom ventured beyond the confines of the mansion. How could they comprehend the treachery of the world? Their previous disdain for Gu Mingyuan stemmed solely from their perception of his affections as disingenuous, unaware that he coveted the military power of her family. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jinli took it upon herself to elucidate that the Guam mansion commanded an army of 500,000, which represented the greatest bargaining chip for her aunt in Gu Mingyuan's quest for the throne. Now that he had been thwarted, how could he possibly accept this fate? As soon as the words left her lips, Qingge and Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment, their mouths agape. The usually composed Qingyue and Qingya displayed a similar shock, albeit somewhat more restrained. Once their surprise subsided, all four wore expressions of indignation. The forthright Qingyu exclaimed, "To think he would exploit the young lady for power. That mother and son are truly despicable." Upon hearing this, Qingyue's expression shifted dramatically. She immediately admonished Qingyu with a stern voice, "Be cautious with your words. You risk being rendered mute." While she too felt anger at the truth behind Gu Mingyuan's affections. The status of that mother and son was far too elevated for them to be chastised by mere servants like themselves. Realizing her lapse, Qingyu quickly covered her mouth and knelt, quietly admitting her fault. This servant spoke out of turn in a moment of frustration. "I beseech the princess consort for your forgiveness." To speak ill of one's master was a grave transgression, and though Qingyu appeared calm, she was already beginning to perspire from anxiety. Just then, Su Jinli offered a gentle smile and helped her to her feet. "You spoke in haste due to your loyalty to me, so I shall pardon you this once." At these words, Qingyu's eyes brimmed with gratitude. "This servant thanks the princess consort for your kindness." Yet, Su Jinli's expression turned serious as she replied, "Remember, there shall not be a next time. Otherwise, you may find yourself back in the Guo mansion." Qingyu was loyal, but her tongue was too quick. Su Jinli felt it necessary to issue a stern warning to ensure she would not bring calamity upon herself in the future. Qingyu understood that Su Jinli was merely concerned for her safety and vowed, "This servant shall heed my master's teachings. This is the only time, and there shall be no next." Su Jinli nodded and said no more as the group made their way to the palace gates. In the Zili residence, Su Jinli, exasperated, rolled her eyes at the sight of a certain prince, who, despite his supposed preoccupation with state affairs, was fixedly glaring at her. After a lengthy silence, Su Jinli could no longer withstand the weight of his accusatory gaze and softly urged, "Mingjue, do not sulk." Humph. Gu Mingjue raised his chin defiantly. Just as Su Jinli intended to cup his face in her hands, he turned away in a haughty manner. Observing this, Su Jinli felt overwhelmed, regretting that she had recounted her conversation with Consort Su to him in its entirety. From the moment she mentioned feigning her affection for Gu Mingyuan to win Consort Su's trust, Gu Mingjue's countenance had darkened. Yet, caught up in the thrill of having outwitted her astute aunt, she had failed to notice his growing displeasure until she had finished her tale, at which point his expression resembled that of a stormy sky. Although she lamented her mistake, there was no remedy for regret. She resigned herself to the task of appeasing him. "Mingjue, I merely concocted those words to gain my aunt's trust. Please do not be angry." Humph. Another cold huff escaped him, and he shifted his chair further away from her. Su Jinli pondered how she had not realized her husband possessed such a childlike demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she persisted gently, "I truly harbor no lingering feelings for Gu Mingyuan. Please do not be jealous." Upon hearing this, Gu Mingjue's eyes flickered with interest as he finally met Su Jinli's gaze, which was filled with regret. "Is that truly the case?" he inquired. "More genuine than pearls." Su Jinli fervently nodded in affirmation. Gu Mingjue cast a proud glance her way, feigning grievance as he declared, "You said today that marrying me made you unhappy." Su Jinli was taken aback. She had never uttered such words. Her only intention had been to lead Consort Su to believe she was reluctant to wed Gu Mingjue. Noticing her silence, Gu Mingjue's expression grew more aggrieved as he accused, "You still claim to be unable to forget that scoundrel Gu Mingyuan," wishing to rekindle old flames with him. At this, Su Jinli could no longer maintain her silence and swiftly retorted, "Not at all. I would sooner wish him dead than reminisce with him." "Humph. You clearly said so." Gu Mingjue's anger flared anew, and though he did not articulate it overtly, she could discern the meaning woven into his words. As he continued to press the matter, Su Jinli rolled her eyes in exasperation and, looking earnestly into his eyes, declared, "I love only you. For the rest of my days, I wish to be by your side." At her declaration, Gu Mingjue ceased his complaints and gazed intently into her radiant eyes. In those depths, he saw only himself, and her expression was resolute, affirming the truth of her words. Gu Mingjue felt a warmth blossom within him, akin to a gentle collision of sensations, both tender and bittersweet. As he beheld the blushing beauty before him, a sudden fire ignited within him. Without hesitation, he rose and enveloped her in his embrace, disregarding all else as he pressed his lips against hers. When she became lost in the kiss, clinging to him in a daze, he fought against the urge to consume her entirely with a final vestige of restraint.
tenderly.
He brushed aside the arms encircling his neck, lifted her effortlessly, and hurried toward the inner chamber. When Su Jinli awoke, the night had fallen, and the room was dimly illuminated. Gu Mingjue was seated nearby, clad only in his undergarment, engrossed in his studies. Feeling parched, she did not wish to disturb him and attempted to rise to fetch tea. However, as she stood, her legs gave way, and she tumbled to the floor.
Ah!
The involuntary scream startled Gu Mingjue, who rushed to her side just as she was about to meet the ground. He caught her in his arms, but in his haste, he lost his balance and fell as well. With a thud, they landed together, Gu Mingjue grimacing from the impact. "Mingjue, are you alright?" Su Jinli peered up at him. Concern etched on her face. "All is well," he replied, offering her a reassuring smile before helping her back to her feet and tenderly placing her back on the bed. He then affectionately brushed her delicate nose, asking, "What were you in such a hurry for?" At this, Su Jinli's cheeks flushed. She was not in a rush. Her legs had merely given way beneath her. What happened? Gu Mingjue probed further when she remained silent. In a hoarse voice, Su Jinli admitted, "I wanted some tea."
Oh.
Gu Mingjue nodded and went to pour a cup of warm tea for her. As she began to drink, he inquired with concern, "Is your throat uncomfortable? You sound a bit hoarse." Upon hearing this, Su Jinli choked, sputtering tea everywhere. Although some splashed onto his face, Gu Mingjue disregarded it, gently rubbing her back to help her catch her breath. Once she regained her composure, she shot him an irritated glare. Gu Mingjue, perplexed, was about to inquire when she snapped, "It's all your fault." This left him even more bewildered. How could this be his doing? Seeing his innocent expression only fueled her irritation. Had he not been so relentless earlier that afternoon, she would not have strained her voice. "Humph, this is all you're doing," Su Jinli scolded, gesturing to the bruises on her arms as evidence of his overzealous affections. Comprehending the situation, Gu Mingjue smiled ruefully. "Well, I must admit, this is indeed my fault. I was simply too overwhelmed with emotion when I confessed my feelings earlier." Realizing her fragile constitution could not withstand his fervor, he understood that her earlier fall was likely due to her weakened legs. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Gu Mingjue hastily poured another cup of tea and personally fed Su Jinli, ensuring she had enough to drink before he began to coax her gently. "My dear, do not be angry. This afternoon was my folly." Upon hearing this, Su Jinli shot him a disapproving glance, while Gu Mingjue continued to wear a smile. He then embraced her and led her to the bathing tub for cleansing. Chapter 48. Su Jinjuan's life hangs by a thread since Su Jinli returned to the manor. The favored consort Su busied herself with securing her status, so she had not yet sought out Su Jinli. Hence, Su Jinli leisurely indulged in sweet moments with Gu Mingjue, their days passing blissfully and filled with joy. On this particular day, as Su Jinli played chess with her husband in the garden pavilion, a distressed Xiao Ningzi rushed over, his face clouded with sorrow. "Your Highness, the royal consort. The Imperial Academy caught fire last night. The flames were fierce, injuring many young noblemen who were asleep." Upon hearing this, Su Jinli's brow twitched, and the pieces in her hand scattered across the board. Gu Mingjue quickly reassured her by patting her hand, then inquired, "Was the heir of the Ningguo Duke injured?" Xiao Ningzi stiffened, covertly glanced at Su Jinli, and quickly averted his gaze, replying, "The heir is unhurt. He merely fainted from shock and has been taken back to the Duke's manor." With a sudden force, Su Jinli wrenched her hand from Gu Mingjue's grasp, her eyes brimming with profound disdain and fury as she hissed, "How dare she? The Imperial Academy is such a solemn place." She set it ablaze with malicious intent. Xiao Ningzi felt a moment of confusion, sensing that Su Jinli spoke as if she knew who the culprit was. Realizing this, he bravely dared to scrutinize the still fuming Su Jinli. Just then, he felt a chill run down his spine and looked up to see his master staring at him with a dark expression, causing him to swiftly avert his gaze. Seeing Xiao Ningzi withdraw, Gu Mingjue spoke softly to the enraged Su Jinli, "Do not be upset. Our immediate concern is to ascertain that Jinjun is unharmed. Let us go to the Duke's manor at once." Su Jinli's eyes flickered, and she quickly nodded in agreement. Gu Mingjue then instructed Xiao Ningzi to arrange their departure, while he wrapped his arm around the pale and anxious Su Jinli as they made their way to Zili residence. Before long, the couple arrived at the Duke's manor, traversing from the main gate to the back courtyard, where they encountered maids and footmen all wearing glum expressions. Observing this, Su Jinli's unease swelled.
She sensed that Jinjuan's condition was far more critical than what Xiaoningzi had reported. Otherwise, the Ningguo Duke's household, accustomed to matters of life and death, would not be so despondent. Her anxiety mounting, she unconsciously quickened her pace. Though Gu Mingjue felt concern for her, seeing her drenched in sweat, he understood the significance of Jinjun to the entire Duke's manor and allowed her to lead the way. Finally, they reached Jinjuan's courtyard, and upon entering, they were met with a strong stench of blood mingled with the sound of a woman weeping. Su Jinli's heart trembled, and she instinctively slowed her steps. Unlike her previous haste, it felt as though her feet were glued to the ground, each step weighing heavily upon her. What would she do if she entered to find Jinjun battered and breathless? He was still so young, barely a month away from his 7th birthday. She dared not contemplate what expressions her uncle and aunt would wear if Jinjun were truly gone. They would likely wish to tear her apart, for her uncle had never aspired to the title of heir, and her grandfather had never intended to grant it to Jinjun. It was she who had fervently beseeched her grandfather for Jinjuan's official recognition. As these thoughts consumed her, her complexion grew increasingly pallid, her once bright eyes now clouded with fear. Gu Mingjue, noticing her face drain of color, instinctively pulled her closer, disregarding the curious stares of those around them, and held her waist firmly as they entered. At last, with Gu Mingjue's support, Su Jinli stepped into the inner chamber, where she immediately spotted Su Lisher weeping by the bedside. Su Jinxiu, though not crying, had red-rimmed eyes fixed on the small figure on the bed, while her uncle and grandfather wore somber expressions beside her. "Grandfather, how is Jinjun?" Su Jinli called, her voice thick with emotion. Even without asking, she could sense that Jinjuan's condition was dire. The once cheerful boy lay pale and lifeless on the bed, his small chest swathed in thick bandages. Jinjun had been struck in the chest by an assassin's arrow, injuring his heart. The old duke lifted his gaze to Su Jinli before sorrowfully declaring, "Alas." Su Jinli felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Dizziness overcame her, and she stumbled, nearly collapsing.
"Lia!"
cried the old duke and the others. Gu Mingjue's eyes widened as he swiftly caught her, pulling her into his embrace. Seeing this, Su Jinxiu hurriedly poured a cup of warm tea and offered it to her. After drinking, Su Jinli felt a bit of warmth return to her chilled body. Gu Mingjue, sensing her intention to inquire about Jinjuan's condition, quickly interjected. What did the physician say? At his words, Su Lisher's previously subdued sobs escalated. Su Jinxiu wiped her reddened eyes and, striving to remain composed, replied, "The physician said Jinjuan's heart was pierced by an arrow and with excessive blood loss. His situation is grave." Upon finishing her sentence, it seemed she could no longer contain her sorrow, and she closed her eyes, allowing tears to fall freely. Su Jinli's nose tinged with sadness, and tears streamed down her face like pearls slipping from a broken string. Witnessing the heartache of the two sisters deepened the old duke's own grief. Yet, as someone who had weathered many storms, he knew that with enemies still lurking, they could not afford to falter, especially not he. Thus, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "What are you crying for? Jinjun is injured, but not without hope. All of you, pull yourselves together. The physician said if he wakes within 3 days, he will be fine. He is a descendant of the Su family. His fate cannot be so fragile. He will awaken." His words were meant to comfort Su Jinli and the others, as well as to bolster his own resolve. After speaking, he straightened his back, adding a touch of vigor to his weary frame. At his words, Su Jinli and the others instinctively ceased their weeping, lifting their gazes to the old duke, whose white hair contrasted sharply with his determined demeanor. Seeing him, a man of considerable age, still needing to reassure them, tugged at Su Jinli's heart. Before she could speak, Gu Mingjue, who had been pondering, suddenly asked, "I wonder if grandfather and uncle have only summoned the physician, or if they have also sought other renowned healers." In response, the old duke remained silent. But Su Ningyun quickly answered, "Jinjun was seen by several physicians at the Imperial Academy, and upon returning home, we also sought the esteemed Dr. Li from Renha Hall and Dr. Hua from Huichun Hall." Gu Mingjue frowned slightly and pressed, "What did they say?" "Not much different from the physician. They only modified a few herbal prescriptions," Su Ningyun continued. With that, Gu Mingjue fell into a contemplative silence. All 3 of these men were renowned healers. If they deemed Jinjuan's condition hopeless, then the young heir's fate was indeed grim. The room fell silent, with everyone refraining from speaking, merely gazing at the small figure on the bed. After a moment, Su Jinli suddenly declared, "Grandfather, I shall go to Puguang Temple to pray for Jinjun." Hmm? The old duke responded, somewhat puzzled. Leah has never believed in deities. Why does she wish to pray now? Facing her grandfather's confusion, Su Jinli did not reply immediately. She thought to herself, since she could relive this life, it proved that deities truly existed. If they did, then sincerely praying must also bear fruit. However, these thoughts remained unspoken, and she merely forced a smile, saying, "It is said that the Buddha at Puguang Temple is the most benevolent. I shall beseech him. Our family has always been loyal and brave. Jinjun has done no wrong. He is just a 7-year-old child. Perhaps the Buddha's compassion will alleviate his suffering." The old duke, hearing this, did not voice any objections, tacitly granting his approval. Su Lisher's eyes, once filled with despair, suddenly sparkled with hope.
Liar, Isha le compagnie.
I am willing to exchange the remainder of my life for Jun's safety. For the first time, Su Li straightened her chest and spoke with unwavering conviction in front of Su Jinli. Seeing her so resolute, Su Jinli felt a pang of emotion in her heart and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the love of parents is truly pitiable. The phrase "a mother is strong" aptly describes this sentiment. Upon Su Jinli's agreement, Su Li immediately rose and hurriedly approached Su Jinli, disregarding their social status as she pulled her along to exit. The slightly stunned Su Jinxiu, hearing the footsteps, quickly regained her senses and exclaimed, "I shall go too," as she lifted her skirt and pursued them out. Observing the several women in such a flurry, the old duke, Gu Mingjue, and Su Ningyun exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the situation. Upon recalling that Jinjun had just been attacked, Gu Mingjue felt concerned for the safety of the women and, with an apologetic glance at the old duke and his uncle, rushed out after them. An hour later, 3 swiftly moving carriages halted at the entrance of Puguang Temple. The young monk guarding the gate felt a sense of dread upon seeing the carriage emblazoned with the duke's insignia. That overbearing noble lady had returned. However, before he could extend a courteous invitation for the esteemed guests to disembark, the previously spoiled noble lady, now styled with a woman's coiffure, alighted from the carriage, accompanied by another young lady, and hurried into the temple. Puzzled, he scratched his bald head, intending to instruct the driver to move the carriage aside when a group of elegant maidens descended from the carriage, their brows furrowed. Then, from the last carriage, emerged a young gentleman clad in deep purple finery. Upon seeing Gu Mingjue, the young monk's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "How fortunate to see you, young Master Gu." Gu Mingjue, recognizing the young monk as a disciple of Master Wei Ziyan, did not rush inside, instead smiling gently as he replied, "I have come with my wife to offer incense and pray for blessings." "Your wife? When did young Master Gu marry?" The young monk, familiar with Gu Mingjue, was surprised to learn of his marriage and inquired further. 2 months ago."
Oh.
The young monk nodded, then appeared to suddenly recall something, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Your wife must be that noble guest in the light purple gown, right?" "Indeed. Why are you so surprised?" Gu Mingjue chuckled. "Did your young lady do something particularly memorable?" "Cough, nothing much. By the way, Master has returned from his travels. Young Master Gu may visit Huikong Pavilion to enjoy some tea with him." Fearing further inquiries from Gu Mingjue, the young monk awkwardly changed the subject. Chapter 49. Master Wei Ziyan has returned? Gu Mingjue's eyes brightened. If he had indeed come back, the chances of Su Jinjun overcoming this perilous period would be significantly heightened. Master Wei Ziyan, adept not only in Buddhist doctrine but also in the healing arts, had traveled extensively to treat the ailing, earning a reputation as a saintly physician among the common folk. Noticing Gu Mingjue's expression of delight, the young monk scratched his head in confusion and replied, "Yes. Master returned early this morning." Upon hearing this affirmation, Gu Mingjue could not help but laugh heartily. Wonderful. Before the young monk, brimming with questions, could speak, Gu Mingjue swiftly made his way to Huikong Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Huikong Pavilion, and as he ascended the steps, a young monk with a refined appearance opened the door, hands clasped in greeting. "Please, young Master Gu, enter. Master is waiting for you in the Lotus Pavilion, brewing tea." Gu Mingjue's gaze flickered. Had Master Wei Ziyan anticipated his visit today? Though curious, he refrained from questioning further, smiling gently as he followed the young monk inside. After traversing the long stone steps, he beheld a kind-faced monk in simple robes kneeling in a rustic pavilion, brewing tea. The young monk announced, "Master, our esteemed guest has arrived." Without raising his head, Master Huizhen responded, Shugu, you may leave. Shugu bowed respectfully and exited swiftly. Master Huizhen leisurely poured 2 cups of tea, gesturing to one. Mingjue, please sample this song mist cloud needle. Understanding Master Huizhen's fondness for tea, Gu Mingjue did not hesitate. Sitting opposite him, lifting the cup to take a delicate sip, savoring the flavor. After a considerable pause, he exclaimed joyfully, this fresh Ziyang Maojian, combined with pine needles, gardenia, and jasmine, is exquisitely refreshing and soothing to the throat. A remarkable tea. Hearing this, Master Huizhen smiled. Ah, Mingjue, you have a discerning palate. Since you enjoy it, let us indulge in another cup. With that, he poured another cup for Gu Mingjue. Gu Mingjue did not refuse, merely smiling gently as he slowly consumed the tea. Refraining from mentioning the purpose of his visit, he remained silent, and Master Huizhen did not pry. They simply enjoyed the tranquility of fine tea together. When the pot was nearly empty, Master Huizhen finally spoke. I am aware of the reason for your visit today. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingjue showed no surprise, only smiling. Then I must trouble you. Master Huizhen nodded in affirmation, yet he did not rise immediately. His gaze, clear and penetrating, rested on Gu Mingjue as he said, your newlywed wife is quite extraordinary. She has encountered a remarkable opportunity. Startled, Gu Mingjue realized that Master Huizhen was aware of Lier's rebirth. Observing his astonishment, Master Huizhen elucidated. On the night of the 8th day of the 12th month last year, during the rare conjunction of 9 stars, they suddenly aligned, prompting me to consult the oracle. To my astonishment, I discovered that the eldest daughter of the Duke's household had actually undergone a rebirth at that time. Hearing this, Gu Mingjue inhaled sharply. His gaze toward Master Huizhen now infused with reverence, and he sighed, Master Huizhen, you are indeed a remarkable sage. Previously, he had only believed Master Huizhen to be a virtuous and knowledgeable man. He had not anticipated such profound abilities. However, if Master Huizhen possessed such divine power, then Su Jinjun was indeed saved. As this thought crossed his mind, joy illuminated Gu Mingjue's features. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Master Huizhen calmly remarked, I am but a humble servant of the Buddha, and do not deserve the title of sage.
Mi supecesis inat wisdom.
The troubles in your fate have already been resolved. However, this great Yen will soon experience significant upheaval due to her actions. Master Huizhen's tone deepened, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. Previously, he had gazed into the fate of his only confidant, Mingjue. He was aware that Mingjue's life was precious yet fragile, with a destiny marked by tribulations. For years, he had traveled in search of a way to alleviate those troubles but found none, realizing it was a matter of fate. Just as he lamented the impending loss of his only confidant, he discovered that the daughter of the Duke's household had seized an opportunity to break through the deadlock. However, before he could relish this victory, he foresaw that the nation's fate was shrouded in uncertainty, utterly inscrutable. Though he had not received a clear glimpse of divine insight, he was certain that all of this would be intricately linked to Miss Su. Thus, he had paid closer attention to her, which led him to foresee a looming calamity for the Duke's household, prompting his hurried return to the capital. Is the nation's fortune in decline? Gu Mingjue inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. Though he harbored no desire for the throne, he did not wish to see the common people suffer. After a moment of contemplation, Master Huizhen replied, yes and no. It all depends on Miss Su's subsequent actions. At this, Gu Mingjue's expression shifted, yet his previously anxious heart found solace. Since fate had allowed Lier to be reborn, there must be a purpose behind it, one that mere mortals could not manipulate. If it could not be changed, then it was best to let things unfold naturally. Master Huizhen observed the subtle transformation of Gu Mingjue's expression with keen insight, a trace of admiration passing through his gaze. The time has come. I shall accompany you now. His calm demeanor while savoring tea during a crucial moment was due to the timing not being right. He could not defy destiny, thus waiting patiently for the opportune moment. As Gu Mingjue nodded, preparing to rise, he noticed his wife rushing in with an anxious expression. She immediately knelt, respectfully pleading, Su Jinsi requests Master Huizhen to save my younger brother. Hearing this, Master Huizhen waved his hand. Please rise. Do not be overly formal. I shall accompany you at once. A flicker of confusion crossed Su Jinli's eyes, and as she pondered, she felt an external force pulling her. Upon lifting her gaze, she found herself caught in a pair of smiling eyes. My dear, let us go. He indulgently stroked her hair, a hint of concern evident in his demeanor. This foolish girl, so eager to save others, had rushed here, pleading for Master Huijian's assistance, without even noticing his presence. Observing this, Jinli felt increasingly perplexed. Yet she understood that this was not the time for inquiries. She merely nodded and followed Master Huijian outside the temple. At the Duke's residence, Jinli and the others anxiously paced outside, while Master Huijian was inside treating Jinjun. Time passed slowly, and their anxiety mounted with each tick of the clock. By midnight, she could no longer endure the suspense and moved toward the door, seemingly intent on pushing it open. Gu Mingjue immediately stopped her, gently saying, Master Huijian assured us that Jinjun is salvageable. You must have faith in him. There must be a reason he does not allow us to enter until the treatment is complete. Do not let your good intentions lead to mischief. Upon hearing this, Jinli furrowed her brow slightly, abandoning her intention to force the door open, though her expression grew even more wrought with anxiety and concern. Despite his reassurances, she could not quell her worry. Gu Mingjue, seeing her state, shook his head helplessly, then pulled her aside and firmly guided her into a chair. Do you not wish to know why I was at Master Huijian's Congo Pavilion? His words dispelled Jinli's urge to push him away and return to her vigil at the door. Noticing her calmness, Gu Mingjue let out a sigh of relief and continued, Master Huijian and I share a profound friendship, though he often travels far and we seldom meet. Today when you, Aunt Air, and Jin Xiao went to pay your respects, a little monk informed me that he was in the temple, so I sought him out to request his aid for Jinjun.
Oh?
So that is how it came to be. No wonder he agreed so readily when I mentioned it. Jinli realized with newfound clarity. Gu Mingjue shook his head in resignation and then recounted how he and Master Huijian had become acquainted. Upon hearing the tale, Jinli's eyes glistened with tears as she grasped Gu Mingjue's hand and scolded, Is it not good to simply be a prince? Why must you rush to the battlefield? The calm tone in which he had narrated the story left her heart racing with dread. He explained how he had met Master Huijian after his first battle at the frontier, where as a young soldier, he had plunged into the enemy's ranks only to fall into an ambush. In a moment of chaos, they were struck down, and he was shot in the right leg, losing consciousness from the shock. Fortuitously, the enemy presumed him dead and discarded him and his fallen comrades into the thicket for wild beasts to consume. When night fell, he awoke to a sea of glowing green eyes, the hungry wolves. Terrified, he bore the pain in his leg and leapt onto a sturdy tree, clinging to the trunk despite the wolves' feral howls below. At dawn, the satiated wolves finally departed, and he exhaled deeply, closing his eyes once more. When he awoke again, a kind monk sat beside a fire, healing his leg and eventually escorting him back to the military camp. Through their time together, he learned that this monk was the renowned sage Huijian, and they became close companions. While Jinli pondered this, Gu Mingjue felt a flicker of disappointment. She truly had no recollection of it at all. With a self-deprecating smile, he remarked, How much better is life in the palace compared to the battlefield? In truth, my days in the palace are even more trying. On the battlefield, all soldiers support one another with sincerity, yet in the palace, it is a constant game of intrigue and betrayal, with no one to trust. Jinli's compassion deepened, realizing she had momentarily forgotten Gu Mingjue's precarious situation in the palace. I will never allow you to fight alone again, she declared with determination. Though she could not promise that he would not face danger again, she could guarantee that she would stand by him in times of peril. Gu Mingjue's heart warmed at her words, and he responded with a smile, Very well. Just as Jinli was about to speak again, Qingyu joyfully exclaimed, Master Huijian is coming out. Instinctively, she turned toward the door and indeed saw Master Huijian, who appeared somewhat fatigued, yet still retained an air of vitality. She quickly tugged Gu Mingjue toward him, and before they reached him, someone inquired, Master, how is Jinjun? Upon hearing this, the old dupe gazed at Master Huijian with hopeful anticipation, as did the others. Chapter 50. Secret Orders under the eager gazes of the crowd. Master Huijian smiled gently, then pressed his palms together and declared, The young master is safe and will awaken within 2 hours. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, especially from Su Li, who was visibly emotional, repeatedly thanking the master. Master Huijian slightly shifted to avoid Su Li's bow and replied modestly, There is no need for such formalities. This is merely the bond between a humble monk and the young master. He then retrieved a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to the old duke, saying, This is the prescription. Administer it 3 times daily, and he shall recover swiftly. The old duke accepted the prescription with great care, passing it to Uncle Zhong to procure the medicine. Master Huijian bowed and said, I shall take my leave now. The old duke and others were reluctant to let the weary master depart, but he had made up his mind, and they could not dissuade him. Finding themselves unable to keep Master Huijian, the old duke arranged for a carriage to escort him back to Puguang Temple and generously donated a significant sum for the temple's upkeep. Master Huijian accepted their gratitude with a gentle smile before departing. Once the old duke escorted Su Jinli and the others onto the carriage, he finally announced, Juno has escaped peril. You all may return and rest for now. Ningyun, Lier Mingjue, you 4 should come to Songyi Courtyard at noon. After a day and night filled with anxiety, the old duke, exhausted, instructed his servants to support him back to Songyi Courtyard, while the others returned to their respective quarters to rest. At noon, Su Jinli and her husband arrived at Songyi Courtyard as instructed, where they found Su Ningyun had already arrived. The two quickly performed their respectful greetings to the old duke, who sat grim-faced at the head of the table, and to Su Ningyun seated beside him. The old duke merely waved his hand, indicating no need for excessive formalities. However, Su Ningyun promptly stood to assist Gu Mingjue in taking his seat. Once they were settled, the old duke began. The fire at the Guozijian was quite peculiar. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli and Gu Mingjue exchanged glances before she confidently addressed the old duke. My granddaughter knows who is responsible. Intrigued, the old duke pressed further. Oh, who could be so malicious? As he spoke the latter part of his inquiry, a glint of severity flashed in his eyes, and he fixed his gaze on Su Jinli, awaiting her response. Under the intensity of the old duke's stare, Su Jinli lowered her head slightly and replied, My granddaughter does not dare to say. Perhaps angered by the situation, the old duke rebuked, Why are you being so evasive? Speak plainly. Though his expression was one of anger, he harbored some suspicions due to Su Jinli's demeanor but was reluctant to accept the reality. Sensing his rising ire, Su Jinli resolved to speak up, but before she could, Gu Mingjue interjected, It is someone from the Su family, grandfather. Please take a look at this. As he spoke, Gu Mingjue handed the old duke a dark purple insignia. Upon seeing it, the old duke's expression shifted dramatically, filled with grief and rage as he exclaimed, This is outrageous. She truly dares to resort to such despicable measures. The insignia bore the emblem of the Su family, serving as a mark for the family's covert guards. In the lower right corner was inscribed a small character, Yen, clearly indicating it belonged to his only daughter, Su Ningyan's personal guard. Grandfather, please calm down. Father, do not be angry. Seeing the old duke nearly faint from fury, Su Jinli and the others hurriedly urged him to compose himself. Hearing their pleas, the old duke's expression softened, and he gradually regained his composure. Although he had convinced himself that this matter was indeed orchestrated by Su Guifei, he still clung to a sliver of hope that his daughter would not be so cruel. He then asked Gu Mingjue, Where did you acquire this insignia? Su Jinli's eyes dimmed with despair. Her grandfather seemed unwilling to believe that this incident was orchestrated by her aunt, instead seeking evidence to prove that someone else was to blame. However, Gu Mingjue unhesitatingly declared that the token had been taken from the assassin's waist by Jin Jun's attendant before he fell unconscious. Upon hearing this, the hope in the old duke's eyes shattered. Jin Jun's 2 attendants were personally chosen by Mingjue and were severely injured in the process of protecting him. They would never fabricate a token out of thin air to tarnish the reputation of Su Guifei. After a long silence, he spoke in a low voice. This matter will be entrusted to you both. You must capture the true culprit and give Jin Jun an explanation. Su Jinli and Gu Mingjue quickly agreed. And the old duke sighed once more. I am truly aging, and my faculties are failing me. Many matters are becoming unclear. He continued, From now on, the Su family's secret guards will be in your hands, young ones. With that, he took out a token that was nearly identical to the one he had just given and shakily handed it to Su Jinli. Ningkyun, do you have any objections to me giving the secret order to the girl? The Su family possessed 2 crucial tokens. One was a military command that could summon 500,000 soldiers, and the other was the secret order in Su Jinli's hand. Although the secret order appeared inconsequential, it was, in fact, the command for the entire Su family's 5,000 dark guards and 100,000 elite soldiers. Traditionally, the military command was controlled by the heir after coming of age, while the secret order belonged to the current Duke of Ning. Thus, After bestowing the secret order upon Su Jinli, the old duke inquired about Su Ningyun's stance. Everything in the duke's residence ought to rightfully belong to Li Er. With Jin Jun having inherited the title, the secret order should also be given to her as compensation. Su Ningyun responded without hesitation. In his eyes, Su Jinli, possessing the legitimate bloodline, was the rightful heir to the duke's residence. He would harbor no resentment even if the old duke were to grant her both the secret order and the military command. Seeing his calm demeanor, a hint of relief appeared on the old duke's face. His two sons were not particularly clever or capable, yet they were clear-headed and devoid of greedy aspirations for power, which was commendable. If you can think this way, I can rest easy even now, the old duke smiled. Upon hearing this, Su Ningyun and Su Jinli's expressions changed simultaneously as they exclaimed, "Grandfather, father, what nonsense are you talking about? You are destined for longevity." The old duke helplessly tugged at his lips. He did not believe such empty words, fully aware of his physical condition. He had been relatively healthy until the distress caused by the near-death incident involving Li Er, and after this latest blow, he truly felt fatigued in both body and spirit. He could not hold on much longer, but fortunately, Li Er had now awakened, and with her marriage to the caring Gu Mingjue, Jin Jun inheriting his title, and Ningyun distinguishing right from wrong, the future of the duke's residence was bound to be bright. With this thought, the smile on the old duke's face grew wider. Though he appeared somewhat frail as he murmured, "I am old, indeed. I wish for the well-being of my descendants. Seeing you all so respectful and affectionate, I have nothing more to worry about." Su Jinli gazed at the old duke, whose hair had turned white and whose face bore the marks of fatigue and hardship. And her heart ached. After listening to him, she finally spoke with tears in her eyes. "Grandfather, you need not worry. Mingjue and I will certainly protect Jin Jun and safeguard the duke's residence. You must live well and await the day when our duke's residence regains its former glory." Since her father had fallen in battle, the duke's residence had been left without heirs or close blood relatives on the battlefield, and the once illustrious Duke of Ning was now showing signs of decline. Had it not been for the old duke, a steadfast minister across 3 reigns, the estate would have undoubtedly been devoured by other nobles and the Su family's collateral branches. Regrettably, she only comprehended these matters after her rebirth. Otherwise, the duke's residence would not have faced the tragic fate of being reduced to a mere shell devoid of anything but the military command. Hearing her comforting words, the joy in the old duke's eyes deepened, and he mustered the strength to smile. "Good. Grandfather is waiting for you to fulfill your promise." Su Jinli nodded eagerly, returning his smile. The group then spent some time conversing with the old duke, offering him their reassurances before finally taking their leave. After exiting Songyi Pavilion, Su Jinli and her husband, along with Su Ningyun, headed to Jin Jun's courtyard to visit him. By the time they arrived, Su Jinjun had already regained consciousness for quite some time and was in the process of taking his medicine, with Su Li serving him spoonfuls while Su Jinxiu sat nearby, cheerfully telling him jokes. Perhaps because Jin Jun was out of danger, Su Jinxiu was in high spirits, and upon seeing the 3 of them, she joyfully called out, "Father, sister, brother-in-law, come sit over here." Hearing this, Jin Jun, who was sipping his medicine, lifted his gaze towards Su Jinli and the others. Upon seeing them, a wave of intense joy surged in his clear eyes. He pushed away Su Li's hand that was feeding him medicine and struggled to sit up, seemingly intending to bow in greeting. Su Jinli hurriedly rushed to his side, gently pressing him back down and covering him with a quilt, scolding him, "You are not fully recovered yet you wish to perform your greetings." "Sister, I was wrong," Jin Jun said timidly. He was afraid of Su Jinli, even though she had previously turned her attitude around and treated him as kindly as she did her biological sister. Su Jinxiu, he still felt apprehensive upon hearing her reprimand. However, Su Jinli merely shot him a glance before taking the medicine bowl and spoon from Su Li, personally feeding him the medicine. After a moment's hesitation, Su Li anxiously exclaimed, "Li Er, your status is noble. You must not do this." Yet, Su Jinli paid her no heed, maintaining a stern expression as she continued to feed Jin Jun mouthful after mouthful of medicine. Seeing her visibly angry, Su Li dared not speak further, and simply stood by, feeling timid. After a few spoonfuls, Jin Jun's small face scrunched up in distaste. The medicine was exceedingly bitter. Earlier, when his mother fed him, she would give him a sweet treat to wash down the bitterness after a few spoonfuls, but now, with Su Jinli's method,
He found it hard to endure. However, with Su Jinli's stern countenance and the authority in her beautiful eyes, Jin Jun did not dare to protest. Gritting his teeth and swallowing. After a while, the bowl of medicine was finally finished, and Su Jinli allowed a hint of a smile to surface on her face as she handed him a handful of sweet treats. She had long noticed that he was struggling with the bitterness, yet she had held her temper and continued to feed him the medicine. Upon receiving the sweet treats, Jin Jun looked up into Su Jinli's eyes and sweetly smiled. "Thank you, sister. If you truly wish to thank your sister, then rest well and recover from your illness. Do not strain yourself anymore." Su Jinli raised an eyebrow, her anger having dissipated. Jin Jun, being intelligent, immediately understood that Su Jinli was no longer upset, and he responded with a playful tone. "Juner understands. I will no longer be polite with sister, nor will I cause trouble when I fall ill." Hearing this, Su Jinli burst into laughter and playfully tapped his forehead, saying, "Only you, little rascal, can charm with your words." Chapter 51. Heartache for my wife. Hearing this, Jin Jun playfully stuck out his tongue, and the rest of the group was amused by the banter between the siblings, which lightened the heavy mood that had lingered among them. After the laughter subsided, Jin Jun anxiously asked, "Sister, how are Su Lai and Su Yan?" "They sustained considerable injuries fighting the men in black to protect me." His clear eyes were now filled with concern. He was genuinely worried about them. As soon as he regained consciousness, he had wanted to ask, but seeing the cloud of gloom over his mother and sister, he hesitated and simply drank his medicine quietly. Now, seeing smiles on their faces, he felt emboldened to inquire. Upon hearing his question, Su Jinli looked towards Gu Mingjue, who had already visited the two attendants. They have practiced martial arts since childhood and are quite robust. Although they have suffered some superficial injuries, it is nothing serious. By the time you recover, they will be back by your side. Gu Mingjue replied with a slight pause, then smiled gently. Upon hearing this, Jin Jun let out a sigh of relief, though he did not completely let go of his worries. Although his sister and brother-in-law had not elaborated much when they assigned Su Lai and Su Yan to him as attendants, through their desperate struggle against the assassins to protect him, he had already begun to suspect their true identities. Young as they were, with exceptional martial skills, they remained calm in the face of danger, devoted solely to protecting their master. It was evident that they were well-trained secret guards. The noble families often keep a few secret guards, and he had once overheard other young masters mention that these guards are nurtured in the heat of battle, raised in a world of bloodshed, with their sole purpose being to protect their masters. He feared that if his health improved while Su Lai and Su Yan had yet to fully recover, they would be summoned to attend to him out of duty, which he could not bear. After much contemplation, Su Jin Jun finally pleaded with his sister and brother-in-law, stating that they were resolute and loyal, and having suffered severe injuries, he implored them to provide the finest medical care for them. Furthermore, he requested that they be allowed to stay by his side only once they regained their strength. Seeing the myriad of emotions flit across his small face, Su Jinli's heart warmed. He was indeed a loyal and kind child. She readily agreed to his request, smiling as she reassured him that he need not worry, she would not neglect them. "Really?" he asked, skepticism evident in his eyes. The identity of the secret guards was unique, elevated above that of the household servants, yet they remained as servants. He worried that his esteemed sister's words were merely a formality, and she would not truly call for a physician on their behalf. Su Jinli perceived his concerns and doubts, smiling helplessly as she assured him, "Indeed. Your brother-in-law has already summoned Dr. Hua from the rejuvenation hall last night to tend to them. They are currently taking medicine just like you." Upon hearing this, Su Jin Jun's face brightened with joy, and after playfully charming Su Jinli and the others, he finally drifted into a deep slumber. As he slept soundly, the smiles on the faces of those in the room quickly faded. With a glance from Su Jinli, the others tacitly followed her out. Once they exited Su Jin Jun's chamber and entered the main hall, Su Jinli addressed her companions, mentioning that she and her husband were investigating the fire at the Imperial College and entrusted her grandfather and Jin Jun to their care. After saying this, she stood up and gracefully bowed to Su Ningyun and Madame Su Li. The couple, startled, hurried to assist her back to her seat, exclaiming that it was their duty to care for her father and the young lord, and she need not be so formal.
Su Yin lies gaze sothand.
And with a nod, she refrained from further polite exchanges. With her grandfather's health in decline, she entrusted the household matters to Madame Su Li and Su Jinxiu. While Madame Su Li appeared somewhat dazed, Su Jinxiu was remarkably astute.
After detailing her instructions, she and Gu Mingju headed directly to the secret guard camp. After meeting with dozens of secret guard leaders and key generals from the elite camp, Su Jinli and Gu Mingju returned to the residence of the seventh prince. Upon returning to Zili courtyard, Gu Mingju disregarded her protests and carried her into the bathing tub. "My husband, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. Even as she found herself submerged in warm water, Su Jinli shot him an angry glare. She had intended to send someone to investigate the informant within the Imperial College, but he had seized her and brought her to bathe. Surprisingly, Gu Mingju, usually accommodating, seemed indifferent to her anger, casually pouring warm water over her. After thoroughly cleansing her, once her long black hair was dried, he coldly remarked, "Since yesterday, you have been tense ever since you learned of Jin Jun's predicament. Have you truly taken the time to rest? What will happen if you fall ill from exhaustion?" She worried about Su Jin, the old duke, and the myriad affairs of the duke's residence, having been preoccupied since the previous day. Even during the brief moments of respite after Huizin's departure, her brow remained furrowed, and her expression did not soften. The affairs of the duke's residence were indeed significant. Yet had she ever considered her own well-being? Reflecting on this, Gu Mingju felt a flicker of anger rise within him. She may not care for herself, but he certainly did. Realizing his agitation stemmed from concern for her, Su Jinli felt a surge of emotion. Her previously taut and restless heart instantly calmed, becoming warm and soft. Understanding dawned upon her, and she blinked her large, watery eyes, gazing intently at Gu Mingju, and sweetly declared, "Husband, I was wrong. Please do not be angry." With her radiant beauty and regal demeanor, she usually carried an air of dominance and authority. Now, with her expression softened, she appeared utterly enchanting. Gu Mingju, captivated by her glistening eyes, felt his heartbeat quicken and any lingering annoyance evaporated. He could only sigh helplessly, "You truly are my nemesis." He then released her from his grasp, dressed her in a gown woven from celestial silk, and carried her to the couch. Understanding that Gu Mingju still harbored some irritation, Su Jinli refrained from mentioning the duke's residence again and nestled into his embrace. His broad and warm chest, combined with the rhythmic beating of his heart, lulled her into a gentle slumber. Gu Mingju sighed softly, feeling a mixture of affection and concern for the exhausted girl. She had first comforted the old duke, then instructed Su Jinxiu and her mother on managing the household, and had rushed to the secret guard camp to engage in a battle of wits with those leaders without a moment's pause. Though she was young and female, the loyalty of the secret guards was not to be underestimated, and those elite generals were no easy opponents. It was impossible to expect their submission based solely on a secret order. Each of them was proud and arrogant, and upon their first encounter, they had subtly set traps for her, which she had to deftly navigate. While he felt pain to watch her struggle, he understood that he could not intervene. Otherwise, even if he subdued them, they would not willingly pledge their loyalty to her. Fortunately, his delicate little wife had displayed remarkable intelligence and composure, managing to gain the respect of those leaders through her wit. Thinking of this, a glimmer of pride illuminated Gu Mingju's eyes, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. His wife was truly remarkable. After sharing a quiet smile, he gently kissed the slumbering Su Jinli and adjusted her into a comfortable position, cradling her as they both drifted into peaceful sleep. The following day, due to Gu Mingju's prior instructions, Qin Yu and the others dared not awaken their two masters, allowing the fatigued pair to sleep until the sun was high in the sky. Su Jinli, groggily opening her eyes to the bright room, quickly sprang up and rushed to the edge of the bed without even putting on her shoes. Gu Mingju, who had already awakened and feigned sleep while holding her, caught her in his arms as she attempted to leap down. "What are you in such a hurry for?" he murmured, resting his head against her neck. His warm breath swept over her, causing her to weaken and cease her struggle. "Husband, please stop," she admonished, her eyes wide with faux anger. At her words, Gu Mingju's smile deepened, and seeing her flustered expression filled him with warmth, igniting a heat within him. He mischievously exhaled a gentle breath, causing her face to flush even deeper, the delicate skin of her neck tinged with pink. Fearing that his teasing might escalate, he restrained his desires and released her, smiling. "Very well, I shall not tease you any longer." He then rose from bed and retrieved the attire she was to wear from behind the screen, dressing her while explaining, "There is no need to rush. I arranged for Wei Yi to personally investigate the Imperial College while you were discussing matters with those leaders yesterday. By the time we are dressed and have had breakfast, he should return. Upon hearing this, the tension and anxiety on Su Jinli's face evaporated, and her earlier irritation dissipated as she smiled softly. In that case, I shall not rush. Little Ju, please assist me in getting ready. Gu Mingju cast a regal glance at the overly pleased young lady and resignedly replied, as you wish. Seeing him comply with her playful antics, the joy in Su Jinli's eyes deepened, and the once sharp and striking features of her face softened. After Gu Mingju personally assisted her in getting ready, he instructed Qing Yu and the others to serve breakfast. As they shared laughter, they finished their meal. With the sun shining brightly, Gu Mingju, having taken a leave from his duties, took Su Jinli to the garden to admire the flowers while waiting for Wei Yi. Knowing her fondness for vibrant and fragrant blooms, Gu Mingju had specifically instructed the builders to plant a vast array of western crabapple and azalea in the garden when constructing the estate. At this moment, the flowers were in full bloom, painting the garden in shades of lovely pink, and a gentle breeze carried a delightful fragrance throughout the air. Su Jinli gazed at the petals cascading down upon her and couldn't help but smile. With such picturesque surroundings and the company of her beloved, the so-called immortal life was nothing less than this. After wandering in the garden for a while, she began to feel fatigued. Gu Mingjue, disregarding her protests, effortlessly lifted her and placed her in a pavilion to rest. Observing their master taking a moment of respite, Qingyue and the others promptly brought over some pastries and tea. As the two savored their tea, a figure clad in black, Wei Yi, approached briskly. Upon nearing, he clasped his fists in salute and respectfully addressed, "This subordinate pays respects to your highness and the princess." Gu Mingjue waved his hand, allowing him to rise, and inquired, "What is the outcome? Any leads?" "Your highness." When I arrived at the scene, it had already been cleared. However, through discreet inquiries, I discovered that the fire initially ignited from the residence of the third son of Minister Lin, Wei Yi reported gravely. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingjue's eyes flickered, and he murmured, "The third son of the Lin family, you say? I recall that Minister Lin shares a close friendship with the Duke of Ningguo, and the legitimate daughter of the Duke, Wei Ziyan, is Gu Mingyuan's secondary consort." Noticing Gu Mingjue's reaction, Wei Yi continued, "A few days ago, the sacrificial wine had the third son of Lin exchange rooms with young Master Mo, who previously resided next to young Master Su, as their ages are similar."
Oh?
How did the Imperial Academy report the incident to the palace? Gu Mingjue asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. The Imperial Academy is the institution where the sons of officials above the 7th rank study, and since there was an incident resulting in injuries to several noble young men, the sacrificial wine must provide an account to the public. He had not attended court that day, so he was unaware of how the sacrificial wine reported the matter in the Golden Lawn Hall. Wei Yi maintained a calm demeanor as he relayed the information he had gathered. The night watchman had inadvertently dozed off, causing the candle flame to topple. And due to the abundance of books in the students' quarters, a small spark quickly ignited into flames. What a silver-tongued sacrificial wine! Gu Mingjue smirked, yet his deep-set eyes bore no trace of amusement. In just a few words, he turned the malicious intent against the students into an accident. Truly, he was worthy of his position as sacrificial wine. Noticing Gu Mingjue's rising anger, Wei Yi felt a chill run down his spine but mustered the courage to state, "Your Highness, the negligent servant left behind a letter of repentance before taking his own life in his quarters." Preposterous. At this revelation, the restrained fury within Gu Mingjue erupted, and with a sweeping motion of his sleeve, the table laden with tea and snacks was sent into disarray. Wei Yi and the others promptly bowed their heads in submission. "Everyone, you may leave." Su Jinli recognized that Gu Mingjue was in a volatile state and waved her hand to dismiss the crowd. Wei Yi and the others hurriedly expressed their gratitude before departing. Once they were out of earshot, Su Jinli reached out, gently smoothing the furrowed brow of Gu Mingjue. "Are you angry at the sacrificial wine for being meticulous and leaving no trace?" Though she framed it as a question, her tone was affirmative. His temperament was generally composed, rarely stirred by anger, and his current rage was merely a reflection of his promise to seek justice for Jin Jun, only to discover that all evidence had been obliterated. How could he not be enraged? To use the third son of Lin as a scapegoat and then eliminate that servant, this effectively severed all avenues of our investigation. She too was incensed, but swiftly regained her composure. Having encountered the ruthless methods of those within the palace in her past life, she was no stranger to their tactics. Seeing Gu Mingjue nod, Su Jinli sighed inwardly and continued, it is entirely reasonable that we cannot uncover any leads. My aunt is meticulous and leaves no room for error. If she desires Jin Jun's life, she would have devised a foolproof plan long ago. Upon hearing her words, the anger in Gu Mingjue dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of frustration. He furrowed his brows and asked, "So, shall we do nothing? Let that servant take the blame?" Su Jinjun is merely a 7-year-old child, yet Su Guifei has orchestrated such a malicious scheme against him. It is truly despicable. Moreover, Su Jinjun is her own nephew. She has left the child no chance for survival. Not only did she set the fire, but she also dispatched assassins to kill him. Had it not been for his and Liar's prior precautions, choosing dark guards to protect Jinjun, the child would have undoubtedly perished. To let Su Guifei off the hook this easily is something he cannot abide by. Su Jinli retorted with a cold smile. Of course not. There is no way this can be so easily resolved. What then do you propose? Gu Mingjue asked, somewhat helplessly. Although they were fully aware that this incident was instigated by Su Guifei, the unfortunate reality was that they possessed no evidence. Even if they brought it before his father, it would yield no benefit. They might even find themselves ensnared in a trap laid by Su Guifei. It is impossible to directly accuse her, but I can instill fear in her heart and make her wary. Su Jinli's lips curved slightly, her eyes glinting with a sharp, cold light. Listening to her, Gu Mingjue's interest was piqued, and he smiled gently. My dear, do elaborate. I will write to my grandfather, requesting him to enter the palace and report the grave injury sustained by Jin Jun at the hands of an assassin. And I will ask him to advocate for the Duke of Ning's household. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Mingjue expressed his disapproval. This will surely enrage the emperor and lead him to send someone to investigate. However, since Su Guifei's hands are too clean, we cannot find any evidence. And the Ministry of Justice will naturally not implicate her. Upon hearing this, the coldness in Su Jinli's gaze deepened. I am aware of that. I do not expect to directly expose my aunt. This is merely to make the emperor aware that someone is plotting against the Su family, prompting him to send protection for Jin Jun. To directly attack Jin Jun within the Imperial Academy shows that Su Guifei is adamantly intent on his demise. Since she has failed this time, she will undoubtedly make another attempt in the future. That sacrificial wine is her pawn. If she were to act, it would certainly yield double the results with half the effort. Therefore, to ensure Jin Jun's safety, we must have Emperor Yongli's approval, preferably with him assigning 2 guards. This would instill a measure of caution in Su Guifei, causing her to refrain from acting so brazenly. In an instant, Gu Mingjue comprehended Su Jinli's intent, nodding in agreement. Indeed, my dear, you are correct. Moreover, did your dark guard not discover a token? He added. Have your grandfather deliver it to the Changlu Palace tomorrow. Su Jinli's eyes flashed with a fierce determination. Your plan is brilliant. Gu Mingjue continued to smile in praise. In this way, Su Guifei would realize that the Duke of Ning's household is aware of her plot against Jin Jun. If she were to strike again, she would undoubtedly be more cautious, especially with the guards sent by Emperor Yongli. At the very least, she would refrain from taking any immediate action. Su Jinli smiled but did not respond, rising to make her way to Zili courtyard. The following day, the old duke entered the palace early in the morning and, during the court assembly, publicly reprimanded the sacrificial wine for negligence and unfairness, declaring to the assembly the grievous injury sustained by the duke's only son due to the fire at the Imperial Academy. At this proclamation, the previously tranquil court erupted into chaos. The officials, filled with indignation, began to voice their concerns, and together, they knelt before Emperor Yongli, urging him to conduct a thorough investigation. After hearing the old duke's petition, Emperor Yongli's countenance darkened, and with a wave of his hand, he granted approval, subsequently dispatching the incorruptible Minister of Justice, Mo Jingde, to personally investigate the matter. Afterward, the old duke lamented that the duke's household had only one male heir. And with the recent assassination attempt at the Imperial Academy, he was genuinely worried about the continuity of the duke's lineage, pleading with Emperor Yongli to assign someone to protect the heir. After soothing him, Emperor Yongli readily agreed. Next, the emperor's icy gaze fell upon the pale-faced sacrificial wine, causing him to shudder and kneel in fear. The sacrificial wine, knowledgeable and experienced, had served in the Imperial Academy for many years, nurturing numerous talents for the great Yen. And thus the emperor merely imposed a penalty of 6 months' salary. After court, the old duke visited the Changlu Palace to meet with Su Guifei. Though the specifics of their conversation remained unknown, Su Guifei appeared anxious for several days following the old duke's departure. On the 6th day of June, the Empress Dowager hosted a family banquet within the palace, and various royal families brought their families to attend. Naturally, Gu Mingjue and Su Jinli were no exception. At this moment, Su Jinli, dressed in a light blue soft smoke gauze palace gown, was languidly leaning against Gu Mingjue's shoulder. As the carriage picked up speed, her complexion grew increasingly pale. "My dear, shall we not first visit the rejuvenation hall?" Gu Mingjue asked tenderly, wrapping his arms around Su Jinli. Seeing the concern etched on his face, Su Jinli hurriedly forced a smile and replied, "I am fine." She had been in frail health since childhood, and in the sweltering summer, her appetite would invariably wane. In recent days, as the weather grew increasingly warm, she began to feel irritable and restless, losing her appetite, which led to a certain frailty that caused her to feel dizzy and nauseous whenever she boarded a carriage. Just as she finished speaking, she let out a dry heave. Gu Mingjue's brows immediately knitted together, and he hastily commanded, "Xiaoningzi, stop." Upon hearing his command, Xiaoningzi promptly reined in the horses, bringing the carriage to a halt. Su Jinli could only shake her head, knowing that while Mingjue was generally composed, he lost his calm whenever it came to her. Their residence was already the farthest from the palace among the princes, and today's family banquet was a spontaneous decision by the Empress Dowager. Hence, no prior notice was given. This distance from the palace meant they would receive news the latest. If they delayed further on the road, they would be the last to arrive among all the royal family, which could be perceived by those with ulterior motives as a sign of disrespect towards the Empress Dowager and a lack of filial piety towards their elders. Such an accusation would be far too grave for them to bear. Therefore, without waiting for Gu Mingjue to instruct Xiaoningzi to divert to the Huachuntang, Su Jinli took the initiative to say, "Xiaoningzi, fetch a bowl of cold sour plum soup from the back carriage." Her appetite had been poor lately, and she often felt nauseous, finding that only sour plum soup could provide her some relief, so Qingyue and the others always kept it on hand.
"Lia."
"Why are you like this?" Before she could finish her sentence, Su Jinli reached out to cover his mouth, and with a gentle tone in the face of his puzzled gaze, she said, "If you wish for Father Emperor and Grandmother Empress to harbor even more disdain for me due to our tardiness, let us proceed to Huachuntang." Gu Mingjue's eyes momentarily widened, and then filled with guilt as he looked at Su Jinli. It was all his fault for not requesting the imperial edict sooner, which afforded Gu Mingrong the opportunity to make Li a thorn in Father Emperor's side. Seeing him regain his composure, Su Jinli finally released her hand. Just as Xiaoningzi arrived with a small bowl of sour plum soup, Gu Mingjue naturally took the soup and carefully fed it to Su Jinli. After finishing the bowl, her nausea subsided and her complexion regained some color. Gu Mingjue felt slightly relieved and instructed Xiaoningzi to continue driving. An hour later, the couple arrived at the Rinla Hall. As Su Jinli had anticipated, most of the princes and nobles were already present, including the Yongli Emperor and the Empress, with only the Empress Dowager yet to arrive. She quickly quickened her pace, and upon reaching the center of the hall, she and Gu Mingjue respectfully performed the kneeling salute, saying, "We, your children, child-in-law, pay our respects to Father Emperor and Mother Empress." Upon seeing Su Jinli, the Yongli Emperor, who had just been smiling and conversing with the 8th princess, suddenly darkened his expression, a flicker of disdain barely visible in his eyes. He frowned slightly and said, "Mingjue, you and Su have risen." Su Jinli understood that the Yongli Emperor disliked her and was indifferent to his coldness, so she rose alongside Gu Mingjue, expressing her gratitude. Just as they were seated under the guidance of the palace maids, the 8th princess coolly remarked, "I have already conversed with Father Emperor for quite some time alongside my other royal brothers and sisters. Only the 7th brother and 7th sister-in-law have just arrived. Could it be that you were reluctant to attend the banquet, hence the delay?" Such words from the 8th princess seem rather biased, do they not? Gu Mingjue replied, his expression cold. "Everyone knows that my residence is the farthest from the palace. Upon receiving the letter from grandmother, I hastily set out with Li to rush to the palace. How could there be any delay?" The 8th princess was taken aback, clearly not expecting her usually reserved 7th brother to respond so sharply. Seeing her momentarily speechless, Gu Mingjue's brows furrowed, and his gaze turned fierce as he angrily said, "Is it possible that the 8th princess wishes to brand me with the label of unfilial and undutiful?" While the 8th princess indeed thought this, she could not openly admit it, so she could only reluctantly say, "7th brother, you are overthinking it. Rua Jia had no such intention." "Humph. Gu Mingjue snorted coldly and ignored her. The eighth princess's face grew more awkward, but the Yongli Emperor's displeasure was evident. So she had no choice but to relent and obediently sit back down to listen to the Yongli Emperor converse with the other princes and princesses. After exchanging a few words, the Empress Dowager entered the hall, surrounded by palace maids, and all the royal family members quickly rose to kneel in greeting. The Empress Dowager, with the support of the palace maids, took her seat beside the Yongli Emperor and then looked at the kneeling crowd, gently raising her head with affection, saying, "Get up." Upon hearing this, everyone promptly stood and returned to their seats, at which point the Empress Dowager officially announced the commencement of the family banquet. With a soft smile, the Empress Dowager said, "I was suddenly inspired to host this family banquet, which has caused you all to rush to the palace. Mother, grandmother, speaks too heavily." Everyone hastily replied, clasping their hands in respect.
Ha ha ha.
"This is a family banquet. There is no need for restraint, and you need not flatter me. I am aware of your fatigue. Come, I shall drink to excess." The Empress Dowager looked at her descendants with gentle eyes, her face beaming with satisfaction as she raised a cup of fruit wine and drank it down in one go. The others dared not let her drink alone, each raising their cups, and once the wine was consumed, the Empress Dowager continued, "Today, I hold this family banquet for two reasons. First, it has been a long time since we gathered and I wish to see you all. Second, my nephew from my maiden family hunted 2 deer yesterday and sent them to the palace, and I wanted you all to taste the delicacy. Deer meat is exquisite and nourishing, particularly beneficial for invigorating qi and replenishing deficiencies, making it a rare treat for everyone." Hence, upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, they expressed their gratitude once more. As they spoke, palace maids arrived with trays, on which were placed several white jade dishes. The palace maids then presented a white jade dish to each royal family member, and upon lifting the bowl that had been placed upside down on the jade dish, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. It turned out that the dish contained roasted deer meat, still steaming from being freshly cooked. The Empress Dowager and the Yongli Emperor were the first to pick up their chopsticks, and the others followed suit. Just as they were eating, several simultaneous dry heaves were heard, causing everyone to immediately halt their chopsticks. The smile in the Yongli Emperor's eyes vanished, and he sternly surveyed the crowd, saying in a tone devoid of emotion, "Who has lost their decorum?" Upon hearing this, Su Jinli's complexion turned pale. The Yongli Emperor placed great emphasis on etiquette, and the last incident involving Wei Ziyan at the ancestral temple served as a cautionary tale. Though frightened, she quickly rose to kneel, joined by the fourth prince's wife, the sixth prince's wife, and Wei Ziyan, who also knelt in haste. The Yongli Emperor accepted a handkerchief from a palace maid, wiping his hands as he inquired, "What is going on?" Su Jinli exchanged glances with the others, and then, mustering her courage, said, "This humble daughter-in-law is feeling weak in her stomach and intestines today. Upon smelling the meat, I was unable to suppress my discomfort, and I ask for Father Emperor and Grandmother's reprimand." This statement was devoid of falsehood. She genuinely enjoyed the tender meat of the deer, and the moment it was presented, she felt an overwhelming urge to eat, only to find that after consuming just a piece, she could no longer hold it down. Upon her words, the others quickly echoed their apologies. However, the Yongli Emperor's brows furrowed slightly. He found Su's temperament rather grating, always seeking attention and being quite restless. Just as he was about to reprimand her, the Empress Dowager interjected with a smile, "Come, quickly rise." Then, facing the Yongli Emperor's puzzled gaze, she added, "Hurry, summon the imperial physician to examine these sisters-in-law." Upon hearing this, a smile also appeared on the Yongli Emperor's face. He realized his oversight in forgetting that their reactions could be symptoms of pregnancy. Once he regained his composure, he promptly added, "Summon all the imperial physicians." "Yes, this servant obeys," the palace maid replied respectfully before departing. Seeing the Yongli Emperor and the Empress Dowager so solemn, the crowd in the hall began to realize the gravity of the situation. The Empress and Consort Su also wore smiles like the Empress Dowager's, as both of their daughters-in-law showed signs of pregnancy, while Lin Wanqi and the others smiled somewhat strangely. After a tense quarter of an hour, the imperial physicians finally arrived. As soon as they knelt and paid their respects, the Empress Dowager declared, "Examine the fourth prince's wife, the sixth prince's wife, the seventh prince's wife, and Consort Wei." "Yes," the physicians replied in unison, before proceeding to check their pulses. The Empress Dowager and the others anxiously observed the expressions of the physicians as they carefully took their pulses. seeing the frowns on their foreheads gradually relax. The delight in the Empress Dowager's eyes deepened. Indeed, the next moment, several physicians joyfully announced, "Congratulations to your Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and Her Majesty the Empress. You are to be blessed with a little prince." Although there had been speculation, upon hearing the announcement, the Yongle Emperor could not contain his joy. Laughing heartily as he exclaimed, "Reward them! Reward them! Reward them! Thank you, Your Majesty." The physicians responded with smiles. The Empress Dowager was also pleased. Yet her demeanor was more restrained and meticulous than that of the Yongle Emperor. She calculated the days and realized that their morning sickness symptoms had manifested a bit earlier than expected. However, upon witnessing the Yongle Emperor's radiant joy and the delighted expressions of the other princes, she refrained from shattering this happiness and simply instructed them, as first-time mothers, to pay careful attention from that day forth. Once her great-grandchild was born, she promised generous rewards. Hearing this, both the Yongle Emperor and the Empress nodded in agreement, turning their gazes towards the physicians. Although the physicians failed to perceive the dowager's underlying concern, they quickly adjusted their expressions and solemnly pledged their utmost efforts to care for the royal consorts. The dowager nodded and dismissed the physicians. Fearing that Su Jinli and the others might experience further nausea, she hastily ordered, "Remove all the rich dishes from their tables and replace them with lighter fare." The attending maids promptly complied with silent bows. As they were tidying up, the dowager voiced her lingering worries, insisting, "No, take away the venison from the princes' tables as well." The Empress, hearing her directive, chuckled, "Mother is right. A pregnant wife should not indulge in rich foods. Mingyue and the others should share in this hardship." The hall erupted in laughter, clearly entertained by the Empress's jest, particularly the soon-to-be fathers, who glanced affectionately at their wives. Even Gu Mingru, who had rarely shown kindness to Wei Ziyan since their marriage, bestowed upon her a rare smile. After a moment, the sixth prince, Gu Mingyue, feigned annoyance, exclaiming, "Look, grandmother and mother have forgotten about us now that there's a great-grandchild on the way." Alas, the world is indeed declining. Despite his words, his gentle eyes sparkled with the joy of impending fatherhood. As the legitimate son of the Empress, he was handsome, mild-mannered, and possessed a delightful sense of humor. His antics elicited more laughter from the crowd. The dowager, unable to contain her mirth, playfully admonished, "I shall remember your words and inform your child when they are old enough to understand. Let us see how embarrassed you will be." Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue immediately feigned a pitiful expression, pleading, "It's my fault, grandmother. Please don't take it to heart. Just save some face for my child." The dowager, feeling triumphant, snorted and then let him off the hook. With the news of Su Jinli and the others being pregnant, the mood of both the dowager and the Yongle Emperor was exceptionally high, resulting in a joyful family banquet. Concerned about tiring her pregnant granddaughters-in-law, the dowager personally arranged for soft sedan chairs to escort them home after the meal. As the dowager sent some sour plum preserves for their nausea, Su Jinli found that her reaction on the return journey was not as severe as when she had arrived. Upon arriving at the seventh prince's residence and bidding farewell to the palace attendants, Gu Mingyue, who had been maintaining his composure all along, could no longer contain himself. He giddily lifted Su Jinli and spun around, joyfully shouting, "I'm going to be a father. I have a child." In his exuberant cheer, the news of Su Jinli's pregnancy quickly spread throughout the seventh prince's household. Observing the astonished expressions of the servants, Su Jinli felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and helplessly tugged at Gu Mingyue, signaling him to set her down. However, he remained oblivious, continuing to twirl and cheer. Eventually, Su Jinli had no choice but to cover his mouth, exclaiming in exasperation, "Put me down. Don't make a fool of us in front of Qingyue and the others." At her words, Gu Mingyue, filled with joy, momentarily paused, gazing blankly at the woman in his arms. Noticing her expression of helplessness, Su Jinli subtly gestured towards Qingyue and the others. Gu Mingyue instinctively looked over and, indeed, found them all suppressing laughter. Only then did his sense return, and with a rush of embarrassment over his earlier antics, he feigned nonchalance as he carried Su Jinli inside, though the blush on his ears betrayed him, eliciting more laughter from Qingyue and the others. Hearing the laughter behind him, Gu Mingyue unconsciously quickened his pace until they reached the inner chamber of Zili. "My love, we are having a child," he declared, half squatting on the ground, gazing up at Su Jinli with deep affection. His dark eyes sparkled with unmasked joy. Su Jinli felt her heart soften under his gaze and nodded gently, replying, "Yes, we are having a child." At her words, Gu Mingjue's smile brightened even more.
Niarli dazzling su Jinli.
It was then that she noticed how strikingly beautiful his features were, possessing an enchanting allure. As if bewitched, she reached out to caress Gu Mingjue's handsome face, mesmerized. "My dear husband, you are truly handsome." Chapter 54. Love her as life itself. Seeing Su Jinli's infatuated expression, Gu Mingjue beamed even more foolishly. "As long as my wife is happy." Su Jinli smiled softly, then lovingly caressed her unchanged abdomen, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She had suspected that although her body was frail and could not withstand the summer heat, it could not be the reason for her inability to eat anything since June. It turned out she was pregnant, and she had a gut feeling that the child within her was the one she had never met in her past life. Not to mention the morning sickness symptoms were identical. Gu Mingjue, noticing the serene satisfaction on her face as she gently touched her belly, felt a warmth in his heart and placed his large hand atop her smaller one. He even foolishly leaned down to press his ear against her abdomen, listening intently. After a long moment of silence, he looked up at Su Jinli with a hint of grievance. "Our child is ignoring me." Unable to hold back her laughter, Su Jinli chuckled. "How silly you are. A 4-month-old fetus. One move." Although the physicians had not yet had the chance to provide specific details, they had only been married for 50 days. How big could the child possibly be? At most, it was less than 2 months along. Seeing Su Jinli's amused reaction, Gu Mingjue's expression turned even more pitiful. He fell silent, fixing his deep eyes on her, silently pleading. Feeling overwhelmed by his gaze, Su Jinli smiled gently, explaining, "All right. It won't start moving until it's 4 months old. It's still not fully formed." At her words, Gu Mingjue nodded, a hint of disappointment crossing his features. After realizing that his legs were getting numb from squatting, he rose to sit beside her. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he curiously asked, "My love, did you ever experience pregnancy in your past life?" If she hadn't had such an experience, how would she know that a fetus wouldn't move until 4 months? Upon hearing this, Su Jinli's gaze dimmed slightly, and she nodded. "Yes, we once carried a child in our past life." Her change in demeanor did not escape Gu Mingjue's watchful eyes. He instinctively sensed that their child had likely passed away. Yet he couldn't help but want to know more about this child. Thus, hesitatingly, he inquired, "Was our child a boy or a girl?" Su Jinli's expression stiffened. And then she sorrowfully replied, "I don't know. I didn't protect him well. After he began to move, I was harmed by a bowl of abortion medicine." As she spoke, her expression turned profoundly sorrowful, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. Before the shocked Gu Mingjue could ask further, she apologetically said, "Mingjue, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I caused our child to be lost." Seeing her in such distress, Gu Mingjue felt an ache in his heart, and for the first time, he felt the urge to inquire about all her past experiences. He didn't want to see her suffer because of her past and feel powerless to help her, even unable to offer a comforting word. With this thought, he steeled himself to ignore her tears and sorrow, pressing on with his questions. "What happened? Why was I not by your side when you were pregnant?" Although he did not know the specifics of what had occurred in her past life, he was certain that when Su Jinli was pregnant, he would have been overjoyed and remained by her side, ensuring that no one would ever bring her abortion medicine. As he asked, Su Jinli felt a surge of panic. How was she to answer him? His steadfast gaze revealed that he would not relent until he discovered the truth. Yet, if she were to confess honestly, would he still be able to accept her? After all, she had entangled herself with Gu Mingru even after marrying him, committing numerous acts that had caused him pain, and ultimately had unwittingly administered a lethal poison to him. Observing Su Jinli's sorrowful expression and her evident struggle, filled with anxiety, Gu Mingjue's heart ached once more. He drew her into his embrace and gently reassured her, "No matter what you reveal, I will accept it. You need not be fearful." He was confident that his love for her was profound enough that even if she wished for his demise, he would willingly embrace death for her sake. Upon hearing these words, some of Su Jinli's fear dissipated, yet her nose began to tingle with the threat of tears. Regardless of how the world may change, his heart for her remained fervent and sincere, capable of embracing all her flaws. After stifling her tears and steadying her breath, she looked at Gu Mingjue with a hint of unease and softly asked, "What would you do if I had wronged you?" At her words, Gu Mingjue smiled slightly, responding quickly, "What could I do? I would continue to cherish you. If you were to act that way, it would only be because I had not treated you well enough, so I would strive to treat you even better. His handsome face bore a serious expression, and within his deep, captivating eyes, there was only the image of Su Jinli, focused and sincere. Taken aback, Su Jinli then offered a bitter smile. Why had she even bothered to ask? Hadn't his past actions validated his words? His kindness enveloped her like gentle rain, permeating her life in ways she had not even realized. It was this very affection that had led her, despite her deep love for Gu Mingru, to gradually accept and fall for him in their daily interactions. In the 19th year of the Yongli era, I was with child. At that time, I had just resolved to build a life with you when Gu Mingru manipulated circumstances to bring about your demise. Su Jinli instinctively closed her eyes after speaking, still hesitant to confront Mingjue with the truth. Upon hearing her words, Gu Mingjue's eyes narrowed, a glint of sharp coldness emerging. So, he had indeed perished, and he couldn't help but blame himself for failing to protect their child. Clearly, he had underestimated his brother, the elegant and refined 9th prince. In the 19th year of Yongli, Su Jinli claimed she had also married him that year. This meant they had been wed for 3 years, during which Gu Mingru had managed to manipulate her into willingly assisting in his own ruin. He had no doubt that his love for Su Jinli in this life would not wane, yet under such circumstances, her heart still leaned towards Gu Mingru, indicating the latter possessed some degree of cunning. After a long silence, as Su Jinli's heart raced, Gu Mingjue finally spoke. After my death, Gu Mingru was still unsatisfied and harmed our child. He was not questioning, he was stating a fact. Hearing this, Su Jinli exhaled softly in relief and nodded vigorously. Seeing Gu Mingjue's demeanor remain calm, she felt emboldened to explain, I was foolish before. I believed my feelings for you were merely gratitude and dependence, yet even so, I had resolved to sever ties with Gu Mingru after becoming pregnant. Gu Mingjue's gaze flickered, but did not change significantly as he awaited her continuation. However, in the midst of war, he sought to quell the unrest, while the emperor favored you. He implored me to prevent you from going, claiming it was merely a soporific that would cause you to sleep through the moment of departure. Unable to withstand his desperate pleas, I acquiesced, thinking it would be my final act for him. Little did I know, he had given me a poison that would seal my fate. As she recounted this, Su Jinli was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes brimming with regret and resentment. Gu Mingjue's heart stirred. He embraced her tightly, yet his expression remained somber and silent. Su Jinli sensed his change almost immediately, but having come this far, she was reluctant to hold back any longer. Rather than burying it within her to suffer in solitude, she would reveal everything to him. Whatever the consequences, she was ready to face them. Taking a moment to compose herself, she continued, the instant you consumed the poison and coughed up black blood, my heart felt as if it were being cleaved in two. It was then that I realized I had long since fallen for you. But it was too late. I wanted to summon a physician. Yet you instructed me to keep my distance from Gu Mingru. You even ordered Wei Yi to protect me and the child, and then you succumbed to the poison, causing me to faint from the anguish. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingjue finally reacted, his brows furrowing in anger as he demanded, Wei Yi disobeyed my orders and failed to protect you both. Su Jinli quickly shook her head, her tone desolate as she replied, Wei Yi harbored deep resentment towards me. Yet he has always done his utmost to protect me. It was my aunt who swapped the pregnancy medicine bestowed by the Empress for an abortifacient. With a resounding crash, Gu Mingjue's fist smashed into the table, creating a dent. While I have no ambition for the throne, I will not allow that mother and child to ascend to the imperial seat, he declared vehemently. Utilizing his wife to poison him was one thing, but to extend their malice to his unborn child was utterly reprehensible. If he did not exact revenge, then Gu Mingjue was unworthy of being human. Rest assured, my husband, he shall never occupy that dragon throne. Su Jinli's eyes glimmered with cold determination.
Oh?
Gu Mingjue inquired, puzzled. If they could manipulate me to orchestrate your death, they must have secured control over the 50,000 troops of the Duke's estate. Gu Mingru was already favored by the Yongli Emperor, and with military power. How could he possibly fail? Su Jinli scoffed, though I may have been foolish. After suffering the loss of my husband and child, I have come to my senses. How could I allow my enemies to live in peace? Gu Mingjue remained silent, acknowledging that Su Jinli's transformation from a naive girl to a composed and astute woman was likely the result of her harrowing experiences. I feigned support for Gumingru to gain his and my aunt's trust, acquiring many secrets from them. Then, with Wei Yi's assistance, I collaborated with the Duke's estate to pull Gumingru down from the throne within reach. The Duke's estate? Indeed. Su Jinli nodded. Having a friend like Song Yi is indeed worthwhile. Gu Mingjiu smiled lightly. At this, a faint smile danced in Su Jinli's eyes as she remarked, Miss Songling must be deeply devoted to you. How did you know? Gu Mingjiu inquired instinctively, then chuckled helplessly. Of course, Su Jinli is a reborn soul. She knows everything. After seeking revenge, how could you be reborn? He asked again. My existence is solely for vengeance. After forcing Gu Mingru to his demise in Qianyang Palace, I lost my motivation to live and set fire to everything, seeking you and our child in the underworld. She responded with a bitter smile. Gu Mingjiu expressed his sympathy. You have suffered greatly. Initially displeased with her actions that led to his demise, his irritation dissipated upon hearing her words. Chapter 55. Su Jinxiu arrives at the mansion early the next morning. Su Jinxiu made her entrance. Greetings, second miss. Qingyue greeted respectfully. Noticing Qingyue and the others standing at the entrance, their voices low during their salutation, Su Jinxiu realized she had arrived a bit too early. She lowered her voice and asked, Has my sister not yet risen? Qingyao smiled lightly in response. Indeed. The miss was tired from attending the banquet in the palace yesterday and is still fast asleep. Upon hearing this, Su Jinxiu nodded. Oh, in that case, I shall wait for my sister to awaken in the hall. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward, but just as she did, she was swiftly pulled back by Qingyao. You need not leave, second miss. Please enjoy some tea and snacks in the side hall while you await the princess consort. Su Jinxiu furrowed her brows slightly and remarked, Isn't this a bit inappropriate? In the past, it would have been perfectly acceptable for me to enter the chamber directly, but now that my sister has married the seventh prince and holds the esteemed title of princess, such behavior would be disrespectful. Qingyao, well aware of her concerns, recalled that her lady had previously declared her intention to treat the second miss with the same respect as herself. Therefore, the second miss was entirely welcome to stay. With that, she continued with a smile, The prince has gone to court. At this moment, only the princess resides in the Zili pavilion. So the second miss need not shy away and may wait here comfortably. Upon hearing this, Su Jinxiu ceased her hesitations and followed Qingyue into the room. After sipping 2 cups of tea, Qingyao cheerfully announced that the princess had awakened and was currently preparing herself, inviting the second miss to accompany her to the bedroom. Filled with joy, Su Jinxiu immediately rose to follow her to Su Jinli's quarters. Congratulations, sister. Upon entering the room, Su Jinxiu beamed with a bright smile. Su Jinli returned the smile, understanding that it was likely due to Gu Mingjiu sending someone to the Duke's residence to share the joyous news last night. She casually suggested, Xiaoer, why don't you find a spot to sit for a moment? Su Jinxiu nodded with a smile and settled nearby to await her sister's preparations. Due to her pregnancy, Su Jinli did not style her hair in an elaborate manner today. Instead, she allowed Qingyao to simply arrange it with a jade hairpin that radiated a gentle luster. She had not applied any powder or rouge, merely accentuating her delicate brows with a light touch of dark powder. Afterward, with the assistance of Qingge and Qingyu, she changed into a gown of celestial blue. The overall effect was ethereal and refined, akin to a lotus blooming early in the season, leaving Su Jinxiu and the others momentarily mesmerized. However, oblivious to their awe, she quickly approached Su Jinxiu and affectionately linked arms with her, saying, Xiaoer, let us go have breakfast. Awakened from her reverie, Su Jinxiu nodded with a gentle smile and accompanied her to the side hall. Because Su Jinli was experiencing significant morning sickness, most of the dishes prepared under Gu Mingjiu's instructions were quite light. Upon seeing the food, she frowned and expressed her displeasure. Why are there no crystal pigeon and roasted suckling pig? How can my sister be treated to such simple fare during her visit to the prince's residence? In response, Qingyao, responsible for the meals, hurriedly explained, Your Highness, this is by the prince's orders. He mentioned your severe morning sickness and instructed us to prepare light and refreshing dishes. Hearing this, Su Jinli's expression softened somewhat, yet she remained insistent. Then, bring out other dishes quickly. Qingyao hesitated. Her lady had been unable to eat rich foods lately, and if she insisted on more elaborate offerings, it would likely lead to another poor meal. Noticing Qingyao's reluctance, Su Jinli's gaze sharpened, and just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Su Jinxiu. Sister, please do not put Qing Yao in a difficult position. The prince is acting out of concern for you and the little prince. You must not disregard his goodwill. Then turning to Qing Yue and the others, she added, you may all leave. I will attend to my sister. Immediately, Qing Yue and the others nodded and bowed, retreating. Su Jinli sighed in resignation. Xiaoer, I am sorry for putting you in this position. She had initially intended to insist on more sumptuous dishes. But Xiaoer had preemptively sent the maidservants away, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce for her sister's sake. Su Jinxiu playfully chided, Sister, what are you saying? Let us eat quickly. We cannot let my nephew go hungry. With that, she served Su Jinli a small bowl of plain porridge and arranged the dishes for her. Only after doing so did she begin to serve herself. Seeing this, Su Jinli sighed helplessly and began to eat. After their meal, Su Jinxiu supported Su Jinli to a lakeside pavilion to enjoy the cool breeze. Once they had dismissed the maidservants, Su Jinxiu inquired with concern, Sister, how are you feeling? Last night, the seventh prince sent someone to the duke's residence with a congratulatory message, which made grandfather exceedingly happy. However, not long after, his demeanor changed, and he insisted I come see you today. Confused, she replied, I was unaware. Only after leaving Songyi courtyard did my mother inform me that your condition has arisen a bit earlier than expected, which may not be ideal. I am fine. It is just my appetite that is lacking. Everything else is well. Su Jinli gently smiled while caressing her belly. Not fully convinced by her straightforward answer, Su Jinxiu's worries deepened, and she scrutinized Su Jinli closely, asking, Really?
Truly.
The physician just examined me yesterday. It is merely due to the recent heat that this has occurred a bit prematurely. After saying this, she met Su Jinxiu's gaze with calm assurance. After a long moment, Su Jinxiu finally believed her words and felt a wave of relief wash over her. That is good. She sighed deeply. Then, with a serious tone, she warned, Sister, now that you are with child, you must take extra care. Feeling the warmth of concern in her sister's expressive eyes, Su Jinli's heart softened, and she promptly assured, Sister, you need not worry at all. With Gu Mingjue and Qingyue by my side, I shall be perfectly safe. In response, Su Jinxiu nodded in agreement, then slightly furrowed her brow, saying, Sister, please promise me that from today onward, you will follow the prince's arrangements and not overexert yourself. Su Jinli felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed her sister trusted Gu Mingjue more than her. Sister? Noticing her sister's sudden silence, Su Jinxiu prompted gently. Seeing her seriousness, Su Jinli reluctantly agreed. All right, I promise. With a satisfied smile, Su Jinxiu finally relaxed, and the two sisters engaged in cheerful conversation, filling the pavilion with laughter. Before long, Qin Yu rushed over, breathlessly announcing, Your Highness, someone from the palace has arrived with gifts. Su Jinli's expression turned serious, and she instantly collected herself, instructing, quickly,
Take me to them.
Qin Yu nodded, leading the sisters toward the hall. As they stepped into the hall, a eunuch from the Empress Dowager's court approached, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the seventh princess. Su Jinli, not daring to accept such reverence, quickly instructed Qingge to assist him up and graciously expressed, Thank you, Eunuch Yun, for your hard work in coming here. Eunuch Yun smiled and replied, Your Highness, you flatter me. I am here on behalf of the Empress Dowager to offer my congratulations. You're too kind. Su Jinli continued to smile warmly. Eunuch Yun, though puzzled by her demeanor, having heard tales of Su Jinli's haughty and domineering nature, quickly masked his curiosity with a composed expression. Accustomed to suppressing his true feelings beneath a facade of politeness. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, I carry the Empress Dowager's edict. Please accept it. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli and the others quickly knelt to receive it. Understanding that Su Jinli was pregnant, Eunuch Yun did not prolong their kneeling and announced, The seventh princess, Su, has worked diligently for the royal family. As a reward, she is granted a pair of jade rui and a pair of golden qilin. The Empress Dowager's gifts were plentiful, taking Eunuch Yun a considerable time to finish reciting them. Sensing that Su Jinli's legs were likely numb, he smiled and said, Your Highness, now that you are with child, please rise. Su Jinli did not hesitate. As soon as he finished speaking, she stood with Su Jinxiu's assistance and graciously replied, Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Eunuch Yun. Then, she instructed Qingyue to present a flawless jade buy to Eunuch Yun, insisting, This is for your tea money. I hope you will speak favorably of me to the Empress Dowager. Eunuch Yun, who had initially planned to feign refusal, discreetly weighed the jade bai in his hand. A flicker of delight crossing his eyes. He quickly accepted it, responding respectfully, "Your Highness's words are duly noted." Su Jinli, preferring not to linger on pleasantries, simply smiled in return. Eunuch Yun added, "I must also deliver a decree to the 9th Prince's residence, so I shall not trouble your Highness any longer." He then instructed the attendants behind him to place several trays of gold, silver, and jewels in the designated area before taking his leave. Once he departed, Su Jinxiu hurriedly helped Su Jinli to a nearby chair. "Sister, are you feeling unwell?" she asked with concern. Su Jinli shook her head helplessly. "Xiu'er, you are being overly anxious. It was merely a brief kneel. How could anything happen? I am fine, just a bit of numbness in my legs." She smiled lightly. Initially, it was believed that after speaking of Su Jinxiu, there would be no further worries. However, contrary to expectations, Su Jinxiu's concern did not dissipate. Instead, she appeared increasingly anxious as she gently massaged her sister's legs while half-squatting beside her. Su Jinli was unwilling to allow such servitude, promptly interjecting, "You mustn't do this. Sister, please rise." Yet, Su Jinxiu paid her no heed and continued her ministrations until she deemed it sufficient to stand. "Xiu'er, I assure you I am quite well. There is no need for such anxiety," Su Jinli chided. At this, Su Jinxiu's expression soured, and she retorted, "What do you mean, sister? You are now with child. You must take extra care of yourself." Chapter 56. Summer Resort. Very well. Very well. Very well. Su Jinli, fearing further protests from Su Jinxiu, capitulated. After some conversation, Su Jinxiu departed to report to the old duke, while Su Jinli returned to Zili courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Gu Mingjue returned home, accompanied by a physician. "My dear, the Empress Dowager and my father have dispatched Dr. Sun to ensure your well-being during pregnancy," Gu Mingjue said with a gentle smile. Dr. Sun, over 50 years of age, was one of the 5 most skilled physicians in the royal hospital. Though Gu Mingjue's father had intended to assign him to Wei Ziyan, Gu Mingjue had preemptively requested the Empress Dowager to designate him for Su Jinli, thus securing his services. Upon hearing this, Dr. Sun bowed respectfully, addressing her as Your Highness, the 7th Prince's consort. Su Jinli was familiar with Dr. Sun, although Gu Mingjue had not explicitly stated his purpose. She could surmise that his presence was due to his request. Therefore, she promptly rose and curtsied, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, Lord Sun. I and the child in my womb appreciate your concern." Observing her demeanor, Dr. Sun's eyes flickered with surprise. He had heard that the 7th Prince's consort, Su Jinli, was difficult to approach. He had been reluctant to come, and yet, here he was, summoned by the 7th Prince himself. However, seeing her gentle nature, he felt the rumors were indeed exaggerated. "Your Highness, you flatter me. It is my duty," he replied, maintaining a respectful yet composed demeanor. "Allow me to take your pulse." With a smile, Su Jinli sat down and extended her arm. Gu Mingjue quickly took a silk handkerchief from Qingyue and placed it over her fair wrist. Dr. Sun approached and began to examine her pulse. After a considerable time, he furrowed his brow and released her wrist. "The fetus appears somewhat weak. Your Highness must take care of yourself," he advised cautiously. Both Gu Mingjue and Su Jinli's expressions changed, for it was customary for palace physicians to offer only optimistic assessments, and his words indicated that their child was indeed at risk. Seeing their worried expressions, Dr. Sun shook his head, realizing that his words had caused misunderstanding. "Rest assured, the fetus itself is not problematic. It is Your Highness's insufficient vitality and blood that has led to this instability," he clarified. With this, Su Jinli and Gu Mingjue both exhaled in relief, particularly Su Jinli, who had feared that her child, whom she had nearly been unable to meet in her previous life, was slipping away once more. "Has Your Highness been eating adequately, or have you consumed anything cooling?" Dr. Sun inquired, his brow slightly knitted. Gu Mingjue replied honestly. "Lyre has had a poor appetite these past few days. She thought it was due to the heat and resorted to some cooling foods." Dr. Sun stroked his beard, pondering. "In that case, it is not a serious matter. Cease the cooling items and utilize some warming herbs to stabilize the pregnancy." Gu Mingjue promptly bowed, saying, "I appreciate your guidance, Lord Sun. There is no need for such formality, Your Highness. I shall prepare a prescription and send someone to fetch the necessary herbs for you to brew shortly. Dr. Sun bowed and took his leave. Gu Mingjue did not insist on detaining him, instead sending Qingqi, a servant from Zili Courtyard, to guide Dr. Sun to the guest room in the western courtyard. Noticing that Su Jinli still seemed somewhat dazed and troubled, Gu Mingjue wrapped her in his arms, comforting her. Do not worry, liar. With Dr. Sun here, our child will certainly arrive safely.
Yes.
Su Jinli replied emphatically, and the couple returned to their chamber. As July began, under Dr. Sun's care, Su Jinli's pregnancy gradually stabilized, and she appeared to have gained some weight. Being naturally sensitive to heat and currently enduring the sweltering summer, she had previously relied on chilled mung bean soup and sour plum juice to cope. Now, for the sake of her child, she refrained from all such indulgences and relied solely on the ice cubes placed within her room to keep cool. At this moment, she was comfortably resting on a beauty couch, clad in a delicate pale yellow gown, while Qingyu fanned her gently with a palm leaf fan. Just as she was drifting into slumber, a commotion outside startled her awake, prompting her to express her displeasure. Go see what the matter is. Qingga promptly took her leave to investigate, and Qingyu set the fan aside to assist Su Jinli in sitting up properly. As she settled into her seat, Qingyu entered with an unfamiliar maid. With a slight frown, Su Jinli inquired, "Who are you?" The maid quickly bowed, introducing herself. "I am Su'er, a maidservant of the 6th Prince's consort, come to invite you to a banquet at Qingda Mountain Resort."
Oh.
Su Jinli raised an eyebrow in confusion. The 6th Prince's consort, Bai Li Shirhan, was the Empress's niece and daughter-in-law, with whom she had no prior connection. Why was she suddenly being invited today? Su'er hastily explained. The Empress believes that, given the current sweltering heat, and considering that several of you royal consorts are with child, it would be unkind for you to suffer alone. Thus, she has decreed that all of you consorts are to join us at Qingda Mountain Resort for respite. At this, Su Jinli's eyes flickered with understanding. She could discern the pride in the maid's tone, realizing the underlying truth. It was merely the Empress's concern for her daughter-in-law's discomfort, and her desire to avoid gossip by not sending her alone, that prompted this invitation to include the others. Although she was displeased at being used as a pawn by the Empress, the allure of the Qingda Mountain Resort as a summer retreat was indeed tempting. Thus, she feigned ignorance of the intricacies and replied with a smile, "I appreciate the kindness of the Empress and the 6th Prince's consort. When shall we depart?" Hearing Su Jinli's response, Su'er felt a surge of pride. However, mindful of Su Jinli's previously notorious reputation for arrogance, she refrained from being overly forward, allowing herself to feel pleased internally while maintaining a respectful facade. The intention of the royal consort is that you and the other consorts should proceed to the 6th Prince's residence first, and then we will all depart together from there. Su Jinli had no objections, nodding with a smile. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements, and then we shall head to the 6th Prince's residence.
Sir.
Recognizing Su Jinli's authority in managing the affairs of the 7th Prince's residence, prudently excused herself, saying, I shall return to report your decision. Seeing her awareness of the situation, Su Jinli's smile deepened, and she continued, Please convey my gratitude to the 6th Prince's consort. Qingga, escort soon out. Su'er bowed again, expressing her thanks. Thank you. 7th Prince's consort. I shall remember your instructions. With a wave of her hand, Su Jinli allowed Qingga to escort Su out. Once their figures had receded, she instructed Qingyue. I shall be away until the end of August. You and Qingyu will remain here. Despite her prior cleaning of the residence, there may still be lingering schemes afoot, and she must remain vigilant. Not to mention, once she departed, the young and attractive maids in the household would likely grow restless. Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Su Jinli's intentions, hastily assuring her, Your Highness, rest assured, with Steward Wang and the other servants here, they won't be able to cause any trouble. Su Jinli nodded. She was well aware of Qingyue's capabilities and believed she could manage the Wang residence for some time. However, a twinge of apprehension remained, as Qingyue had not experienced much in the way of adversity while by her side. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jinli's eyes brightened with inspiration. Qingyue, once I leave, send Qingqi to the Duke's residence. May I ask what Miss intends for Qingqi to do? Qingyue inquired with a hint of suspicion. To summon someone to tame the demons and spirits within this mansion. Su Jinli replied with a radiant smile. Hearing this, Qingyue's confusion deepened, and she furrowed her brow, asking, Do you mean to invite the second miss to assist? while she is indeed wise and capable and genuinely cares for her lady. It may raise eyebrows for an unmarried young lady to enter the residence of the seventh prince. Su Jinli's eyes sparkled with mirth as she lightly shook her head, saying, "No, I intend to invite my grandfather's right-hand and left-hand men. I know who you speak of." Qingyao, who had been listening quietly, suddenly interjected with a gentle smile. In unison, she and Qingyue exclaimed, "It is Sister Zichuan." Upon confirming with a nod from Su Jinli, their smiles blossomed even brighter. With Zichuan present, it was certain that even if her lady had been away for months, or even years, there would be no issues in this mansion. After all, Zichuan had been accompanying the old duke since she was 10, expertly trained by him to become a housekeeper. Over the years, she had helped Uncle Zhong manage the duke's residence with remarkable orderliness, earning the respect of everyone within. Then, Su Jinli summoned the steward Wang Dong and gave him detailed instructions before asking Qingyue and the others to assist her in organizing her belongings. Once everything was arranged, she leisurely partook in lunch before leaving a letter and stepping out. After more than half an hour, Su Jinli arrived at the sixth prince's residence. As the sixth princess consort had made prior arrangements, the moment their carriage halted, maidservants and servants came forth to welcome them inside. Navigating through several small doors and winding corridors, they reached the drawing room of the sixth prince's residence. By the time she arrived, the fourth princess consort and others were already gathered, engaged in casual conversation. "How lively it is here, sister-in-law," Su Jinli remarked with a smile as she entered. In response, Baili Shirhan and the others quickly rose, with the fourth princess consort, Yi Yun, being the first to beckon. "Come, seventh sister-in-law, we have been waiting for you." Yi Yun, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, was known for her graceful demeanor and amiable nature, making her well-liked among the noble women of the capital. Su Jinli smiled in appreciation and hastened to take a seat. With a hint of apology, she said, "I was truly delighted to receive your letter, sister-in-law, and intended to arrive earlier, but the affairs at home were quite overwhelming, causing my delay. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Hearing this, Yi Yun and Baili Shirhan exchanged smiles, responding in unison, "It is no trouble at all. We have not waited long." Observing the other sisters-in-law downplaying their own inconveniences, Wei Ziyan felt a flicker of irritation in her lowered gaze, which was quickly replaced by a superficial smile. Chapter 57. Each to their rest after exchanging pleasantries. A maid entered to announce that everything was prepared, prompting Su Jinli and the others to exit with light-hearted banter. Approximately 2 hours later, they arrived at Qingde Mountain Villa. As soon as Su Jinli stepped out of the carriage, she felt a refreshing breeze wash over her, eliciting a gentle smile. She quizzically remarked, "This villa is not far from the capital, yet how is it so cool amidst the sweltering heat?" She was aware that Qingde Mountain Villa was designated for royal summer retreats and had anticipated a cooler climate, but she was surprised by the slight chill in the air. In response, Yi Yun chuckled, "Seventh sister-in-law, you may not know that this villa was constructed hundreds of years ago by the holy ancestor emperor for his beloved Empress Hui. He gathered skilled craftsmen from various regions to plant sycamore trees throughout a 50-mile radius and built the central courtyard thereafter." As she finished speaking, Wei Ziyan, who had been previously overlooked, added with a smile, "Indeed, it is said that Empress Hui suffered from illness whenever summer heat struck, and the holy ancestor emperor, feeling compassion, summoned numerous artisans to create a retreat for her." A hint of envy flashed in her eyes as she spoke. Baili Shirhan chimed in, "Yes, I have also heard this from the nurse. Empress Hui truly was fortunate. Who could not envy a woman so cherished by her husband?" Su Jinli merely smiled and said nothing, allowing Qingyao and Qingde to assist her down from the carriage. The others, too, disembarked with the help of their maidservants. As they approached the entrance, guards and palace attendants knelt before them. "We humbly welcome the esteemed princess consorts." Upon witnessing this, Yi Yun, as the fourth princess consort, ceased her smile and elegantly raised her head, declaring, "Rise." Hearing this, the guards and attendants quickly expressed their gratitude and stood. A maid stepped forward and respectfully introduced herself. "I am Yuhen, the head maid in charge here. All matters concerning the princess consorts during their stay will be overseen by me."
Suhini,
Observing Yuhen closely from behind Yi Yun, noted her dignified demeanor and the commanding gaze in her eyes, realizing she was no ordinary maid. Indeed, after Yuhen concluded her introduction, Baili Shirhan personally assisted her to her feet, speaking with utmost respect, "Aunt Yuhen, There is no need for such formality. We will trouble you during our stay. Unfazed by Li Shihan's deference, Yuehen maintained her humble demeanor, saying, as the night breeze is cool, please, esteemed princess consorts, follow me inside the villa. Yi Yan nodded in agreement, and the others voiced no objections. Thus they followed Yuehen into the villa. Even seasoned in the splendor of palatial estates, upon entering the villa, Su Jinli and her companions could not help but be awestruck. This villa was even more splendid than the imperial gardens. Pavilions, towers, rockeries, and flowing water were all present, adorned with rare flowers and trees. Remarkably, as they traversed halfway through, they realized the entire villa was built upon flowing water. No wonder it was so refreshing during the sweltering summer. It was well known that mountain spring water is warm in winter and cool in summer. Hence the villa's remarkable climate. Such an expansive water-based villa, constructed with such elegance, could only be the work of royal resources. Consequently, the admiration and curiosity for the Empress Hui, whose legacy was but a few lines in history, grew even deeper in their hearts. After approximately half an hour, they finally reached the central hall of the villa. Once seated, palace attendants swiftly served warm tea suitable for pregnant women. After they had their tea, Yuehen respectfully announced, "The villa comprises 81 courtyards, of which 64 are suitable for habitation. I wish to arrange for the princess consorts to reside in the 4 main courtyards in the southeast. What are your thoughts?" Having come solely for a summer retreat, Su Jinli and the others had no preferences regarding their accommodations. Thus, upon Yuehen's suggestion, they replied in unison, "We shall leave it to you, Aunt Yuehen." Seeing their agreement, Yuehen continued, "The 4th princess consort will reside in Lanrua Courtyard, the 6th princess consort in Tongrua Courtyard, the 7th princess consort in Lianrua Courtyard, and the 9th prince's side consort in Jirua Courtyard." She then indicated several maidens, instructing, "You 4 will lead the princess consorts to their respective residences." "Yes." The 4 maidens responded dutifully. Following this, Yuehen waved her hand, signaling for the food to be brought in. Although Su Jinli and the others had already dined in their respective households after such a journey, they felt a bit hungry and did not decline. Once Yi Yan began to eat, the others followed suit. Considering that they were all pregnant and experiencing morning sickness, the dishes served were light and nourishing, which pleased them greatly. Once they had finished their meal, Yuehen respectfully stated, "As night has fallen and you have endured a long journey today, it would be best for you to retire and rest. Tomorrow, I will personally show you around the villa." Her words were delivered with a humble tone, yet carried a sense of undeniable authority. Su Jinli and the others understood that this was not a request but a directive, thus they nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Yuehen gestured for the previously designated maidens to accompany Su Jinli and the others as they departed. Despite being situated in the southeast, the courtyards assigned to them were still close to the center, and they soon arrived at their destination. The 4 courtyards were in close proximity, yet separated by a flowing stream. Thus the young ladies exchanged courteous bows before being escorted by their respective maids into their quarters. Su Jinli leisurely traversed the delicate crescent bridge until she arrived at the entrance of her residence, Lianrua Courtyard, where a gentle fragrance of lotus wafted to greet her. As she stepped further inside, she was pleasantly surprised to discover her courtyard adorned with a myriad of hibiscus blossoms, immersing her within a floral sea. The verdant lotus leaves brushed against her gown as the breeze passed by. Observing her delight, a nearby maid, concerned, swiftly intervened to prevent her from straying too close to the blooms. When met with Su Jinli's puzzled gaze, the maid patiently pointed out, "Your Highness, please take heed. We are currently walking upon a bamboo bridge just 3 feet wide, flanked by lotus ponds." Upon hearing this, Su Jinli scrutinized her surroundings and realized, as the maid had indicated, that her courtyard was indeed nestled between lotus pools, a most unique arrangement. The more perceptive Chinga, having understood the situation, gratefully patted her chest and exclaimed, "Thank you, sister, for your warning. Otherwise, our noble lady could have fallen into the water." Su Jinli had been perilously close to the pond's edge. The maid chuckled but humbly attributed the oversight to her own negligence for not informing the princess sooner. In response, Su Jinli's eyes glimmered with appreciation. The maids at Chengda Mountain Villa were indeed remarkable. She then subtly signaled to Qing Yao, who instantly understood, and, with a gentle smile, grasped the maid's hand, inquiring, "May I ask your name, sister, and your duties here?" The maid's eyes sparkled as she replied, "I am Feng Ning, responsible for managing Lianrua Courtyard." "And you, dear sister?" Qingyao beamed. I am Qingyao, and this is Qingge. We have served by our noble lady's side since childhood. After a respectful bow, she added, we trust you will take great care of our princess. Despite the closeness they shared, they held no authority here. All matters concerning the young lady were to pass through Fangning's hands, hence their desire to garner her favor. Fangning quickly evaded Qingyao's gesture of respect, waving her hands dismissively. Sister Qingyao, you flatter me. It is my duty to serve the princess well. With a smile, Su Jinli interjected, enough with the formalities. All matters concerning me in the coming days will rest upon your shoulders. There shall be no room for laziness. Upon hearing this, Qingyao and Qingge readily agreed. While Fangning's expression shifted, the seventh prince's consort was evidently astute. Her seemingly simple words hinted that Fangning must diligently attend to her needs, or risk facing the consequences of any errors. Though somewhat discontent with Su Jinli's reprimand, Fangning held a newfound respect for her, thus refraining from defiance and responding with a smile after a brief pause. With that, Su Jinli contentedly admired the flowers as she made her way to the inner chamber. After passing through 3 pavilions, she finally reached her bedroom. Having exerted herself throughout the day, she felt fatigued, and after the maids paid their respects, she bathed and retired for the night. Meanwhile, Yi Yun and the others followed a similar pattern, dismissing the maids early to rest, except for Wei Ziyan, who tossed and turned in her bed. Noticing her restlessness, the night watchman, Green Willow, sensed her distress and relit the lamp, illuminating the room before approaching her bedside.
Miss, what troubles you?
Green Willow inquired with concern. Wei Ziyan had longed to become the 9th prince's consort but, through a twist of fate, had become a secondary wife instead, harboring resentment towards anyone who referred to her as Wei the secondary consort. Thus, her maidservants continued to address her as Mississippi. Upon hearing Green Willow's inquiry, Wei Ziyan let out a deep sigh, heightening Green Willow's worry. Just as she was about to press further, Wei Ziyan finally spoke. My mother wishes for me to bear the heir. Green Willow's expression shifted. Isn't that an unreasonable demand? Given that Wei Ziyan and several other consorts were to wed around the same time, even the imperial physician could not ascertain whose child would arrive first. How can my lady ensure she bears the heir? Green Willow lamented. Wei Ziyan nodded, her face growing increasingly bitter. Coming from one of the most prestigious families in the Yan Kingdom, the Wei family, she had been raised in luxury, seldom facing adversity. However, ever since her encounter with Su Jinli at Puguang Temple, her fortunes had soured, culminating in the wrath of the favored Su Guifei and her son. Even though she had married Gu Mingyu, she felt neglected and often found herself relegated to the side courtyard. After finally conceiving, her situation improved slightly, but now Su Guifei was pressing her anew. Chapter 58. The Qiqiao Festival. Miss, what are your plans? Green Willow asked anxiously. Besides her, 3 other consorts were also expecting. Without taking measures, how could Wei Ziyan ensure she bore the heir? Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyan paused, her hand resting on her abdomen. What could she do? The only option seemed to be to eliminate the other pregnancies. After a long silence, her expression sharpened, and her gaze became resolute. Let their children perish within the womb. Green Willow gasped. Miss, that is too cruel. Seeing Green Willow's shock, Wei Ziyan offered a wry smile, knowing the innocence of the unborn children. Yet, she felt cornered. Securing the heir was essential for solidifying her status and becoming the 9th prince's consort. Clenching her fist, she suppressed the last remnants of her compassion and declared, My mind is made up. Do not attempt to dissuade me. Recognizing her determination, Green Willow ceased her pleas but voiced her concern. How do you intend to proceed? The other consorts hail from noble families, surrounded by loyal maidservants who have grown up with them. Once they become aware of any threats, how will you act? After a moment of contemplation, Wei Ziyan replied, Before my marriage, I maintained a decent rapport with Yi Yun and Baili Shirhan. They do not harbor strong suspicions towards me. Moreover, since we are to remain here until the heat of summer abates, opportunities will surely arise. Green Willow nodded, resigned to her mistress's resolve. Tomorrow, send Bai Lu back to the town of Gua to fetch the items I requested in my last letter. Understood. Green Willow affirmed without hesitation. Wei Ziyan nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Having unburdened her thoughts, she felt drowsy and waved her hand, signaling Green Willow to extinguish the candle and let her sleep. The following morning, As dawn broke, Yuehen summoned Su Jinli and the others to the central hall for breakfast. After they had eaten, Yuehen smiled and said, "From this meal onward, you need not travel far. The kitchens in your courtyards will commence their duties today." With that, Yuehen felt a weight lift off her shoulders. These ladies were all with child. Should anything happen under her watch, she could not bear the responsibility. Allowing them to manage their own quarters meant she could worry less, for any incidents involving their unborn children would no longer fall upon her. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli and the others exchanged glances, realizing that Aunt Yuehen had skillfully shifted their safety onto their own shoulders. Yet, during their return to the courtyard yesterday, they learned from Bai Li Shirhan that Aunt Yuhen's background was anything but ordinary. She had once served as a maid beside the Empress Dowager, her beauty and intelligence catching the eye of Emperor Yongli. Had she not resisted vehemently, she would have been bestowed a title. Though the emperor was somewhat disappointed, he could not bring himself to condemn her to death, and under the Empress Dowager's influence, she was sent to Qingda Mountain Villa. Thus, although Su Jinli and the others felt some dissatisfaction, they dared not openly defy her, responding with polite smiles. Following this, Yuehen, as promised, leisurely guided them to admire several renowned scenic spots within the villa. Due to the presence of several individuals, after an hour and a half, Yuehen arranged for a soft sedan to escort them back to their respective courtyards. Su Jinli had just enjoyed a lunch prepared by Qingyao at Lianruo residence when Su'er, who was beside Bai Li Shirhan, gracefully entered. Upon seeing Su Jinli, she immediately performed a respectful bow and cheerfully announced that our royal princess consort wished to invite her and the other two princess consorts to a small gathering at Tongruo courtyard for the Qixi festival. Before Su Jinli could respond, Qingda kindly assisted her to her feet and, with a smile, remarked that Su'er's arrival was quite timely, as the royal princess consort had just suggested that she invite several princess consorts to Lianruo courtyard for a visit. Hearing this, Su'er smiled coyly, and Qingyao joyfully exclaimed that this must be a case of like minds meeting. At this statement, the group erupted in hearty laughter. Once the laughter subsided, Su Jinli said, "You may return first. I shall change my attire and join you shortly." Su'er nodded, bowed, and then departed. As she walked away, Su Jinli's smile faded. "Qingda, fetch me that sky blue cloud brocade palace outfit." "Yes." Qingda nodded and went to search for the garment in the wardrobe. Qingyao assisted Su Jinli toward her chamber, and as they walked, she softly inquired, "Miss, do you suspect that the sixth princess consort harbors ill intentions?" Su Jinli nodded and then shook her head. It was not that she doubted Bai Li Shirhan, but rather she felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The royal family harbored too much intrigue and strife. At this moment, she was with child, and she had to be cautious. Noticing her grave expression, worry flickered in Qingyao's eyes, and she fell silent, continuing to support Su Jinli as they entered the room. "Seven sister-in-law, please sit here." As Su Jinli entered the small pavilion of Tongruo courtyard with Su'er,
Ye-yun calmly beckoned Hash.
seeing Yi Yun and Bai Li Shirhan huddled together over a bowl, Su Jinli could not help but feel curious and directly asked, "What are you two sisters-in-law doing?" Upon hearing this, Bai Li Shirhan immediately covered her mouth and chuckled, leaving Su Jinli even more confused. Noticing her bewilderment, Bai Li Shirhan teased, "Seven sister-in-law, could it be that you do not know about the Qixi festival?"
Qixi? What is that?
Su Jinli was even more perplexed. She only knew that Qixi was the day when the weaver girl and the cowherd met, and thus, some people would drink wine under the grapevines at night to eavesdrop on their conversation. In her childhood, she had insisted on having her nurse accompany her under the grapevines to listen. However, legends are merely legends. She had been bitten by bugs and hadn't heard a word. Seeing her genuine confusion, Yian smiled gently and explained, "Qixi is named so because the weaver girl is skillful. Women will pray to her for skills, hence it is also called the Qiqiao festival. On the evening before Qixi, one collects half rainwater and half well water, leaving it under the moonlight overnight, and the next day, it is exposed to sunlight until noon. Then, a girl places an embroidered needle into the bowl and observes the shadow's changes." Yian spoke with a soft and melodic voice, captivating Su Jinli's full attention. With Yiyun's clear and thorough explanation, she soon understood the meaning of Qiqiao. She sighed, "So that is how it is. I have seen the maids in the manor doing this before, but I had no idea why. I thought they were merely playing." Bai Li Shirhan instinctively questioned, "Did your mother not teach you needlework? Did she not tell you about Qiqiao?" As soon as she spoke, Su Jinli's gaze dimmed, and Yiyan shot a reproachful glare at Bailey Shirhan. In Yen country, who did not know that Su Jinli, the legitimate daughter of the Ningguo Duke's residence, lost both her father and mother at the tender age of 3? How could the lady of the house teach her needlework? How could she tell her about Qiqiao? Realizing her blunder, Bailey Shirhan quickly reacted, feeling remorseful and looking at Su Jinli, whose expression had grown somber, unsure of what to say. Yi Yun, sensing the atmosphere had soured, hastily interjected, "Sisters-in-law, let us not linger on that. Come, let us pray for skills." Saying this, she affectionately took Su Jinli's arm and led her toward the table where the bowl was placed, and Bailey Shirhan immediately followed suit. As she reached Su Jinli's side, she awkwardly apologized. "I misspoke earlier. Please do not take it to heart, seventh sister-in-law." Hearing this, Su Jinli lifted her gaze to meet Bailey Shirhan's, seeing her elegant eyes filled with guilt and regret, and she understood that the apology was sincere. Fortunately, she had not taken offense at Bailey Shirhan, finding her straightforwardness refreshing and endearing. Thus, she smiled brightly, grasped Bailey Shirhan's hand, and sincerely said, "I am not angry." Bailey Shirhan, taken aback, scrutinized Su Jinli from head to toe, and only upon seeing her devoid of resentment did she finally relax. However, the confusion in her eyes deepened as she regarded Su Jinli. Previously, she had disliked Su Jinli for her haughty and reckless demeanor, which disregarded the other ladies and often bullied the more timid noblewomen. Yet, because of Su Jinli's nature, though she disliked her, she dared not offend her, maintaining a respectful distance. However, ever since their encounters yesterday and today, she found that Su Jinli had changed. She was no longer the arrogant and foolish girl but had transformed into someone gentle and graceful. Su Jinli noticed the confusion in Bailey Shirhan's eyes, but paid it no mind. She simply smiled and tugged on Yi Yun's sleeve, urging her to toss the needle and see the results. Yi Yun, being straightforward and generous, immediately complied, casually tossing an embroidered needle into the bowl. The needle spun in the water for a moment before gradually stabilizing, while Yi Yun and Bailey Shirhan gazed intently at the needle's shadow in the water. Only Su Jinli stared blankly at the bowl, perplexed. After a long while, the needle settled completely, and Yi Yun raised her head with a gentle smile, while Bailey Shirhan clasped her hands and exclaimed, "I admire the fourth sister-in-law. It is truly a case of skill within skill." "What does skill within skill mean?" Su Jinli inquired with curiosity. Perhaps feeling guilty, Bailey Shirhan quickly took over the conversation and patiently explained. When the fourth sister-in-law's needle was dropped into the bowl, initially, the shadows scattered like clouds, and then it transformed into a lively dragon. When the needle's shadow takes on a shape, it is called skill within skill. Su Jinli nodded in realization, recalling how the needle's shadow had shifted continuously. Bailey Shirhan then handed an embroidered needle to Su Jinli, smiling, "Come, seventh sister-in-law. You should try too." Su Jinli hurriedly waved her hand. "I do not know needlework. I can wield a sword, though." Unexpectedly, Bailey Shirhan and Yi Yun refused to let her off the hook, both tugging at her, with Yi Yun encouraging, "Come, just give it a try. Think of it as a game." "Yes. Even if the needle sinks, we won't laugh at you." Bailey Shirhan chimed in. Seeing them insist, Su Jinli reluctantly accepted the embroidered needle, cautiously tossing it into the bowl. Chapter 59. Doubts about Wei Ziyan. Su Jinli anxiously watched the embroidered needle swirl in the water. As she focused, the needle suddenly hesitated, causing her heart to leap into her throat. She quickly prayed to the heavens not to let the needle sink, otherwise, she would be utterly humiliated. Fortunately, the needle merely paused before resuming its swirling motion. Just as Su Jinli let out a sigh of relief, a soft, melodious voice playfully scolded, "Why did you all begin praying for skills without waiting for me?" Startled, they all looked up to see Wei Ziyan, clad in a delicate pink palace outfit, approaching with a lively gait. Su Jinli had never been fond of Wei Ziyan, so she merely lowered her gaze back to her needle. Bailey Shirhan, equally engrossed in the needle, quickly followed suit and looked down. Noticing their reaction, Wei Ziyan's expression stiffened slightly. Yi Yun quickly smoothed things over, saying, "We were indeed waiting for you. However, your sixth sister-in-law and I were worried about missing the noon hour, so we urged your seventh sister-in-law to begin without you." Hearing this, Wei Ziyan's expression softened a bit, and she smiled, following Yi Yun's lead. "It's my fault. The child in my belly has been unruly, causing me to be unwell and arrive late."
"No worries. You should take a seat and rest.
Yi Yun promptly invited. Wei Ziyan smiled and nodded, allowing Bai Lu to assist her to a seat beside the table.
Oh.
Seventh sister-in-law, you are also skilled within skill. Bailey Shirhan suddenly exclaimed with delight. Yi Yun, with a gentle smile, congratulated her sister-in-law, saying, You are indeed a person of great skill. Su Jinli, delighted by her praise, beamed, while Wei Ziyan merely smiled softly, though a fleeting glint of malice flickered in her eyes as she bent down to fetch tea.
Subsequently,
Bailey Shirhan and Wei Ziyan also took up embroidery needles to engage in the Qiqiao festival, and their outcomes were equally impressive, bringing laughter among the sisters-in-law. The group then settled in a pavilion, enjoying tea and conversation until evening, when they shared a meal together. Given their high spirits and the enchanting moonlight, they requested their maidservants to bring more fruits and tea, reveling in merriment until nearly midnight. In the Lianrua courtyard, Su Jinli had just emerged from her bath, as Qingge and Qingyao efficiently helped her dry off and change. By the time they had dried her long hair, reaching down to her knees, Su Jinli, reclining on the beauty couch, was already feeling drowsy. Fearing she might catch a chill, the two urged her to rest on the couch. As Su Jinli was gently guided to the couch, she became slightly more alert. Suddenly recalling something, her expression turned serious as she asked Qingyao, Didn't Wei Ziyan have one less maid with her today? She remembered that Wei Ziyan had brought 4 maidservants yesterday, yet today only 3 accompanied her. Upon hearing this, Qingyao's expression shifted, and she stammered, Yes. The maid named Bilio did not appear. Su Jinli's brows immediately knitted together. It was evident that Wei Ziyan was concocting some nefarious scheme. She recalled that in her previous life, aside from herself, several other royal consorts were also pregnant, but only Wei Ziyan successfully gave birth to a healthy child. From her recent interactions with Yi Yun and Bailey Shirhan, both appeared vibrant and their pregnancies seemed to be progressing well, showing no signs of distress. Thus, it was apparent that if their children had mysteriously disappeared, it could only be attributed to Wei Ziyan's machinations. In her past life, Wei Ziyan had given birth to a robust heir, earning the favor of Emperor Yongli and the Empress Dowager, leading to a life of unbridled joy. In this life, Su Jinli vowed not to allow Wei Ziyan to curry favor with them again. Moreover, if Wei Ziyan truly intended to target the pregnant Yi Yun and Bailey Shirhan, how could she spare their unborn children? The innocence of their children weighed heavily on her conscience. Contemplating this, Su Jinli's frown deepened, and a heavy shadow clouded her bright eyes. Qingge, tomorrow you shall investigate the whereabouts of Bilio, she commanded softly. Recognizing the gravity of the situation from her furrowed brows, Qingge nodded without hesitation. After issuing her instructions to Qingge, Su Jinli turned to Qingyao and stated solemnly, From this day forth, all the food I consume must come from your hands. There can be no mistakes. In this estate, the only individuals she could rely on were these two. She dared not trust any of the other palace attendants.
Yes.
I shall be exceedingly cautious, Qingyao pledged resolutely. Then with a frown she added, But since the royal consort has only brought the 2 of us, who will attend to you? Should we send word to the prince to have Sister Qingwe come? Upon hearing this, Su Jinli felt a warmth in her heart, and her earlier sharpness softened. I have already made arrangements. You need not worry. Though Qingwe is capable, the prince's residence cannot do without her. Su Jinli understood Qingwe's competence, but feared that without her presence, the unruly servants might not heed Ji Chun's commands, and Qingyu would struggle to maintain order. Therefore, for peace in the estate, both Qingwe and Qingyu needed to remain alongside Ji Chun. Qingyao, not one to beat around the bush, directly asked, Who shall attend to you, miss? Su Jinli smiled faintly and replied with a cold laugh. Is there not a head maid in this Lianrua courtyard? Fongning? With a frown, Qingyao questioned, Will Fongning truly take care of the mistress? Before she could finish, Qingge chimed in, Sister Qingyao, how could you be so mistaken? Fongning would never disrespect the mistress. She will surely be diligent in her service. If she is to serve the mistress alongside us, she will have no other burdens. However, should we step aside, she will bear the weight of the mistress and the little master's safety. If anything were to happen to the mistress, she would be the first to be punished. Hence, how could she not be devoted? Qingyao, inherently astute, realized her concern had clouded her judgment. With Qingge's words, her worries dissipated, and she cheerfully remarked, Your insight is commendable, royal consort. Su Jinli offered a gentle smile and said nothing further, sending the two to extinguish the candles and retire for the night. For a formidable challenge awaited them on the morrow, and they needed to be well rested. The next day, as soon as Su Jinli awoke, she instructed Qingyao to summon Fang Ning, informing her that she would be attending to her closely during her stay at the villa. Fang Ning's expression shifted slightly, yet she steeled herself and complied. With this, Qingyao felt relieved enough to head to the small kitchen to prepare breakfast for her mistress. After Fang Ning had assisted Su Jinli in her grooming, Qinga entered, smiling as she sent Fang Ning off to the kitchen. Once Fang Ning had completely disappeared from sight, Qinga leaned in and whispered, "I spent 2 pieces of gold to find out that Biliu returned to the Duke of Ningguo's residence yesterday, supposedly to fetch medicine for Wei Fei." At this, a glimmer of mockery flashed in Su Jinli's eyes. Medicine? Perhaps it is poison meant for the unborn children of her and Yiyan. You should also bribe a few servants from the Zhu Rua courtyard to keep a close watch on their movements, she instructed. Qinga nodded vigorously, and the two fell silent as they made their way to the main hall for breakfast. Upon their arrival, they found Qingyao and Fang Ning bringing in several platters of light dishes and white porridge. After Su Jinli had enjoyed her meal with their attentive service, she took the 3 of them to admire the flowers at the scenic spots they had missed yesterday. It was only around noon that she returned to the Lianrua courtyard for lunch. After eating, she took a nap, not waking until the evening. While she was having dinner, Green Willow entered with a delicate incense burner, smiling brightly. After entering, she respectfully greeted, "This servant pays her respects to the 7th prince's consort." A cold light flickered in Su Jinli's eyes before she replied with a gentle smile, at ease. As soon as she spoke, Qinga inquired, "Might I ask if Miss Greenwillow is acting on the orders of Wei Fei?" Upon hearing this, Greenwillow's smile faltered for a brief moment, but she quickly regained her composure, saying, "Indeed. Our mistress sent Biliu back to the Duke of Ningguo's residence yesterday. The lady instructed Biliu to bring back several exquisite incense burners and high-quality tranquilizing incense purchased from merchants of Jin State. And our mistress instructed this servant to deliver one to each of the royal consorts." Su Jinli's interest was piqued as she glanced at the items Green Willow held, and she responded with feigned enthusiasm. "Oh, this royal consort graciously accepts. Please extend my gratitude to Wei Fei." Seeing her accept the gifts with delight, a fleeting smile crossed Green Willow's eyes, and she brushed aside Su Jinli's deliberate reference to her mistress as Wei Fei. She bowed and said, "Then this servant shall return to report." With that, Su Jinli waved her hand dismissively, eager to avoid any superficial exchanges. Once Green Willow had departed, Su Jinli cast a cool glance at the incense burner and the exquisite sandalwood box on the table. Qingyao and Qinga know nothing of incense. Fang Ning, come and see what fine items Wei Fei has sent, she commanded, emphasizing the phrase fine items. Fang Ning stiffened slightly, realizing the 7th prince's consort was testing her loyalty and subtly reprimanding her. Yet, with no other recourse, she steeled herself and replied, "This servant is at your command." With that, she picked up the sandalwood box from the table, opened it, and carefully examined a stick of tranquilizing incense. The scent was subtle and elegant, soothing to the senses, and indeed had a calming effect. After a considerable pause, Fang Ning finally set aside the incense and reported, "This fragrance is the renowned Jialan incense from the Yuan kingdom, crafted from hundreds of precious spices and medicinal herbs. There is nothing amiss." A flicker of surprise crossed Su Jinli's eyes. Did Wei Ziyan truly gift her such an exquisite incense? She then gestured for Fang Ning to continue her investigation of the incense burner. Since the incense posed no issue, the burner must surely harbor some hidden intricacies. Fang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Why did the 7th prince's consort harbor such distrust towards the 9th prince's secondary consort? Yet in an instant, she buried her confusion deep within. The matters of her mistress were beyond her purview. Her duty was to obey every command. Thus, she respectfully bowed and proceeded to examine the incense burner. Chapter 60. Disturbance of Pregnancy. Due to Su Jinli's unmasked skepticism, Fang Ning scrutinized the burner with heightened diligence. After a full quarter of an hour, having turned the burner over several times, she reported, "Your Highness, this incense burner is indeed made in the Yuan kingdom. I have meticulously checked every minute detail and found no irregularities."
"What?"
Su Jinli exclaimed, unable to contain her shock. Sensing her astonishment, Fang Ning lowered her head even further. Yet she mustered the courage to repeat, This incense burner is truly free of any issues. Hearing this, Su Jinli struggled to regain her composure, her eyes filled with bewilderment. After a long pause, she finally calmed herself, saying, I understand now. Thank you for your efforts, Fong Ning. It is my duty, Fong Ning humbly replied. Although Su Jinli could see that Fong Ning had indeed conducted a thorough examination, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Thus, she said, Fong Ning,
You have worked hard today.
please return and rest. As soon as she finished speaking, Fong Ning wisely bowed and took her leave. Once she was gone, Su Jinli instructed Qingge, take another close look at the incense and the burner. Qingge, kind-hearted and gentle, although not as astute as the other maids, was well-versed in the art of incense-making, which allowed her to stand out among the others in the Duke's residence. She nodded gravely and followed instructions, taking the incense and the burner. After some time, she shook her head in slight disbelief, then took a closer whiff before stating incredulously, Your Highness, both the incense and the burner are indeed free from any issues. Su Jinli felt a twinge of disappointment. The mystery deepened in her mind. What exactly was Wei Ziyan's intention? After contemplating for a moment without clarity, Su Jinli felt a wave of irritation. Qin Yao, fearing she might become distressed, quickly advised, When soldiers come, block them. When floods arise, bury them. There is no need for the princess to worry. Su Jinli nodded in agreement. If she could not fathom the situation, then it was best to set her thoughts aside. Regardless, she was already aware that Wei Ziyan's target was the children within their wombs, so she would remain vigilant. However, she could not bring herself to use the items sent by Wei Ziyan. She stated with slight displeasure, Put away the incense and the burner. Yes. Qing Yao quickly responded, taking the sandalwood box and the burner out. Once Qing Yao had departed, Su Jinli withdrew her distant and melancholic gaze and calmly instructed Qingge, Prepare my bath. Qingge bowed in acknowledgement and then assisted Su Jinli behind the screen in the bedroom for her bath. Life at the mountain villa was tranquil and leisurely. The sisters-in-law would occasionally visit each other, and after half a month, they had grown quite familiar. Among them, the seemingly gentle yet truly strong Yi Yun and Su Jinli had developed a remarkable camaraderie, almost akin to sworn sisters. One day, Yi Yun, as usual, brought several maids to Lianrua courtyard to enjoy flowers and tea with Su Jinli. Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, Su Er, who was beside Bai Li Shihan, rushed over in a flurry. Upon approaching, she knelt with a thud, crying out, Fourth Prince's consort, Seventh Prince's consort. Please save my mistress. Upon hearing this, the two, who had just been laughing and chatting, immediately changed their expressions. Yi Yun anxiously urged, Get up and speak.
What has happened to Sixth sister-in-law?
With a glance from Su Jinli, Fong Ning helped Su Er to her feet. They noticed Su Er's exquisite face was streaked with tears, and her once bright eyes were now swollen. Exchanging a worried glance, Su Jinli and Yi Yun read the gravity of the situation in each other's eyes.
Indeed.
After Su Er stood, she sobbed uncontrollably. My mistress just had some soup and was on her way to Lianrua courtyard to find you both when she suddenly experienced severe abdominal pain. She is already bleeding.
What?
Yi Yun trembled suddenly, realizing that Bai Li Shihan was bleeding. What could they do? While Yi Yun was in a state of panic, Su Jinli, having anticipated such a crisis, quickly commanded, Fong Ning, go report to Aunt Yuehen. Tell her to hurry and inform the palace. Qingge, you have some medical knowledge. Quickly go with Su Er to Tangrua courtyard. Qing Yao rushed to the nearest town and fetch a doctor. As soon as she finished speaking, the others hurriedly responded, Yes, I will go immediately. Understanding the severity of the situation, they rushed to fulfill their tasks. Once the maids left, Su Jinli grasped Yi Yun's hand gently, saying, Fourth sister-in-law, you must remain calm. Among us, you hold the highest status in this villa. You need to gather your strength and take charge. Hearing this, Yi Yun, whose vision had darkened, steadied herself slightly, her delicate oval face devoid of color, her eyes filled with fear.
You are right, seventh sister-in-law.
Let us head to Tangrua courtyard. Though she tried to maintain her composure, a tremor lingered in her voice. Su Jinli did not expose her anxiety, but pointed to one of her personal maids, saying, Your mistress has been startled. Quickly prepare a calming medicine. Remember, no one else must touch it. Su Jinli's tone was commanding and authoritative, leaving the maid no room for dissent. She nodded blankly and left. At this moment, Su Jinli supported the still pale Yi Yun as they made their way to Tang Rua courtyard. Upon entering the inner chamber, they were met with a strong metallic scent of blood. Su Jinli's expression darkened, while Yi Yun swayed unsteadily. Bai Li Shihan's fetus was merely 3 months along, and losing such a substantial amount of blood likely meant the fetus was lost. Seeing Yi Yun's face turn ghostly pale, Su Jinli hesitated to keep her there. She concernedly suggested, "Fourth sister-in-law, why don't you return to Lian Rua courtyard to rest?" After saying this, her eyes, filled with concern, deeply regarded Yi Yun. She feared that the sight of Bai Li Shihan's dire condition might disturb Yi Yun's pregnancy. However, much to her surprise, Yi Yun vehemently shook her head in refusal. Weakly expressing her gratitude for the good intentions of seventh sister-in-law, "I cannot leave. I must stay here to guard sixth sister-in-law." Having grown up as neighbors and being of similar ages, Yi Yun and Bai Li Shihan shared a close bond akin to that of sisters. Now that Bai Li Shihan was suffering unjustly, how could she abandon her? Su Jinli understood that Yi Yun was a stubborn person, outwardly gentle, but inwardly strong. Seeing her insistence, she did not impede her but cautiously supported her as they moved further inside. As they entered the room, they were met by Wei Ziyan, who rushed in with several maids, her beautiful face filled with concern.
What has happened to sixth sister-in-law?
At this moment, Yi Yun could barely stand, let alone respond. Su Jinli furrowed her brow and retorted, "Why don't you go see for yourself?" She already despised Wei Ziyuan's hypocrisy, and now, with Bai Li Shihan suffering because of her, Wei Ziyuan's pretense made her stomach churn. Thus, she disregarded propriety and bluntly confronted Wei Ziyuan. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Wei Ziyuan's expression stiffened, and she fell silent, quietly trailing behind Su Jinli and Yi Yun as they approached the bed. On the bed lay Bai Li Shihan, usually vibrant and lively, now in a pitiful and weakened state. Her small face was drenched in cold sweat, her hair clinging to her face, blood pooling beneath her. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes, now filled with despair, lay vacant and motionless. Chingu knelt beside the bed, carefully wiping her down with a clean warm cloth. Despite being somewhat prepared for the sight, the 3 women were still taken aback. Tears fell from Yi Yun's eyes, suspended in her gaze. Su Jinli couldn't help but feel a surge of compassion. Ignoring the dirt, she grasped the vacant-eyed Bai Li Shihan's hand and spoke softly, "Sixth imperial sister-in-law. The doctor will arrive soon. You must hold on. The child may still be saved. You cannot give up." Upon hearing this, Yi Yun quickly stifled her tears, forcing a smile as she added, "Indeed. Look, your belly is still protruding. The child is still in danger. You must not surrender." At this moment, the complex expression of Wei Ziyuan shifted as she regained her composure and echoed, "What the 2 imperial sisters have said is true. Sixth imperial sister-in-law, you must hold on." As their words sank in, Bai Li Shihan's eyes gradually regained their luster, and she mustered a nod. Seeing her rallying spirit, Yi Yun's tears fell even more fiercely, prompting Su Jinli to rise and tenderly grasp Yi Yun's hand in reassurance. Chingu then called out quickly, "Bring some century-old ginseng to slice for the 6th prince's consort to suck on." Just moments ago, the 6th prince's consort had been despondent and unable to act, but now, as the bleeding had slowed and hope flickered back to life, she was ready to intervene. As Su Er witnessed Chingu successfully halt the bleeding, she regarded her as a deity, trusting her words without question, and hurriedly sent someone to fetch the ginseng. Amidst the chaos in Tang Rua courtyard, Yu Hen, having received the news, rushed over in haste. She cast a brief glance at Bai Li Shihan on the couch and addressed Su Jinli and the others ladies. "You all are with child. The stench of blood here is overwhelming. It would be best to wait outside." Without waiting for Yi Yun and the others to respond, she ordered the palace maids to assist them out. After waiting outside for a quarter of an hour, Yi Yun's maid brought 3 bowls of warm medicine for preserving the fetus, and the 3 women immediately drank it. Once the warm concoction settled in their stomachs, Yi Yun felt some warmth return to her icy body, and her complexion softened slightly. Just as the atmosphere began to ease, Qing Yao entered with a doctor carrying a medical box. Without pausing for formalities, she exclaimed, "Your Highness, the doctor has arrived." Upon hearing this, Yi Yun promptly urged, "Let the doctor in quickly." Qing Yao nodded and led the doctor into the room. At that moment, Su Jinli's anxious heart finally found some solace. This doctor was no ordinary physician but a renowned healer she had arranged through Yunyang. Having surmised Wei Ziyuan's intentions, she had written a letter requesting Yun Yang to find a skilled obstetrician to stay in the nearest town to the manor, ready to be summoned should any complications arise. Seeing that Yi Yun still appeared shaken, she comforted her, "Fourth imperial sister-in-law, do not worry. The sixth imperial sister-in-law has already stopped the bleeding. And now the doctor has arrived. She will surely overcome this peril. Is that true?" Yi Yun looked towards Su Jinli with hopeful eyes. Although she could not be entirely certain, to reassure Yi Yun, Su Jinli nodded firmly, indeed. Chapter 61. Yi Yun's fury after waiting for half an hour. The expressions of Yi Yun and Su Jinli darkened. Finally, the tightly shut door creaked open. Yi Yun quickly rose and rushed over, asking, "Doctor, how is the person inside?" At her words, Su Jinli and Wei Ziyan turned in unison to gaze at the doctor emerging from within, eagerly anticipating his response. The doctor, noticing their concern, bowed and reported, "To inform the esteemed ladies, the noble one inside is now out of danger, and I have done my utmost to temporarily preserve the fetus." Upon hearing this, Yi Yun and Su Jinli sighed in relief, joy illuminating their faces. However, Wei Ziyuan's expression grew complex. She dared not reveal her true feelings, instead adopting a facade of joy. Their smiles, however, were short-lived, as the doctor suddenly furrowed his brow and added, "I have only managed to barely keep the fetus alive. Whether it will ultimately survive depends on fate." Yi Yun's body trembled, her smile freezing on her face. After a moment of shock, she hurriedly grasped the doctor's sleeve, pleading, "I beg you, you must save sixth sister-in-law's child." She could not bear to imagine the devastation Bai Li Shirhan would face if the child were to be lost. It would surely drive her to madness. Observing Yi Yun's pale face and her distress, the doctor felt a pang of compassion. He softened his demeanor and replied earnestly, "The noble one suffered from the misuse of abortifacients, which caused the bleeding. Fortunately, timely intervention halted the blood loss, preventing the harmful effects of the medicine from worsening. Under my secret methods, the fetus has managed to survive. If the noble one trusts me in the future, I have a 60% chance of ensuring the child sees the light of day." Being the person arranged by Princess Yun Yang, he was aware of their identities. He had mentioned fate because, given their status, a royal physician would soon arrive. Once the imperial physician arrived, he could no longer apply his unique methods and would have to adhere to the conservative practices of the royal physicians, which would likely result in the loss of the fetus. He did not wish to confront the established physicians of the imperial hospital and intended to leave. Hence his cautionary words. However, Yi Yun's genuine concern softened his heart, prompting him to offer to treat her personally. Upon hearing he could preserve the fetus, Yi Yun immediately promised, "Very well. I entrust sixth sister-in-law and her unborn child to you." The doctor smiled and was about to express his gratitude when Yu Hen, who had been silent and stern, suddenly rebuked, "Fourth Prince's consort, this action is rather frivolous. Matters concerning the royal lineage cannot be left to a mere village doctor." As soon as she spoke, Yi Yun's expression turned cold, and she shot a piercing glare at Yu Hen, retorting with a sneer. Did Aunt Yu Hen forget her own position? The decisions of this prince's consort are not for a mere maid to question. Yu Hen froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Although she was a palace maid, she had always been treated with deference, and even the nobility had been polite to her. She had never been scolded like this before. Su Jinli and the others were equally astonished by Yi Yun's sudden assertiveness. Yi Yun, known for her gentle nature and soft-spoken demeanor, had never spoken so harshly before. Yet their surprise was fleeting. Su Jinli quickly chimed in, "Aunt Yu Hen has quite the audacity to publicly criticize the prince's consort." Unlike Yi Yun, who was usually gentle, Su Jinli had a more domineering and proud disposition, exuding an air of superiority. Upon hearing her words, Yu Hen snapped back to reality, biting her lips slightly as she lowered her head, saying, "This servant does not dare."
"Dare not?"
Su Jinli suddenly laughed, her eyes filled with mockery as she sharply declared, "This prince's consort sees that Aunt Yu Hen is quite bold. Perhaps you do not regard me and the other consorts highly?" Seeing her anger, Yu Hen's eyelashes fluttered, and she quickly lowered her posture, bowing respectfully and saying, "This servant spoke thoughtlessly. I hope the prince's consort will not be angered." Despite her words, a flicker of resentment flashed through her downcast eyes, revealing no sign of remorse. Su Jinli clearly observed the hidden sharpness in her gaze. Yet considering that Bai Li Shirhan was still in a precarious state inside, she chose not to pursue the matter further. giving a cold huff before pulling Yiyan into the room. By the time they entered, Bai Li Shirhan was already in a deep slumber. Her complexion significantly improved from before. The two felt a bit relieved and quietly exited the room, leaving Su Air to tend to her. Once outside, Su Jinli murmured, "Fortunate ones have their own protection. Sixth Imperial Sister-in-law seems to have overcome the worst. Fourth Imperial Sister-in-law, you need not worry excessively. Since this doctor possesses skill, why not let him check your pulse first, and then we can investigate together why Sixth Imperial Sister-in-law experienced such complications." Yiyan nodded quickly, gratitude filling her gaze as she sincerely said, "Thank you, Seventh Sister-in-law. Had it not been for your composure and swift actions, Sixth Sister-in-law and her child might have faced dire consequences." Previously, she had only seen Su Jinli as proud and haughty, rarely engaging with her, but through these recent days, she had discovered a genuine intelligence and decisiveness that contradicted the rumors. Upon the unfolding of today's events, she gained a profound understanding of Su Jinli's remarkable composure, an uncommon trait for one of her age, her methodical approach to matters, and her inherent kindness and attentiveness, which inevitably led to an increase in her admiration for her. Su Jinli quickly responded with a smile, exclaiming that the praises of the fourth princess consort were unwarranted, for this was merely her duty.
Yeyun.
Well aware of the principle that great kindness need not be explicitly thanked, merely smiled and continued walking alongside Su Jinli. The physician promptly diagnosed Yiyun, Su Jinli, and Wei Ziyan and prescribed them all with medicine to stabilize their pregnancies. Concerned that Wei Ziyan might tamper with the medication, Su Jinli, citing Qing Ji's rudimentary medical knowledge, instructed Qing Ge to personally prepare the medicine. It was then that Yi Yun inquired of the physician whether he believed that the sixth sister-in-law was experiencing abdominal pain and bleeding due to mistakenly consuming abortifacient medication. Given that this physician had saved Bai Li Shirhan and her child, Yi Yun held him in high regard, her tone notably calm. The physician nodded in affirmation of Yi Yun's words, prompting her expression to sharpen as her keen gaze swept across the maids and palace attendants in the hall. "You there. Tell this royal consort what your mistress has consumed of late."
Yeyun commanded sternly.
At her words, the attendants trembled, particularly the maid responsible for Bai Li Shirhan's meals, who immediately crumpled to the ground.
"Speak."
Yi Yun, usually soft-hearted, showed no mercy at this moment, her voice firm as she intensified her demand. The maid, pale as a ghost, stammered, replying to the fourth princess consort, "My mistress had some crystal jade powder and a small bowl of cinnamon twig soup at noon. Is there any remaining?" Yi Yun pressed. "Yes," the maid replied, her head bowed. "Bring it forth." Yi Yun commanded without hesitation. The maid complied hurriedly, racing to the kitchen. "I am not aware of your name, sir, and would appreciate your introduction," she said after the maid exited, turning her pleasant demeanor towards the physician. "Your Highness, you flatter me. I am Sun Fu, and you may address me directly." Sun Fu replied, visibly flustered. Yi Yun smiled, expressing her gratitude for Sun Fu's miraculous skills. For without him, the sixth sister-in-law and her child would have faced dire consequences. As she spoke, her expression darkened, and she refrained from continuing further.
Sun Fu,
not wishing to claim credit, quickly remarked that a physician's benevolence is part of their duty and that he could not accept such praise from the royal consort. Observing Sun Fu's measured demeanor, Yi Yun felt an increased affinity for him, reinforcing her conviction that allowing him to treat Bai Li Shirhan and her child was indeed the correct decision. While her thoughts swirled, her exterior betrayed no sign of turmoil as she continued, "Is it permissible for a pregnant woman to consume cinnamon twig soup?" The reason she firmly believed that Bai Li Shirhan had experienced complications due to the cinnamon twig soup stemmed from the fact that her own meals had been identical to Bai Li Shirhan's. "Save for today's lunch." Sun Fu furrowed his brow, responding solemnly, "Cinnamon twig is a warming herb that promotes circulation and alleviates cold. Generally, it is safe for most pregnant women." Yi Yun and Su Jinli exchanged glances, their eyes wide with concern. If it was safe for most, it implied that some pregnant women should avoid it. Su Jinli directly questioned, "Could it be that the sixth sister-in-law is one who should not consume cinnamon twig?" Sun Fu's brow knitted even tighter, reflecting his own confusion. Cinnamon twig should not be used in cases of high fever, excessive heat in the blood, or a deficiency of yin with excessive fire. Yet, from the pulse, the sixth princess consort does not appear to fall into any of these categories. Despite his uncertainty, he did not conceal his thoughts, stating plainly that this was indeed his perplexity. The sixth princess consort should not be one who is forbidden cinnamon twig soup. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's brow furrowed slightly, pondering why Bai Li Shirhan would exhibit signs of a miscarriage. Su Jinli, too, found herself puzzled. She had initially assumed that Wei Ziyan must have discovered that Bai Li Shirhan was unfit to consume cinnamon twig soup and devised a scheme accordingly. However, Sun Fu's assertion that Bai Li Shirhan's constitution did not warrant avoiding cinnamon twig soup raised doubts about whether Wei Ziyan had any involvement in her current state.
Yet,
despite her thoughts, she could not shake the feeling that this was no mere coincidence. As the four of them fell into contemplation, the silence became so profound that even their breathing seemed audible. After a time, the sound of hurried footsteps shattered the stillness. As the maid sent to fetch the crystal jade powder and cinnamon twig soup hurried back into the room, eager to uncover the truth, Yi Yun and Su Jinli simultaneously urged, no need for formalities, present the items to Dr. Sun. Thus, the maid bowed and quickly approached Sun Fu with the items in hand. Sun Fu accepted the tray and placed it on the table, first lifting the white porcelain dish containing the crystal jade powder for examination. Observing his actions, Yi Yun quickly interjected, there is no need to examine that, for it was I who sent for it today. I also consumed some at lunch. Upon hearing this, Sun Fu nodded and set the dish aside, turning his attention to the jade bowl filled with cinnamon twig soup for a meticulous inspection. Chapter 62. Deep affection and loyalty. Sun Fu first dipped a bit of the soup with his fingers and inhaled its scent before taking a small sip. After swallowing the broth, he clasped his hands respectfully, stating, this bowl indeed contains cinnamon twig soup. With this declaration, Yi Yun and Su Jinli fell into yet another round of silence. After a lengthy pause, Su Jinli, still unwilling to concede, urged, Doctor, please examine the crystal jade powder again. At her words, Yi Yun's gaze flickered. Was Su Jinli now suspecting her as well? The shift in her expression did not escape Su Jinli's notice, and she inwardly sighed, realizing that the fourth princess consort appeared to be quite flustered. She then gently explained, fourth sister-in-law, you sent this, hence I trust it. However, given that it has passed through several hands, it is prudent to verify. Upon hearing this, a hint of guilt crossed Yi Yun's face as she acknowledged, I was thoughtless and misjudged seventh sister-in-law. I hope you do not take offense. Su Jinli smiled and shook her head, indicating that there were no hard feelings, which allowed Yi Yun to relax. Just then Sun Fu added, the crystal jade powder also poses no issues.
Boom.
Su Jinli felt as though her mind had exploded. Could this truly be mere coincidence? Instinctively, she glanced towards Yi Yun, who wore a similarly stunned expression, and she understood that Yi Yun, too, was skeptical. Yet, the evidence lay before them, and even if they harbored doubts, what could they do? After a prolonged silence, Yi Yun finally spoke, if that is the case, I must trouble Dr. Sun to remain at the mountain villa for a time, diligently caring for the sixth sister-in-law and her child.
Sun Fu,
understanding the underlying concern in her words, nodded firmly, promising, I shall do my utmost to ensure the well-being of the sixth princess consort and her child. Very well, Yi Yun replied, and as she and Su Jinli continued to discuss subsequent matters with Sun Fu, they were interrupted by a commotion outside. Lifting their heads, they saw the sixth prince, Gu Mingyue, hurriedly entering. The charming and witty Gu Mingyue did not even spare them a glance as he rushed inside, leaving Su Jinli and Yi Yun exchanging glances in silence. He truly cared for Bai Li Shirhan. However, she had just endured much and had finally fallen asleep. They could not allow him to disturb her. Thus, Su Jinli quickly signaled to Qing Yao to intercept Gu Mingyue. Your Highness, please pause. Qing Yao urgently called out. Gu Mingyue instinctively halted and turned to see Qing Yao hastening towards him, concerned for Bai Li Shirhan and the child. He was displeased to be stopped and shot a frown at Qing Yao. Sensing Gu Mingyue's displeasure, Qing Yao did not dare to delay, swiftly explaining. The sixth princess consort has been treated by Dr. Sun and has just taken her medicine to rest. Your Highness, please be gentle upon entering. Do not disturb her. Upon hearing her words, Gu Mingyue's expression softened, though he still wore a stern countenance. He nodded to Qing Yao before pushing the door open and entering. Just then, Yu Hen led the fourth prince, Gu Mingrue and Gu Mingjue, along with a group of physicians, into the room at a brisk pace. My dear, are you well? The two brothers simultaneously turned to their wife, rushing to her side with concern. In an instant, all the physicians and attendants turned their gaze towards them. Su Jinli and Yi Yun, suddenly the focus of everyone's teasing looks, felt their faces flush with embarrassment as they simultaneously replied, "I am fine." Hearing this, the two brothers exhaled in relief, though their worry was far from alleviated, and they exchanged a knowing glance, instructing, "Come, let us check the pulse of the fourth, seventh, princess consort." As soon as the words were spoken, Dr. Sun and another imperial physician approached them. Jinli initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing Gu Mingjue's tense expression and the deep concern in his phoenix eyes, the words of rejection faded on her lips. She sighed and allowed the physician to take her pulse. After a while, both Dr. Sun and the other physician reported back to His Highness, stating that the pulse of the princess consort was stable and that both mother and child were safe. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingrue and Gu Mingjue finally relaxed, gesturing for Dr. Sun and the others to enter the room to examine by Li Shihan. Once they departed, Gu Mingjue inquired about the situation, asking why the sixth princess consort suddenly had bleeding. Jinli's expression turned serious as she helplessly replied that they were also unaware. Dr. Sun mentioned that the sixth princess consort had mistakenly ingested a potent abortifacient, but she and the fourth princess consort could not ascertain the details. Upon hearing her words, Gu Mingjue noticed a middle-aged man standing nearby, whom he presumed to be Dr. Sunday. He directly asked, "Are you certain that the sixth princess consort's abdominal pain and bleeding are due to the mistaken ingestion of the abortifacient?" He assumed this itinerant doctor was merely a local practitioner, hence his skepticism. Dr. Sun, understanding his doubts, remained undeterred and affirmed, "I am certain." Hearing this, Gu Mingjue furrowed his brow and chose to remain silent. Fortunately, the physicians had already entered the room, and the truth would soon be revealed. After a while, Qing Ge brought the calming medicine prescribed by Dr. Sun for Jinli and Yi Yun. Gu Mingjue did not inquire further and personally fed it to Jinli. Gu Mingrue, not to be outdone, took a spoonful and fed it to Yi Yun. Jinli had long been accustomed to Gu Mingjue's attentiveness, but it was Yi Yun's first time being so intimate with her husband in public, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, which elicited laughter from Jinli and the maids. Upon hearing the laughter, the bashful Yi Yun shot an annoyed glance at Gu Mingrue, leaving him feeling wronged. This playful exchange between the couple sent shivers down the spines of those present, thinking to themselves that while they appreciated the couple's affection, such overt displays were unnecessary. Half an hour later, the dark-faced Gu Mingyue emerged first, followed by a group of bowed physicians. With a single glance, Gu Mingjue surmised that the situation concerning Bai Li Shihan and the fetus was dire, and the physicians were at a loss.
Indeed.
Gu Mingyue swiftly seated himself between Gu Mingrue and Gu Mingjue, sweeping everything off the table in a fit of rage. He scolded, "If you cannot even protect the child of this prince, what use are you?" The physicians, shamed by his reprimand, dared not retort and knelt in unison, pleading for forgiveness. Gu Mingyue's anger intensified at their words, and a fierce glint appeared in his gentle eyes as he sternly declared, "Forgiveness? If this prince's child is lost, none of you shall live." The physicians trembled, their heads lowered further, too fearful to speak. The sixth prince was the legitimate son of the empress, much favored by both the Empress Dowager and Emperor Yongli. If he truly demanded their lives in retribution for the child's loss, there would be no escape for them. After a while, as Gu Mingyue's fury began to subside, Deputy Director Liu, who knelt closest, mustered the courage to say, "Your Highness, the princess consort has suffered a miscarriage due to the ingestion of a potent abortifacient. We are truly powerless to change this." No sooner had he finished speaking than Gu Mingyue erupted in anger, shouting, "Useless. Just excuses." Gu Mingjue and Gu Mingrue exchanged quick glances, realizing that this itinerant doctor indeed possessed some skill. The physician's assertions aligned perfectly with what he had just said. After being berated once more, Deputy Director Liu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, not daring to speak again, only bowing his head in silence. At that moment, a melodious voice intervened, "Sixth Prince,
Do not be angry.
although the physicians possess exceptional skills, they are not omnipotent and cannot cure every ailment. Allow them to rise." Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's gaze flickered. He understood the reasoning, yet he felt the need to vent his frustration. He had eagerly anticipated the birth of Bai Li Shihan's child ever since she became pregnant, only to find himself in this predicament now. Not long ago, she had shyly leaned against him, smiling as she envisioned what their child would look like. And now she lay weakly on the couch, informed that the child could not be saved. He felt regret, anger, and frustration all at once. Sensing the complexity of his emotions, Yi Yun surmised his thoughts and, to prevent him from directing his ire towards the physicians, hastily spoke up. There is still hope for your child with the sixth princess consort. Dr. Sun has stated that he is 60% confident in preserving this pregnancy.
What?
That is wonderful, Gu Mingyue exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, tears glistening in his eyes. He quickly asked, "Where is Dr. Sun?" Dr. Sun, feeling resigned, realized he had been overlooked as everyone treated him like air. Although somewhat displeased, he understood Gu Mingyue's urgency and stepped forward, kneeling to announce, "I am Sun Ru. You claim you can save my child?" "Yes. I indeed told the fourth princess consort so." After the initial elation wore off, Gu Mingyue's skepticism returned. After all, the physicians had claimed the child could not be saved. He inquired, "Is this true?" In response to his doubts, Dr. Sun sighed but remained patient, asserting, "I swear upon my life that my words about saving the little prince are true. If there is even a hint of falsehood, may I be struck by lightning and suffer a terrible fate." Seeing him make such a solemn oath, Gu Mingyue finally dropped his suspicions, replacing his frown with a smile. And he promptly helped Dr. Sun to his feet. Then, he bent forward with sincerity, saying, "I rely on you. Please ensure the safety of my wife and child." His tone lacked the commanding authority he exhibited towards the physicians, replaced instead with respect and even a hint of pleading. All present were astonished by his actions. A prince of the realm humbling himself before a commoner for the sake of his wife and child. Yet, no one looked down upon him for this. They found him to be deeply devoted and admirable. Even Gu Mingyue, who typically disdained flattery, felt a sense of appreciation for him. "Rest assured, Your Highness. I will do my utmost," Dr. Sun replied with a bow. After a brief pause, Dr. Sun added, "However, I have one request that I hope Your Highness will grant." Without hesitation, Gu Mingyue responded, "Of course. Speak freely. Even if it is one request or 1,000, it matters not." Dr. Sun was taken aback, and the others shared expressions of disbelief. Was this not a bit too frivolous? Would Gu Mingyue comply even if Dr. Sun demanded something outrageous? As they pondered this, Dr. Sun calmly stated, "I wish to treat the sixth princess consort alone, without allowing any other physicians to examine her until after she gives birth." Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue merely flickered his gaze before nodding in agreement. However, Deputy Director Liu, responsible for the care of the sixth princess consort, quickly interjected, "Your Highness, this is unwise." "Why is that?" Gu Mingyue frowned, displeased at Liu's challenge to his decision. "Your Highness, the sixth princess consort and the unborn little prince hold significant status. We cannot afford any mistakes. It is truly inappropriate for only him to treat her," Deputy Director Liu urged, his eyes fixed on Gu Mingyue's anger. He and the other senior physicians were at a loss. How dare this itinerant doctor make such bold claims? Yet, given their inability to guarantee the safety of the little prince, Dr. Sun's emergence with such confidence was indeed a welcome development for the physicians, who had been subjected to Gu Mingyue's wrath. If he truly possesses exceptional medical skills to safeguard the young imperial grandson, it would indeed be a cause for great celebration. However, if he is merely boasting, then with their presence, the worst outcome would be the loss of the young imperial grandson, and the blame would fall solely upon Sun Fu, leaving them unscathed. Yet, Sun Fu has now insisted on treating the sixth prince's consort and child alone, a request he cannot possibly agree to. A single misstep could result in the loss of 2 lives. With their support, the sixth prince's consort can be assured safety. Thus, he must prevent His Highness from acquiescing to Sun Fu's request for solitary treatment. Gu Mingyue is well aware of the ulterior motives of Vice Director Liu, and thus rebukes him with great ire, asserting that it is the prince who decides what is appropriate or not, and that he should speak less if his medical skills are mediocre. In this instance, he has thoroughly chastised Vice Director Liu, yet Liu remains resolute, pleading with the prince to retract his command.
"You."
Faced with Liu's continual defiance, Gu Mingyue, in his exasperation, points at him but finds no fitting words for further reproach. After a brief pause, Gu Mingyue regains his composure and states decisively that his mind is made up, and that from this moment forth, Dr. Sun shall have full responsibility for the sixth prince's consort and the young imperial grandson. Upon hearing this, Vice Director Liu closes his eyes in despair, while Dr. Sun, standing nearby, softly advises him not to worry, for Sun Fu is indeed an acquaintance of his elder brother and possesses considerable skill.
Oh,
Vice Director Lu responds with suspicion. Dr. Sun hails from a renowned family of imperial physicians in the Yen Kingdom, a master of the medical arts inherited from countless masters, and is indeed a figure of great pride. Throughout the Yen Kingdom, he has seldom regarded other physicians with any esteem, though his tone is mild. He genuinely acknowledges Sun Fu's medical prowess, which is quite remarkable. In light of Vice Director Lu's skepticism, Dr. Sun offers no further explanation, simply stating that he will share the reasons with him at a later time. With this, Vice Director Lu refrains from pressing further, nodding in agreement as he and the other physicians express their gratitude and prepare to depart at Gu Mingyue's command. As they approach Sun Fu, the proud Dr. Sun halts his steps and solemnly declares that since he has made bold claims, he should strive to fulfill them without implicating his family. Sun Fu immediately retorts with a cold smile, assuring him that he has long severed ties with the Sun family in the capital and will not burden them in the slightest. Humph! Dr. Sun snorts disdainfully before sweeping away with determined strides. The others, having witnessed the once aloof and composed Dr. Sun being put in his place, cannot help but feel a surge of curiosity towards Sun Fu. Yet, due to the inopportune timing, they dare not inquire further and quickly follow in Dr. Sun's wake out of the Tang Rua courtyard. Once the physicians have departed, Yi Yun exchanges glances, prompting Gu Mingyue to survey Yue Hen and the other palace attendants before firmly stating that they should all withdraw. Understanding that their masters have matters to discuss, Yue Hen and the others hastily bow and exit. With only Su Jinli and a few others remaining in the hall, Yi Yun furrows her brow and expresses her suspicion that the sixth prince's consort has been plotted against. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's eyes swiftly cloud over with frost as he directly inquires if they suspect Wei Ziyuan's involvement. After Yi Yun voices this suspicion, Gu Mingyue suddenly realizes that he has not seen Wei Ziyuan since his arrival. Not even the cousin who rushed to the mountain villa with them, Gu Minglu, has made an appearance. Logically, given the incident involving Shirhan, Wei Ziyuan should have been present alongside Yi Yun and Su Jinli. From his understanding of her character, she would never act so rudely. Her absence must be due to someone preventing her from being there. Thus, it is evident that Yi Yun and Su Jinli suspect that Wei Ziyuan has harmed his wife and child, which prompted them to send her away. Indeed, Yi Yun readily affirms his speculation.
oh,
Do you have any evidence? Gu Mingyue queries. Such a matter is far-reaching and would require irrefutable proof before he could take action. Otherwise, not only would he fail to seek justice for his wife and child, but he might also find himself ensnared in a trap. At this, Yi Yun's gaze dims slightly as she wistfully admits no. A flicker of disappointment crosses Gu Mingyue's eyes, and he nonchalantly continues to inquire. Then on what basis do you assert it was Wei's doing and not someone else? Yi Yun, already having formulated her thoughts, responds without hesitation. In recent days, the seventh prince's consort has spent nearly every day with me, leaving no opportunity for her to act. As for me, I share a sisterly bond with the sixth prince's consort and would never harm her. The palace attendants here have no grievances with her either. So what motive could they possibly have to harm her? Therefore, the only ones with both motive and opportunity to harm the sixth prince's consort are Wei Ziyuan. Her reasoning is logical and compelling, and Gu Mingyue and the others regard her with approval. Alas, without evidence. After a long pause, Gu Mingyue sighs in regret. With that, the shadows in his eyes deepen, for he and Gu Minglu have now forged an enmity. Upon hearing his sigh, Yi Yun and the others were expressions of helplessness, their eyes reflecting disappointment. After a moment of silence, Gu Mingyue states, since Wei Ziyuan has already taken action, it would be extremely dangerous for you to remain at the mountain villa. You should return with us to the prince's residence where it is surely safer. At this, Gu Mingyue and Gu Mingyue nod in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. Once she has acted once, she may do so again and again, until her objectives are met. However, Yi Yun and Su Jinli simultaneously shake their heads, declaring, we cannot leave.
Oh, why not?
Gu Mingyue frowns.
Su Jinli explains.
There are two reasons. First, if we leave, we would alarm the snake in the grass, allowing Wei Ziyuan to conceal her actions even further, thereby unjustly subjecting the sixth prince's consort to blame. Secondly, since Wei Ziyuan was able to harm the sixth prince's consort unnoticed, she could just as easily do so to us while we are at the prince's residence. Hiding is futile. It would be better to await her next move openly. As soon as she finishes, Yi Yun chimes in indeed. Seeing this, Gu Mingjue and the others can only shake their heads in resignation, abandoning their plan to take them back to the prince's residence. Since you wish to stay, then remain, Gu Mingjue concedes, exchanging knowing smiles. Su Jinli and Yi Yun nod in agreement. At this moment, Gu Mingjue turns to his two brothers, suggesting, since they refuse to leave, we should send more guards to ensure their safety. Gu Mingyue and Gu Mingyue both nod in assent. Following this, Gu Mingyue excuses himself and heads inside to keep watch over Bai Li Shirhan. As Yi Yun and Su Jinli insist on waiting for Bai Li Shirhan to awaken, Gu Mingyue and Gu Mingjue reluctantly remain with them. To alleviate their worries as they wait, Gu Mingyue and Gu Mingjue begin sharing amusing anecdotes to divert their attention. While they are engrossed in lively conversation, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly turns cold due to a single remark. Just then, Gu Minglu arrives, apologizing, I am late. How is the sixth prince's consort and the imperial grandson? Upon hearing this, Su Jinli and the others flash a glimmer of disdain in their eyes, and Gu Mingyue responds. Fourth sister-in-law shows signs of miscarriage. The imperial grandson is likely beyond saving, and the sixth prince is inside, keeping her company. At this, Gu Minglu feels a flicker of joy inside, but feigns sorrow as he sighs. What a pity. This was the sixth prince's first child. Seeing this, a cold smile escapes Su Jinli's lips. What a performer. How can one appear so sorrowful and regretful while being filled with uncontainable joy? Yi Yun, noticing his theatrics, becomes irate and retorts, Ninth prince truly cares for the sixth prince and his consort, coming to the Tangrua courtyard after spending half an hour at the mountain villa. As soon as she finishes, Gu Minglu's expression falters. The distance between Wei Ziyan's Zhurua courtyard and Tangrua courtyard is merely a few hundred meters. And Yi Yun is clearly mocking his feigned concern. However, Gu Minglu is adept at maintaining his facade, and after a brief moment of awkwardness, he quickly devises a way to shift the conversation. Fourth consort, are you blaming me for arriving late? I truly cannot help it. However, he hesitates before continuing. Ziyuan was startled today and has experienced some distress. I simply could not leave her alone. After speaking, without giving Yi Yun a chance to respond, he directly leaned forward, clasped his hands, and admitted his fault, asking the fourth imperial sister-in-law not to hold a grudge against him any longer. Seeing him still pretending at this point made Yi Yun seethe with anger. At Gu Mingrue's prompting, she barely restrained her impulse to unleash a torrent of curses, merely snorting coldly and falling silent. To prevent Yi Yun from becoming further enraged, Gu Mingrue quickly smiled and suggested that ninth brother should enter and explain himself to sixth brother, as he noticed that his countenance darkened upon learning of your visit to the bamboo Ruwa courtyard. Chapter 64, Accompanying Wife and Children. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingdong's eyes flickered slightly, and he then cupped his hands in gratitude before entering the house. As soon as he left, Yi Yun cast an annoyed glance at her husband, exclaiming in irritation, I haven't finished scolding him yet. Why did you let him leave? Gu Mingrue couldn't help but chuckle at his wife's reproach. Just as he was about to explain, he was interrupted by Su Jinli. She smiled lightly and said, Fourth imperial sister-in-law, you've misunderstood fourth brother. Do you think Gu Mingdong would fare any better after entering with sixth brother? Gu Mingyue was acutely aware that Wei Ziyan had secretly plotted against his wife and children, yet he had no evidence. He was currently seething, and sending Gu Mingdong in to apologize would be akin to walking into a trap. Hearing this, Yi Yun froze for a moment, then smiled, her eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and schadenfreude. As expected, it wasn't long before Gu Mingdong emerged, his expression awkward, and without waiting for further inquiries, he quickly took his leave. Witnessing his hasty retreat, Yi Yun and Su Jinli exchanged satisfied glances and smiled at one another. Afterward, as they continued their conversation, Su stepped out to report, My master has awakened. The group hurriedly rose and made their way inside. Although Bai Li Shirhan still appeared somewhat haggard, there was a hint of color returning to her face, which eased their worries. Knowing that she had much to express to her husband after her ordeal, the others tactfully withdrew. Once outside, Su Jinli told Su who had come to see them off, You need not accompany us any longer. Go and summon Dr. Sun. After the imperial physicians had left, Sun Fu returned to his designated courtyard to study medical texts.
Xu gratefully replied, Yes.
I shall go, at once. With a smile, Su Jinli took her leave. Exiting the Tangrua courtyard, the couples of Su Jinli and Gu Mingrui, and Yi Yun and Gu Mingdong parted ways, returning to Lian Rua Courtyard and Lan Rua Courtyard, respectively. Upon entering Lian Rua Courtyard's inner chamber, Gu Mingjue suddenly embraced Su Jinli tightly, expressing his relief. Thank goodness it wasn't you who encountered trouble. When the staff at the villa reported that a princess had suffered a miscarriage, he was momentarily stunned, fearing the worst upon hearing the palace attendants mention the incident. The thought of losing her or their child would be an unbearable agony for him. Sensing his trembling form, Su Jinli understood the weight of his fear and anxiety. Thus, she made no attempt to struggle against his embrace, quietly comforting him by gently patting his back. After a lengthy moment, once his emotions had calmed, she softly reassured him, I am no longer the naive girl I once was. After enduring the heart-wrenching experiences of my previous life, I have learned how to protect myself. You need not worry for me. However, Gu Mingjue did not relax. Instead, he tightened his hold, his eyes filled with affection and self-reproach. Her words struck a tender chord within him. He would much prefer her to remain innocent and uninhibited, allowing him to shelter her beneath his wings, thus sparing her from the painful realities and sordid intrigues of the world. Yet, he felt powerless, having failed to protect her from the numerous sorrows that had shaped her into the wise and resolute woman she was now. Since they had laid their hearts bare to each other, their bond had deepened, reaching a level of mutual understanding. Therefore, even without words, Su Jinli could intuit his thoughts. She quickly reassured him, You needn't blame yourself. All that I endured in my past life was due to my own foolishness. It was my ignorance that brought hardship upon you, our child, and the Duke's estate. As she spoke, her eyes filled with shadows of regret. He and her grandfather had treated her with such kindness, yet she had allowed Gu Mingdong's honeyed words to lead her astray, causing irreparable harm that resulted in their early demise and the destruction of the Duke's century-old legacy. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingjue's gaze softened with even more compassion, and he gently brushed her forehead, choosing silence. Silly girl, she had sacrificed her heart to someone who coveted the Duke's military power, only to be left battered and bruised. Perhaps heaven, in its mercy, had granted her a chance to start anew. As Gu Mingjue pondered this, Su Jinli felt immense gratitude for the opportunity bestowed upon her to rectify her mistakes and make amends to all those affected. She was determined to seize this chance. For a moment, both harbored their thoughts yet maintained a tacit understanding of silence, allowing the room to fall into tranquility, with only their tightly intertwined embrace filling the space. After a long while, when Qin Yao entered with the meal, deliberately avoiding eye contact, Gu Mingjue finally loosened his iron grip around her. He then tenderly shared the meal with Su Jinli, personally ensuring she took her prenatal medicine. As he gently wiped away the remnants of medicine from her mouth, she noticed the room had darkened, dusk having settled in. Her joyful smile faltered, and her eyes reflected reluctance. They had been apart for half a month, and after such a brief reunion, they were to part again. Gu Mingjue, noticing her change, smiled dreamily and said, My dear, do not worry. I am not leaving. Hearing this, Su Jinli, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly asked, Really? Gu Mingjue, who had been on duty at court, had to attend daily meetings, and given the considerable distance from the villa to the capital, she assumed he would soon rush back to the 7th prince's residence. Indeed, today, after hearing the palace attendant's report, my father summoned the imperial physicians and ordered us 4 brothers to hasten to the villa, granting us a special leave of 3 days. Gu Mingjue explained softly. Upon hearing this, the melancholy that had clouded Su Jinli's face instantly transformed into radiant joy. She smiled sweetly, That's wonderful. Gu Mingjue affectionately tapped her forehead, teasing, Look how happy you are, you silly thing. In her elation, Su Jinli paid no heed to his teasing, instead tugging at his arm and gently imploring, After the commotion caused by 6th imperial sister-in-law today, I am quite exhausted. Husband, carry me to freshen up, and then let us sleep.
With that,
she blinked her bright eyes at Gu Mingjue, filled with anticipation. Her glistening gaze melted Gu Mingjue's heart, and he smiled as he effortlessly swept her into his arms, carrying her behind the screen. Understanding his wife's fatigue, Gu Mingjue swiftly ordered hot water to be prepared, promptly assisting Su Jinli with her bathing and grooming before carrying her to the bed. He then quickly returned behind the screen to wash and change, soon rejoining her on the bed, contentedly drifting off to sleep with his beloved wife, who had already fallen into a drowsy slumber. The next day, when Gu Mingjue awoke,
Su Jinli was still asleep. Although the sun had risen, he couldn't bear to wake her from her peaceful slumber. So, he quietly watched her sleeping face for half an hour. When she finally stirred, fearing she might be hungry, Gu Mingjue promptly got up to dress. Calling for Qing Yao and others who had been waiting outside to bring water, personally assisting Su Jinli with her dressing and grooming. By the time the couple was ready, Qing Yao had prepared breakfast in the hall. Having risen late, they were both hungry, so they quickly enjoyed their meal.
Afterward, Heu Minghue carefully supported Su Jinli,
whose belly had begun to show a slight roundness, as they headed to the pavilion to admire the flowers and unwind. With thoughts of Bai Li Shirhan on her mind, yet wishing to spend more time alone with her husband, Su Jinli sent Qingge with a century-old ginseng to visit the Tang Ruo courtyard. She then dismissed Qing Yao and the other palace attendants, feeling satisfied with her arrangements. Gazing at the blooming lotus pond outside the pavilion and her husband by her side, she felt a sense of tranquility wash over her. "Husband,
shall we chat for a while?"
she suggested. Gu Mingjue had come precisely to keep her company and readily agreed to her request. Afterward, Su Jinli furrowed her brows and said, "In truth, I have long suspected that Wei Ziyan harbored ill intentions. However, I failed to timely warn the 4th and 6th Imperial Sisters. Thus, witnessing the 6th Imperial Sister lying pallid and powerless on the couch yesterday fills me with deep remorse." She believed that had she alerted Bailey Shirhan sooner, this unfortunate situation could have been averted, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. Yet, she dared not voice these thoughts, keeping them bottled within her heart, fearing that Yi Yun and Bailey Shirhan might harbor resentment towards her. Gu Mingjue understood her thoughts all too well. He felt that his wife was simply too soft-hearted. With a faint sigh, he earnestly reassured her, "My dear, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Wei Ziyan is meticulous in her actions, always presenting a facade of gentleness and kindness. It is certainly not something a few words from you could have instilled in Bailey Shirhan. Moreover, if she had spoken up, it was likely that Bailey Shirhan and Yi Yun would have thought she was merely sowing discord, branding her as a petty person." Gu Mingjue refrained from pointing this out, deeming it too cruel. Nevertheless, Su Jinli understood, for this was precisely why she had chosen not to warn the two of them about Wei Ziyuan's potential malice. When she learned that Wei Ziyan was plotting against their children, she had considered informing Yi Yun and Bailey Shirhan. However, realizing she had no evidence, she feared that Wei Ziyan might turn the tables on her, perhaps even framing her for the harm intended towards their unborn children. Hence, she abandoned the notion of telling them. Noticing her frown, Gu Mingjue mistakenly thought she was still blaming herself and reiterated, "This truly is not your fault. After all, you were only speculating, without any evidence." At this, Su Jinli snapped back to reality, offering a helpless smile and nodding. "Well, at least Bailey Shirhan's child remains safe. Let this matter rest." She resolved to pretend she had not foreseen Wei Ziyuan's malevolent intentions. "By the way, how did you come to know that Wei Ziyan intended to harm your pregnancies?" Gu Mingjue inquired curiously. Given her caution, how could she have provoked your suspicion? With a resigned smile, Su Jinli replied, "My dear husband, have you forgotten that I've been reborn?" Hearing this, Gu Mingjue's confusion deepened. He pondered how her rebirth was relevant. Noticing his bewilderment, Su Jinli explained, "In my previous life, during the last family banquet, it was revealed that Yi Yun and Bailey Shirhan were both pregnant, yet only Wei Ziyuan ultimately gave birth to the crown prince." Gu Mingjue, being astute, grasped the implication immediately. The two women's pregnancies had shown no signs of complications, so logically, they should not have miscarried. Yet, why was it only Wei Ziyuan who delivered the child? It was evident that someone maliciously caused the miscarriage of those two pregnancies, and that someone could only be Wei Ziyuan, who stood to gain the most from their misfortune. Seeing Gu Mingjue's dawning realization, Su Jinli continued, "Coincidentally, the second day after we arrived at the mountain villa was the Qixi festival. Bailey Shirhan sent someone to invite us to Tang Ruo courtyard. I happened to notice that one of Wei Ziyuan's maidservants was absent, prompting me to send Qingge to investigate." "What did she discover?" Gu Mingjue queried. "She found that the maidservant had returned to the Duke of Ningguo's residence, supposedly to fetch some tonics prepared by the Duke's wife for Wei Ziyuan," Su Jinli replied. "So you became even more certain of your suspicions?" Gu Mingjue affirmed. "Although Wei Ziyuan is merely a concubine of the 9th prince, she carries an officially recognized child. The Empress Dowager and the 9th prince would certainly ensure her needs were met. It makes little sense for her to return to the Duke's residence for tonics." Su Jinli nodded in agreement. Gu Mingjue's eyes flickered with insight, realizing that the Duke and his wife were quite bold to knowingly assist someone plotting against the imperial offspring. At this point, Gu Mingjue recalled the individual they had mistaken for a wandering physician, Sun Fu. This person possessed remarkable medical skills, far beyond the capabilities of any local doctor. Surely, his wife's influence was at play here. Having formed a hypothesis, he directly asked, Sun Fu's appearance could not have been mere coincidence, could it? Su Jinli nodded again, saying, I had no idea when or how Wei Ziyan would strike. So, I thought to find a renowned physician nearby to be on standby, ready to summon Qing Yao should any situation arise. Gu Mingjue nodded in appreciation. But his expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure as he remarked, If that is the case, why did you not seek my assistance? The last word, rose in pitch, hinting at his dissatisfaction, making Su Jinli's skin prickle. At this moment, she truly feared nothing in the world but her husband's anger. Noticing her evasive gaze and prolonged silence, Gu Mingjue smirked, his smile lacking warmth. Why are you not speaking, my dear?
Tell me.
Who did you ask to help you find Sun Fu? With no way out, Su Jinli let out a soft sigh and confessed, I wrote to Yunyang, asking her to find a renowned gynecologist. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingjue's expression softened somewhat, relieved that she had not sought assistance from the old duke or other men. However, he remained vexed. He had clearly stated he would be her greatest support, yet she turned to others at the first sign of trouble. Did she not trust his capabilities? Or was it simply a matter of not trusting him at all? It must be said, the astute seventh prince became quite flustered in the presence of his little wife, losing the confidence and strategic prowess he usually possessed. Although Su Jinli had expressed her feelings, and they were expecting a child, he still instinctively believed she did not love him enough. Seeing the complex emotions on his face, with a barely perceptible hint of fear and disappointment in his eyes, Su Jinli felt a pang in her heart. He truly was overthinking. It was her failure to provide him with enough security that led him to feel so uncertain. To prevent any further misunderstandings, she explained, I had originally intended to ask you for help. Yet, upon reflection, I realized you are already burdened with state affairs and must guard against the schemes of malicious individuals. I did not wish to add to your troubles. Furthermore, being at Qingda Mountain Villa, I find it inconvenient to communicate with the Su family's hidden guards, which is why I thought of Yunyang. Gu Mingjue remained somewhat incredulous. Stammering, are you serious? Su Jinli quickly nodded fervently, smiling, more genuine than a pearl. Seeing her gaze unwavering, with only his reflection mirrored in her dark pupils, Gu Mingjue finally felt his worries dissipate, scolding himself for being overly suspicious and misjudging his wife. Noticing his sudden silence, Su Jinli assumed he was still sulking and added, Yunyang and I share a good rapport, and Princess Shun-Yi treats me quite well. I thought that if I sent her a letter, Princess Shun-Yi would surely take it to heart and would command Yunyang's family to assist in the search. With the influence of Princess Shun-Yi's household, they would undoubtedly find a remarkable physician. Moreover, it would not draw Wei Ziyan's attention. This was also a significant reason why she chose to entrust Yunyang rather than involving Gu Mingjue. Had she informed him, he would undoubtedly have dedicated himself to finding someone, but his movements would have been closely watched, which would surely alert her aunt and Gu Mingjun. This could lead to alarming Wei Ziyan, leaving her vulnerable. Upon hearing her reasoning, Gu Mingjue felt a renewed sense of guilt. She had considered everything meticulously, fully devoted to his welfare, while he had doubted her sincerity. Thus, he unhesitatingly raised his head and said, My dear, I am sorry. His deep, soulful eyes brimmed with regret and remorse, prompting Su Jinli to feel a surge of compassion, hastily responding, Husband, do not blame yourself. It is my fault for not clarifying things with you sooner. Before she could finish, Gu Mingjue countered, No, it is my fault for being overly jealous.
With that,
the couple exchanged smiles, and all previous ill feelings evaporated. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Mingjue declared, Let us handle this matter in this manner. You shall feign ignorance and allow word of Wei Ziyan sending her maid to retrieve items from the Duke's residence to reach Yi Yun and the others. Su Jinli frowned, perplexed by her husband's intentions. Gu Mingjue explained, The incident concerns the sixth prince's consort, and the sixth prince is currently vexed due to the lack of evidence. This is an important clue. You need only to let this matter be known. As for what follows, it is the concern of the sixth prince. His wife is currently heavy with child and must not be troubled.
Gu Mingjue is simply feeling a tender concern for his beloved wife. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli was both touched and amused, ultimately yielding to Gu Mingjue's insistence. Nodding in acquiescence. Seeing her consent, Gu Mingjue immediately brightened with a smile, gently placing his hand on her slightly protruding belly, and softly inquired, "Well then, let us set aside these vexing matters. Tell me, is our child behaving well?" Noticing the hope reflected in his gaze, Su Jinli felt her heart soften immensely. With a smile, she playfully reproached, "You just called me foolish. Who is truly the simpleton here? I have already told you. There will be no movement until 4 months have passed. For now, it is merely a mass of flesh." As she spoke of the child within her, Su Jinli's expression softened, her eyes radiating a unique maternal glow, stirring something deep within Gu Mingjue's heart, igniting a flicker of desire. However, being mindful of his wife's condition, he swiftly suppressed these feelings. "I am not foolish. You have misinterpreted. I merely wish to know if he has been troubling you with his antics." At his words, Su Jinli chuckled. "He has been rather quiet. Since we arrived at the villa, he has not caused much trouble. Even when he does, a few dried fruits can usually pacify him." Gu Mingjue nodded. "That is good to hear." He then leaned down, resting his ear against her abdomen, whispering, "My dear child, do not torment your mother. When you are born, your father will buy you candied fruits and rattles to play with." Seeing him press his ear against her belly to listen, Su Jinli found it amusing, yet she refrained from interrupting, allowing him to listen. After a while, Gu Mingjue reluctantly stood up, gazing at Su Jinli with delight. "He has promised me. Rest assured, our child is truly well behaved." As he spoke, a hint of pride crept into his expression, prompting Su Jinli to shake her head in amusement. The couple continued to sit together until the wind picked up, at which point Gu Mingjue assisted her back to their inner chamber. Shortly after their return, Qinggu appeared, reporting. This servant waited for Dr. Sun to check on the 6th prince's consort before returning. The 6th prince's consort is currently weak and unable to rise from bed, but all is well otherwise. However, the fetus is somewhat fragile, and Dr. Sun is devising ways to stabilize it. That is good to hear.
So hindi nari. Acknowledging King Yes Turugnes.
Reflecting on Gu Mingjue's earlier words, she instructed. Run once more to find a few palace maids from Zhu Rua courtyard and instruct them to spread the news regarding the matter I had you investigate last time. Qinggu, though puzzled, did not question further, responding respectfully, "Yes, I shall do so." Upon reaching the door, Su Jinli added, "Remember, do not let anyone discover that we are behind this." Qinggu paused, turning back to nod seriously before continuing on her way. After Qinggu departed, Su Jinli and Gu Mingjue found themselves at leisure, setting up a chessboard. They engaged in their game, only breaking for a meal, until dusk approached and Su Air arrived. She respectfully greeted them. "This servant pays her respects to His Highness and the 7th princess." Gu Mingjue waved his hand, allowing her to rise. Su Air then conveyed, "The 6th prince has sent me to invite you both to Tang Rua courtyard for a small gathering." Upon hearing this, Su Jinli furrowed her brow. Given Bai Li Shihan's current state, should not Gu Mingjue be by her side? Why would he summon them for a gathering? Noticing her expression, Gu Mingjue subtly gestured to her. He then smiled lightly. "This prince understands. You may return and report that we shall arrive shortly." Su Air bowed and replied, "This servant takes her leave." Once Su Air had walked away, Gu Mingjue leaned in and whispered, "It seems the matter directed by my wife has borne fruit. The 6th prince wishes to consult us." Realizing this, Su Jinli understood and made no further comments as they proceeded towards Tang Rua courtyard. As they approached the entrance, they encountered Yi Yun and Gu Mingrue coming from another direction. They halted, waiting for the couple to join them. Upon their approach, the four exchanged greetings, after which Yi Yun questioned, "Do you know why the 6th prince has summoned us?" Both Su Jinli and Gu Mingjue understood fully, but feigned ignorance. Shaking their heads as they replied, "We are unaware and were just about to inquire with Sister Si." At this, Yi Yun's frown deepened, her face revealing displeasure. "We are equally in the dark regarding what the 6th prince is plotting." She, being close to Bai Li Shihan, felt discontented that the 6th prince, instead of accompanying her, had invited them for a gathering when the situation was so dire. With no further words, the four of them hastened inside. Chapter 66. Bestowing blessings for the child. What prompts your invitation? Yi Yun asked with dissatisfaction as they entered the hall. Fortunately, Gu Mingyue understood her bond with Bai Li Shirhan and took her concern lightly, responding calmly. Today, the guards I dispatched to investigate matters regarding your arrival at the villa informed me that Wei Ziyan's maid, Bai Lu, returned to the Duke of Ningguo's residence on Qixi. At this revelation, the others exchanged startled glances. Gu Mingyue asked, what reason did she have to send her maid back to the Duke's residence? Though he inquired, he already had an inkling of the implications. Bai Lu's return to the Duke's residence was undoubtedly connected to Bai Li Shirhan's perilous situation. Otherwise, Gu Mingyue would not have hastily summoned them.
Indeed.
Gu Mingyue furrowed his brow. The palace maids from Zhu Ruo courtyard said that Bai Lu went to fetch supplements for Wei Ziyan. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue scoffed. Could it be that Consort Su and the 9th prince have fallen into such dire straits that they cannot even provide supplements? The notion of returning to fetch supplements was clearly a poorly crafted excuse. Though they lacked definitive proof, they could preliminarily conclude that the substance that had harmed Bai Li Shirhan certainly originated from the Duke of Ningguo's residence. The others remained silent, their complex emotions mirroring Gu Mingyue's thoughts, leading to a momentary silence. After a long pause, Gu Mingyue broke the tension, taking a sip of tea and asking, what does the 6th prince plan to do next? Having found a lead, it was time to delve deeper into the investigation. Gu Mingyue had already made up his mind. So when Gu Mingyue inquired, he replied promptly, I intend to send someone to investigate all visitors to the Duke of Ningguo's residence over the past month, as well as the activities of their physician. Gu Mingyue placed his teacup down, looking up in confusion. You already have a plan. Why call me and the 4th prince here? He had assumed Gu Mingyue sought their counsel due to a lack of direction, but he underestimated his 6th brother. The usually compliant and flattering 6th prince was surprisingly composed, not lost in the chaos of the situation, but rather clear-headed and swift in action. Gu Mingyue hesitated at his question, remaining silent as he drank his tea in one gulp. He then spoke solemnly, Shirhan has already suffered grievously, and I fear that the 4th prince's consort and the 7th princess may also fall prey to their malice. I thought it prudent to inform you, so that you may take extra precautions. Despite the many convoluted power struggles between them, which rendered their bond distant, he could not bring himself to be callous. After experiencing the near loss of his wife and child, he did not wish for them to endure such a fate. Moreover, even with Sun Fu's assurances, he could only guarantee a 60% chance of their child's safe arrival. In his heart, he deemed this action a means to bestow blessings upon his unfortunate child. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue and Gu Mingyue instinctively exchanged glances, both reading astonishment in each other's eyes. After all, the 1st and 2nd princes had both passed away young, while the remaining eligible princes had all been married off during the Lantern Festival this year. Coincidentally, all 4 of their wives were simultaneously found to be with child, leaving them uncertain of the order of their pregnancies. Whoever's child is the first to arrive will undoubtedly be the crown prince. The royal family has always placed great importance on legitimate sons and the firstborn. Thus, the first grandchild, regardless of which prince he comes from, will receive additional affection from Emperor Yongli and the Empress Dowager. Therefore, if one could bear the crown prince, it would certainly serve as a significant advantage in the struggle for the throne. Gu Mingyue, born of the Empress, is the legitimate son of Emperor Yongli, and he is both intelligent and charming. Naturally, he is mindful of the throne. However, he chooses to warn them to be vigilant rather than conceal the truth, killing 2 birds with 1 stone by eliminating Wei Ziyan along with their child. Regardless of Gu Mingyue's motivations for making such a decision, both Gu Mingyue and Gu Mingyue are grateful. Consequently, the 2 brothers solemnly clasped their hands in gratitude, addressing him as the 6th prince, brother. Observing their thanks, Gu Mingyue awkwardly tugged at his lips and self-mockingly replied, You need not thank me. I am merely accumulating blessings for my unfortunate child.
Heu Mingrui, Heu Minghue, Su Jinli.
And Yi Yun exchanged glances, questioning his excessive honesty. Seeing their speechless expressions of helplessness, Gu Mingyue inappropriately chuckled, then resolutely cast aside the fleeting tenderness in his heart. He stood apart from them, separated by the throne. Ultimately, he could not be as intimately close as ordinary brothers. Such distance is preferable, as it would spare them the discomfort of witnessing conflict in the future. How could Gu Mingyue and the others not understand that Gu Mingyue was deliberately speaking coldly to create distance? Yet, born into royalty, they had no choice. It was for the best for all. Thus, they did not address the issue directly and instead tacitly cooperated with Gu Mingyue. After a moment of silence, Yi Yun and Su Jinli, unwilling to remain idle, stood and said, "We shall go inside to see the sixth sister-in-law, Crown Princess. You brothers can take your time to chat." Upon hearing this, the brothers nodded without hesitation. The rivalry among men was not something they wished to partake in, and avoiding it was preferable. Once they nodded, Su Jinli and Yi Yun promptly stepped into the room. As soon as their figures were blocked by the door, Gu Mingjue casually remarked, "Does the sixth prince not consider joining forces with us to temper the ambitions of the ninth prince?" At this, both Gu Mingyue and Gu Mingrue's eyes flickered with intrigue. Was this a test or a genuine inquiry? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Mingyue smiled and responded, "What do you mean, seventh brother? If I recall correctly, the seventh sister-in-law and Consort Su are both from the Ningguo Marquise, being blood relatives." Moreover, as he continued, Gu Mingyue's smile took on an ambiguous quality, pausing briefly before adding, "The seventh sister-in-law has long harbored feelings for the ninth prince, and during the Lantern Festival, he publicly proposed to her." Upon hearing this, Gu Mingrue's gaze towards Gu Mingjue shifted as he awaited a response, his expression transforming into one of amusement. Gu Mingjue's countenance darkened immediately. The sixth was intentionally treading on his sore spot. His words implied that Lear shared a bond with the ninth prince while placing him in the same camp as Consort Su and her son. Yet within moments, Gu Mingjue regained his composure and retorted calmly, "The mother of the third prince and the empress are sworn sisters. Why do we not see you close to the third prince?" The mother of the third prince, Zhang, was the first wife of Emperor Yongli, having served as the crown princess for many years before her untimely death just before Emperor Yongli ascended the throne. Before her passing, she entrusted her child to her sworn sister, the secondary consort, Bai Li, who later became Empress Bai Li. However, the originally healthy Gu Mingyan fell victim to a severe poison shortly after Emperor Yongli's ascension, just as he was about to be titled crown prince, leaving him with a lingering ailment that cost him the throne. At that time, Gu Mingyan was merely a month old, leading to rampant speculation about the sudden poisoning of the legitimate son of the empress. Most conjectured that it was the work of Empress Bai Li. While the truth of these rumors remains unknown, it is indeed true that Gu Mingyan had no further contact with the empress after that incident. Thus, Gu Mingjue's words were clearly a jab at Gu Mingyue, a blatant affront. As expected, upon hearing his words, Gu Mingyue's ambiguous smile immediately froze, and his gaze sharpened. Noticing the escalating tension, Gu Mingrue quickly interjected, urging, "Let us not jest any longer. At present, we should unite against external threats. What significance does our conflict hold?" Upon hearing this, the two angered parties calmed down, quickly exchanging a glare before falling silent. Gu Mingrue then turned to Gu Mingjue and said, "You speak first. How shall we join forces?" He had no desire for the throne, seeking merely to enjoy a carefree life as a member of the royal family, and thus, he remained oblivious to the intrigues between his brothers, not wishing to participate. However, the ninth prince had indeed gone too far this time. To attempt harm upon his wife and child was intolerable. A glimmer of determination sparked in Gu Mingjue's eyes as he coldly stated, "Given Father Emperor's favoritism towards the ninth prince, we cannot act against him for the time being. Yet, we can inflict some pain, making him feel the sting. It is widely known that Emperor Yongli dotes on Gu Minglu, and for the moment, they truly had no means to alter that." Upon concluding his statement, he garnered the agreement of both Gu Mingrue and Gu Mingyue. "Seventh brother, do you have a target in mind?" Gu Mingrue inquired. Gu Mingjue nodded, and under the expectant gazes of Gu Mingrue and Gu Mingyue, he revealed, "Since Wei Ziyan married into the ninth prince's household, his underhanded deeds have multiplied. Not only has he been plundering the people's resources within his territory, but he has also extended his reach to Nanlin County, reportedly causing the deaths of several impoverished families." "Is this true?" Gu Mingrue asked skeptically. "Indeed. The rumors have been rampant. If fourth brother does not believe it, he is welcome to inquire with anyone at random." Gu Mingjue had already dispatched someone to gather evidence. They were merely a few officials away from making an indictment. Seeing his earnest countenance, Gu Mingrue and Gu Mingyue understood that he spoke the truth, but also felt a surge of caution. His sources of information were perhaps a bit too well connected. To avoid being targeted by two wolves, which would hinder future actions, Gu Mingjue sighed and said, "I have been monitoring the Marquise for quite some time. That is how I obtained this information." "Why keep such a close watch on the Marquise?" Gu Mingyue questioned, perplexed. As far as he knew, the seventh had only an interest in military affairs, showing no inclination towards the throne. Was he beginning to reconsider? Just as their minds whirled with questions, Gu Mingjue gritted his teeth and said, "Do you not recall the last time the old duke accused Fu Jizhou?" They nodded. They certainly remembered. For someone of the old duke's stature would not typically make such accusations. Yet he had chosen to accuse the seemingly unrelated Fu Jizhou. Supposedly because the newly appointed heir of the Ningguo Marquisate had been attacked, almost losing his life. They also recalled the fierce anger of Emperor Yongli at that time, which sent shockwaves throughout the court. The assassination of Su Jinjun was orchestrated by Consort Su and the ninth prince. It was infuriating that they had been so cautious as to leave no trace. The resentment in Gu Mingjue's eyes reached a boiling point as he spoke.
What?
Gu Mingrue and Gu Mingyue exclaimed in unison. Chapter 67. Tempering Gu Minglu's ambition, Gu Mingjue sneered. What is there to be shocked about? Consort Su and her son harbor grand ambitions. How could they allow the command of 500,000 troops to slip away? Gu Mingrue and Gu Mingyue exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They were aware of the ninth prince's covetousness for the throne and his intentions towards the command of the duke's forces. Yet they had never anticipated he would act so decisively. The heir of the Ningguo Marquisate was merely a 7-year-old child, and moreover, was blood-related to them. To act with such cruelty, first setting fire to the place, and then sending assassins, was beyond comprehension. Seeing their incredulous expressions, Gu Mingjue's lips curled into a cold smile, followed by a self-deprecating remark. We were born into royalty. Even legitimate brothers scheme against one another for the position of crown prince. What then can we expect from a mere nephew? Upon hearing this, Gu Mingrue and Gu Mingyue felt a lump in their throats. They found themselves unable to refute him. Indeed, for the sake of a dragon chair, their brothers fought against one another and fathers and sons became estranged. What right do they have to criticize Consort Su and her son for their ruthlessness? The Ningguo Marquisate had been loyal for generations, producing empresses, yet they had never engaged in royal disputes, remaining loyal to the emperor and the people, which had allowed them to preserve their military power and centuries of glory. It seems that the current Duke of Ning is also reluctant to assist the ninth prince in seizing the throne. Otherwise, the late duke would not have insisted on betrothing Su Jinli to the seventh prince, fully aware that it would provoke the emperor's wrath. Clearly, he fears that if Su Jinli were to marry another, Gu Mingluan would still be entangled with her, and as a prince, if her husband lacked sufficient noble status, he would be unable to protect her. After Su Jinli's marriage, the late duke quietly adopted a child from the collateral line to be the heir of the deceased Su Ningen and his wife, swiftly requesting the title of heir apparent. Each of these actions serves as a clear message to concubine Su and her son. The military power of the duke's residence shall never be wielded for their benefit. The mother and son must have been infuriated, which led them to take desperate measures against Su Jinjun in the Imperial Academy. As the atmosphere in the hall grew cold and oppressive, Gu Mingjue vehemently declared, moreover, the ninth prince nearly caused harm to Lyre. I cannot coexist with that mother and son, nor can Lyre. His words were intended to dispel any lingering doubts from Gu Mingrue and Gu Mingyue, and they were indeed the truth. Thus, as soon as he finished speaking, the hidden suspicion and wariness within the brothers vanished completely. After all, Gu Mingjue's previous remarks only indicated his discontent with concubine Su and her son. This declaration truly signified his severance from them. The seventh prince has harbored deep affections for Su Jinli for many years, making his animosity towards concubine Su and her son entirely inevitable. Gu Mingyue took a delicate sip of tea and confidently stated, I believe the seventh prince's earlier remarks must have evidence to support them. He was well aware of Gu Mingjue's capabilities. This man, apart from being a valiant general, was also astute and strategic, never speaking without reason. Indeed, Gu Mingjue nodded lightly, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. The sixth prince truly understands me. Gu Mingyue paid no heed to the subtle jab in his words, interpreting it merely as an acknowledgement and continued, Do you intend for me and the fourth prince to seek several officials to impeach the Duke of Ningguo? Due to his mother's humble origins, Gu Mingjue's influence primarily resided within the military, with no suitable allies in the court. Gu Mingjue merely smiled in silence, while Gu Mingyue and Gu Mingrue understood the implication. Perhaps the seventh prince could also investigate the deputy minister of personnel, Su Rong? A glimmer of light flashed in Gu Mingyue's eyes. While it was indeed possible to enlist his assistance, it was essential to offer him some incentives as well. Su Rong was a staunch supporter of Gu Mingluan, and since the Ministry of Personnel was the foremost of the 6 ministries, with the old minister soon to be promoted to a cabinet elder, Su Rong would naturally become the new Minister of Personnel. He certainly did not wish for the ministry to become Gu Mingluan's greatest ally. Although there were no usable individuals within the ministry, anyone would be preferable to Su Rong. Gu Mingjue's gaze flickered, and he teased, "The sixth prince is truly one to stir trouble." Gu Mingyue chuckled lightly, unfazed by the sarcasm, and patiently awaited his response. Were it not for the multitude of eyes watching him, he would have undoubtedly handled the matter himself. He had been troubled lately about how to expose Su Rong's misdeeds. And now, with his seventh prince's appearance, the opportunity had presented itself. Gu Mingjue had numerous contacts within the military, and, not being in the capital, sending a few trusted subordinates to discreetly gather evidence would be the best course of action. After some contemplation, Gu Mingjue finally gritted his teeth and agreed, "Very well. I shall comply." Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue felt a sense of satisfaction. Noticing that Gu Mingrue had been quietly observing their verbal sparring without interjecting, Gu Mingjue inquired, "Fourth prince, do you have any thoughts on this matter?" Gu Mingrue smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "I have no objections. Let us proceed as you two have suggested. You shall provide the evidence to the sixth prince, he will have the officials submit memorials. And I will enlist my uncle and father-in-law to assist from the sidelines." Gu Mingjue and Gu Mingyue nodded in agreement, and thus, the three reached a consensus. As Su Jinli and Yi Yun had yet to emerge, the three brothers engaged in light conversation, punctuated by laughter, as if no disputes had ever arisen among them. Approximately 15 minutes later, Yi Yun and Su Jinli emerged, smiling as they walked arm in arm. Gu Mingrue and Gu Mingjue hurriedly approached them. After bidding farewell to Gu Mingyue, they parted ways. Upon returning to Lianrua courtyard, Su Jinli and Gu Mingjue quickly bathed and changed before lying side by side on the bed, whispering sweet nothings. "Husband, what are you and your two royal brothers planning to do?" Su Jinli, nestled in Gu Mingjue's embrace, inquired curiously. "We intend to temper the arrogance of concubine Su and her son. They have been enjoying themselves far too much lately." A glint of cold light flashed in Gu Mingjue's eyes. Indeed, they had become far too complacent, even going so far as to conspire against the crown prince.
"Oh,
How will you temper them?" Upon hearing that they intended to cause trouble for the mother and son, Su Jinli instantly became intrigued, her enthusiasm palpable. Seeing her so animated, Gu Mingjue couldn't help but chuckle. How much did she despise that mother and son? Why was she so delighted at the prospect of their misfortune? Laughing aside, he knew he had to respond earnestly to his wife's inquiry. "We plan to impeach the Duke of Ningguo and the Deputy Minister of Personnel." Su Jinli's brow furrowed slightly at his words. "Is it Su Rong?" Indeed. A spark of realization flickered in Su Jinli's eyes, and she smiled softly. "Husband, remember to start investigating Su Rong's relatives."
"Oh,
"And why is that?" Gu Mingjue asked, puzzled. "The commoners who rise to high positions often have murky pasts. After all, their paths to success are fraught with challenges, and without the backing of noble families, they struggle to ascend."
Su Jinli replied coldly.
"Su Rong is a knife meticulously cultivated by my aunt. Do you think she would allow him to leave any incriminating evidence?" In her past life, she had encountered Su Rong, who had already become the Minister of Personnel by then, using his position to curry favor with numerous noble families. Initially, she believed he had been bought by the mother and son after joining the ministry, only to later learn from Gu Mingluan that Su Rong had received her aunt's covert assistance even before passing the imperial examination. Thus, he had smoothly ascended to the ministry. Consequently, concubine Su had greatly benefited him, and he remained fiercely loyal to her and her son. Yet, while Su Rong had no direct evidence against him, his incompetent relatives did. There were numerous charges of maltreatment of the common people and abduction of women, far too many to count, and such misdeeds, while insufficient to bring him down entirely, would surely incite the emperor's disdain. Thus, even if he were not demoted, he would forever remain at a distance from the position of Minister of Personnel. Upon hearing her words, Gu Mingjue was momentarily taken aback before understanding dawned on him. After planting a tender kiss on her forehead, he smiled. "Thank you, my dear. I now know how to proceed." Su Jinli smiled and nodded, then added, "I noticed the sixth royal sister seemed in better spirits today. Perhaps she has regained hope for her child." Reflecting on Bai Li Shihan's despair when she believed she had lost her child, it was truly heartbreaking, leaving her in a state of despondency. Thankfully, the child had ultimately survived, providing Bai Li Shihan with the motivation to live on. Indeed, Gu Mingjue had little interest in this matter, and seeing her sincere concern, He merely nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Su Jinli sighed. Alas, you will be leaving tomorrow. Sensing her melancholy, Gu Mingjue tightened his embrace around her and apologetically replied, Father only granted me 3 days of leave. I must depart. Su Jinli understood he was speaking the truth, but pouted in dissatisfaction, choosing not to voice her thoughts. Instead, leaning tightly against his broad, warm chest to relish the happiness of their solitude. Perhaps fatigued, or perhaps lulled by the rhythmic beating of his heart, Su Jinli soon fell into a peaceful slumber. Gu Mingjue, filled with affection, gently kissed her hair and tucked the blanket around them before closing his eyes to drift off to sleep beside her. With their beloved by their side, both enjoyed a restful night, and when they awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. I'm hungry, Su Jinli murmured sleepily, her voice soft and drowsy, carrying a hint of childlike charm. Gu Mingjue smiled tenderly, playfully pinching her nose. Very well, I shall attend to my dear wife's needs. Su Jinli smiled contentedly and promptly closed her eyes again. Gu Mingjue spoke firmly, come in. At his command, Qing Yao and others, who had been waiting outside for a long time, hurriedly brought in the items needed for washing up and quickly departed. As soon as they closed the door again, Gu Mingjue sprang up, eagerly rushing to the screen to change into his attire. Only after he was sufficiently dressed did he take Su Jinli's garments to assist her in getting dressed. Su Jinli, still in a daze, allowed him to arrange her until she was fully garbed, her hair elegantly styled, and her face refreshed, at which point she finally awakened completely. How wonderful it is to have a husband, she said with a sweet smile. Heaven has truly treated her well, bestowing upon her such a husband who genuinely cares for her from the depths of his heart. While other husbands might merely adorn their wives with a stroke of a brow, her husband took complete responsibility for her daily affairs.
Gu Mingjue,
who was diligently applying her makeup, smiled silently, continuing his meticulous work. Once her makeup was complete, and at Su Jinli's earnest request, Gu Mingjue finally consented to allow her to style his hair. After both were properly attired, they joined hands and proceeded to the hall for their meal. As Gu Mingjue was to depart in the evening, Su Jinli clung to him closely, and they spent the entire time together. Despite her reluctance, as evening approached, she had to bid him farewell. The 4 brothers had arrived together and would leave in unison. Su Jinli and several sisters-in-law accompanied them to the entrance of the villa before finally stopping. Chapter 68. The turmoil in the court recently. The court of the Yen Kingdom has been quite tumultuous, resembling a scene of chaos with numerous incidents unfolding. Many individuals have faced misfortune, with the most unfortunate being the 9th Prince Gu Mingzhao. First, the Duke of the State, Yu, was reported by the Grand Historian, followed closely by the Secretary of the Ministry of Personnel, Su Rong, who had served for decades without a blemish but was accused of condoning his relatives' misdeeds and oppressing the common folk. In addition to these 2, many others faced similar accusations, leading people to speculate that the Grand Historians had been bitten by mad dogs, as they seemed to target anyone indiscriminately. Despite their disdain for the Grand Historians, officials dared not provoke those who only knew how to admonish and complain, leading to a climate of caution among all officials. During the morning court session today, the Yongli Emperor wore a stern expression, his majestic gaze containing the fury of an impending storm. The atmosphere was palpable, causing the ministers to lower their heads and shrink their presence. However, the emperor's wrath could not simply be avoided by their submissiveness. The Yongli Emperor's countenance darkened, and he directly hurled a memorial at the anxious Duke of the State. Startled, the Duke's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, hastily pleading for the emperor's mercy. Seeing the alarming situation, the other ministers also knelt, in unison beseeching the emperor to quell his anger. Yet, the coldness on the Yongli Emperor's face did not wane. Rather, the flames of his ire intensified.
Quel mai anger?
How can I possibly do that? He retorted, causing the ministers to bow their heads even lower, especially the Duke of the State, whose body began to tremble. Although he had not seen the memorial, he could surmise it contained words that would be detrimental to him. Otherwise, the Yongli Emperor would not have lost composure in such a public display. Indeed, the Yongli Emperor furrowed his brow and angrily declared, I am astonished by the audacity of the Duke of the State. Generations of nobility have not felt the plight of the common people, disregarding the emperor's benevolence and extorting the very lifeblood of the populace. Before the Duke of the State could respond, the Yongli Emperor sighed and continued, Wei Qing, you have truly disappointed me. When the Grand Historians reported you, I did not believe it, fearing you were framed by malicious individuals. I refrained from ordering the Ministry of Punishment to investigate you, instead dispatching the Imperial Guards. And what is the result? Is this how you repay my trust? His words instilled a sense of guilt in the already anxious Duke of the State. As a former companion of the Yongle Emperor, their bond was unparalleled compared to other officials. Otherwise, the emperor would not have withheld his affection for half a month due to grievances regarding the duke's household. Noticing the guilt on the duke's face, the Yongle emperor chose not to press further. Instead, he turned to Gu Mingzhao and coldly instructed Mingzhao. Read the memorial aloud for everyone. Gu Mingzhao stiffened and then quickly approached the duke to retrieve the memorial. After a brief glance, horror flickered in his eyes. However, since the Yongle emperor had commanded it, he reluctantly began to read. The accusations against the Duke of the State have been verified. He has indulged in extravagance and licentiousness, and after inheriting his title, he repeatedly increased the taxes of the Xuxiang County by tenfold, leading to the suffering of the once prosperous region, forcing the people into starvation and even selling their children for food. This spring, he brazenly seized heirlooms from several impoverished gentry families in Nanlin County, resulting in the deaths of over 30 individuals. His crimes are glaring, inciting the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. I implore your majesty for a just verdict to restore justice for the innocent populace. As his words concluded, the court erupted in an uproar. The Duke of the State had indeed been greedy, beyond measure. How could a noble family, granted land and titles, lack wealth and treasures? Such oppression of the common people was a path to self-destruction. The Minister of Revenue, known for his forthrightness, stepped forward, saying, I beseech your majesty to severely punish the Duke of the State to quell the people's grievances. Upon hearing this, many officials immediately echoed, we second this proposal. The Yongle emperor narrowed his dragon-like eyes, suppressing his fury deep within, yet he gazed ominously at Gu Mingzhao, saying, Mingzhao, what do you think should be the punishment for the Duke of the State? Gu Mingzhao's heart jolted, cursing the Duke for being a fool who sought his own demise. Yet, he maintained a respectful demeanor, responding, I dare not presume to speak. I humbly request my father's wise judgment. The Yongle emperor smirked coldly. Are you afraid or simply unwilling to speak? Gu Mingzhao's expression stiffened, realizing his father was frustrated with his evasiveness, and he dared not continue to be ambiguous. In front of everyone, how could he dare to plead for the Duke? Reluctantly, he stated, the Duke of the State has usurped a high position without striving for progress, oppressing the common people. He should be punished according to the law. Upon hearing this, the ministers exchanged glances, their perceptions of Gu Mingzhao shifting. This ninth prince was indeed ruthless, unwilling to extend even a shred of protection to his own father-in-law. Although they believed they would act similarly, they could not help but label Gu Mingzhao as cold-blooded in their hearts. The Yongle emperor, however, was pleased with Gu Mingzhao's response. After all, he was his favored son, and he did not wish to embarrass him further in front of others. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Gu Mingzhao. Only then did he cast a frigid and authoritative gaze towards the Duke of the State, stating, like a moth to a flame, you have brought about your own destruction. This seemingly light remark forced the Duke into a cold sweat. Knowing the Yongle emperor's character, he understood that his fate was sealed. Your oppression of the common people has truly pained me. I have decided to exempt Xuxiang County from taxes for 10 years and provide proper compensation to each household, the funds for which will be the responsibility of the Duke of the State. As for you, while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot avoid punishment. You shall receive 50 strokes of the cane and will no longer be permitted to attend court. The Yongle emperor, recalling their past camaraderie and considering Gu Mingzhao's relationship to the Duke, chose to spare his life and title, albeit stripping him of his authority. Thank you, your majesty, for your great kindness. The Duke of the State bowed deeply in gratitude. Gu Mingzhao let out a slight sigh of relief, but the other ministers appeared far from pleased, believing the emperor was being overly lenient. However, they understood the Yongle emperor's deep affection for Gu Mingzhao and did not wish to provoke him at this moment. Moreover, though the emperor had retained the duke's title, he had effectively stripped him of his power, which could be seen as a significant punishment, so they remained silent. The Yongle emperor, aware of the discontent among the ministers, understood he could not allow the duke's family to fall into total ruin. This matter was swiftly concluded, and when the Minister of Punishment stepped forward, a glimmer of joy appeared in the eyes of Gu Mingjue, Gu Mingrue, and Gu Mingyue. They had long anticipated that the Duke would face such a fundamental punishment and were not particularly concerned, for the main event was yet to unfold. They could only hope that the already disgraced Gu Mingzhao would endure. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report, the Minister of Punishment announced respectfully. The Yongli Emperor shifted his gaze and waved his hand. Please, speak. The Minister of Punishment then said, Your Majesty, the matter you instructed me to investigate has yielded results. The nephew of the Secretary of the Ministry of Personnel, Su Rong, has been rampaging in Yongzhou, leveraging his uncle's position to bully the weak and commit heinous acts. Even the niece of the governor was forcibly taken as a concubine, and the governor, fearing the power of the Ministry of Personnel that oversaw officials' promotions, could only suppress his anger. It was only during my visit that he dared to voice this.
Bang!
The Yongli Emperor, filled with rage, struck the dragon throne with his palm. In his fury, he laughed. Good, good, good. Each and every one of you is remarkable. Su Rong, tell me how you have abused your power for personal gain. Su Rong was struck with terror. When the censors had previously impeached him, he had written to his nephew. His nephew clearly replied that he had done nothing, so why was the Minister of Justice so certain in the Golden Lawn Hall? A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that scoundrel deceived him? Realizing this, his brow twitched, and he hurriedly pleaded, I dare not, Your Majesty. Humph. The Yongli Emperor snorted coldly. If not for your secret backing, how would your nephew have the audacity to insult even a governor? Upon hearing this, Su Rong felt as if his head was about to explode. He now understood what being at a loss for words truly meant, although he genuinely knew nothing. At this moment, even he found it absurd. Well, it seems he was destined to bear this blame. I have never done such a thing, he insisted, aware that no one would believe him. The Yongli Emperor retorted mercilessly, whether you did or not, the Ministry of Justice will have the final say. Su Rong felt bitterness rise within him. The Yongli Emperor had evidently marked him. Even if it were proven that he had no involvement, his political career would be over. The Minister of Justice timely remarked, Your Majesty, I have confirmed that Deputy Su has never made any threats. Implicitly, this meant that while Su Rong had not openly intervened, it was uncertain what he might have done behind the scenes. Hearing this, Su Rong felt a rush of blood to his head and nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Was the Minister of Justice determined to pin this blame on him? At this point, further words would yield no benefit. Su Rong could only place his hopes on the Yongli Emperor, stating solemnly, I humbly request your wise judgment, Your Majesty. The Yongli Emperor glanced at him and replied indifferently. Since the Ministry of Justice says you did not intervene, then it is unrelated to you. Though he said this, everyone understood that the Yongli Emperor had begun to harbor doubts about Su Rong. His political future was effectively ruined. Witnessing Su Rong's plight, his colleagues from the Ministry of Personnel stepped in, stating, though Deputy Su did not conspire with him, he indeed failed to properly discipline his relatives, allowing them to act violently. They implored the emperor to see the truth. The Yongli Emperor's gaze flickered slightly, but he remained silent. Other officials with grievances against Su Rong chimed in, I second this. As more and more people stood up, the Yongli Emperor's expression darkened. And he made a decision. Su Rong had indeed failed in his duties as a guardian of his family, proving himself incompetent. However, considering he had been kept in the dark, he would be penalized with a year's salary as a warning. Upon hearing this, the crowd chimed in, Your Majesty is wise. Su Rong forced a bitter smile and then knelt to accept the decree with gratitude. At this moment, the Yongli Emperor continued, As for the few troublemakers in Yongzhou, let the Ministry of Justice decide according to the law. The Minister of Justice stepped forward to receive the decree. But Su Rong felt as if the world had gone dark before his eyes, nearly collapsing. The Yongli Emperor's words were akin to sentencing his relatives to death.
Meanwhile,
Gu Mingrun, standing nearby with a smile, was internally seething with rage. Who was plotting against him? Such ruthlessness. While the Duke of the State could be excused, Su Rong was a crucial blade nurtured by his mother. He felt displeasure, while Gu Mingjue and others found amusement in the situation. Chapter 69. Oleander in the blink of an eye. It was already mid-August, and the bellies of Su Jinli and her companions had noticeably grown. Most prominently, that of Su Jinli. Yi Yun and Bailey Shirhan joked that the seven sister-in-law seemed to be blessed, likely to give birth to the crown prince. After the recent scare of a miscarriage, Yi Yun and Bailey Shirhan had grown closer to Su Jinli, and their words were sincere, devoid of any envy. However, this only added to the discomfort of Wei Ziyan, who, despite her reluctance, forced a smile in agreement. The sentiment was not easy to bear. While the sisters-in-law conversed, Qinggo ran over with joy, announcing, "Your Highness, the Princess of Yunyang is here." Hearing this, Su Jinli was instantly delighted and urged, "Quickly, invite Yunyang in." Although she had corresponded with Yunyang frequently, they had not seen each other for several months, making this surprise visit all the more thrilling. Qinggo understood her mistress's feelings and, after a nod, hurried off to fetch Yunyang. Yiyan took a sip of tea and remarked, "Seventh sister-in-law and the Princess of Yunyang share a wonderful bond." It was rare to see Su Jinli lose her composure. She usually concealed her emotions well. But upon hearing of Yunyang's arrival, her joy was evident in her eyes. Thanks to Sun Fu's diligent care, Bailey Shirhan's fetus, though still a bit weak, was stable and would certainly survive. Thus, she regained her usual vivaciousness and chimed in, "Isn't that right?" I felt a twinge of jealousy. Su Jinli could not help but laugh at her mock jealousy, gently replying, "Sixth sister-in-law, please do not feel envious. If you come to visit me at the seventh prince's residence in the future, I will certainly be even happier. My family will welcome you wholeheartedly." Humph, such flattery. Bailey Shirhan retorted playfully. Yi Yun, witnessing their banter, could not suppress her laughter. These two were such lively spirits. The three of them enjoyed a natural camaraderie filled with laughter, while Wei Ziyan felt increasingly isolated and awkward. With a graceful smile adorning her delicate face, her hands were clenched into fists, and hatred flickered in her eyes when they were not looking.
Lear.
Before Yunyang even arrived, her voice preceded her. Su Jinli smiled helplessly. Rising with the support of Qing Yao, as Yi Yun, Bailey Shirhan, and Wei Ziyan also stood. Thus, when Yunyang arrived, she was greeted by 4 pregnant princesses standing in a row, which made her blush furiously, filled with embarrassment for her earlier loudness. She had thought only Su Jinli would be present, leading her to act so recklessly. Yi Yun, always perceptive, quickly understood Yunyang's discomfort and immediately offered, "Princess Yunyang, please come and sit." Yunyang smiled gratefully and slowly approached them, performing a curtsy. "Princess Yunyang greets the esteemed sisters-in-law." Before Yi Yun and the others could respond, she straightened up and addressed Wei Ziyan. "We haven't seen each other in a long time, concubine Wei." Wei Ziyan, feeling provoked, thought, "What offense have I committed to deserve this?" Though inwardly furious, she maintained decorum and slightly bowed. "Ziyuan greets the princess." Yunyang clearly noticed the resentment in her watery eyes but chose not to confront it. Instead, she guided the visibly excited Su Jinli to sit down, expressing concern. "You look so thin. Is the food at the mountain villa inadequate, or are the maidservants not caring for you properly?" Su Jinli, who was naturally slender, had only seen her belly grow during pregnancy, while the rest of her body remained unchanged. This made her appear even more delicate. Feeling warmth in her heart, Su Jinli gently caressed her belly, saying, "The food is excellent, and the maidservants are very attentive. But no matter how much I eat, I gain no weight. There's nothing I can do." Upon hearing this, Yunyang remained skeptical, casting a sharp glance at Qing Yao and Qingge standing behind Su Jinli. "Your Highness, I truly have been diligent." Qingge, under Yunyang's stern gaze, felt a shiver run down her spine and spoke with a quivering voice. "Your Highness, these 2 maidservants have truly dedicated themselves to serving the 7th sister-in-law." Bailey Shirhan chimed in, having held Qingge in high regard since she had staunched her bleeding in a critical moment. She instinctively defended her. Hearing this, Su Jinli quickly added, "Look, even 6th sister-in-law has vouched for them. Please don't frighten them." Noticing this, Yunyang reluctantly let Qing Yao and Qingge off the hook. As she turned her gaze towards Bailey Shirhan, who had just spoken on behalf of Qingge, she noticed that Shirhan had become somewhat plump, unlike the slenderness typical of young ladies. Instead, she exuded a more voluptuous charm, with an added allure in her brows, truly striking in beauty. With her straightforward nature, she spoke her mind without hesitation, exclaiming how the 6th imperial sister-in-law had blossomed into a more captivating beauty. Bailey Shirhan, known for her wit and vivacity, accepted the compliment with a smile, responding, "Haha, I adore such words." Yi Yun playfully retorted, "Where's the blooming beauty? Clearly, your skin has grown thicker." 4th imperial sister-in-law. Bailey Shirhan called out, slightly displeased. "Look, you've become fierce again. Can't one speak the truth?" Yi Yun continued, covering her mouth with laughter. Her words elicited hearty laughter from the others, and since Bailey Shirhan had always possessed a thick skin, she let them enjoy their mirth. After the laughter subsided, Yunyang composed herself and inquired about the health of Yi Yun and Bai Li Shirhan, inadvertently neglecting Wei Ziyan. The group continued their light-hearted banter, leaving Wei Ziyan awkwardly listening from the side. After about half an hour, Yunyang suggested, "I've heard that pregnant women should take some gentle exercise. Why don't we take a stroll around the villa?" Su Jinli and the others found it reasonable, nodding in agreement, while Wei Ziyan remained seated in embarrassment. Whether she stood up or stayed seated, she felt out of place, left behind. Just as she was about to lose her composure, Yunyang calmly said, "Wei Consort, you should join us." Relieved, Wei Ziyan rose with the help of Lulu and followed along. Having already explored many areas of the villa, Su Jinli and the others appeared somewhat disinterested during their walk. Yunyang, with her keen perception, quickly caught on. Recalling a previous outing with the Empress Dowager to sail on the Reed's Lake, she suggested, "Although these flowers and plants are beautiful, one grows weary of them after a while. How about we have the servants row us out on small boats to enjoy the lake?" After some deliberation, Su Jinli and the others agreed that a boat ride indeed sounded more delightful than aimless wandering. Concerned for the safety of the pregnant women, Yi Yun summoned Sun Fu to accompany them. On this crisp autumn day, the lake was exceptionally clear, fringed by tall reeds waving gracefully in the wind, creating a picturesque scene. As they savored pastries while gazing at the shimmering waters, their spirits soared. Halfway through their journey, Su Jinli suddenly spotted a small island in the distance, adorned with vibrant blossoms, making it appear strikingly beautiful in the vast expanse of the lake. "Row the boat over there," she instructed the servants. They nodded and changed course towards the island. As they approached the island, the beauty of the many varieties of roses became apparent, creating a stunning display. Bai Li Shirhan, feeling playful, urged the servants to row faster, prompting yet more teasing from Yi Yun. Amid their banter, they reached the stone steps leading to the island, where they hurriedly disembarked, making their way to the center. However, as they arrived at a dazzling flower sea, Sun Fu's expression suddenly changed, and he urgently warned, "Ladies, please do not proceed any further. Quickly, retreat." "Sun Dafu, what is the matter?" Su Jinli inquired, perplexed. Noticing Sun Fu's tense demeanor as he gazed at the flower sea, she grew curious. "Is there something wrong with those flowers?" The blossoms were unfamiliar to her, and their vibrant hues tempted her to pluck a few for the Lian Rua courtyard. "Those flowers are highly toxic to pregnant women," Sun Fu replied, furrowing his brow. Su Jinli's expression shifted, and she promptly pulled Yi Yun and the others to retreat, only to find Bai Li Shirhan standing frozen,
Pale and dazed.
Despite her confusion, she signaled to Yunyang, and together they guided Shirhan off the island. Once back on the boat, Bai Li Shirhan gradually regained her composure and trembled. "Is what Sun Dafu said true?" Sun Fu assured her, "I would never speak falsely." He added, "Those flowers are called oleander. They bloom in vibrant colors and are easy to cultivate. If not for their toxicity, flowers, leaves, bark, and fruits causing severe harm to pregnant women, how could they be so rare?" As he finished speaking, Bai Li Shirhan staggered, her companion Su Er also turning pale. The others quickly sensed something was wrong, and Su Jinli asked, "Sixth Imperial Sister-in-law, where have you seen this flower before?" Bai Li Shirhan, tears streaming down her cheeks, nodded and, gathering her wits, instructed Su Er, "Return and see if those flowers are identical to those we had in our chamber days ago." With red-rimmed eyes, Su Er hurried back to the island. Moments later, she returned, breathless, reporting, "Indeed, they are exactly the same." The revelation struck Bai Li Shirhan like a thunderbolt, leaving her mind in disarray. Su Jinli and Yi Yun rushed to support her, softly comforting her, but no amount of reassurance could halt Bai Li Shirhan's tears. Chapter 70. The clue is lost again. Su Er, unlike before, did not console her mistress, instead shedding silent tears. Su Jinli and Yi Yun exchanged glances, realizing that this was likely related to the previous incident where Bai Li Shirhan almost lost her child due to the oleander, as they had suspected. After sobbing for a while, Bai Li Shirhan choked out, "Last time, a servant brought this oleander to me. I found the flowers beautiful and instructed Su Er to arrange them in my chamber, even though they had anticipated this." Hearing her recount it in such a heart-wrenching manner dimmed Su Jinli and Yi Yun's expressions. The feeling of having almost harmed her own child was a despair that made one wish for death. Suddenly, Sun Fu interjected, "That's not right. When I examined the 6th Imperial Consort, there was no oleander in the room. If it had been there, I would have discovered why she presented signs of having taken an abortion pill. Any physician knows that combining gueji soup with oleander creates a potent abortion medicine. As soon as he finished speaking, Su exclaimed, "Impossible." I distinctly remember that when the consort fell ill, the flower was indeed in the room. Hearing this, Su Jinli's brow furrowed as she reflected, realizing that it seemed the oleander had already been removed when she visited. To confirm her memory, she asked, "Fourth Imperial Sister-in-law, did you see oleander in the chamber?" At this question, Yiyan knitted her delicate brows, pondering for a long moment before shaking her head, affirming no. And there were no other flowers either. Upon hearing this, Su was perplexed. Then, where did the flowers go? The others began speculating, and Yunyang broke the silence, asking, "Su, did you leave the Tang Rua courtyard during that time?" Su promptly replied, "When the consort complained of stomach pain, I assisted her into the room. And then I went to Lian Rua courtyard to summon the 4th and 7th imperial consorts." "And where was Shui
Xu erst might chimed in.
"I went to the kitchen to fetch hot water, leaving the other 2 maids and palace maids to attend to the consort." With this information, Yunyang had a clearer understanding of the situation. It was evident that someone had deliberately presented the oleander to Baili Shirhan, and when its effects emerged, they seized the opportunity to discreetly remove the flowers. 6th Imperial Sister-in-law, do not be distressed. This was a calculated scheme against you. It is not your fault.
Yunyang reassured her.
Baili Shirhan managed a weak smile, but remained silent. How can you be so certain?
Yeyun sutani inhuiret.
Although she understood that Yunyang's insight was likely correct, she was curious about her confidence that it was intentional and not mere coincidence. Because I spent 2 years accompanying the Empress Dowager in this villa, I am intimately familiar with every landscape and flora here, Yunyang declared with pride. I distinctly remember that the Qingda Mountain Resort, being a royal garden, often hosted concubines. Therefore, apart from a small patch of oleander on the central island of the Reeds Lake, there were no other oleanders planted elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Baili Shirhan's eyes flickered, and she gritted her teeth, expressing her gratitude to Yunyang for the information. Today, she vowed to turn this garden upside down to uncover which vile person harbored such malicious intent against her. Return to Tongrua courtyard, she commanded with a cold expression. Su Jinli and Yi Yun instinctively glanced at Wei Ziyan, only to find her demeanor unperturbed, devoid of any hint of panic. Their confusion deepened. Was she truly adept at feigning composure, or was it someone else's doing? The mood was somber as they returned from the lake outing, having unexpectedly uncovered the truth behind the incident that nearly caused Baili Shirhan to miscarry. Consequently, the boat ride back was filled with a heavy silence, as the rowers exerted themselves to propel the vessel forward. Soon, they reached the shore and hastened towards Tongrua courtyard. Upon arriving at the entrance, Baili Shirhan abruptly halted her steps and coldly addressed Wayside Consort, "Please take your leave. This princess consort intends to thoroughly investigate Tongrua courtyard, and outsiders are unsuitable to remain." Wei Ziyan's expression stiffened, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashing in her eyes. While she claimed that outsiders were unwelcome, she had not dismissed Yunyang, only her. What did this imply? Despite her inner turmoil, she maintained a composed facade and replied, "Understood." Ziyuan takes her leave. She then gracefully departed with her maid. Once Wei Ziyan was out of sight, Baili Shirhan entered the courtyard with Su Jinli and the others, immediately issuing orders to seal off Tongrua courtyard. The guards stationed at the entrance, loyal attendants dispatched by Gu Mingyue after her incident, complied without question. Upon reaching the hall, she coldly commanded, "Exuar, summon Payar on Huanar." Suer silently bowed in acknowledgement and soon returned with 2 beautiful maids. Upon seeing the group of dignitaries seated at the head, the 2 maids inhaled deeply and respectfully greeted, "We humbly salute the esteemed princess consorts and the esteemed Yunyang County princess." Baili Shirhan did not bid them to rise as she usually did, but scrutinized them intently instead. After a prolonged silence, she finally inquired, "How long have you been in my service?" Payer and Huaner exchanged startled glances before responding in unison, "We have served the princess consort since we were young, and it has now been 8 years. They had been gifted to Baili Shirhan by her grandmother when she was 7. Baili Shirhan nodded, her expression inscrutable. "Ah. So it has been this long," she remarked. The 2 maids exchanged furtive glances, their brows furrowing as they sensed something amiss with their mistress today. Unquestionably, their intuition was sharp. The next moment, Baili Shirhan's expression darkened as she exclaimed, "Have I treated you poorly?" Why would you conspire with outsiders to harm me? Pear and Huaner were instantly taken aback. Why would their mistress say such a thing? Having grown up alongside her, their bond was extraordinary. How could they ever betray her? Seeing their bewildered expressions, Bai Li Shirhan's certainty wavered. It appeared they truly were oblivious. Yet, the flowers had unmistakably been delivered to her room by Pear.
Su,
Being the most perceptive among the close maids, discerned her mistress's hesitation and interjected, Pear, the flowers you presented to the mistress a few days ago were oleander. They nearly cost the lives of both the mistress and the young master.
What? Pear, was utterly stund.
How could this be? She had merely admired the flower when a palace maid brought it and had asked for a few to present to her mistress as a token of affection.
Huaner,
Being the more astute of the two, quickly knelt and said, Princess Consort, please see reason. You have treated us exceptionally well. My sister would never harm you. There must be some misunderstanding. She and Pear were sisters, having been sold together into the Cheng'en Gongfu due to their family's poverty. Originally intended to serve the old madam, they had been fortunate enough to be chosen by the young lady, who had shown them kindness and provided for them far better than most young ladies of lesser backgrounds. Their loyalty to her was profound. How could they betray her? Upon hearing Huaner's plea, Pear regained her composure, bowing thrice and exclaiming, It is my fault. I am so relieved the mistress is unharmed. Otherwise, I would deserve to face the gravest consequences. Bai Li Shirhan, moved by her sincerity, felt her resolve soften. However, upon reflection, even if Pear was not the instigator, she had still been manipulated. A lesson was necessary to prevent a recurrence. Thus, she steeled her heart, coldly fixing her gaze on the kneeling sisters, awaiting their next words. That flower was indeed brought to me by Sister Ziju, whom I asked to gather a few branches after admiring its beauty. Pear choked out, regret evident in her clear eyes. She realized how her eagerness to please had blinded her to the potential dangers of such a rare offering. Seeing her deep remorse, Bai Li Shirhan refrained from further reprimanding her, yet did not bid her to rise, allowing her to remain kneeling. After a long pause, she finally said, You may rise. I will deduct half a year's allowance from you. If there is a next time, you shall no longer serve me. After much contemplation, she opted for a punishment that was neither too light nor too severe, wishing to instill a lesson in her. Pear, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed several more times until her forehead was bruised before rising. Su, concealing the mistress's compassion in her eyes, flatly instructed, Huaner, take your sister to apply some medicine.
Huaner,
Tearfully thanking her, supported the weary Pear out of the hall. Su, bring that maid named Ziju to me, Bai Li Shirhan said calmly, though her eyes shimmered with unbridled rage. Su nodded and hurried off, returning shortly with alarming news. Princess Consort Ziju has hanged herself in her room.
What?
The collective gasp of disbelief echoed in the room. What had transpired? They had only just discovered the oleander during their lake outing, and it had been a spontaneous decision. How could Ziju have received any news? As they remained in shock, Su continued, Ziju left a note, stating that she had acted impulsively to harm the princess consort. Her conscience had tormented her greatly, and she could bear it no longer. Thus she chose to end her life to atone for her sins. At this, Bai Li Shirhan swept her arm across the table, sending all the teacups crashing to the ground, their shattered porcelain echoing her wrath as she ground her teeth. Tormented by conscience? Someone like her has a conscience? Bai Li Shirhan's breath quickened, her chest heaving visibly in her fury. Throw that wretched maid into the wilderness, she commanded angrily. Yi Yun and Su Jinli exchanged glances at a loss for words. With Bai Li Shirhan in such a state of rage, they were unsure how to console her. After all, anyone who had been unjustly wronged, only to uncover the truth and find all leads severed, would be driven to madness. Having grown up in the palace, Yunyang was accustomed to such treachery and remained calmer than the others. She softly advised, if the sixth princess consort truly despises the mastermind behind this, take care of yourself. Ensuring the safe birth of the young prince is paramount. Chapter 71. Return to the manor. Upon hearing this, the malice in Bai Li Shirhan's eyes did indeed wane slightly. Yunyang was correct. The ulterior motive of the schemer was her child. If she allowed her fury to provoke a miscarriage, it would play directly into their hands. Once her emotions settled, Bai Li Shirhan smiled gently and said, Thank you, County Princess. Yunyang laughed heartily. If you truly wish to thank me, take care of yourself and the little prince in your womb. Though she jested, a seriousness lingered in her gaze. Baili Shirhan recognized Yunyang's good intentions and nodded appreciatively. Yunyang gritted her teeth. Yuehen has grown increasingly negligent. How could she allow the garden to fall into such disarray? I shall go to the palace tomorrow to summon grandmother and question her. With Yuehen's capabilities, if she genuinely cared for the princess consorts, how could so many mishaps have occurred? Yunyang, is this truly wise?
Su Jinli voiced her dissent.
She understood that Yunyang was a tender-hearted individual, deeply incensed upon witnessing Baili Shirhan's plight, who was wronged and unable to voice her grievances. However, if she were to seek an audience with the Empress Dowager to report the matter, it would inevitably provoke Yuehen, leading to a bitter enmity between them. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun and Baili Shirhan echoed in unison, expressing their profound gratitude for the princess's willingness to stand up for them. Though they urged her to refrain from alarming their grandmother, they appreciated Yunyang's good intentions, but could not bear the thought of her incurring the wrath of someone so entrenched in palace affairs as Yuehen on their behalf. Touched by their concern for her, Yunyang felt warmth in her heart, yet she dismissed their worries with a defiant remark, asserting that a mere palace maid could not possibly threaten her status as a princess. Her words were bold and haughty, a reflection of her justified pride. For her mother was the Princess Shuni, a sister to the Yongli Emperor, who had been favored by both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, elevating her to the esteemed rank of a second-grade princess. Since the founding of the Yen Kingdom, she was the only princess to be bestowed such a title, which underscored the extent of her favored position. Thus, Su Jinli and the others ceased their persuasion, as it was clear that Yuehen could not lay a finger on Yunyang. Moreover, as they were pregnant consorts of the imperial family, Yuehen was obliged to serve them diligently, regardless of her personal feelings. Consequently, the matter was settled. The group reflected once more and concluded that Zijou had acted under the orders of Wei Ziyan to harm Baili Shirhan. Yet, despite racking their brains, they could not fathom how Wei Ziyan, who had returned from the lake outing with them, managed to orchestrate Zijou's premature death, leaving no evidence behind. Meanwhile, in Zhirua courtyard, a different scenario unfolded. Wei Ziyan sat triumphantly at the head, while Bilia joyfully remarked how their young lady was indeed prescient, as Baili Shirhan would surely be driven to madness upon discovering a corpse. Upon hearing this, Lvayu eagerly agreed, speculating that she might even suffer a miscarriage, jeopardizing the child she had narrowly saved last time. Wei Ziyan smiled slightly, but remained silent. From the moment Princess Yunyang suggested the lake outing, she instinctively felt that the matter concerning the oleander would be revealed. Thus, she discreetly sent a palace maid she had bribed to Tongruo courtyard to inform Zijou of the impending exposure. Earlier, Zijou had made it clear to her that should the plan be compromised, she would take her own life, ensuring that Wei Ziyan would not be implicated. After a prolonged silence, Wei Ziyan finally ceased her smile, expressing her frustration that Sun Fu's timely arrival had thwarted her plan, preserving both Baili Shirhan and her unborn child. It was indeed a pity that her meticulously crafted scheme had ultimately unraveled. The item she had previously dispatched to the Marquis's residence was not a restorative, but rather a letter from her mother detailing the oleander's uses and Su Guifei's covert dealings within the villa. The incense and burner she had sent to them were mere distractions, intended to divert their attention while she secretly instructed her accomplices to use the oleander to induce their miscarriages. Knowing that Su Jinli and Yi Yun had proficient medical maids by their sides, and aware of their heightened vigilance, she had chosen to target Baili Shirhan instead. As her face reflected regret, her beautiful eyes glimmered with resentment. Bilia hurriedly offered words of comfort, urging her not to be disheartened, for there would be plenty of time ahead. In response, Wei Ziyan subtly shook her head, recognizing that her failure had not yet drawn repercussions upon her. But the trio would undoubtedly bolster their defenses. Moreover, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, they would soon return to their respective residences, making any further attempts futile. Lvayu, perceptive and astute, sensed Wei Ziyan's concerns and encouraged her, suggesting that even if the children were born, they might not necessarily be the little princes, but perhaps merely little princesses. Wei Ziyan, upon hearing this, nodded helplessly, instinctively placing a hand on her abdomen, a fleeting hint of melancholy crossing her features, hoping that Lvayu's words held truth. On the 15th of August, the Mid-Autumn Festival, a grand banquet was to be held in the palace, requiring the attendance of all royal family members and noble officials. Hence, around noon, Gu Mingjue and others arrived at the villa to escort their respective royal consorts back to the palace. After residing in the villa for over a month, Su Jinli felt a tinge of reluctance upon departure, her time there had been remarkably serene. Each day had been spent leisurely, indulging in delightful company. And the thought of returning to the confines of her residence felt daunting. Gu Mingjue, noticing her hesitation to board the carriage, smiled helplessly and coaxed. The wind is strong outside. You should hurry and get in. However, Su Jinli was not swayed by his words, pouting in displeasure and retorting. You only know how to flatter me. The autumn breeze is hardly strong at all. Gu Mingjue, momentarily caught off guard by her sharpness, fell silent, waiting for his wife to tire of her reluctance before proceeding. Glancing up, he noticed his two brothers appeared to be in a similar predicament, trailing behind their pregnant wives with a sense of despondency. The three brothers exchanged knowing glances, sharing a quiet laugh filled with resignation as they observed Gu Mingrua and his wife disappear into the distance. After some time, with the brothers assuring Su Jinli that they would encourage the sisters-in-law to gather frequently upon their return to the estate, the three women finally boarded the carriage, each casting lingering glances behind them. 2 hours later, Su Jinli finally returned to the prince's residence, which she had been away from for more than a month. As she stepped out of the carriage, she found all the servants of the prince's residence lined up neatly, bowing in unison to welcome the princess back home. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jinli recognized Gu Mingjue's handiwork. She had only been gone for a month, yet the welcome was orchestrated with such grandeur. With a playful scowl towards the grinning prince beside her, she elegantly raised her hand and commanded, "Please rise." "Thank you, princess." The servants chorused in unison before rising and stepping aside to clear a path. Gu Mingjue then personally assisted Su Jinli as they made their way through the aisle created by the servants. Soon, they arrived at Ziliju, where Qingyu, Qingyue, and Jichuan rushed forward to pay their respects, and Su Jinli responded to each of them warmly. As they were to attend the banquet in the evening, Su Jinli could not afford the luxury of lengthy reunions and quickly excused herself to bathe and change. Given the significance of the grand feast, she needed to adorn herself with a dignified and noble appearance. After a long hiatus from wearing an elaborate hairstyle, she instructed Qingyao to create a grand bun, adorned with a set of gilded ruby phoenix hairpins. Once Qingyu adorned her with a plum blossom hairpin, Qingyue presented a splendid gown of silken crimson and soft smoke gauze. Satisfied with her opulent reflection in the mirror, Su Jinli nodded in approval before stepping out, supported by Qingge and Qingyue. As she exited, she unexpectedly collided with Gu Mingjue, who had been rendered speechless by her stunning beauty after such a long separation. It was not until Xiao Ningzi and Qingqi could no longer contain their amusement that he snapped back to reality, feeling a tad awkward as he hastened his steps toward the entrance. Once in the carriage, Su Jinli teased, "Has it been so long since you last beheld beauty that you were left entranced by my appearance? You've given them ample reason to jest at your expense." In response, Gu Mingjue, unflustered, declared, "Indeed, it's been far too long since I beheld beauty, and the thought weighs heavily on my mind." Following this, he mischievously encircled Su Jinli's waist, playfully whispering in a low, husky tone, "My dear, do you miss me?" And the final lingered, dripping with lingering affection.
Su Jinli,
already shy by nature, blushed furiously at his teasing, inwardly cursing him for his audacity. When she fell silent, Gu Mingjue exhaled warmly, this time directing his breath toward the sensitive skin behind her ear. Caught off guard, Su Jinli leaned into him, overwhelmed by the sensation. Gazing at him with sultry eyes, she scolded, "How shameless! You rogue!" Seeing her reaction, Gu Mingjue, who had intended only to tease, felt a surge of warmth within him, igniting a flame of desire. She believed herself fierce, yet unbeknownst to her, her eyes sparkled with affection, her exquisite face flushed with color, and her lips glistened invitingly. Fearing that further teasing would only stoke a fire within him, he seized a fleeting moment to steal a kiss before releasing her. Once liberated, Su Jinli hastily distanced herself from Gu Mingjue, eyeing him warily, her innocent demeanor eliciting amusement from him. Due to their early departure today, many had yet to arrive when they reached the Rinla Hall. The Empress Dowager and Emperor Yongli were also absent, prompting the couple to advance further into the hall. As Su Jinli entered the grand chamber, she instantly captivated the attention of those present. Though her abdomen was slightly rounded, it did not diminish her extraordinary grace. She radiated a brilliance and nobility that set her apart from the mundane, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. Unbeknownst to her, numerous young men were rendered speechless by her beauty. This elicited a mix of pride and jealousy in Gu Mingjue, who felt an urge to hasten his steps. wishing to conceal his wife away from the prying eyes of others, lest they covet her exquisite charm. Noticing Gu Mingjue's evident displeasure, the men who had been ogling Su Jinli felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them, realizing their breach of decorum and promptly averting their gazes. Only Gu Mingjin continued to gaze at Su Jinli with a dazed expression, oblivious even when Wei Ziyan called out to him several times. Wei Ziyan's eyes, upon looking at Su Jinli, darkened with a hint of malice. She was determined to ruin this wretched woman sooner or later. Unaware of the undercurrents surrounding him, Gu Mingjin merely found Gu Mingjue's presence beside Su Jinli exceedingly irksome, believing she ought to be his consort, stolen away by Gu Mingjue. With this thought, a flicker of jealousy crossed his deep-set eyes, casting a shadow upon his countenance. Chapter 72. The Scoundrel Gu Mingjin, my lady. That scoundrel Gu Mingjin has been staring at you, Gu Mingjue remarked as he took his seat, feeling a pang of jealousy. Su Jinli chuckled helplessly, realizing she had never perceived him as the jealous type before. Perhaps you should gouge out his eyes, she jested. While she too found Gu Mingjin's predatory gaze unsettling, there was little she could do if he chose to look. Humph, that is precisely my intention, Gu Mingjue proclaimed, raising his chin. Su Jinli, sipping her tea, nearly choked. Hey Mingjue, I was merely joking. Is it necessary to take it so seriously? However, she knew Gu Mingjue was a man of action, and to prevent him from committing any outrageous acts, she weakly added, I was just kidding. Please do not take it to heart. The prince merely snorted disdainfully, refusing to speak. Seeing this, Su Jinli grew anxious. Husband, you truly must not take my jest seriously, she urged patiently. At last, seeing her distress, Gu Mingjue reluctantly nodded, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Engrossed in their conversation, they soon heard the eunuchs announcing, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress have arrived. The crowd promptly stood, kneeling to pay their respects, exclaiming, Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empress Dowager! Long live the Empress! As customary, Emperor Yongli strode confidently to the throne, sitting only after the Empress and Empress Dowager were seated. He raised his hand slightly, declaring, All rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The assembly responded, rising and retaking their seats. The Empress Dowager's affectionate gaze swept across the room, finally resting on Baili Shirhan. Dear, how is your health? She inquired softly. Upon hearing the question, Baili Shirhan smiled gracefully. Grandmother, thanks to Dr. Sun's care, I am much improved. It is I who caused you worry. The Empress Dowager scrutinized her closely, noting her slightly fuller figure and rosy complexion, which reassured her. This has nothing to do with you. It was merely an unwarranted misfortune. Enough of this. Be cautious in the future. The Empress Dowager's heartfelt concern for Baili Shirhan conveyed a genuine elder's care for her younger kin, prompting Baili Shirhan to express her gratitude. The Empress Dowager then inquired about Yi Yun and Su Jinli, but when it came to Wei Ziyan, her kindness waned slightly. I am pleased you are a clever child, but do not overstep, lest you harm yourself and others. Wei Ziyan's brow twitched. How could the Empress Dowager know of her misdeeds? Despite her confusion, she forced a smile and acknowledged the Empress Dowager's words. After the inquiries concluded, the singing and dancing commenced, and everyone began to observe the performances attentively. Feeling a bit stifled midway, Su Jinli noticed Gu Mingjue was surrounded by several officials toasting him and could not escape. She sent Qing Yao to convey a message, then quietly left the Rinla Hall with a few maidens. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Mingjin, who had been watching her intently, caught a glimpse of her departure and followed suit. Supported by Qingge and Qing Yao, Su Jinli settled into a nearby pavilion, engaged in conversation with her attendants. Suddenly, she realized she could no longer hear their responses. Turning curiously, she found Gu Mingjin standing behind her like a specter. Just as she prepared to scold him, the overwhelming scent of alcohol wafted into her nostrils, causing her to recoil in alarm and abandon any thought of conversing with him. In a panic, she turned to flee back to the Rinla Hall. But it was too late. As she took a step, Gu Mingjin seized her arm, startling her. As she struggled to break free, he yanked her back, forcefully pulling her into his embrace. His foolish grin sent a wave of inexplicable terror through her. Gu Mingjin, you madman! Release me!
She cried.
Yet, Gu Mingjin paid her no mind, leaning in to kiss her. Terrified, Su Jinli's face paled, and she desperately dodged to avoid his advances. Qingge and Qing Yao snapped out of their shock and rushed to intervene. Prince, release our princess consort. Or else. At this, Gu Mingjin merely raised an eyebrow, scoffing. Or else what? Seeing Su Jinli on the brink of tears, Chinga stammered, if you do not let go, I shall call the guards. In her panic, Chinga even forgot to refer to herself as a servant. She hoped that mentioning the guards would deter Gu Mingjin, but instead, he burst into laughter and taunted, go ahead. Call them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chinga grew frantic. Does the 9th prince not fear the guards? Seeing her frozen, Qingyao whispered urgently, if the guards arrive, the princess consort's reputation will be tarnished. Do not act foolishly. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Mingjin remarked approvingly, among your maidens, Qingyao stands out. Qingyao shot him a cold glance and remained silent. Noticing Gu Mingjin seemed to have calmed down slightly, Su Jinli frowned again. Let me go. By what right? With a smile that did not reach his eyes, Gu Mingjin replied, ever since you became engaged to Gu Mingjue, you've been avoiding me. Finally, I have a moment alone with you. How could I let it slip away? He leaned closer, his voice dripping with insinuation. Tell me, if you were to become mine, would Gu Mingjue still love you? Su Jinli's breath caught in her throat. What was this madman planning? After a long pause, she steadied herself and declared, I am your 7th imperial sister-in-law. Kindly show some respect. 7th imperial sister-in-law? Gu Mingjin scoffed. What if I choose not to be respectful, With that, he leaned in once more, attempting to steal a kiss. However, Su Jinli had regained her composure and was no longer in a state of panic. She swiftly slapped Gu Mingjin across the face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving 5 distinct marks on his fair, flawless skin, a testament to the force behind her strike. Initially incredulous, Gu Mingjin's expression twisted into one of rage. Su Jinli, do not push your luck. Yet, Su Jinli remained unfazed by his fury, her voice icy. Release me. Go back to Wei Ziyan. Gu Mingjin laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. You think I will just leave because you say so? With a sudden burst of aggression, he pinned Su Jinli against the pavilion's pillar, disregarding her struggles as he kissed her fiercely. Despite her attempts to resist, he held firm. Qinga and Qingyao, disregarding all notions of rank, lunged at Gu Mingjin, attempting to pry him away. However, he was a martial artist, and the 2 delicate maidens were no match for his strength. Their actions only served to infuriate Gu Mingjin. With a swift movement, he sent Qingyao and Qinga crashing to the ground, coldly scoffing at their futile attempts to shake the mighty tree. He then turned to see Su Jinli, who, having been startled by the earlier events, dared not linger and fled in haste. Yet, Gu Mingjin was not one to let her escape easily. A disdainful smile curled upon his lips as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Su Jinli, then, with a tug, pulled her back into his embrace. Resigned, Su Jinli shut her eyes, contemplating that should he dare to harm her in the slightest, she would rather take her own life than allow him to tarnish her purity. Just as she sensed the unwelcome aura drawing near and prepared to follow through with her thoughts, a clear voice suddenly reprimanded, How dare you? Let go of the 7th sister-in-law. Instinctively, Su Jinli opened her eyes to find the 3rd prince Gu Mingyan standing not far away, glaring at Gu Mingjin with fury. Clearly startled by Gu Mingyan's unexpected appearance, Gu Mingjin instinctively released his grip, causing Su Jinli to stumble and fall. Ah! She cried out, only to be overwhelmed by a sharp pain. Looking down, she was horrified to see the ground stained with blood, and she fainted in shock. 7th sister-in-law, Your Highness.
Lear.
Several voices called out simultaneously, but Su Jinli, sprawled on the ground, could not hear them. You scoundrel. Gu Mingyan's eyes blazed with anger as he kicked Gu Mingjin aside, then turned to the 2 tearful maidservants, instructing them to rush to Rinla Palace to inform the 7th prince. Without regard for propriety, he hastily scooped Su Jinli into his arms and made his way to the imperial hospital. When Su Jinli awoke 3 days later, she groggily opened her eyes to find a pair of bloodshot eyes watching her anxiously. Instinctively, she asked Mingjue, what is wrong? You look so haggard. Gu Mingjue managed a strained smile and replied, I am fine. It is just that you have been asleep for 3 days, and I could not help but worry. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli's senses returned, and she recalled the mid-autumn banquet, where she had stepped out of Rinla Palace and encountered Gu Mingjin. Yes, Gu Mingjin. She remembered losing consciousness as she fell and saw blood on the ground. In a panic, she raised her hand, exclaiming, What about my child? Although she could have checked herself, fear gripped her, and she anxiously looked at Gu Mingjue. Fortunately, he reassured her. Our child is safe. You can feel. Gu Mingjue gently took her hand and placed it on her rounded abdomen. At that moment, she felt a movement, and her fear dissipated. She smiled sweetly, exclaiming, "The baby just kicked me." Gu Mingjue nodded, his voice tender. "I felt it too. Our child is quite mischievous." Hearing this, Su Jinli's smile deepened. Gu Mingjue had stayed by her side for 3 days and nights without rest, and now that she was awake, he finally felt relieved, and weariness overtook him. After just a few words, he collapsed onto the bed.
Su Jinli chuckled softly,
Then called for someone to help him settle comfortably before curling up in his embrace and falling asleep alongside him. Chapter 73. A visit from Gu Mingyan. In the 2 days following Su Jinli's awakening, Gu Mingjue took leave from his duties to personally care for her. They both tacitly avoided discussing the events of the mid-autumn night. Aside from Su Jinli still being unable to rise from her bed, they enjoyed a tranquil existence. One evening, with a gentle breeze blowing, Gu Mingjue carried Su Jinli to sit beneath a maple tree in the courtyard, instructing Qingyue to prepare the tea set.
Su Jinli,
Unfamiliar with the art of tea-making, propped her chin up and watched Gu Mingjue busily at work. Just as the fragrant steam began to waft through the air, a visitor interrupted their peaceful moment. "Your Highness, the Princess Consort. The third prince has come to visit, accompanied by concubine Lin,"
Su Jinli,
who had been helping Gu Mingjue pour tea, froze in surprise, only to hear him calmly say, "Please show them in." Once the announcing servant had departed, Su Jinli hesitantly began, "Mingjue, about that night." However, Gu Mingjue swiftly placed a finger over her lips, whispering, "Shh. Let us enjoy the tea and not dwell on troubling matters." With a lump in her throat, Su Jinli had no choice but to cease her words. Yet her unease only grew. Though she had fought fiercely that night, Gu Mingrong had nonetheless left marks on her neck. Would Mingjue think she had sought him out and nearly harmed their child? As her mind spiraled with worries, Gu Mingjue deftly poured the boiling tea into 2 purple clay cups. The fragrant steam rose gently, soothing her spirit. With closed eyes, she inhaled deeply, feeling some of her anxiety dissipate. Under his guidance, she focused on savoring the tea, having just grasped a bit of the technique when a familiar, melodious voice chimed in. "Seventh brother, what a delightful occasion. You even brew tea with grace." Without lifting his head, Gu Mingjue simply smiled and replied, "I anticipated third brother's visit today. So, I timed the tea perfectly."
Ha!
"How fortuitous. We shall not be polite." Gu Mingyan laughed heartily, settling beside them with Lin Wanqi. While Gu Mingjue poured the tea, Gu Mingyan inquired with genuine concern, "How is seventh sister-in-law faring?" Su Jinli's expression stiffened. The sight of the third prince reminded her of that harrowing night. But in an instant, she composed herself and replied with a smile, "Thank you, third brother, for stepping in to save me and my child. I am eternally grateful." Her words rang true. Had another person witnessed the incident, they might have hurried away to avoid trouble or even drawn attention to her plight. Yet Gu Mingyan was neither. He had unhesitatingly intervened and ensured discretion. Although she had not questioned him since awakening, she had enjoyed a tender time with Gu Mingjue at the seventh prince's residence, while the palace had remained silent, suggesting the incident had not spread. Just as Gu Mingjue finished pouring tea for everyone, he naturally suggested, "Lier, why not express your gratitude to third brother with tea instead of wine?" Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyan exclaimed, "What a splendid idea." He raised his cup first, and Su Jinli followed suit, clinking their cups before slowly sipping the tea. The liquid was clear and fragrant, and Gu Mingyan praised, "This tea is exquisite. Seventh brother brews, remarkable cup." After finishing, Gu Mingyan generously complimented, "What tea merits such praise from your highness?" Lin Wanqi, who had remained somewhat quiet until now, interjected, "Let me try." Gu Mingyan simply smiled, allowing her to enjoy the tea. After just a sip, Lin Wanqi's eyes sparkled. The tea brewed by the seventh prince was unexpectedly delightful. Initially, she thought Gu Mingyan was merely being polite, but with that first taste, she realized she had underestimated the skills of the seventh prince, who had risen from humble beginnings to make a name in the military. If this tea were submitted to a tea competition, it would surely be considered a top-tier selection. Lin Wanqi declared, genuinely impressed. Coming from a family of scholars, she considered herself refined, yet she could not produce such tea. Though Su Jinli was not well-versed in the intricacies of tea, hearing Lin Wanqi's high praise confirmed its quality. A sense of pride swelled within her, and she smiled broadly, feeling a shared sense of honor, which only deepened Gu Mingjue's affectionate gaze. Observing the couple's mutual affection, Gu Mingyan could not help but feel envious. Beside him, Lin Wanqi noticed his expression and, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes, chose to remain silent. Gu Mingjue smiled gently. Concubine Lin, you flatter me. Your father's tea is the true embodiment of excellence. Lin Wanqi chuckled, but did not respond. While her father may not have held a high official position, no one in Yan country could rival him in elegance. He was skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and particularly tea, earning the title of tea sage. The four of them sat together, enjoying their tea, while Gu Mingyan attempted to steer the conversation towards the mid-autumn night several times, only to be deftly sidestepped by Gu Mingjue. It became clear to him that Gu Mingjue had complete trust in Su Jinli, which allowed him to remain unconcerned, and he simply smiled, content to savor the tea. As Gu Mingjue brewed the second pot of tea, Chinga entered to report, Your Highness, the princess consort, the second young lady of the Duke's residence, has arrived. Given that Gu Mingyan and Lin Wan were also present, Chinga deliberately downplayed a sense of intimacy. Su Jinli was elated and exclaimed, Since Xiaoer has come, why not invite her in quickly? Chinga nodded repeatedly and then went out to fetch Su Jinxiu. Lost in the joy of soon being reunited with family, Su Jinli was entirely oblivious to the hidden delight in Gu Mingyan's eyes. Before long, Su Jinxiu was ushered in by her maidservants. Upon seeing the third prince, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she elegantly curtsied, saying, Xiaoer greets His Highness the third prince, the prince consort, and the seventh prince, and his consort. No need for formalities. Su Jinli and others chimed in unison. Then, Su Jinli warmly gestured to the empty seat beside her. Xiaoer, come sit here. With a gentle smile, Su Jinxiu nodded and took her seat. Lin Wanqi suddenly remarked, Miss Su has grown even more beautiful, though she masked her envy well. A discerning eye could detect the jealousy lurking deep within her gaze. Su Jinxiu was taken aback. Her encounters with Lin Wanqi had been few, and their relationship was not one of intimacy, so why the sudden, unprovoked flattery? While Su Jinxiu remained oblivious to the underlying tension, Su Jinli detected the acidity in Lin Wanqi's words and retorted, You flatter me, Lady Lin. How could my sister possibly compare to your unparalleled beauty? Instantly, Lin Wanqi's expression shifted, realizing she had foolishly forgotten that Su Jinxiu was Su Jinli's sister. A hint of jealousy had prompted her to speak, and now, without hesitation, Su Jinli had countered with a sharp jibe. Who would dare claim to be more beautiful in the presence of the radiant and regal Su Jinli? Moreover, Lin Wanqi's beauty was hardly remarkable. She relied on her graceful demeanor to avoid being overshadowed among the noble ladies of the capital. Seeing Lin Wanqi's embarrassment, Gu Mingyan's gaze darkened slightly as he shot her a disapproving glance, which made her heart plummet. From that moment on, Lin Wanqi dared not speak out of turn, merely maintaining a polite smile and listening quietly. After half an hour, they finally moved to the drawing room of the seventh prince's residence for dinner. After the meal, Gu Mingyan took his leave, bidding farewell to Gu Mingjue and his wife. Before departing, he cast a seemingly casual glance at the elegant and graceful Su Jinxiu, which only tightened Lin Wanqi's grip on her handkerchief. Though seething with anger, she had to suppress her feelings under Su Jinli's influence. After seeing off Gu Mingyan and his wife, Su Jinxiu appeared somewhat dispirited. Su Jinli understood that the foolish girl was feeling saddened by Lin Wanqi's presence. However, knowing it was not the right time to confront Su Jinxiu's feelings, she feigned ignorance and sent Jingyu to escort her to the guest room. Once Su Jinxiu and her companions had completely vanished from sight, Gu Mingjue rested his head on Su Jinli's shoulder and playfully inquired, Why do I feel that the third prince and Jinxiu share an unspoken bond? Su Jinli chuckled and chided, As long as you understand it in your heart, do not voice it. If they are mutually affectionate, why not let them unite sooner rather than later? Gu Mingjue asked, puzzled. It is not yet the right time. The third prince needs to conceal his talents for a few more years. Even if you urged him to marry Jinxiu, he would be reluctant. Su Jinli replied with a hint of melancholy. Observing Gu Mingyan, it was evident that he harbored feelings for Jinxiu, but what he valued most was the throne. In his previous life, he feigned illness to hide his abilities, and he was doing the same this time around. Last time, he had brought Jinxiu into the residence as a concubine in the 12th month when she was just an inconspicuous branch family young lady, drawing little attention. However, the present circumstances were vastly different. Jinxiu had become the legitimate second young lady of the Ningguo Duke's household, and her marriage was no trivial matter. For Gu Mingyan, who desired to diminish his presence, this was a significant concern. Listening to her tone, Gu Mingjue suddenly conceived a bold idea. In your previous life, was it the third prince who collaborated with you in the end? He recalled Su Jinli mentioning her partnership with the Yonggwa Duke's residence to support another prince in seizing the throne that Gu Mingyan had almost grasped.
Su Jinli nodded gently.
Affirming his guess, Gu Mingjue was first taken aback, then he comprehended the situation. Reasoning that it was entirely normal for the third prince to conceal his brilliance and cultivate his abilities. If he had been in hiding for decades, it meant he would only strike when assured of victory. Did Su Jinxiu also marry the third prince in your previous life? He inquired further. Yes. But due to my circumstances, Jinxiu's status was not recognized and she was brought into the third prince's residence in obscurity as a concubine. Yet, by her fortune, she gradually ascended to the position of secondary consort within a few short years. Su Jinli reflected with a sense of wonder. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingjue ceased his inquiries. Simply smiling, well, let it unfold naturally. They are bound by fate as husband and wife, and it is only a matter of time before good things come to pass. Su Jinli smiled in return, sharing his sentiment. Gu Mingjue then carried her back to Ziliju, personally administering her a calming medicine before they bathed and dressed. Retiring early for the night. Chapter 74, A Rage for a Beautiful Face, Your Highness. Eunuch Yun has arrived. The following morning, Chinga hurriedly burst into the inner chamber to awaken the still slumbering Su Jinli. Who? Su Jinli groggily inquired, her voice slightly nasal. Understanding her mistress's increased lethargy since becoming pregnant, Chinga patiently repeated, Eunuch Yun from the Empress Dowager's palace. At the mention of Eunuch Yun, Su Jinli's mind cleared instantly. Today was already the 21st of August, and it had been 6 days since her unfortunate fall. Why would the Empress Dowager send someone? Did she learn of that night's events and come to hold her accountable? With this thought, anxiety washed over Su Jinli as she hastily commanded, Quick! Assist me in getting ready. Chinga understood and promptly turned to summon Qingyao and a few others to serve Su Jinli. Due to the urgency of the situation, they swiftly styled her hair into a delicate serpent bun and adorned her with a phoenix hairpin, emblematic of the princess consort status, before rushing to the reception hall. Upon her arrival, Su Jinli found Eunuch Yun seated at the upper side of the hall, enjoying tea under Ji Chun's hospitality. As soon as he saw Su Jinli, Eunuch Yun instantly put on a smiling face, setting down his teacup and rising to bow. This humble servant greets the 7th prince's consort. Relieved by Eunuch Yun's warm demeanor, Su Jinli felt reassured. It seemed that he was not here to hold her accountable. Given Eunuch Yun's esteemed position representing the Empress Dowager, Su Jinli dared not accept his bow, quickly urging, Eunuch Yun, please rise. With a knowing glance, Ji Chun promptly assisted Eunuch Yun to his feet. Once seated at the main position, Su Jinli smiled and inquired, May I ask what brings you here today, Eunuch? Eunuch Yun smiled but did not answer directly. Instead expressing concern, Is the princess consort feeling well? A hint of suspicion flashed in Su Jinli's eyes. When had Eunuch Yun grown so familiar with her to inquire about her health? Though she questioned his motives, she concealed her doubts with a gentle smile, replying, I am fine. Thank you for your concern. Eunuch Yun nodded, his gaze falling on her noticeably rounder belly, and his expression grew serious as he cautioned. The princess consort must take great care of herself. Su Jinli's apprehension deepened. She could see the sincerity in Eunuch Yun's eyes, indicating he was genuinely advising her. After a brief pause, she masked her curiosity well and expressed gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, Eunuch. I will certainly be more cautious moving forward. Eunuch Yun nodded, took another sip of tea, and then stated, This servant has come today on the Empress Dowager's orders to check on the princess consort. The Empress has been quite concerned about you. On that day, she sent me to the Imperial Medical Office to inquire about your condition. But due to the 7th prince's restrictions, the office was tight-lipped, and she could not ascertain the specifics nor dare to send me here hastily. Upon this morning, it was conveyed that His Highness the 7th prince had already attended court. The Empress, believing that the household had surely stabilized, dispatched an elderly servant to inquire. Su Jinli was taken aback, her mind swirling with confusion. When had the Empress shown such concern for her? Furthermore, what had Mingjue done during her unconsciousness that even the Empress dared not send someone to gather information? Overwhelmed by her astonishment, She even overlooked the presence of eunuch Yun seated beside her, her face betraying all her bewilderment, which did not escape the watchful eyes of eunuch Yun. Considering that the princess had been recuperating in the prince's residence, it was only natural she was oblivious to the happenings outside. Eunuch Yun kindly informed her that Princess Yunyang had been accompanying the empress in the palace for Buddhist prayers, expressing her deep concern for her well-being.
Upon hearing this,
He refrained from continuing his thought. Yet, Su Jinli comprehended the unspoken words. Princess Yunyang's worry naturally extended to her due to the empress's deep affection for her. Given the empress's favoritism towards Princess Yunyang, it was only reasonable for her to send someone to check on her. Moreover, it seemed that eunuch Yun's respect for her was likely influenced by Princess Yunyang as well. Realizing the essence of the matter, Su Jinli felt a warmth in her heart and sincerely expressed her apologies for causing the empress and the princess to worry. Noticing her look of guilt, eunuch Yun reassured her that the events were in the past and there was no need for her to feel remorse. He cautioned, however, that she must tread carefully in the future to avoid any further missteps. Su Jinli nodded absently, and after sitting with eunuch Yun for a while, he discerned her weariness and politely left behind some ginseng and other nourishing remedies gifted by the empress before taking his leave. After bidding farewell to eunuch Yun, Qingyao prepared breakfast, which Su Jinli quickly consumed, followed by a dose of the calming medicine brought by Qingyue, which made her feel somewhat revitalized. Qingyue, since the mid-autumn banquet. What has transpired while I've been unconscious? She idly inquired, picking up a piece of candied fruit. From eunuch Yun's earlier words, she had gleaned that significant events had unfolded during her absence. Qingyue stiffened. It was expressly stated that outside troubles should not disturb the princess. Hence they had remained tight-lipped about everything that had occurred. Not only they, but the entire prince's residence had been under a gag order from His Highness. Fortunately, Su Jinli had not inquired since awakening, sparing them from difficulty, and they had managed to live peacefully during these days. Now, with her sudden questioning, Qingyue's unusual expression tightened Su Jinli's heart. She must have missed something of great importance.
Speak. Suhini que mandit goldly.
If you don't, you may return to the Guogong residence with Jichuan today. At her words, Qingyue's brows twitched. Her mistress was resolute in wanting to know the recent events. Therefore, she sighed and began. On that night, the palace attendants and guards on duty near the pavilion where you had your incident were executed. The following day, as you remained unconscious, His Highness stormed into the Imperial Medical Institute with the Qingyun sword, compelling the doctors to come to the prince's residence to treat you. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli trembled, causing the delicate porcelain teacup in her hand to shatter on the ground. Mingjue's actions were indeed outrageous, she exclaimed, her desire to hear no more evident as she hurriedly inquired about her husband's well-being. Emperor Yongli was known for his tyrannical nature. How could he tolerate anyone wielding a sword within the palace? Understanding Su Jinli's concern for Gu Mingjue, Qingyue did not mince words. The emperor was furious and immediately commanded the imperial guards to capture His Highness. Thankfully, Princess Yunyang and the empress intervened in time, preventing severe punishment. He was merely fined 2 years' salary. With this news, Su Jinli exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. It is fortunate that Yunyang was present, otherwise, Mingjue would have faced dire consequences. She then recalled Qingyue's earlier mention of the palace attendants and guards being executed and inquired how they reported her fall. Why were those guards and attendants innocently killed? Anticipating her question, Qingyue explained. The servants and Qinga did not dare make decisions and quietly summoned His Highness to the Imperial Medical Institute. It was the third prince who relayed the situation, and His Highness publicly declared that you had collapsed due to sudden abdominal pain while returning to Rinla Hall. Su Jinli's brow furrowed tighter, her displeasure evident as she remarked. If that is the case, how could they be implicated? The deaths of those palace attendants were truly unjust. Qingyue continued, maintaining her composure. It was the noble Consort Su who publicly blamed the guards and palace attendants for their negligence, claiming they failed to notice your injury in a timely manner. If not for the third prince fortuitously passing by, the consequences would have been unimaginable, prompting the emperor's wrath and the decree for their execution. Su Jinli's expression turned icy, her eyes flashing with anger as she mocked, how swift she is to eliminate anyone who might endanger Gu Mingzhuang. Without need for further elaboration, she grasped the situation. It was likely that her aunt, upon discovering what transpired in the pavilion, sought to protect Gu Mingzhuang's reputation and silenced any potential informants. Otherwise, How could the malicious noble consort Su publicly speak out on her behalf? Su Jinli's fury was palpable, and Qingyue and the others exchanged knowing glances, remaining silent. After a long pause, as her anger subsided, she inquired, what did eunuch Yin mean when he said Mingjue silenced the doctors? In response, Qingyu promptly stated, you were unconscious for 3 days and nights. His Highness confined all the doctors in the residence for 3 days, declaring that if you did not awaken, they would never leave the premises. Furthermore, he forbade them from disclosing any information regarding your condition.
Su Jinli chuckled softly.
Recalling how Mingjue had mockingly criticized the sixth prince for his childish and tyrannical behavior towards the doctors during the Qingda Mountain Villa incident. How ironic that he now surpassed his own previous actions. Seeing her amusement, Qingyu proudly remarked, now all the noble women and young ladies in the capital envy you for having such a devoted husband. At this, Su Jinli's smile broadened, the corners of her lips lifting in delight. The seventh prince's passionate outburst for his beloved had indeed made a lasting impression on everyone. Suddenly, a playful voice startled Su Jinli and her attendants, causing them to look up and see Su Jinxiu entering with a lively smile. Recognizing her, Su Jinli playfully scolded, sister, you only know how to tease.
Huh?
Sister, you are wronged. I only speak the truth. Do not believe me? Asked Qingyue and the others. Su Jinxiu feigned a look of grievance. Indeed, it is not false what the second miss said. Qingyue and the others echoed in unison. They were not lying. Everyone in the capital remarked on how the usually gentle seventh prince, for the sake of his cherished wife, boldly rushed into the Imperial Medical Institute wielding the Qingyan sword, showcasing his valor and masculine spirit. Su Jinli acknowledged the truth in their words and refrained from further argument, engaging in light-hearted banter with Su Jinxiu. After lunch, Su Jinxiu, along with Jichuan, who was supposed to return to the Guogong residence after the Mid-Autumn Festival, took their leave. Feeling a bit lonely, Su Jinli wandered into the garden to admire the flowers. Just as she reclined on a swing for a brief rest, she was interrupted by Qingqi's urgent call. Your Highness, the eldest daughter of the Guogong residence, is here to pay a visit. Chapter 75, Rival in Love. Song Ling. Su Jinli's heart tightened. Song Ling? What could she possibly want? Despite her confusion, Song Ling was indeed the legitimate daughter of the Guogong, her status not inferior to Su Jinli's. Therefore, she quickly replied, please show her in. I shall go to the hall at once. Qingqi nodded and promptly exited, with Su Jinli following suit to the hall. Shortly after, upon entering, she beheld a stunning young woman clad in an ice blue gown seated gracefully beside the main seat, sipping tea. Her beauty was unparalleled, her elegance unmatched. Yet the coldness in her gaze made one hesitate to approach. This young lady was Song Ling. Upon noticing Su Jinli's arrival, she leisurely set down her teacup and stood gracefully, bowing, I pay my respects to the seventh prince as consort. Su Jinli hastened her steps, replying as she walked, Miss Song, please do rise. Song Ling slightly nodded, then straightened her posture, waiting for Su Jinli to take her seat at the main position before she sat down again. Miss Song's visit has illuminated my humble abode. I am truly honored, Su Jinli graciously remarked. Song Ling's eyes shimmered briefly as she responded, Your Highness, you flatter me. It only makes me feel more alarmed. Su Jinli smiled lightly, showcasing the quick wit and dignified demeanor that had earned Song Ling her reputation. After sipping a few cups of tea, Su Jinli inquired with a gentle smile, May I ask what brings Miss Song here today? Song Ling, astute and clever, preferred directness over veiled inquiries. Just as she was contemplating this, she heard Song Ling calmly state, I have heard that the royal consort was not well during the mid-autumn banquet, so I came to check on you.
Su Jinli's gaze sharpened.
Was she truly here out of concern? The doubts and defenses in her eyes were entirely captured by Song Ling, who coolly replied, Would you kindly dismiss the servants? There are certain matters best discussed without an audience. Su Jinli's eyes flickered before she smiled. That is precisely my intention. She then commanded, Qingyue, you may all leave. Qingyue's expression changed, revealing her distress. How could her mistress be left alone in her condition? Noticing their hesitation, Su Jinli's tone grew colder. Leave. If anything happens, I shall summon you immediately. Realizing her determination to be alone with Song Ling, Qingyue and the others complied reluctantly. At the same time, Song Ling dismissed her own attendants. Once only the two of them remained in the hall, Song Ling stated, I came solely to ask you one question.
Su Jinli smiled, Oh,
Miss Song.
please feel free to ask.
A flicker of pain crossed Song Ling's eyes before she composed herself, saying, "Do you truly have feelings for the seventh prince?" Upon finishing her question, she fixed her penetrating gaze on Su Jinli, as if searching for the truth. "Indeed, I do," Su Jinli replied without hesitation, meeting Song Ling's scrutiny with calm assurance. After a long pause, Song Ling said, "I believe your words. I hope you do not betray his deep affections for you." As she spoke, a crack appeared in her otherwise serene expression, and a profound sorrow rippled through her tranquil gaze. Su Jinli took a sip of tea before smiling gently. "Miss Song, is your heart set on your husband?" At this, Song Ling's heart tightened. Her tone was not merely inquisitive but rather assertive, as if she already knew everything. The secret she believed to be hidden from all, except her brother and Gu Mingjue, was now laid bare before his wife. Feeling exposed, a hint of panic marred Song Ling's previously composed demeanor. Observing Song Ling's sudden fluster, Su Jinli quickly reassured, "Miss Song, you are exceptional. To be favored by you is a blessing for Mingjue." Song Ling forced a smile, suppressing her turmoil, and asked stiffly, "How did you come to know?" Her curiosity was genuine. Her feelings for Gu Mingjue were a closely guarded secret.
Su Jinli replied calmly, "I guessed."
In truth, she had learned of it only after Gu Mingjue's death in her previous life. She remembered feeling utterly lost, consumed by despair until Wei Yi and the Song siblings reignited her fighting spirit. She recalled Song Ling's icy demeanor as she once said, "Do you know that Gu Mingjue, whom you discarded like an old shoe, is the love of my life?" In that moment of shock, Song Ling continued, "Sometimes I wish I could kill you. But I know you are his beloved, and I cannot bear to see him hurt. I can only hope he will someday touch your heart." Yet his unwavering devotion was met with your own hands poisoning him. The usually composed Song Ling's face was now filled with rage and sorrow. After a moment of silence, regaining her composure, Song Ling said, "If you care for him even a little, then live well. If you wish, you may join us in seeking vengeance. If not, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety, for you are his most cherished." The complexity of her emotions was evident, but the most palpable was a deep-seated despair reflected in her eyes.
"Oh,
"I thought I concealed my feelings quite well. How did you discern them?" Song Ling's cool voice broke through Su Jinli's reverie of past memories. She smiled and replied, "It was in the fiery gaze you directed at Mingjue. One cannot hide the look of love." At this, Song Ling was taken aback. Indeed, she believed she had maintained her composure. Yet her eyes would inevitably follow him wherever he appeared. After a lengthy silence, Song Ling remarked, "You are utterly transformed. You possess less of the petulant sharpness and more of a calm, meticulous demeanor." Su Jinli smiled but did not directly respond. Her previous words were mere improvisations, yet they had surprisingly struck a chord. She had simply read it in a book that spoke of how the eyes of a lover could not deceive. Noticing Su Jinli's steadiness, Song Ling grew curious and provocatively asked, "Since you know of my affections for the seventh prince, are you not afraid I might compete with you?" With a proud demeanor, she continued, "I believe my beauty and lineage are equal to yours. In terms of talent and character, I surpass you slightly. If I were to genuinely pursue the seventh prince, whether you could retain your position as his consort is still up for debate. In this kingdom, there were no other royal families. Only the two noble houses of Song and Su stood as esteemed vassals. Both Song Ling and Su Jinli enjoyed equal prestige. They were both exceptionally beautiful but exuded contrasting qualities. Su Jinli dazzled like a radiant peach blossom, while Song Ling embodied the elegance of a winter plum blossom. However, Song Ling's reputation was impeccable, while Su Jinli's was marred. Thus, Song Ling's words were not mere arrogance, but an undeniable truth. Hearing Song Ling's challenge, Su Jinli set her cup down and calmly replied, "Yet the one in Mingjue as hard as me, not you." At these words, Song Ling felt a sharp pain in her chest, leaving her breathless. The confidence that once adorned her face vanished, replaced by a bitter sorrow. Su Jinli had struck at the very core of her vulnerability. Yes, no matter how remarkable Song Ling was, she was not the one Gu Mingjue cherished. What could she fight with? What right did she have to contest? Seeing Song Ling's complexion turn pale, Su Jinli felt a twinge of regret over her earlier words. After all, from past life to present, Song Ling had never harbored ill intentions toward her. Today's visit was likely prompted by her concern over Gu Mingjue's reckless actions on her behalf. Her previous taunts were merely an outlet for her inner dissatisfaction, yet she had spoken harshly.
Miss Song, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. Su Jinli said awkwardly. To her surprise, Song Ling did not appreciate the sentiment and replied with a bitter smile, You speak the truth. I am well aware of my situation. I only ask that you treat him well and do not betray his trust. Su Jinli felt an unexpected lump in her throat, a profound sadness emerging, not for herself, but for Song Ling's unrequited devotion. She murmured, Miss Song, you are truly wonderful. As soon as the words left her lips, Song Ling firmly declared, Song Ling, do not seek sympathy, especially not from a rival. Realizing her tone had been too harsh, she added, Mingjue cherishes you above all. He will not glance at another woman. I have always understood this, so you need not pity me. Su Jinli smiled, recognizing Song Ling's keen insight and pride. I sincerely hope that Miss Song finds a husband with whom you can harmonize. She wished earnestly. However, Song Ling resolutely shook her head, responding proudly under Su Jinli's puzzled gaze. Since I cannot attain my love, I shall pursue the greatest power. Become the most esteemed woman of the Yen state. Su Jinli gazed at the resolute and proud Song Ling before her, momentarily lost in thought. It turned out she had always been such a decisive person. After a long pause, Su Jinli finally remarked that Miss Song would have her wishes fulfilled. In her previous life, after Mingju's demise, Song Ling wed Gu Mingyan. Likely out of despair after losing hope and completely extinguishing her feelings for Mingju, coupled with her desire for vengeance. In this life, she and Mingju shared a profound love, having long since abandoned any lingering sentiments, while Song Ling still aspired to secure a higher position.
Indeed.
Everything seemed to be preordained by fate. Song Ling smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. The two sat in silence, sipping tea. After a while, Su Jinli tentatively broached the subject, noting that among the adult princes, the 6th and 9th princes enjoyed the greatest favor from the emperor and the support of the court officials. She inquired whom Miss Song favored more. Upon hearing this, Song Ling's expression darkened slightly. She lowered her gaze and reflected for a moment before responding that, in her view, neither was suitable.
Oh.
Su Jinli was taken aback. For the most popular candidates for the crown prince among the public were indeed Gu Mingyue and Gu Mingrun. The 6th prince appeared to have a rightful claim, yet lacked a certain favor from the emperor, while the 9th prince, though favored, was not of direct lineage and had a precarious position. Furthermore, both were too prominent. The tallest trees attract the fiercest winds, making their chances of securing the throne exceedingly slim. In the quiet hall, Song Ling maintained her serene demeanor, her voice cool and analytical as she dissected the situation. Su Jinli remained silent, acknowledging that Song Ling was indeed astute and perceptive, capable of unraveling the complexities of the succession struggle with such clarity at a mere age of coming of age. Is this not the demeanor one expects from a noble daughter of a prestigious family? A flicker of complexity crossed Su Jinli's eyes as she feigned casual curiosity and asked, in Miss Song's opinion, which prince would be her ideal husband? She was eager to see if Song Ling could discern the low-profile, yet watchful Gu Mingyan. Upon hearing this, Song Ling fell silent, contemplating for a moment before stating that she personally believed the 3rd prince to be the best choice. Thud! Su Jinli's hand trembled, causing the exquisite teacup to slip from her grasp and shatter on the floor, some shards spinning in the aftermath. Noticing her astonishment, Song Ling decided to be forthright, explaining that the 3rd prince, being the son of the emperor's primary consort, held a status that surpassed all other princes in the palace. The 1st and 2nd princes had met with untimely ends, making him the eldest surviving prince. Had it not been for his injuries from poisoning years ago, he would already be the crown prince of Diyen. Although many claimed he had been rendered incapacitated by the poison, she believed this to be a mere facade. If the poison had truly been that severe, how could he still be alive today? Su Jinli's eyes widened in surprise. Song Ling was indeed formidable. To remain so clear-headed amidst the clamor of public opinion, discerning the truth with such sharp intuition and insight, it was a pity she did not aspire to be empress. After a moment, Su Jinli regained her composure and clasped her hands in admiration, expressing her deep respect for Miss Song's keen intellect. Song Ling smiled faintly, and a hint of envy flickered in her gaze as she replied, "Why should you admire me? I have merely been educated in the arts of strategy and intrigue from a young age, steeped in such knowledge, and thus my thoughts run deep." She was a competent daughter of a noble house, a carefully nurtured pawn of the Song family, destined to benefit her clan regardless of whom she married. She was acutely aware of her fate, yet she did not resist it. To her, bringing honor to her family was her duty as a Song woman. However, this understanding was completely overturned when she fell in love at first sight with Gu Mingjue while on her way to retrieve her brother from the capital. She no longer wished to be a mere pawn. She yearned to marry the one she loved, to set aside all schemes and become a devoted wife and mother. But he did not love her. His heart belonged to the stunning yet arrogant Su Jinli. She was bewildered and enraged. Yet after witnessing the striking figure of Su Jinli in her vivid red attire, exuding confidence with clear and bright eyes, she willingly accepted her defeat. Such an outstanding man deserved a pure-hearted and innocent wife, not a shrewd and calculating noblewoman like herself. Why belittle yourself, Miss Song? You are a wise and kind-hearted person. Su Jinli instinctively retorted, sensing the sarcasm in Song Ling's words. In her view, despite her adeptness at strategy, Song Ling had never wronged an innocent person, thus could not be deemed a villain with a sinister heart. Yet Song Ling shook her head, asserting that she had never been a good person. Her methods were ruthless, just not widely known. As the two conversed, they were interrupted by a commotion outside. They could faintly hear Qing Go anxiously exclaiming, "Young master, you cannot go in," followed by scolding voices. Both Su Jinli and Song Ling furrowed their brows, and upon looking up, they saw Song Yi striding toward them with a stern expression.
Ling.
"No more nonsense, come back home with me," he commanded. Song Ling's expression turned icy as she defiantly replied, "I will not." "You." Song Yi was exasperated, yet held back due to Su Jinli's curious gaze upon their sibling quarrel. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Su Jinli quickly interjected, "Our guest has arrived. Please, Qingyue, serve tea to the young master." Upon hearing this, Qingyue, who had been following Song Yi into the room, hurriedly complied. Once she had exited, Su Jinli smiled lightly and asked, "What brings you here today, young master Song?" At this moment, the previously agitated Song Yi had regained his composure and bowed, explaining that he had come to retrieve his disobedient younger sister, unintentionally disturbing the crown prince as consort. What a character Su Jinli was! She was someone who could not tolerate even the slightest slight. Song Yi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After a long pause, he finally offered an apology. "I beg your pardon, Crown Prince as consort. If Linger has committed any disrespectful acts today, I hope you will not hold it against her." He then cautiously glanced at Su Jinli, completely oblivious to the fact that Song Ling's face had darkened considerably. Seeing the future Duke of Ningguo, who would later wield immense power, so apprehensive in her presence, made Su Jinli chuckle. Her laughter only intensified Song Yi's panic. Was this the calm before the storm? Once she had calmed down, Su Jinli assured him, "Young Master Song, you worry too much. Your sister and I were engaged in delightful conversation, and there was no offense taken." Upon hearing this, Song Yi's expression transformed into one of bewilderment. They hadn't quarreled? Wasn't it customary for rivals to clash when they met? Upon entering, he had seen Su Jinli's maid and Song Ling's attendant waiting outside, thinking perhaps they feared losing face in front of others, and had thus dismissed them to engage in private conflict. He studied Su Jinli for a moment, ensuring her words were truthful before looking back at his sister, only to find her turning her head away with a cold huff. Oh no! It seemed he had inadvertently offended Ling. How fortunate that brother arrived in time. Otherwise, the seventh prince's consort and her unborn child might have already fallen victim to your treacherous sister. Song Ling remarked with a cold smile. Truly, it was not merely a semblance. He had genuinely offended his sister. Song Yi felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. His sister would surely be angry with him for a while. After a lengthy silence, Song Yi finally muttered, "Linger, you must be speaking out of anger." Song Ling let out a disdainful snort, her indifferent eyes revealing a hint of barely perceptible mockery and grievance. Look. Even her own brother perceived her as a scheming and malicious woman capable of harming Su Jinli. It was no wonder Gu Mingjue had devoted his heart to Su Jinli, casting her aside like refuse. Seeing the siblings at an impasse, Su Jinli sighed inwardly and resolved to intervene, as it had stemmed from her. "Young Master Song, you truly do not understand your sister. Setting aside how kind-hearted Miss Song is, even if her pride is high, she would never stoop to harming me, because quite simply, she finds it beneath her."
Su Jinli declared earnestly.
Upon hearing this, both Song Yi and Song Ling were visibly taken aback, guilt flashing across Song Yi's face. He realized he understood his sister less than an outsider did. After the morning court, upon hearing the report from her servant that the seventh prince's residence was in a state of chaos, she hurried over, assuming that Ling was displeased by the recent rumors and was seeking to confront Su Jinli. However, to her surprise, Ling had done nothing at all. Song Yi felt a pang of regret, while Song Ling was utterly astonished. She never anticipated that the person who understood her best would be Su Jinli. Miss Song has always been straightforward. I trust her character.
Su Jinli asserted confidently.
Song Yi's heart trembled, and the icy barrier that had shielded him from outsiders shattered quietly. Thank you for your trust, she murmured.
Su Jinli smiled softly, remaining silent.
I'm sorry. Song Yi apologized with deep remorse. He should have trusted Ling. How could she ever harm the wife and child of the one she loves? If she harbored such thoughts, then both Su Jinli and her unborn child would have long since been in peril. Song Ling smiled gently and reassured. I don't blame you, brother.
Indeed.
I was merely momentarily agitated, but I have since come to terms with it. The timing of her visit was indeed delicate, and given that her brother knew her methods well, it was only natural for him to harbor suspicions. Nonetheless, even when doubting her, he did not place blame on her, but instead sought Su Jinli's defense. He had done nothing wrong, he simply did not understand her. Song Ling's magnanimous understanding only deepened Song Yi's affection for her, and he silently vowed to pay more attention to his sister and safeguard her well-being. The small episode soon passed, and the three of them sipped tea, each lost in their own thoughts. Afterward, Su Jinli instructed her servants to prepare a small feast, and once the banquet concluded, the Song siblings departed gracefully. Before leaving, the usually aloof Song Ling smiled and stated, whether you wish it or not, I, Song Ling, have decided you are my friend. Remember to prepare some by Luo Chun. I adore it and will be visiting often. Su Jinli responded with a smile, recognizing Song Ling's domineering yet charming nature. Fear not, my household is never lacking in by Luo Chun. Song Ling's icy gaze flickered with amusement before she left, satisfied. In the evening, Su Jinli ordered a few dishes to be heated for dinner, just as Gu Mingjue returned home, weary from his day. She personally helped him change out of his heavy court attire, and together they shared a meal. After dining, as was their routine, Gu Mingjue embraced her while they bathed and changed, then carried her to the couch, holding her close. My husband, Song Ling, visited today.
Su Jinli remarked playfully,
toying with a strand of his hair. Gu Mingjue frowned, a hint of discomfort crossing his face. What did she come for? Su Jinli interpreted his reaction with mixed emotions. On one hand, she felt pleased that her husband only had eyes for her, indifferent to Song Ling's beauty and intelligence. On the other hand, she was troubled that Song Ling's deep affection had resulted in her beloved's wariness and disdain. Noticing the shadow in her eyes, Gu Mingjue assumed that Song Ling had said something inappropriate and coldly remarked, it seems the Duke of Ningguo's residence has been too idle lately. Idle enough to meddle in the affairs of the seventh prince's residence. Su Jinli furrowed her brow in annoyance, retorting, what nonsense are you thinking? Song Yi has done nothing out of line. She merely accompanied me for a chat. With that, she glared at Gu Mingjue in frustration. Song Ling harbored profound feelings for him, yet he thought so poorly of her. Under her glare, Gu Mingjue scratched his nose, at a loss for words. Seeing his silence only fueled Su Jinli's anger further as she admonished, she is deeply devoted to you. How can you be so heartless? At her words, a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Mingjue's eyes. You know? Su Jinli rolled her eyes, choosing silence. After all, she had been reborn. What was there she did not know? Though she said nothing, her expression betrayed her thoughts, and Gu Mingjue chuckled awkwardly, having momentarily forgotten about her rebirth. After a while, still glaring at him, Su Jinli's anger simmered down. Gu Mingjue sighed inwardly, realizing she was defending Song Ling. To alleviate her displeasure, he jested, my dear, if you genuinely pity Song Ling for loving unrequitedly, why not let me suffer a little and take her as a concubine? As soon as he finished, Su Jinli grasped his chin, her eyes blazing with fury. How dare you? If you take a concubine, I will end your life with a knife and then poison myself, taking our child along to the underworld. Gu Mingjue was taken aback by the seriousness in her gaze, and an overwhelming joy surged within him. How wonderful it was that Li was entirely devoted to him. Like him, she wished to possess one another wholly, without interference from others. While his heart brimmed with joy, his remaining rationality urged him to pacify the angry woman in his arms. He met her gaze steadily and solemnly declared, I, Gu Mingjue, will have only Su Jinli as my woman for all my life. Should I stray from this vow, may I suffer divine retribution, endure endless suffering, and never reincarnate. At his words, Su Jinli immediately exhaled, her tension dissipating. He understood her rebirth, and thus recognized the truth of reincarnation. Such a vow assured her he had no intention of taking a concubine. Ningjue's heart swelled, tinged with sweetness, leaving her momentarily speechless as she softly murmured his name. Gu Mingjue smiled affectionately and pulled her closer, adding, what I said about taking Song Ling as a concubine was merely jest. See, you are displeased with the idea. So, do not harbor resentment towards me, because of her. Love is love, and indifference is indifference. There should be no compulsion. Upon hearing this, Su Jinli nodded vigorously, resolving never to mention Song Ling again. The couple continued their conversation until a weary Gu Mingjue fell into a deep slumber. Su Jinli raised her hand to trace the contours of his features, increasingly captivated by his striking brows and handsome visage, a true gem among men. As her fingertips grazed his stubbled chin, a pang of heartache struck her. He had worked so hard for her sake lately. Lost in thought, she ceased her movements, resting her eyes against his chest, comforted by the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and soon drifted into a peaceful sleep. The next day, after finishing her lunch and taking a brief rest, Jingyu arrived to announce the arrival of the prince consort, the fourth prince as consort, and the sixth prince as consort. Su Jinli's heart leaped with joy, and she promptly instructed Qingge and others to assist her in changing clothes before hurrying out to greet them. Upon reaching the flower hall, the sharp-eyed Yiyun quickly approached, taking her hand and asking, Are you well, seventh sister-in-law? Her beautiful eyes were filled with concern. Su Jinli smiled brightly, assuring her, I am perfectly fine now. Yiyun nodded, though still not completely at ease. She scrutinized Su Jinli from head to toe, relieved to see her in good spirits. Then, she linked her arm with Su Jinli's and led her to a chair to sit together. Qingyao, brew a pot of Longjing tea.
Su Jinli commanded.
Although she was not well-versed in tea etiquette, she was familiar with tea varieties. Recalling that during their time at the mountain villa, both Yi Yun and Bai Li Shihan favored Longjing tea. Qingyao promptly acknowledged her request and hurried off. Bai Li Shihan smiled. Seventh sister-in-law, you are so thoughtful. You even remember that I and the fourth princess consort love Longjing.
Su Jinli chuckled softly, replying,
You and the fourth princess consort came all this way with such heavy burdens. How could I not remember your preferences to honor this deep friendship? At her words, Yi Yun and Bai Li Shihan both smiled brightly, relishing the lively banter among sisters-in-law. Ever since returning to the residence, I've been cooped up. The dowager sent a wet nurse who forbids this and that. It's suffocating. Bai Li Shihan pouted, her bright eyes filled with frustration, indicating her genuine displeasure. Su Jinli understood and smiled knowingly, realizing that after the incident at the mountain villa, the dowager, eager for grandchildren, was exceedingly cautious. She did not voice her thoughts. But Yi Yun, frustrated with Bai Li Shihan, tapped her forehead, scolding, You ungrateful girl. The empress, out of her compassion, arranged for someone to attend to you closely. Yet you harbor resentment toward her. Bai Li Shihan stuck out her tongue, but chose not to respond. She understood the reasoning, yet felt stifled.
Yeyun,
who had grown up alongside her, was well aware of her thoughts and gently urged her to temper her temperament, assuring her that all would be well once the child was born. Bai Li Shihan absent-mindedly nodded, clearly not taking it to heart. Yiyun shook her head in resignation and earnestly advised her and the seventh sister-in-law to remain cautious, reminding them that they were no longer just individuals, but also mothers-to-be. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Shihan finally absorbed the advice and nodded seriously alongside Su Jinli. With their promises, Yiyun felt reassured. At that moment, Qin Yao entered with tea, prompting them to fall silent and savor their cups in tranquility. Bai Li Shihan, with her lively disposition, could hardly contain herself after a few cups of tea, and curiously inquired, Seventh sister-in-law, what exactly happened? How could you be so careless as to fall in the palace? Su Jinli's expression stiffened, just as Yi Yun reprimanded, Why must you bring up the seventh sister-in-law's injury? I did not.
Bai Li Shihan quickly retorta.
Merely puzzled as to how the wise and composed Su Jinli could stumble on level ground. Before she could say more, Yiyun cut her off, stating, This matter is in the past. Do not mention it further. lest you upset the seventh sister-in-law. Seeing this, Bai Li Shirhan suppressed her curiosity and swiftly changed the subject. Finally, Yi Yun sighed in relief. Knowing that the incident involving Su Jinli was far more serious than the palace had suggested, yet, since Su Jinli chose not to speak of it, there must be significant reasons behind it, and they need not pry. Su Jinli smiled gratefully at Yi Yun and then quietly listened as Bai Li Shirhan shared amusing tales. Perhaps due to the pleasant atmosphere, the day passed swiftly. And before they knew it, evening had arrived. Su Jinli noticed the time and invited Yi Yun and Bai Li Shirhan to stay for dinner before sending them back with the guards. After dining and taking her medicine, Su Jinli felt a sense of boredom and solitude, so she picked up a book and settled by the window to read. After a considerable time, having read most of the book, she grew anxious as Gu Mingju had not yet returned. Assuming he was delayed by state affairs, she continued reading. By the time she finished the book, the sound of the night watch had already echoed, and her brow furrowed deeper.
King Ye,
Who had been attending her, noted she had finally put down her book and quickly said, "Your Highness, it is late and the dew is heavy. You must rest." To this, Su Jinli replied lightly, "Prepare some water." After her bath and change of clothes, another quarter of an hour passed. Yet the one she was concerned about still had not returned. Noticing Qing Go yawning repeatedly, she ascended the bed and dismissed her. Waiting for Gu Mingju, she had Qing Go leave several lamps lit. The flickering, dim light in the room only tightened her heart. It was the first time he had been gone for so long since their 2 lifetimes together. She was not worried he was like other men, pursuing frivolous affairs. Her sole concern was for his safety. Therefore, despite her exhaustion, she kept her eyes wide open, striving to remain alert. Eventually, as the stillness of night gave way to the watchman's call, a tall figure appeared at the door. Without a second thought, she leaped from the bed to embrace him. Exclaiming, "Mingju, you have finally returned." Her soft voice was tinged with an almost imperceptible grievance. Indeed, upon seeing him safe and sound, she suddenly felt a sense of unfairness. Why had he returned so late? Did he not realize she would worry? Did he not know that she, accustomed to sleeping in his embrace, would find it difficult to rest alone? "Yes, I'm back." Gu Mingju's voice was particularly hoarse, carrying an unspoken weariness. At his words, Su Jinli's grievance quickly transformed into profound concern. "Mingju, hurry and wash up and rest. I had Qingqi prepare warm water for you." Gu Mingju nodded. But as he did, he noticed that Su Jinli's delicate feet were bare, revealing she had not even donned her shoes. His expression darkened instantly, eyebrows knitting in displeasure. And disregarding her confusion, he swiftly scooped her up and carried her to the bed. Gently tucking her in, Gu Mingju then admonished, "It is already autumn. How could you walk barefoot on the cold ground at night? Do you wish to drink more bowls of warming soup daily? I was just too excited to see you return safely."
Su Jinli pouted, feeling aggrieved.
Hearing this, Gu Mingju, who had intended to scold her for not taking care of herself, found no words to express his thoughts. Instead, he leaned down to kiss her forehead before turning to fetch the clean clothes Su Jinli had prepared for him to bathe. When he returned, Su Jinli was already fast asleep. He carefully climbed onto the bed and gathered her into his arms. Gazing at her peaceful sleeping face, he couldn't help but smile. This silly girl had fallen into a deep slumber merely moments after he left, clearly exhausted. She had likely stayed awake waiting for him, right? It must be so. Otherwise, how could she have rushed to embrace him the moment he entered? As he pondered, Gu Mingju's heart melted, and the warmth in his gaze deepened. His handsome face radiating joy. He kissed Su Jinli once more before contentedly drifting off to sleep. Chapter 78. Sweep out the door after a restful night. Su Jinli awoke to bright daylight, the blankets beside her already cold, indicating that Gu Mingju had left some time ago. "Qingyu," she called softly. Upon hearing her, Qingyu promptly entered with a group of servants, swiftly assisting her in her grooming. Due to her injury from the fall on the 15th, she took her customary prenatal medicine after breakfast, then, with the support of Qingyu and Qingyu, made her way to the pavilion in the garden. Noticing Qingyu chuckling to herself, Su Jinli smiled and asked, "Qingyu, why are you so cheerful today?" Ever since her mishap, this girl had been frowning daily. To see her so joyful was indeed peculiar. "Miss, I am simply delighted for you," Qingyu replied with a mischievous grin. Su Jinli was puzzled. The 9th prince was attacked in his chambers last night, sustaining numerous injuries. They say his tendons were nearly severed. The emperor has dispatched the entire Imperial Medical Bureau to tend to him, Qingyu declared triumphantly, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. She was fully aware of what had transpired after her mistress left Rinlu Hall, leading her to despise the vile Gu Mingyuan. Hearing of Gu Mingyuan's unjust suffering only felt like poetic justice. Upon hearing this, Jinli did not react with the expected laughter, but rather furrowed her brow. She recalled Gu Mingju's unusual late return the previous night, along with the lingering scent of blood on him. She feared that the assassin might have been targeting her husband. As this thought crossed her mind, her brow twitched, and she quickly pressed Qingyu. "Is that all you heard? Were the assailants captured?" Gu Mingyuan was the emperor's most favored son, not to mention her aunt, who was deeply cherished by the emperor. Would surely plead for a thorough investigation. If it were to be discovered that Mingju was implicated, she dared not think further. She anxiously fixed her gaze on Qingyu, awaiting her response. Seeing Jinli's expression darken, Qingyu felt a twinge of concern but respectfully replied. The emperor was alarmed upon learning of the ninth prince's attack and immediately sent the magistrate and a minor official from the Court of Judicial Review to investigate. However, the assassins were elusive and left no trace. Upon hearing this, Jinli finally exhaled, calmly stating, "Those who do evil will eventually meet their just deserts." Keep an eye on the latest news from the ninth prince's residence. Qingyu nodded in agreement, secretly hoping for Gu Mingyuan's demise. Ever since Qingyu mentioned the attack on Gu Mingyuan, Jinli had been in a state of agitation, fearing that the magistrate and the Court of Judicial Review might uncover something. Thankfully, she did not have to endure the anxiety for long. As Gu Mingju returned home just before noon, without pausing for lunch, Jinli pulled him into her inner chamber. After dismissing everyone, Jinli fixed a serious gaze on Gu Mingjue and asked, "What were you doing so late last night?" Gu Mingjue's eyes flickered momentarily before he replied with a smile. "Did you not already know?" Jinli fell silent, then took a deep breath, saying, "Do you realize how perilous your actions are? The Yongli Emperor and Consort Su's affection for Gu Mingzong is no trivial matter. The Emperor has bestowed upon him several of his personal guards, while Consort Su has given him 4 elite shadow guards from the Ningguo Duke's residence. Although the ninth prince's mansion may not boast as many guards as the palace, it is nonetheless teeming with hidden talents and fortified defenses." In response, Gu Mingjue unabashedly declared, "If someone touches my wife, even the emperor himself would face my wrath. What does danger matter?" He brimmed with confidence in himself and those he had meticulously trained. Hearing his words, Jinli felt a tumult of emotions within her, unsure of how to interpret them. She was touched by Mingjue's protection of her, yet disapproved of his reckless daring. After a long pause, she softly remarked, "A gentleman's vengeance is best served after a decade. Why must he rush?" Coupled with their past, Gu Mingzong had harmed her and their child twice already, and she would not allow him to roam freely. "He has hurt you repeatedly, during those 3 days when you lay in a deep slumber. I longed to wield the Qingyan sword and slay him. It was only my utmost limit that I refrained until yesterday." A hint of fierce resolve flickered in Gu Mingjue's deep phoenix eyes. Had it not been for the formidable shadow guards from the Ningguo Duke's residence, he would not have merely vented his frustrations by attacking Gu Mingzong with 9 strikes last night. He would have severed his tendons, rendering him a cripple.
"Mingjue,"
Jinli murmured, directly embracing the fierce-looking Gu Mingjue, and softly said, "Thank you. But please, do not put yourself in such danger again." She was moved by Mingjue's regard for her, yet wished to shield him from any hint of risk. Gu Mingjue merely tightened his embrace, pulling her closer, his tense expression unchanged, and he remained silent. Observing this, Jinli continued, "I have elite soldiers and shadow guards from the Ningguo Duke's residence. Let them handle such matters next time. You must not leave any foothold for others." With that, she gazed at Gu Mingjue with hopeful eyes. Upon closer inspection, her brilliant gaze was not only filled with expectation but also tinged with a hint of pleading. Unable to refuse her earnest gaze, Gu Mingjue reluctantly nodded. At worst, next time, he would refrain from assassination and simply strike down a few of Gu Mingzong's south lackeys in the court to make him suffer. Seeing him acquiesce, Jinli's face lit up with joy, and she quickly rose on her toes to place a swift kiss on Gu Mingjue's lips, cheerfully exclaiming, "You are truly wonderful." A trace of helpless amusement flickered in Gu Mingjue's eyes, and he raised his hand to cradle her delicate face, kissing her deeply. Since her pregnancy, They had not been intimate for a long time, and this kiss was filled with profound emotion. Before long, both of them were flushed, their eyes ablaze with fire.
Wife.
He rasped, calling out with utmost tenderness. I'm here.
Su Jinli replied softly.
I feel unwell. He lamented. Just endure it. Su Jinli shot him a sideways glance. Her eyes glimmered with an alluring sheen, exuding a charm she did not usually possess. What was meant to be a reprimand made Gu Mingjue's eyes darken. He whispered something in her ear, causing Su Jinli to blush and lower her head, but seeing the tension in his expression, she bit her lip and acquiesced. Soon, the heat within Gu Mingjue subsided, yet Su Jinli, too shy to face the world, buried herself in the embrace of her satisfied husband. Gu Mingjue, amused by her bashfulness, found it laughable. After all, they had been married for almost half a year and had shared many candid moments. How could she still be so timid? However, he also understood that his earlier boldness had challenged her boundaries and decided not to tease her further, lest he provoke her ire. Thus, he wisely opted to retreat, straightening their disheveled clothing before calling for the maids to prepare a bath. Once the tub was filled with warm water, he carried the still blushing Su Jinli to bathe. After cleansing themselves and changing into fresh attire, the couple finally ventured out for a meal. Perhaps due to their earlier indiscretion, Su Jinli felt that the maids' amused glances were mocking their daytime intimacy. Thus, she often shot a glare at Gu Mingjue, who was enjoying his meal. Gu Mingjue was well aware of her thoughts and paid no mind, interpreting her glares as playful banter between spouses, which only enhanced his enjoyment of the meal. Seeing him so carefree only frustrated Su Jinli further, but with the maids still present, she had to stifle her annoyance. Once they had finished dining and taken their medicine, Su Jinli tugged Gu Mingjue back into their room. As soon as the door closed, laughter erupted from outside, instantly flushing Su Jinli's face with embarrassment. What a raucous display! Is there no decorum? She scolded, her voice laced with indignation. In response, the laughter outside grew even louder, and the ever-spirited Qingyu quickly covered her mouth and said, I was wrong. I shall take my leave and not disturb the prince and princess's affection. I take my leave. So, do I. The other maids chimed in. This is utterly absurd. This gaggle of maids.
Su Jinli fumed.
Just as she was about to erupt, she heard commotion. Qingyu and the others sensed the situation was amiss and had already slipped away. Those insufferable maids.
Su Jinli gritted her teeth.
Seeing her flustered demeanor, her face blooming like a peach blossom, Gu Mingjue could not help but chuckle. Unfortunately, his laughter fell right into the eyes of the irked Su Jinli, igniting her anger further. She shot a fierce glare at Gu Mingjue, the instigator of her annoyance, and rushed forward to pinch the flesh at his waist. Her little strength was hardly a match for Gu Mingjue, but to avoid aggravating her further, he feigned pain, exclaiming, Ouch! That hurts. Spare me, my dear wife. At his words, Su Jinli reluctantly withdrew her hand, though her expression remained sour. From today onward, you shall return to the Blue Sword Pavilion, she commanded angrily. Gu Mingjue rubbed his nose and replied weakly, I wish to stay in Ziliju with you and our child. Su Jinli shot him a glare, resolutely insisting, No way. Gu Mingjue frowned, continuing to press, If I leave, the child will miss me. Su Jinli coldly huffed, then cast a casual glance at him, her eyes seemingly saying, Go ahead, I'm curious how you'll continue this charade. Gu Mingjue awkwardly smiled and promptly shifted tactics, stating earnestly, What have I done wrong to provoke such wrath that you wish to banish me from Ziliju? You. Su Jinli was taken aback, marveling at his audacity. Realizing that no matter what she said, he would find a counterargument, she decided to remain silent and opted for action instead, physically pushing him out the door. Gu Mingjue could not bear to resist her, especially with her pregnancy, so he could only smile ruefully as he complied. Seeing him take the hint, Su Jinli's anger subsided a little. Who told you to be so shameless? She exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she fell silent. Then biting her lip, she added, You made Qingyue and the others laugh at me. I must punish you to teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Gu Mingjue outside the door smiled indulgently, offering no rebuttal. Not hearing his response, Su Jinli continued to express her desires. You can rest assured at the Blue Sword Pavilion. Only return when you are clear of desires. Gu Mingjue chuckled noncommittally. Devoid of desires? That was impossible. It would never happen in this lifetime. Subsequently, Su Jinli swiftly opened the door, tossing Gu Mingjue's formal attire outside before shutting the door again. Gu Mingjue looked up at the sky, then quickly embraced his clothes and walked away in silence. This scene did not escape the notice of Qingqi, and soon, news of the prince being cast out by the princess spread swiftly throughout the seventh prince's residence. Chapter 79. Tender affection. Gu Mingzong's attempted assassination infuriated the Yongli emperor, who ordered a thorough investigation for half a month, yet there were no leads. His pent-up rage had nowhere to go, leading him to unleash a torrent of criticism on the capital's officials and subsequently ordered an increase in security throughout the capital. Su Jinli held a teacup, quietly listening to Qingyu recount the recent upheavals. Her gaze remained tranquil, and her expression was placid as she sipped her tea without displaying any sorrow or joy. After a long while, she finally inquired, "How is it at the Blue Sword Pavilion?" Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, then indignantly exclaimed that the audacious servant girl had grown even bolder, having chased away the palace attendant who was keeping vigil for His Highness last night and approached him herself. Fortunately, His Highness had scolded her away. Su Jinli's expression turned slightly cold as she sighed softly, remarking that this was merely the beginning, and already someone was eyeing her husband. As the prince's consort, it was imperative for her to take action. Otherwise, that shameless girl would continue to think her easy to bully. A flicker of hatred crossed Qingyu's eyes. Their mistress, who was currently with child, was nurturing the heir for His Highness, yet that brazen maid dared to climb onto His Highness's bed. If she did not impose a severe punishment, the monsters within this household would surely follow suit and vex the prince's consort. A cold smile played at the corners of Su Jinli's lips, her eyes flashing with disdain as she remarked that it was indeed time to discipline her. With that, she lifted her hand to gently caress her swollen belly and ordered, "Go summon her for me." She wished to avoid deceit and intrigue during her pregnancy. Yet with the situation having escalated to this level, if she did not retaliate, she would inevitably be looked down upon by others. As soon as Qingyu departed, Su Jinli furrowed her brow slightly, gazing into the translucent green tea in her cup, and softly commanded, "The tea is cooled. Pour it out." Qingya was momentarily taken aback. As she had just poured the tea, which was still warm and pleasant, why did her mistress say it was cold? Although filled with doubt, she instinctively lowered her head and complied, promptly clearing the teacups from the table. Zili residence was not far from the Blue Sword Pavilion, and soon after, Qingyu returned with a timid and beautiful maid dressed in white. Su Jinli merely cast a fleeting glance at Qingyu beside her, not lifting her eyelids, and continued to fiddle with the jade bracelet on her wrist. Understanding her mistress's silent cue, Qingyu coldly addressed the maid in white. "Have you not yet met the prince's consort?" Upon hearing this, the maid's eyes shimmered with tears, her pale face appearing utterly pitiful. The coldness in the eyes of Su Jinli and her companions deepened at the sight, and the straightforward Qingyu mocked, "Miss Lianxiang, do not display such theatrics. There are no men here. We will not pity you." Hearing Qingyu's words, Lianxiang's expression grew even more sorrowful, her tear-filled eyes flashing with grievance and fear. Resembling a heartbroken child, this display only fueled Qingyu's anger further. However, she knew her mistress had likely devised a plan and refrained from exploding. Instead, she respectfully knelt and greeted, "The servant pays her respects to the prince's consort." Su Jinli's gaze flickered, and she sighed softly, "You indeed know your manners, unlike those from the palace." Upon saying this, she gestured for Qingyu to rise. Grateful, Qingyu stood up quickly, while Lianxiang stiffened. Realizing that the prince's consort's seemingly random remarks were clearly a reprimand for her lack of decorum, Qingyu immediately scolded, "Bold servant girl. How dare you fail to pay your respects upon seeing the mistress?" Lianxiang trembled, biting her lip as she bowed and said, "The servant pays her respects to the prince's consort." Su Jinli continued to play with the jade bracelet on her wrist, seemingly ignoring her words, while Qingyu and the others held their breath. Lianxiang found herself neglected, unable to rise from her half-crouched position. After a long while, when Lianxiang was already trembling, Su Jinli finally asked, "How long have you served as Highness?" Having already suffered a setback, Lianxiang dared not be too presumptuous, and obediently replied, "The servant has been serving since His Highness was 10 years old. It has been 12 years now." Although she tried to appear humble, the pride and triumph in her eyes were impossible to conceal. Su Jinli nodded, neither affirming nor denying. 12 years, indeed. That is quite a long time. Hearing this, Lianxiang's brows knitted in apprehension. A bad premonition suddenly gripped her. Sure enough, Su Jinli slammed the table and exclaimed, "Long enough for you to disregard this princess consort." Lianxiang was taken aback and hurriedly pleaded, The servant dares not. Please forgive me, Prince's consort. Hearing this, Su Jinli merely chuckled lightly and retorted sarcastically, You dare not? You have already offered yourself to my husband. What else is there left to fear? As Su Jinli's tone grew severe, Lianxiang's complexion turned ashen, her legs went weak, and she knelt down, repeatedly crying, Please, Prince's consort, spare me. Yet, Su Jinli paid her no mind, only instructing the guard at the door, Qingqi, summon Wei Yi. Upon hearing Su Jinli order for Wei Yi to be summoned, Lianxiang's eyes filled with terror. She had previously thought little of Su Jinli, believing that after serving His Highness for many years, the prince's consort would think twice before acting against her. However, she did not expect the consort to directly summon the iron-faced enforcer. Was she serious about this? Did you realize your mistake, Miss Lianxiang? Qingyu suddenly asked with a light smile. Lianxiang, in a state of panic, nodded vigorously, desperately hoping Qingyu would intercede for her. Little did she know that Qingyu, being the most hard-hearted of the four maids, harbored a deep-seated hatred for her due to Lianxiang's attempts to seduce Gu Mingjue. Qingyu was currently relishing the thought of punishing her. Observing Lianxiang's distress, Qingyu felt a surge of satisfaction, her smile widening, yet her next words plunged Lianxiang's heart into despair. But it's too late. From the moment you dared to covet His Highness's bed, you were already as good as dead. As the words fell, Lianxiang shuddered and, disregarding everything, crawled to Su Jinli's feet, tugging at her skirt and crying, Prince's consort. I know my mistake. I will never again dare to try and seduce His Highness. Get lost. Su Jinli frowned, her eyes brimming with disgust. The sight of Lianxiang, who appeared even more fragile than Wei Ziyan, made her feel nauseous. In her previous life, Lianxiang had attempted to cling to Mingjue once she noticed Su Jinli's affections had faded away. After multiple failed seductions, she even resorted to using aphrodisiacs in Mingjue's tea, exploiting his trust. Had it not been for Mingjue's strong will to cast her aside and flee to the garden, plunging into the pond, she might have succeeded. The aversion Su Jinli felt for Lianxiang stemmed from past grievances, while Qingyue and the others were unaware of this history. However, they too found Lianxiang's attempts to seduce His Highness, while their mistress was pregnant, utterly repugnant. After a brief moment of hesitation, they swiftly pulled Lianxiang away. I was momentarily foolish. I beg the prince's consort to forgive me. Lianxiang continued to plead pitifully, her pale, delicate face etched with sorrow, and her mournful eyes looked particularly endearing. Yet, Su Jinli remained steadfast and unmoved, allowing her to cry out. After a while, Qingqi and Wei Yi arrived. Wei Yi merely cast a cursory glance at the weeping Lianxiang before lowering his gaze and respectfully greeting, This subordinate pays respects to the prince's consort.
Rise, Su Jinli said,
Slightly annoyed by Lianxiang's ruckus. Following her command, Wei Yi and Qingqi stood up, and then Wei Yi proactively inquired, What does the prince's consort wish to see me about? Su Jinli's gaze flickered. Wei Yi was feigning ignorance. As Gu Mingjue's most capable subordinate, how could he not recognize Lianxiang? Moreover, it was his duty as the head of the guards and secret protectors to monitor all occurrences within the household. He probably already knew why she had summoned him by the time Qingqi left. Despite her displeasure, Su Jinli maintained a facade of nonchalance, saying, Oh, it's nothing much. Just a maid who attempts to climb the ranks without regard for this princess consort. Wei Yi's eyes flashed. Did the prince's consort feel angered by his feigned ignorance? He then followed Su Jinli's lead, stating, In that case, dispose of her. Hearing this, a smile graced Su Jinli's lips. Wei Yi was indeed perceptive. Well then, I entrust this maid to you. As she spoke, she cast a gentle glance at the now ashen-faced and utterly despondent Lianxiang. Upon hearing that Su Jinli intended to hand her over to Wei Yi, Lianxiang, who had been softly sobbing, once again cried out, Prince's consort, spare my life. Wei Yi frowned, swiftly flicking his finger to seal Lianxiang's acupoint, then respectfully declared, This subordinate shall sell her to the Wanhu. The Wanhu was a renowned brothel in the capital, famous for gathering various beauties, serving as a haven for wealthy young masters to squander their riches. The madam of the Wanhua building is said to possess exceptional skills in training young women. It is inevitable that a beauty like Lianxiang would catch her attention. Yet with her lofty aspirations and desire to climb the social ladder, she would certainly refuse to yield, thus facing a fair share of hardships. As this thought crossed Su Jinli's mind, a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. She waved her hand dismissively, sending Wei Yi away. Wei Yi bowed respectfully before leading the utterly despondent Lianxiang out of the Zili residence. Su Jinli, gently smoothing her hair tousled by the wind, instructed Qingyu to swiftly convey Lianxiang's attempt to seduce the prince and her subsequent sale to the Wanhua building back to the manor. Mingju, possessing striking beauty and showering her with tenderness, had sparked the interest of many maidservants in the household ever since she became pregnant. During her time at the mountain villa, numerous young women had tried every means to gain his favor, but with Shi Chun and Qingyu keeping them in check, none succeeded. Upon her return to the manor, Mingju began visiting the Zili residence daily, which quelled the ambitions of those maidservants. However, after she had angrily expelled Mingju from the Zili residence a fortnight ago, their desires reignited. In dealing with the most audacious among them, Lianxiang, Su Jinli aimed not only to punish her for her insolence, but also to set an example for others. Qingyu, ever perceptive, grasped her intentions immediately and cheerfully agreed. Once Qingyu's figure vanished through the courtyard gate, Su Jinli smiled and instructed Qingyao and Qingge to retrieve the prince's belongings from the Lanjian pavilion. To bait Lianxiang, she had resolutely distanced herself from Mingju for half a month, and now, with the troublesome maid dealt with, it was time for him to return. Yes. Qingyao and Qingge responded with bright smiles. Chapter 8. The birthday. As Gu Mingjue returned to the manor, Wei Yi promptly informed him of Su Jinli's actions regarding Lianxiang's sale. He smiled but remained silent, turning towards the Zili residence. A scheming maidservant sold off was of no concern to him as long as she was content. What brought him joy was that she had cast her net, freeing him from the necessity of remaining apart. Indeed, Gu Mingjue had been aware from the start that Su Jinli's grand gesture of expelling him from the Zili residence was part of a larger scheme. Thus, he had played along, residing in the Lanjian pavilion for half a month without addressing the audacious Lianxiang. Before long, Gu Mingjue arrived at the Zili residence. Upon reaching the entrance, Qingqi respectfully announced, "Your Highness, please enter. The princess consort awaits you in the hall." At these words, a deeper smile graced Gu Mingjue's phoenix eyes, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon entering, he found Su Jinli seated alone at the table, who looked up with a gentle smile, inviting, "Husband, come sit here." With a doting smile, he settled beside her and softly inquired, "Have you dealt with that maid? Are you pleased?" A glimmer of satisfaction shone in Su Jinli's eyes, yet she remained silent, merely pouring a cup of tea for him. Seeing her content demeanor, Gu Mingjue understood her happiness and refrained from mentioning Lianxiang, savoring his tea with a smile. After finishing his drink, Gu Mingjue expressed with a hint of melancholy, "From today onward, I need not return to the Lanjian pavilion to endure solitude, correct?" Su Jinli was charmed by his feigned grievance and chuckled softly. Indeed. At this declaration, Gu Mingjue's face lit up instantly. On the 18th day of the 12th month, Su Jinli's birthday, the entire residence of the 7th prince was filled with a festive atmosphere. Especially the Zili residence, where all decorations were transformed from their usual elegance to joyful and auspicious adornments. By this time, Su Jinli was 8 months pregnant, and her prominent belly made her movements somewhat cumbersome. Gu Mingjue, fearing she might overexert herself, refrained from extravagant arrangements, allowing her